rain begin to back down, all right? The winds with the hurricane, with the latest advice from the Hurricane Center, are at 105. So they've come down, and that'll continue to happen over the course of the night tonight. Brief gusts, though, and as Dr. Knabb had been saying, some of the highest gusts that we're getting are now on the northern backside of the hurricane itself. In some regards, it reminds me a little bit of Hurricane Irma that had some really strong winds on the backside of that eye wall that gusted 130 miles an hour in places like Naples. Now, we haven't seen those kind of wind gusts in any reports that I've seen so far, generally hovering around 100 to 110, somewhere in there have been some of the highest gusts that have been reported so far. But one thing that will be, the truth teller will be tomorrow morning when the sun comes up. And these massive storms, the damage that they leave behind. What will we see when it comes to the storm surge that happens farther south of Tampa? What will we see when it comes to the flooding or maybe wind damage that we've had in St. Pete or Clearwater or in Tampa over toward the Lakeland area where the winds have been very gusty for us? Now what will sun reveal when that happens? The nighttime hurricanes are really dangerous. We know that. It's hard to see anything that's happening around you. You kind of go by your sense of hearing more than anything else, right? Because you hear things, or maybe you briefly see power flashes. Now, haven't seen any of those because I think the lines at this point aren't energized anymore because all the buildings we have around us, every building has lost power. I think most of the street lights that you see here are on emergency power or maybe even like a battery backup. Otherwise, all the buildings have lost power around us at this point. And Jim was mentioning the 1.7 million customers that do not have electricity right now. 600,000 of those are in Hillsborough and Pinellas County alone. So that would be out at the beaches, a Clearwater and a St. Pete, a Treasure Island, and then right in Tampa itself. So 600,000 customers just in this metro area do not have power. And could that number even continue to go up? Jim Cantor, we talk about it all the time. Can you be self-sufficient for a period of time after a hurricane? Maybe you get through the hurricane in fine shape, but how do you survive after a hurricane? Because sometimes relief can be slow to get to you. And I think about how this state has gone through 2 hurricanes now in 2 weeks, and FEMA is stretched thin right now because they're dealing with an epic disaster up in the Carolinas. So being self-sufficient goes a long way in an event like this.
I think what you can count on here is the state of Florida. DeSantis and Guthrie are a well-oiled machine. They've got so much in line here, and Kevin said it earlier on. I want you as my state to prepare for 7 landfalls this year. All right, I want you to prepare for that, and we've already had, 5 obviously throughout the Gulf, 2, 3 here in Florida alone. But that, having that kind of forethought and getting, 50,000 utility trucks on standby, having gas reserves and things like that, because now you've got to get people back in here eventually. But tomorrow is going to be one of those days when the water starts to go down here on the West Coast, where we realize the full brunt of the storm surge. And, places like Dennis and Englewood, we can only pray that people evacuated because we know the water is going to be incredibly high there. You see what's happening here, all right? In Port Charlotte, where the water is up, it has not gone down at all. It surrounds us. We have lost power now for about 2 hours. This is auxiliary power that is running these lights here, which is obviously helping us bring you these live shots. But just an incredible, incredible hurricane. When you take a look at all the assets with it, not to be understated is what happened today with these tornadoes. I'm telling you, this was one of the most incredible outbreaks we've ever seen. I want to bring in Carl Parker. And Carl, I think we had as many as, you can correct my numbers, 126 total tornado warnings, which was a record for the day. We've had a record for the month so far in October. Just in that, I don't think we really saw to full fruition.
Yeah, it was just an incredible sheer amount of low-level shear in the atmosphere and plenty of instability. And there was almost, a front-like feature coming through with that drier air wrapping around the underside of the system. So a lot of things really coming together to produce just an incredible tornado outbreak. Thank you, Jim, so much. And let's take a look at the latest on the storm right now. We did get the new advisory from the National Hurricane Center, 105-mile-per-hour Category 2 storm moving east-northeast now at 16 miles per hour. There you see the center of circulation to the east of Tampa. Looking at some of the winds right now, gusting to 79 miles per hour in Winter Haven, gusting to 85 miles per hour in Tampa. Leesburg now gusting to 68. Way up here in Daytona Beach, 76 mile per hour wind gust. And this is what we're going to be facing all night long tonight. Winds gusting 70, 80 plus miles per hour. And of course, the terrific amount of rain that's been coming down. Finally now, the rainfall rates are beginning to decline in the Tampa metro area. But Hillsborough, Manatee, Pinellas counties under a flash flood emergency until 2:30. They've had between 10 and 14 inches of rain. We average 50 inches of rain in a year in Tampa. That is an incredible amount of wet weather. Hillsborough, Pasco, Polk counties under warning until 4 o'clock in the morning. Also a flash flood emergency. So we're talking about Wesley Chapel along that 75 corridor north of Tampa into Zephyr Hills, also along I-4, Lakeland, Plant City, farther eastward. In these areas, there is ongoing flash flooding. As much as a foot of rain has fallen here. Doppler estimates showing where that heaviest corridor of rain is right now, extending from Tampa and up into the I-4 corridor there. And also Orlando now under warning with a considerable threat tag until 2 o'clock in the morning. There's so much more rain on the way here in Orlando, as well as Leesburg and up into Daytona Beach in that northern eye wall. And this is a model forecast showing you how this is likely to play out. We've still got a very strong onshore flow driving into parts of southwest Florida, where that surge is going to be elevated for quite some time. There's the northern eye wall right there, working slowly across the I-4 corridor. And so those torrential amounts of rainfall coming down here, talking about, 4 inches per hour, perhaps in that northern eye wall, that continues to sit near Orlando or just north of Orlando going into 3 o'clock in the morning. And then here up into the northeast part of the state, we see an onshore flow developing overnight tonight. Very strong wind there and storm surge, a huge threat for northeast Florida and southeastern parts of Georgia. We want to get out to Paul Goodlow. He is now in Sarasota. And Paul, I understand that the eye came right through the middle of downtown Sarasota. Did you experience that?
We did, Carl. We experienced a lot of rain and wind, and then the rain tapered off somewhat, but the wind didn't. We had wind gusts over 90 miles per hour, and then we had the eye come through. So the strong damaging winds, we saw power flashes from transformers going and power lines arcing, and then we had nothing. I mean, we were truly in the eye. The only thing we didn't have was the clear skies above. It's still cloud cover. We had a little bit of mist, but no wind at all. I mean, it was just dead calm. We had a good 10, maybe 15 minutes of that, and then the backside came through, and then the rain came back and the winds came back, but also more importantly, we had the surge start to approach and also do damage. And it was quite the journey getting through the front end of Milton, making landfall. Again, the landfall point was just about 5 miles south of us in Siesta Key versus where we were there, right there on the coast there in Sarasota. But now we're into the neighborhoods because that surge ran us off the coast because it was coming in fast and furious. So I'm curious to see what the surge totals will be. But in the neighborhoods, you can see what some of the damage is. There's no power here, but you can see the large tree branches, which are kind of leaned up against this person's home. I see more trees down the road here, but also you can take a look at why we're seeing so many power outages. I think it's at least 1.7 million customers, which, if you got a house, maybe there's 3 or 4 people living in there. I always multiply whatever the outage customer number is easily by 3 to even 4. So now we're talking about close to maybe 10 million people here in Florida without power. But you can see how large these trees are, old growth trees, and then you see the power lines, the kind of transformer up there. So the trees are hitting, the power lines are arcing together, maybe hitting some of the cable lines too and telephone lines, so causing a lot of power outages. We're still seeing every now and then some flashes. There's some neighborhoods that still have power. Some of the high-rise condos close to the water also still had power, but slowly some of those were losing losing power as well as that backside came in and the winds have changed direction and also pushed in that water. Well, we had a break from the heart of Milton. We know that our Mike Bettis did not. You're in Tampa, Mike, and I know it looks like the rain has tapered off somewhat. Has it? And what about the winds? Any slacking off of the winds yet?
I'll take every little, I kind of look at it minute by minute, Paul, and I take any little break that we can get. And I would say I think the rainfall rate at least has backed off just a little bit. At one point, we had rainfall rates that were reaching 5 inches per hour, right? And I think here's an interesting stat for you. September to October is a transition here in Central Florida. We go from the rainy season to the dry season, all right? In the month of October, Tampa averages 2.3 inches of rain. And we picked that up in about an hour. Isn't that insane to think about? A month's worth of rain came to Tampa in an hour, all right? And that was accompanied by some pretty extreme winds. It's still gusty, maybe not as gusty as it has been. I look behind me here at some of the trees. There's some crepe myrtles behind us here, and they're still standing. I love to see that here. We've had some branches that have been knocked off and maybe some leaves that have been stripped off the trees here, but the flooding more than anything is a concern going forward here with a flash flood emergency. More live coverage right after this.
Our energy turns driving into a transformative experience. It takes handling and makes it super handling. Born on the racetrack and raised in the third row. It pushes technology to be brighter. And that's the energy of innovation. Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on a new vehicle.
All my favorites for just $7 each? That's crazy.
We're tied at 7.
Or am I crazy?
Seeing sevens? It's a sign to order from Pizza Hut's $7 Deal Lovers menu.
Stay ahead of your moderate to severe eczema and show off clearer skin and less itch with Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists that helps heal your skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent.
COPD isn't pretty. I'm out of breath and often out of the picture. But this is my story. And with Once Daily Trelegy, it can still be beautiful. Because with 3 medicines and 1 inhaler, Trelegy keeps my airways open for a full 24 hours and prevents future flare-ups. Trelegy also improves lung function, so I can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
What a wonderful...
Ask your doctor about Once Daily Trelegy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful all day and night.
I was so excited when I heard the sandwich was back. I was like, Cloud 9. What's up? This is Mike. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich is the pimento cheese. It's savory and delicious, and the filet itself is perfectly juicy and crispy.
Real customer paid for their testimonial.
Ketchup, in my opinion, it's the epitome of where art meets science. Everything from flavor to color to texture is scrutinized. Am I a ketchup nerd? Absolutely.
Nexium 24-hour prevents heartburn acid before it begins. Get all day and all night heartburn acid prevention with just 1 pill a day. Choose acid prevention. Choose Nexium.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Milton. Get trusted up.
I am Elton Hart, and at Optimum, West Virginia is our top priority. We live here, work here, and understand the importance of keeping you connected with exceptional support you deserve. This is why we've opened more stores throughout the state and opened a local call center with a local team to be here when you need us. Plus, we've invested in our internet network to deliver faster, more reliable, more consistent speeds to more homes in West Virginia. Optimum is bringing our very best to your community. Optimum, where local is big time.
Let's say you're deep in a show, or a game, or the game, on a train, at home, at work. Okay, maybe not at work. Point is, at Xfinity, we're constantly engineering new ways to get the entertainment you love to you faster and easier than ever. That's what I do. Is that Love Island?
Shit like it. It's like, how many people didn't kiss before you realize?
I got it too!
Hands alone. Move forward with confidence at hurricane.com.
Currently in our area, 52 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, mainly clear skies. Low 40. Winds light and variable. Thursday, mainly sunny. High 63. Winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday night, clear. Low 36. Winds east-northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
This hurricane season,
good heavens, absolute punishment.
Every second counts.
You don't want to be on an interstate with heavy tropical downpours.
America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage, keeping you ahead of the storm.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America, only on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to Tracking Milton here in the Weather Channel. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow live in Sarasota, Florida. So we had August, we had September, we had October, we had Debbie in August, we have Helene in September, and now we have Milton in October. 3 months in a row, 3 landfalling hurricanes here in Florida, and we're still dealing with the onslaught of damage as Milton continues to move across the state and and on towards the Atlantic coast of Florida. In its path, bringing a lot of power outages, damages, and unfortunately deaths, as well as storm surge as well. Here in this neighborhood, you can see we're on the backside, and we're still dealing with very dangerous and damaging winds here, kind of adding insult to injury. On the backside of the eye, we're seeing our wind shift, so perhaps trees that were weakened or buildings that were weakened or homes that were weakened with the winds predominantly from the east. Now we have a little more northerly component also still doing damage here, and at times still gusting 70 to 80 miles per hour. This is the backside. The front side had 90+ mile per hour wind gusts as Milton came through, but we also had the eye. We had a good 10, 12 minutes of just calm, and it was nice to experience that. But we also knew we had this backside coming on through, and I keep pointing to the trees and the power lines up above me to the left here. You can see that's why we have a lot of power outages here, and the power outages continue because you're still seeing the trees hit the power lines hitting perhaps phone lines or cable lines or hitting each other and arcing, and not to mention the rain's not helping things as well. We've been seeing earlier on the front side countless flashes of green and blue lighting up the sky, and we're still seeing them. So people are still losing power, and now we're running, what, an hour and a half, two and a half hours post landfall of Hurricane Milton. So unfortunately, the numbers continue to grow even on the backside of that center. And so now we're just still tracking it because we still know it's a long night for millions of Floridians, Chris, as Milton continues to move across this state. Chris?
On
night. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow, thank you for that. Reporting live from Sarasota, where the wind's still howling right now. One spot where the wind and the rain certainly doing a number. That, of course, Tampa, north of where Paul is right now. And that is exactly where Storm Tracker Charles Peak is right now, joining us live. Charles, for people who are more familiar with the area, can you give us a better idea of exactly where you are as best you can and what you've seen over the past hour or so?
Yeah, Chris, I'm near the airport here at a mall, just a few blocks away from it in one of the industrial areas here. But, it gives a little close to where Mike Bettis is and talking about the well-built structures for safety purposes. But you can see as I've been driving around here in this area, even in the last 30 minutes, Chris, we've had a lot more of the power's gone out as I've been driving around. And I feel like we had some stronger gusts maybe about an hour ago, but we're getting stronger sustained winds now. And you can see these traffic lights here dancing in front of me here. We've got now trees down, large branches down, in some cases utility lines down. Quite a few of the roads are flooded, in some cases maybe a foot, 2 foot that I've come to. I've seen water up to the homes in some of the neighborhoods around here. Earlier we were on a car that had flooded out and stuff, but fortunately, there's just almost no cars out. The people have heated it. The city of Tampa did a great job of communicating the severity of it, and I think Helene played a role in that as well. And so they've heeded the warnings, and but it has just been relentless here for 2 or 3 hours now.
And that rainfall, extremely impressive. What we've seen already still looks like it's pretty heavy, Charles, but that being said, the radar's indicating it's been letting up. What's the rain been like over the past hour or two?
I would say in the last hour it's been a little lighter, but I would still say probably in excess of an inch an hour. Earlier we had well in excess of that, and it was just pouring buckets. And sometimes I'm in those situations, and you'll see that, and it lasts for 5 minutes or so. But in this particular case, it's lasting long periods of time, so it's going to be some impressive rainfall totals, I believe, here in the Tampa area.
Charles, you showed us a little bit earlier a vehicle that looked like it had stalled out in the floodwaters. Had you seen any other, you mentioned some branches down, have you seen any other instances of damage?
Just at the mall, there's some damage to the parking deck area. The signs that, tell you what the height is blown those over and different things like that. So far what I've seen is relatively minor damage, from it. But, it's continuing on now. And I have seen on social media, Tropicana Field, it looks like had part of the roof blown off there. So there is some damage in the area. So we're going to be interesting to see at first light. Hopefully it doesn't get any worse than what we're at.
Storm Tracker Charles Peak, thank you. We'll be right back.
We've never spoken, but you've told us many things. That you love stargazing, hate parallel parking, and occasionally your right foot gets a little heavy. The Lexus ES didn't begin in the studio. It began with you.
What's the #1 item in a crisis? Food. Because when the world goes sideways, grocery shelves get picked bare and people worry they'll go hungry. That's why you need 4 Patriots' best-selling 3-month survival food kit. Food designed to last for 25 years, tastes great, and is easy to make. Packed with 688 servings and 24 delicious meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Get your food kit with free shipping and free mini kits at 4patriots.com.
Worried you'll laugh so hard you'll leak? Well, Always Discreet can hold your biggest gushes with up to 0 leaks in odor. So you're not just dry, you're laugh until you cry dry. We've got you always Discreet.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery, which frees up your whole afternoon. Thank you, free delivery. It's Walmart plus gas discounts, so you can go to the state fair, half the state away. Plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream dramas, plus comedies, plus rom-com dramedies. That's showbiz, baby. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save time and money. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Got real serious for a moment. We're all okay.
What's with the what? What?
When your bedroom has everything you need, it's okay to give everything else a rest. Welcome to the Good Night Club. Find your dream bedroom at IKEA.
At Domino's, we're all about cheesy, so you know we had to make our new 5-cheese mac and cheese the crave-worthiest, cheesiest pasta possible. Just like all of our mouth-watering oven-baked pastas. But try one for yourself, including our new 5-cheese mac and cheese next time you order at Domino's.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. 3 p.m. Fanta, 10 p.m. Sprite, 7:46 a.m. Coke. Yeah, you're built different. Dollar soft drinks, any size, gotta be Wendy's.
Did I read this? Did I get eggs? Where are my keys?
Don't wait while memory and thinking issues pile up. These issues may seem like normal aging, but could be due to a buildup of amyloid plaques in the brain. Amyloid can build up over time. The sooner you talk to your doctor, the more options you may have. Visit amyloid.com for additional information.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We're tracking Hurricane Milton as it moves across Florida. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow live in Sarasota, Florida. The landfall point of Hurricane Milton was just about 5 miles south of us in Siesta Key at 8:30 this evening. Here we are closing in on 3 hours since landfall. We have the backside still watching pieces of trees come down and tree debris litter neighborhoods, and also even the downtown area continue to knock out power. And that number continues to go up. We were dealing with the onslaught of the winds, up to 90-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts before Milton made landfall. And then we had landfall, we had the eye, we had the calm for a good 10, 15 minutes. And then the backside, where winds have been gusting 80-plus miles per hour, still knocking down trees, doing damage to buildings and homes, and still bringing down power lines. And, yeah, the concern is, how long are we going to be without power? The only good news is the forecast for the rest of the week is temperatures should not get back into the 90s, and a little bit drier air, maybe overnight temperatures dropping down to the 60s. That's comfortable for this time of the year for the locals here, but you can see it's going to take a while. Look at the power lines still dangling, because you got to make sure the poles are up, and also the connections of the lines to the homes also have to be secured. And there are plenty of lines. Are they power? Are they cable? Are there telephone lines? Are they fiber lines? There's so much repair that has to be done here across this region, and that's just here in Sarasota. You got communities north and also south and also east of here that are still dealing with damage from Milton. And then you have to also make sure that perhaps you haven't finished or repaired the damage that Helene came through. Again, just 2 weeks ago, we had Helene didn't make landfall here, but it also brought 60, 70, 80 mile per hour wind gust and a record storm surge doing a lot of damage. And that continued to push right up the coast. There are still debris piles. I can imagine a lot of the debris I've been seeing today has been debris that was caused because of Milton. There are plenty of areas here across the west coast of Florida that have debris piles from the damage from Helene that were put out to be taken away for trash, but they just ran out of time because, again, Helene caused the damage 2 weeks ago. And now we have Milton coming this way. So the projectiles, and that was just a piece of vegetation I'm talking about. Yeah, this is not a big deal, but imagine, a piece of roof or an old chair or even a couch cushion that's been destroyed by salt water and surge. is also now perhaps a piece of debris causing even more damage caught up in the winds of Milton. So, yeah, we're dealing with maybe the rain easing up here, but we know it's nothing compared to what Mike Bettis has been. We at least had the break in the eye. Mike has been in Tampa all day long, and Mike, you have not had a break in that rain at all. And to add insult to injury, you've also been dealing with that relentless wind in that area too.
Yeah, both of those have been a double whammy for us here in Tampa. I would say that it feels like the rain is backing off just a little bit. It's still raining, but maybe not as intense as it once was. We had really extreme rainfall rates, and that may be backing off just a little bit for us here, at least in the location where we are near Tampa Airport. Winds have gusted over 80 miles an hour pretty consistently here over the last several hours. And we do have some, you mentioned it too, Paul, we have areas where we have a little bit of tree debris. We've got a lot of palms. Those tend to handle the wind pretty well. Maybe we got a few areas where some palm fronds have been knocked off here, and the trees that we have behind us have been sheared a little bit. All the trees remain standing. That's some good news, but there could be opportunities all across the city because we've had such a lengthy period of high winds where you're going to have some tree damage. We're going to have power lines that have been knocked out. We've got about 1.9 million customers now in Florida that have lost electricity. More than half of those, 1.1 million, are in Hillsborough and Pinellas counties alone. The two neighboring counties here in Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater area, where we got 1.1 million customers that do not have electricity right now. So that number's going to go up as now really strong winds, Carl Parker, are pushing their way over through central Florida. So you're going to big population centers from Lakeland to Orlando, where they're next in line to be hit by this.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough night through a lot of central Florida, no question about that. And here is a look at the radar picture right now along with the wind vectors, and you see that wind that is driving into the west coast of Florida. So we're going to be looking at elevated surge for quite some time yet there in southwest Florida. Right now, surge of 5 feet in Fort Myers, 4 feet in Naples Bay, and then to the north, we actually saw a negative surge in Tampa Bay today because the winds were coming offshore. We don't know what's happened in between there, except to say that we did get some reports of 10 to 12-foot surge near Sarasota, so it's been a really tough day. Winds continue to be very strong right through the overnight tonight. We'll have more on this dangerous storm coming up.
The moment I loved our Subaru Outback most was the moment they walked away from it.
Mom! Oh, thank goodness.
And that's why our family will only drive a Subaru.
Subaru. More IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand. Love, it's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Get special low rates on a new Subaru Outback for a limited time.
Introducing the Wendy's Krabby Patty Collab Burger. It has fresh, never frozen beef that's, wait for it, square. Are you ready?
I'm ready!
And I'm ready. For the Krabby Patty Collab meal you're craving, gotta be Wendy's.
Domino's new 5-cheese mac and cheese is creamy, cheesy, oven-baked to bubbly perfection. But it's also tasty with an upgrade, like crispy bacon, spicy jalapeno, or even both. Introducing new 5-cheese mac and cheese. Try it today at Domino's.
What? It's superhero day at school.
Lego with Ego.
Can we?
Who can solve this equation?
Ooh! Me.
Anyone else? Fine. Jake from State Farm. Okay.
Right. It's the personal price plan theorem. If you bundle your home and auto, that can equal an affordable price just for you.
Bundling, just another way to save with the personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Still have symptoms from moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease after a TNF blocker like Humira or Remicade? Put them in check with Rinvoq. Rinvoq works differently and it's a once-daily pill.
When symptoms tried to take control, I got rapid relief with Rinvoq. Check.
When flares tried to slow me down, I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
And when my doctor saw damage, Rinvoq helped visibly reduce damage of the intestinal lining. Check.
Rapid symptom relief, lasting steroid-free remission.
And visibly reduced damage. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal. Cancers, including lymphoma and skin. Heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occurred. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Put UC and Crohn's in check and keep them there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Prime Big Deal Days is here. With exclusive savings just for Prime members, you'll feel like a big deal. Shop deals on electronics, fashion, and more this Prime Big Deal Days, October 8th and 9th.
We work hard and we pay our taxes, but billionaires are getting away with paying less in taxes than we do. Donald Trump gave them a huge tax break and wants to give them another one.
You're rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts?
Well, I'm not rich as hell. Kamala Harris will cut taxes for working people and make billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share. Trump is fighting for rich guys like himself. Kamala is fighting for us.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Welcome back to Tracking Milton here on the Weather Channel. We had another major hurricane make landfall here in Florida. That was Milton around 8:30 this morning, and it continues to move across the state. We're still dealing with gusty, damaging winds here in Sarasota, about 5 miles north of Siesta Key, where it made landfall at 8:30 this evening. And even at the coast, we were earlier, we were dealing with the front end of the storm and the front eye wall. 90-plus mile-per-hour winds came through, and then the eye. And we had calm. We had no wind and really no rain. We couldn't see the stars. Didn't have a clear eye, but it was super calm for 10 or 15 minutes. And the backside came in, and the surge came in as well. We had a lot of rain on the front side, but that surge, that change in that wind direction, first when you have these hurricanes, they already bring an elevated level of the ocean onshore. But then you have the winds blowing even more water higher, and that was coming in once the eye passed us by and our wind shifted, and the water kept coming up and coming up and coming up. And it was reminiscent of what happened with Helene 2 weeks ago. Also, we had a storm surge warning here like we do today, and it caused massive damage. That surge got into people's homes. It tossed boats around. We saw at least 4 or 5 boats that were dislodged and put on land from the surge we had in Helene. And that surge ran us away from it, and that's what you got to do. You have to run from the surge. There's no way you can survive that, and brought us back into this neighborhood where, you know, even back at the coast, even the tall condo buildings, slowly but surely, they were losing power. When we got into the neighborhoods, they have been probably without power as well. You can see the reason why. And big trees, like this tree limb up in the driveway earlier was actually leaning against the house and the garage door. But yeah, this is new damage from the winds from Milton. But you also have to remember, there have been debris piles here around Sarasota, like there were and are around Tampa, around St. Pete, around Clearwater, from people having to clear out the damage that Helene did with the surge, and then you put it out to the curb because it can't be salvaged to be thrown away. But there was so much damage, and they ran out of time because Helene was 2 weeks ago, and now we have Milton 2 weeks later. So that also is probably causing some concerns in terms of damage. Not to mention, with all the rain we've had here, as well as all across the Tampa Bay region, some areas 10 to 12 plus inches of rain just this afternoon and this evening. Some of that debris could be clogging some of the storm drains and causing more flooding. Not surge flooding, but freshwater rainfall flooding is also an issue, and part of that could be because the debris kind of blocking some of the storm drains here. So even on the backside, now we're closing on 3 hours since landfall. We're still dealing with gusty, damaging winds here, and with that wind shift, perhaps damaged trees are now down trees with that extra push. Again, winds gusting 90 plus before the center, and now 80 plus on the backside of the hurricane. So, Chris, we keep waiting for the end of this, but we do expect the winds to be gusty throughout the night and a little breezy tomorrow, but we're looking forward to first light to kind of start surveying the damage that another landfalling hurricane has made here in Florida. Chris?
All right, Paul, thank you for that. And the east coast of Florida will be a totally different story in the coming hours. In fact, flash flood warnings stretch from coast to coast, from Tampa to Daytona. But here, this is on the south shore of Tampa Bay, and still the rain and the wind. Not as much rain, but still enough that it's being blown around, and you certainly can see that here in this blurry scene, messy scene right now. Another live look here, this in Tampa, and the horizontal rain. You see the light there on the lower left-hand side of the screen, and the water, the rain just whipping around underneath there. Still seeing here at the University of Tampa some of the strong winds and heavy rain, with some of the heavy rain stretching again all the way up parts of Interstate 75, all the way up to Ocala, almost up to Gainesville right now. And this is a live look along part of that stretch here of Interstate 75. And if you look at the lights, and you can make out how the rain is coming almost in like waves. It's coming on the right-hand side of the screen. The waves of rain essentially are coming at you. They're coming from top to bottom here, and it's the street lights here that really illuminate the raindrops that are coming with the sheets of rain. Another piece of good news here that we like to see, nobody out on the roads. Of course, totally different story the past couple of days with the evacuations that were underway with this dangerous storm that was moving into this region, and now it is moving through this region here. So again, tracking the threat for some heavy rain and some strong, possibly still damaging winds, expecting the power outage to continue to increase. And this is that stretch here from Tampa all the way to Daytona. This includes Orlando, and there is this heavy rain here. You've got the flash flood emergencies, flash flood warnings stretching here. Heather's showing us almost 170 miles. And you look at this part of the storm still has to go across areas that are already in flash flood warnings. So you can imagine those flash flood warnings will likely be in place throughout the duration until this gets off, and a little while after it gets offshore tomorrow. And here's that swath of heavy rain, more than a foot, and this rain is coming down very quickly, in some cases 3, 4, even 5 inches an hour. Stay with us. Still a long way to go as we are tracking Hurricane Milton on the Weather Channel.
When it comes to your truck, you can power it up 6 ways to Sunday. But if you want to get things done, start with the capability of Ford F-150. Gas, power boost hybrid, or all electric. The power is yours.
Inez, let me ask you, you're using Head & Shoulders, right?
Only when I see flakes. Then I switch back to my regular shampoo.
You should use it every wash. Otherwise, the flakes will come back.
He's right, you know.
Is that Tiny Troy?
The ingredients in Head & Shoulders keep the microbes that cause flakes that big.
Microbes, really?
They're always on your scalp. But good news, there's no itchiness, dryness, or flakes down here.
I love Tiny Troy and his tiny, gorgeous hair.
Make every wash count.
And for stubborn dandruff, try Head & Shoulders Clinical Strength.
Domino's now has new 5-cheese mac and cheese. It's oven-baked, hot, and melty. But if you want to crank up the heat even higher, it also comes in spicy buffalo. Try new 5-cheese and spicy buffalo mac and cheese. Only at Domino's.
So what are you thinking?
I'm thinking
about our honeymoon.
What about Africa? Safari. Hot air balloon ride. Swim with elephants.
Wait, can we afford a safari?
Great question. Like everything, takes a little planning.
Or put the money towards a down payment.
On a ranch?
In Montana.
With horses.
Let's take a look at those scenarios.
JP Morgan Wealth Management has advisors in Chase branches and tools like Wealth Plan to help keep you on track. When you're planning for it all, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Hey, yo, you need your eyes checked. Yeah, things are getting fuzzy. Then go to America's Best. Why? For a comprehensive quality eye exam. I'll go. Good call.
Is it possible to count on my internet like my customers count on me?
It is, with Comcast Business, keeping you up and running with our 99.9% network reliability and security that helps outsmart threats to your data.
My data too?
Your data too. There's even round-the-clock customer support, so you can be there for your customers.
Hey, Billy, how you doing?
With Comcast Business, reliability isn't just possible. It's happening.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with fast, reliable internet for $59.99 a month. Or ask about our 5-year price lock guarantee on qualifying internet bundles. Call today.
It's our son. He is always up in our business.
It's the Verizon 5G home internet I got us.
Oh.
He used to be a competitive gamer, but with the higher lag, he can't keep up with the squad.
So now we're his squad.
What are Kevin's plans for the fall?
He's going to college.
Out of state.
Yeah.
Change of plans. I've decided to stay local.
Oh, that's great.
Why don't I ever leave this?
We'll do anything to get him gaming again.
You and Kevin need to fix this internet situation.
Or my name.
I swear to God, Kevin!
Told you to wait in the car.
Everyone in my old squad has Xfinity. Less lag, better gaming.
I'm gonna need to charge you for 3 people.
Get started today with RexMD.com.
It's unbelievable!
Hundreds of millions of lives impacted.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Thousands of storms forecasted, 40 years of storytelling, and a former National Hurricane Center director. One trusted best-in-class expert team. America's most trusted news network, the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 50 degrees under clear skies. Tonight, mainly clear skies. Low 40. Winds light and variable. Thursday, mainly sunny. High 63. Winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday night, clear. Low 36. Winds east-northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We're still tracking Milton, still a hurricane as it's crossing the state of Florida. It made landfall about 5 miles south of here in Siesta Key. And we talk about landfall, we talk about the center point of the storm. But as you see, the storm is not just that little single center point. Here in Sarasota, we had the eye. We had the calm of the eye. Even though the center point was just south of us, we had a good 10, maybe 15 minutes of no wind and just calmness. We enjoyed it. But now we have the backside of it. We're still dealing with a lot of rain and also a lot of wind damage, still blowing things around here. And this is why this neighborhood, which is without power, by the way, this is why people board up and they leave. Even though they're not right next to the coast, they're still close enough to the strongest winds. You can see huge limbs here in this driveway, and I see some covering of the windows here, but you can clearly see it on this house here, aluminum kind of shutters on the windows. And what that does is it protects debris, like perhaps that huge tree limb, from crashing into your house. And then once you've opened the entryway into your house for the wind and the rain to come in, then that starts even more problems. And think about it, you don't have power now. So it's difficult to see unless you have backup batteries and flashlights. So the concern now is just to, if your house has damage, is to limit how much water is now coming into your house. So we're looking at the radar and seeing the back edge of that rain. And again, we're not seeing nearly the rain we saw hours before landfall. Even parts of Sarasota picked up 7+ inches of rain, and much of that fell this afternoon, even before the center started approaching landfall as well. So while we're not seeing nearly the same amount of rain, there's some areas north of us that got perhaps twice the amount of rain. Even on the backside, we're still dealing with these gusty winds, still bringing down tree limbs, bringing down power lines, causing more power outages as well. And while we're on the backside, that front stronger side continues to move across the state, still bringing heavy rain rain and strong damaging winds across the peninsula and on towards the Atlantic coast. And Carl, I know you've been tracking this, and with that, most likely we'll start seeing that, I guess it's 1.7+ million customers. I would be shocked if that number doesn't approach maybe 2.5 million as we head on towards, say, midday tomorrow, as that storm or those winds continue to move across the peninsula.
Yeah, Paul, just so much wind on the backside of the system. Recently, Tampa gusting to 93 miles per hour, as has St. Petersburg. It has been a fierce storm, and here's a look at when the storm made landfall earlier this evening, 8:30 Eastern Time at Siesta Key, with winds of 120 miles per hour. Now a Category 2 storm, 105 mile per hour wind, and moving towards the east-northeast at 16 miles per hour. And there's the current radar picture, and you see the center of circulation now moving up and along that I-4 corridor. Still getting an awful lot of wind with this storm. Winds gusting to 79 miles per hour in Winter Haven, gusting to 64 in Avon Park, 60 in Leesburg. We did get a gust recently to 75 in Daytona Beach, well off to the northeast. And then in the Tampa area, Tampa now gusting to 82 miles per hour. You've probably heard that the roof of Tropicana Field has been shredded essentially by all of this wind, now gusting to 76 in St. Petersburg. So, you know, quite a bit of wind. You notice the vectors here coming out of the northwest on the backside of that circulation. That's not going to be letting up anytime soon. And in fact, when we look at the velocity data, so this is looking at the same thing that we watch for tornadoes. And here, when you see those dark blues there that are approaching the radar site, that's inbound velocity of 107 miles per hour, probably just about 1,000 feet off the ground. And so, you know, even if 80 to 90% of that is coming down to the ground, then you're talking about in gusts, winds easily gusting to 80 and maybe 90 miles per hour. And then on top of all that, of course, it's been the incredibly heavy rain, flash flood emergency in effect for Hillsborough, Manatee, and Pinellas counties. You see that at least the rainfall rates have come down, but we've had 10 to 14 inches of rain here in Hillsborough, Pinellas, and Manatee counties. That is a crazy amount of wet weather. You're talking about an area that gets 52 inches on average in a given year. Then farther northward, we've had a foot of rain for the suburbs to the north of Tampa, including Wesley Chapel and Zephyr Hills. Then out east on I-4, Lakeland, Plant City, flash flood emergency in effect here as well. That going until 4 o'clock in the morning. And so a very serious flooding threat here. And there you see that large swath in the last 12 hours of 8 to 12, and then a foot plus of rain coming into Tampa. Farther northward up into Orlando, considerable threat tag here. Would not be surprising if we see a worsening flood threat there in Orlando and farther southward as well. That rain is just not moving. Exceptionally heavy rainfall rates. Same story for northeast Florida as well. And when we look at the model forecast, we see that that northern eye wall is going to be slowly moving up through the I-4 corridor through 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. And then as we watch the center come up into the northeast part of the state, very strong winds driving into northeast Florida. And so that is going to dramatically raise the surge risk as that center passes just to the south. Surge risk of 3 to 5 feet along the coast of northeast Florida as well as into southeast Georgia. We're going to have much more on this dangerous storm coming up here in a few minutes.
You won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up, but not today. I want to carry on. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name.
When things go sideways, will you be prepared? I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. And that's without gas, fumes, or noise. Go to 4patriots.com. You'll get a solar panel included free, double the capacity, expandable for more power, and more outlets than ever. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
Stay ahead of your child's moderate to severe eczema
and they can show off clearer skin and less itch with Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists that helps heal your child's skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your child's eczema specialist about Dupixent.
The original is my go-to, but the spicy filet lives up to the hype. Hey, it's Jillian, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich is the combination of flavors. The sweet honey, the kick from the jalapenos, amazing.
Real customer paid for their testimonial.
What? It's superhero day at school.
Lego with Ego.
Can't wait.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery. Because cooking food is a lot more fun than shopping for it. It's Walmart plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream Dora, so your daughter can learn Espanol.
Delicioso.
Plus, you get 25% off at Burger King. And that's 25% more savings to put towards things you need, like napkins.
Delicioso.
Our thoughts exactly. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Growing old is part of the journey, even when you have heart failure. But when he had shortness of breath, carpal tunnel syndrome, and lower back pain, we wondered, could these be warning signs of something bigger? Thank goodness we called his cardiologist, because these were signs of ATTR-CM, a rare and serious disease that gets worse over time. If you see any of the warning signs, don't wait. Ask your cardiologist about ATTR-CM today.
Tracking Milton here on the Weather Channel, and this right here showing where a roof is coming off. This is where the Tampa Bay Rays play. Tropicana Field here, and not a good scene there, unfortunately. And part of the problem is when you have the winds just sustained and gusting for a long period of time. Eventually, the winds get in there and they start ripping apart the roof here. Again, a large part here as you look of the roof at Tropicana Field blown off here.
And there goes Tropicana Field roof.
And there goes. Again, here in St. Petersburg, Florida, where the winds have been absolutely howling. And out at Clearwater Beach, winds gusting up to around 90 miles an hour earlier today. And we've seen winds topping 100 miles an hour gusts in some areas. But we certainly did see the winds in Tampa really blow for a long, long time. And meteorologist Mike Bettis was enduring a lot of it. And during some of the heaviest rain and some of the strongest winds, Mike, how are you doing right now?
Doing okay. You got to admit, it's been pretty rough for us the last several hours here. And honestly, within the last hours, we had our highest wind gusts here in Tampa at 93 miles per hour. I'd say in the last 20 minutes or so, we've seen subtle changes, subtle improvements in the weather as the winds are starting to back off a little bit. Winds are still gusting nearly 70 miles an hour, but the rainfall rates have come down quite a bit as well. And the wind direction has now changed for us, too. For quite some time, hour after hour, we had a northeast wind, then it turned north, and now it's a northwest wind as we're getting more on the backside. And the back edge of the heaviest rain is about 45 miles to our west. So once that last band clears us, then I think we'll start to see some improvements as far as the flooding goes. The flash flood emergency continues in this area until 2:30. And because we've had such gusty winds at times, and you saw there the images from Tropicana Field, how the roof has been shredded because of the rain, because of the wind, now rain getting inside of that, we could see a lot of structural damage. We've had a lot of power that's been knocked out. More than 1.9 million customers across Florida do not have power at this hour. power, and more than half of those, by the way, are in Hillsborough and Pinellas counties. So that would be the Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater area. So those two counties alone have about 1.1 million customers without electricity right now. So this is what happens when you've got a big wind event in a large metropolitan area. Behind me here, all these buildings have lost power. We've got a couple of street lights here that are still on. That might be on emergency backup power or battery power, but all the buildings are without power. Got these crepe myrtles behind us. They've remained standing. Good to report there. Palms around, they've remained standing. And now a few areas where you've got, some tree debris that's down. It's just small branches that have been ripped off, and some of the leaves have been shredded off the trees here. And I think that's what you see in a lot of places around the Tampa metro, and the cleanup that'll happen tomorrow. But also wondering how many other places have sustained some damage? How many homes now sustained maybe roof damage? How many blue tarps are we going to end up seeing on these communities all across this metro? That could be a very serious issue, over the course of the next 24 hours that we find out about how many homes have roof damage. We see that oftentimes with hurricanes where the most susceptible part of your home is the roof. Now, I would say this, in Florida, they've done an excellent job in recent decades, and Hurricane Andrew really spawned all this. Big improvements in the building codes, especially how roofs are attached to the actual frame structure to keep it from being compromised and allowing the winds to pick up. You have smaller overhangs. How they're attached is a very big deal, and those are all huge improvements they've made here. But keep in mind, there are a lot of homes here in the Tampa metro area that were built well before those building codes were enacted in recent decades. We have homes here, built in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, right? And think about when, we had big cigar industry here and salt industry here, and there were a lot of workers that were living in small homes that still exist here today, and how compromised they could be in a 93-mile-per-hour wind. And also think about the rain that may inundate many low-lying communities here in the Tampa area. And this is why, so many places were evacuated. We had the storm surge zone areas, Chris, that were evacuated, but also mobile homes, RVs, and manufactured homes, right? Because a lot of these mobile home parks sit in very flat land, right, and can flood very easily. And consider 93-mile-per-hour winds as well can topple a mobile home. Those two dangers alone should have gotten you out of town. But I would say this, a lot of people did evacuate, Chris. It was great to see the number of people that left because of the dangers that Hurricane Milton posed, and it really came to fruition here this evening.
All right, Mike, we'll be getting back to you in just a little bit, but the dangers that Mike was talking about, the rain, the wind, the possible power outages. Milton's still working across the peninsula here. Here's a live look not too far away from where Mike is, and another angle in Tampa of the rain and the wind blowing sideways. You see how it's still coming down. I mean, it's not super heavy on the radar, but you don't want to be out in that. You'll be about as soaked as Mike is in about 2 minutes, not to mention the dangers of being outside. It's going to be a long night, and some areas in central Florida, you head east of here in Tampa, going to bed with power, with air conditioning, with lights, waking up without that. Without air conditioning, without lights in the morning. It's going to be either some cold coffee for a lot of people in the morning or none at all, Carl, because a lot more people are likely to lose power tonight.
You talk about winds gusting to 93 miles per hour. I don't know if you had this experience, but when I've been in hurricanes with a little handheld anemometer, your estimate of what the wind is much higher than it actually is.
Yes.
And when I actually got a 78 on my handheld, I thought it was 100 miles an hour. I mean, it's just crazy how much stronger it actually is.
Yeah, 100%. You think it's howling, you're like, wait a minute, is this thing broken?
Yeah.
Yeah, it really, when you're out there, you really feel it, and it does feel stronger.
Absolutely. And so it's been a fierce windstorm in Tampa tonight, and certainly not over, maybe getting just a little bit better. Let's take a look, first of all, at the radar. You notice the widespread flash flood warnings across parts of central Florida up into the northeast part of the state. Those the two pink polygons there are the flash flood emergencies in effect in Tampa and also to the north and to the east. We'll discuss that in just a moment. Looking at the winds right right now gusting to 79, although that observation has been the same for a while now, so it may be that that anemometer has been knocked out. That is often the case. It can either be power or it can be the instrumentation failing. Whatever the case, when you see the same thing after a while, you know that something's going on. Certainly so there in Brooksville and Zephyr Hills, where we're not getting readings anymore. Now gusting to 63 in Leesburg, 66 in Daytona Beach. And then as we get down into Tampa, still now gusting to 78 miles per hour there in Tampa. Look at that, St. Petersburg gusting to 87 miles per hour. So even on the backside of this thing, we're still getting incredibly strong wind. That is easily enough wind to cause a lot of problems. We've got major power outages, of course, already, but we're actually getting into the realm of starting to see structural damage with that level of wind, roofs coming off, widespread tree damage, power line damage. It's going to be a very, very long night here in western and central parts of Florida. And this is a look at the velocity data. And so this is showing you the objects, the rainfall as it's coming into the radar and the velocity. And so you can very clearly see where there's a wind coming around here and towards the radar. That line is indicating the break point where it's going from away to coming into the radar. And as we zoom into that, get a little bit closer, this is basically right down at the level of the radar. So this is giving you a pretty true sense of what the wind actually is. And look at that. That's an inbound velocity of 84 miles per hour. That is just off into the bay there, just a little east of MacDill in Tampa Bay. So just incredibly strong winds continuing across the Tampa Bay metro. Again, flash flood warning in effect until 2:30 in the morning. The rainfall rates have at least come down, so that is helpful, but the damage has been done here. And so we've had 14 inches of rain on the high end, about a foot of rain farther northward in this huge flash flood emergency that is in effect for Hillsborough and Pasco, Polk counties. Rainfall rates are still very heavy near Wesley Chapel and Zephyr Hills and north of I-4, Lakeland, Plant City. Certainly a really tough night in terms of that flood threat, and also a flash flood warning here in Orlando, Lake Orange, and Seminole counties. We've got a long, long way to go with the rainfall in the east central part of the state. That's going to be going on for quite some time as that that center of the storm slowly works up and across I-4. So there is a high risk of flash flooding tonight that extends from Tampa and along I-4 and into Orlando and up into the northeast part of the state. Certainly, it's going to be a really tough night in terms of high water. And speaking of that, surge flooding has been a big issue as well. Fort Myers, Naples Bay now reporting surge of 4 to 5 feet. Generally speaking, we actually don't have gauges up towards Sarasota, but there was a report of double-digit surge there, getting up to 10 feet. Certainly, some of the videos that we've seen seem to bear that out. So I imagine that from Sarasota on southward, Siesta Key, and then down into Minnesota Key, Venice, those areas, Rotunda, I imagine we're going to be looking at some really significant surge damage come tomorrow as we're able to get in there. And we're going to be looking at elevated water levels for some time with our winds continuing to come in on the backside of the storm. And we actually had a negative surge in Tampa Bay today, so just because it came in just to the south was actually enough to avert the very worst in terms of surge in Tampa Bay. But the surge values will be coming up in northeast Florida, especially as the low passes just to the south, as the center of the hurricane passes just to the south. We're going to watch those winds increasing in northeast Florida. So here's a look at how that's going to play out over the next several hours here. 3 o'clock in the morning, we're still seeing widespread winds gusting 40, 50 miles per hour. A pretty strong wind in South Florida coming out of the south. Been a tough day today for the east coast of Florida, central Florida, with so many tornado warnings and an ongoing wind threat there. Then we'll go into 5 o'clock in the morning, 40 to 50 mile per hour wind in Tampa and West Palm Beach. And so you get the idea here, even if the wind starts to come down, Chris, even as it starts to lower some, it's still going to be going on for a long, long time because this is such a large and powerful storm. Storms like this have a very high what's called inertial stability, which is a fancy way of saying that they don't stop quickly. There's a lot going on that is just going to take a long, long time to wind down.
Yeah, and someone who's been out and about for a long time this evening, Carl, is our storm tracker, Charles Peak, and he is joining us now on the phone as we are still tracking Milton as it moves across the peninsula. And one of the first spots, and one of the spots that is still ongoing right now, is Tampa. Charles, how are things there? What are you looking at? Where are you?
Yeah, Chris, I'm still in the general area of the Tampa International Airport, and you believe it or not, as bad as things look right now, they're a little better than they were an hour ago. The rainfall rates have come down some. Some of the street flooding that I had been around about an hour ago, some of it has gone down. By no means is it gone. It's just starting to come down with the rainfall rates coming down, and also the winds are not quite as strong as we had earlier. But what is interesting, in the last hour or so, it seems like, at least in the area I've been, that the power outages have actually gone up. So it may be the sustained aspects of it. I've seen the power flashes, so you're still continuing to have some of those situations. But Chris, I know a couple of weeks ago we were both in Helene. I know you were in Perry and I was over in Tallahassee. It's interesting how different this one, Milton, is than that one. This one is so strong on the right hand, the western side, and that was the opposite of what the other one was. It just reminds me of how different each storm can be.
Yeah, it's a great point, Charles. Each storm can pose different risks, and sometimes you don't know exactly how it's going to play out until it does, until you're in it. Now, you're here in Tampa, you're reporting, you're showing us what's going on. People hopefully have evacuated. We speak to the people that have evacuated away from Tampa that may be watching us right now. What can you report about their town? How is the state of things overall?
Well, right now, I mean, it obviously, with this going a little south of Tampa, we didn't get the surge issue that the big concern was here. So the surge has not been a major issue that I have seen at this point in time. It's been wind and as well as the heavy rainfall with the flash flooding emergencies and stuff. I did see some water up to some houses. So I would say there's going to be some flooding in some of the homes that are around the area, and with all the debris that they had after Helene, and then they worked hard to get it picked up. They were even picking it up this morning, but that clogs the drainages and stuff, and so then when you have that rainfall rates, there's going to be some areas that piled up that maybe wouldn't normally do it. So, and as Mike Bettis was just talking about, I'm seeing signs that are down, trees down, those types of things. So, while it wasn't from a surge standpoint as bad as it could have been, we still are going to have damage, and we'll just have to see at first light exactly how bad it is.
All right, thanks, Storm Tracker Charles Peak there reporting from Tampa. And it has been a long day already across Florida, starting off with a tornado outbreak throughout the day. Now Milton making landfall late in the evening and now into the overnight hours. Still a very serious flood threat with the heavy rain. Strong winds still likely to knock out more power across the Sunshine State.
Our energy turns driving into a transformative experience. It takes handling and makes it super handling. Born on the racetrack and raised in the third row. It pushes technology to be brighter. And that's the energy of innovation. Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on a new vehicle.
The beauty of nature is what moves me. But just as beautiful as it can be, it can quickly change when a storm comes through. We're here to respond and help people get through to the other side. I've seen it. I've lived through it. I know what it's like. At first, it feels like there's no way to recover from it. But then you get this glimmer of hope. The sun's going to shine again.
What's the number one item in a crisis? Food. Because when the world goes sideways, grocery shelves get picked bare and people worry they'll go hungry. That's why you need 4 Patriot's best-selling 3-month survival food kit. Food designed to last for 25 years, tastes great and is easy to make. Packed with 688 servings and 24 delicious meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Get your food kit with free shipping and free mini kits at 4patriots.com.
Olive Garden's never-ending pasta bowl is back. Now with our new garlic herb sauce, which means the never-ending pasta you crave isn't just back, it's better than ever. Never-ending pasta bowl, starting at $13.99 for a limited time.
All my favorites for just $7 each? That's crazy. We're tied at 7. Or am I crazy?
Seeing sevens? It's a sign to order from Pizza Hut's $7 Deal Lovers menu. 7.
Pop-Tart. Crazy!
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. McCaffrey looking lost.
Hey, I'm looking for a lawn. Could you point me aisle 27?
Find what you need faster with the Lowe's app.
Worried you'll laugh so hard you'll leak? Well, Always Discreet can hold your biggest gushes with up to 0 leaks in odor. So you're not just dry, you're laugh until you cry dry. We've got you always Discreet.
The Weather Channel TV app is keeping you ahead of the storm all hurricane season. Our goal is to keep people...
Hey, darling. Hey, look at this. New iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence.
Can you find that picture of us high-fiving in New York?
Of course.
Can it help make my dating bio more concise?
Yes, it can. You go, girl.
Hey, can it create a memory movie with photos of my cat?
With your favorite song? You guys, you know you all can just get your own at Optimum, right?
Get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us. Plus 2 unlimited mobile lines for the price of 1. Optimum Mobile, 800-864-0500.
The original is my go-to, but the spicy filet lives up to the hype. Hey, it's Jillian, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich is the combination of flavors. The sweet honey, the kick from the jalapenos, amazing.
Real customer paid for their testimonial.
Small business owners know 3 is better than 1. And with the Optimum Business Triple Play, you get 3 services you can customize to fit your business needs, starting at $100 a month. Or ask about our 5-year price guarantee.
With up to 3 vetted fiduciary financial advisors at smartasset.com.
Currently in our area, 47 degrees under fair skies. Overnight, mostly clear, low 40. Winds light and variable. Thursday, mainly sunny, high 63. Winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday night, clear skies, low 36. Winds northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
The Weather Channel TV app is keeping you ahead of the storm all hurricane season. Our goal is to keep people safe. Log in and experience local weather. Real-time radar, minute-to-minute coverage.
Waves are just crashing on the seashore.
Top stories in our on-demand library. Interactive live chats with experts. And landfall cams bringing you every angle of the storm. No one covers hurricane season like the Weather Channel TV app. Start your free trial and be prepared all season.
All right, welcome back into the Weather Channel's live coverage of Hurricane Milton. I'm Mike Bettesy in Tampa, Florida. We've been dealt a very heavy blow from this hurricane, making landfall in Siesta Key, Florida, down there in Sarasota County, as a Category 3 hurricane with winds at 120 miles per hour. It has weakened some since, and now the winds at 105 miles per hour, but still a very formidable storm, hitting us hard with a lot of wind and a lot of rain still, and that'll be a concern going forward now, especially across central Florida and eventually over into the East Coast. Here in Tampa, even though the weather's not great right now, it's better than it was. Winds have gusted as high as 93 miles per hour, rainfall rates as high as 5 inches per hour, and a flash flood emergency in this area, meaning because we've had so much rain, there's the potential for catastrophic flooding that has occurred. Rainfall rates have backed off just a little bit, and it'll be another probably hour and a half or so, give or take, before the worst of the rain finally exits. All right, we're on the back side of the system, but it still has to get past us before we're then finally mostly rain-free. And we won't really know until the sun comes up tomorrow exactly what's happened here in Tampa. These landfalling hurricanes, nighttime landfalling hurricanes, are just tough, right? Because you can't see what's going on around you. I can tell, from what's happening just in my immediate area here. We've got a lot of tree debris that's down, trees and branches that have hit power lines and knocked out power in many locations. And again, 2.2 million customers without power, and a large number of those are in 4 counties. Hillsborough County, where we are here in Tampa, Pinellas County, which would include St. Petersburg and Clearwater. You head down towards Sarasota County, where we had the landfall, Manatee County. So those 4 counties, those are the ones that make up a large majority of the power outages that we're seeing right now. But keep in mind, the winds are still very gusty as you go eastbound on I-4. So a place like Orlando, again, big population centers, we can see the numbers really start to crank up there as the winds are very gusty over across central Florida here, and then eventually maybe out towards, say, the Daytona Beach area as well. What are we going to watch for, say, tomorrow morning? I'd really be concerned with how much standing water we've got on streets, and even though the weather may improve for you tomorrow, it may be very difficult to get around the Tampa metro area. So please try to avoid driving tomorrow. And I think tomorrow morning, Chris Warren, it's also going to reveal how much damage has been caused by the extreme winds that we've seen this evening. We don't have much of a gauge of that. The one thing that we have seen, and you've shown it to our viewers, is that the roof of Tropicana Field has been severely damaged. But what does that mean for other parts of this metro? We'll find out when the sun comes up tomorrow morning.
And Mike, we are getting just glimpses at this time. And here's that video you were talking about in St. Petersburg, Tropicana Field there, heavily damaged. You can see the lights, what appears to be the lights from within inside, and a lot on both sides, or a couple sides, damage showing here to be extensive. And again, still getting just glimpses of damage right now, little bits and pieces there. We want to go now to Jordan Hall, who is in Venice, Florida, for a live update there. Jordan, thanks for talking with us. What are you looking at right now, and what have you seen? It looks like some damage here. What's the extent of this, as best as you can tell, and what else have you seen lately?
Yes, absolutely. So this house I'm looking at right now was actually under surge water not long ago, but since then the surge has receded, at least in this area, and we're seeing the damage from where all sorts of things are floating through the water. But earlier in the evening, there was a lot of power flashes, a lot of power lines arcing from all the tree branches and debris that were getting thrown into those lines as well.
Jordan, you said that there was surge water here where that home is. How high up on the home was it?
Yeah, so if you can see these doors of the home, the water was just above the bottom of the doors, and the waves, when they were hitting, were slapping up against the glass on the front of these doors.
Now, how are you able to see this from a safe location? Just kind of walk us through what the environment's like. I know it's dark there right now, a little difficult to get a full lay of the land. You kind of walk us through what it was like at the time.
Yeah, so on the main highway here that's connected to the bridge that goes through Venice, it is a little bit higher ground. So when you go to turn into some of these low-lying neighborhoods, they sit a little bit lower, and that's where that surge can really push up in there. But you can safely watch from some of these highways and these roadways, and thankfully my vehicle has light bars attached, so I can really light things up and illuminate, and that's kind of how we were able to look down the streets here in some of these neighborhoods.
And let's take a look right now at some of the video that we shot, and I don't know if you can see it, but I can kind of explain what we're looking at there. A lot of sparks, Jordan, going off from some of the power lines and some wind blowing with some of the single-story homes. And I think this also, Jordan, some of that surge you were talking about as well?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's quite a bit of surge, but what I did notice a lot here is we didn't see a whole lot of people out and about driving like we have in some of these previous storms, which is a very good sign that people actually did heed the warnings to evacuate or shelter in place.
Great point, Jordan Hall, Storm Tracker here. I appreciate that. Again, the power outages are mounting up, and we continue to watch the possibility for more freshwater flooding, more heavy rain and strong winds that could lead to more power outages. Stay with us.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery, which frees up your whole afternoon. Thank you, free delivery. It's Walmart plus gas discounts, so you can go to the state fair, half the state away. Plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream dramas, plus comedies, plus rom-com dramedies. That's showbiz, baby. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save time and money. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Domino's now has new 5-cheese mac and cheese. It's oven-baked, hot, and melty. But if you want to crank up the heat even higher, it also comes in spicy buffalo. Try new 5-cheese and spicy buffalo mac and cheese. Only at Domino's.
This Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy edges.
It's no ordinary square. Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy perforations that tear so much better, with more cushiony softness. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Stay ahead of your child's moderate to severe eczema. And they can show off clearer skin and less itch with Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists that helps heal your child's skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your child's eczema specialist about Dupixent.
You won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up, but not today. I want to carry on. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name.
When a tough cough finds you on the go, a syrup would be silly.
Woo! Hey, try no Robitussin soft juice.
Packed with the power of Robitussin in every bite. Easy to take cough relief anywhere. Chew on relief. Chew on a
Robitussin. Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
Got real serious for a moment. Okay.
What's with the what?
What? It's superhero day at school.
Lego with Ego.
Can't wait.
Introducing the Wendy's Krabby Patty Collab Burger. It has fresh, never frozen beef that's, wait for it, square. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
And I'm ready. For the Krabby Patty Collab meal you're craving, gotta be Wendy's.
Well, Hurricane Milton hammering Florida this evening. Welcome back into our continuing coverage. I'm Mike Bettis in Tampa, Florida, where we're seeing incremental improvements in the weather after 93-mile-per-hour wind gusts have hit us here, and extreme rain causing excessive water to pond in many locations around the metro. And we even have in this area, because of how much rain we saw and how fast it came down, we do have a flash flood emergency here in the Tampa metro because of the catastrophic water that we could see in neighborhoods. Again, not from surge, but from rainfall flooding, because the north side of this hurricane absolutely loaded with rain and wind. The official landfall location, Siesta Key, Florida. That's about 60 miles or so south of our location here. And that was a 120-mile-per-hour Category 3 hurricane. It has weakened some since, and that's to be expected here. It's a 105-mile-per-hour Category 2 right now, and should continue to weaken as it pushes its way across Florida, then exits out the Atlantic side and continues on. Should not curve back and hit to any other part of the U.S. Expect to just continue its way eastbound here. What an unusual track. What an unusual storm to occur. A stat machine, no doubt about that, forming in the western Gulf of Mexico and then going eastbound from there, twice becoming a Category 5 hurricane, bringing in a lot of surge for us. Sarasota County southbound, where it made landfall, and there was a complete perpendicular hit and onshore flow there, and we'll see what the storm surge damage was when light comes up tomorrow morning, same as we will here as far as the wind damage goes. As far as the flood damage goes, we'll find that out tomorrow morning when the sun comes up again. Still breezy this evening. Within about the last hour or so, we had our highest wind gusts at 93 miles per hour. The winds have begun to back off just a little bit since then, gusting between generally 60 and 70 miles an hour here in Tampa, but still very windy tonight, no doubt about that. A lot of tree debris around, and I've been hearing lots of thuds. We've got a glass overhang that goes off the parking garage behind us here, and a lot of things have been hitting it. Lots of crashes and bangs and stuff like that. Odd noises that you hear because at night you can't see a lot, so your sense of hearing is heightened just a little bit in storms like this. Will be the second nighttime landfall hurricane in the last 2 weeks. You remember that Helene struck up and made a landfall around Perry, that happening in the middle of the night as well. But Chris, you think about especially the number of power outages that we've suffered. 2.2 million customers do not have power right now, and this is the risk you run when you have a major landfalling hurricane in a major metropolitan area, and some of those outages could be lengthy when you have so many people that you need to get back online.
Yeah, my best appreciate that, and great point. Also, a lot of the people that are going without power right now, maybe in a home that's not their own, may have evacuated. I want to show you some video and a reminder here of how quickly, when the wind's blowing, power can go out. But also, with the water up, those that did evacuate going back to their home whenever it's safe to do so, you have to check and see that it's possible, even though it might not look like it from the outside, but it's possible that the inside of the home did have some water, depending on where the home was, fresh water or saltwater flooding, both a possibility in some of these areas here, Carl. But over the next several hours, it's looking more and more like a fresh water threat inland, with currently flash flood warnings stretching from the west coast to the east coast of Florida.
Yeah, a couple of flash flood emergencies and so much more rain coming down in the Orlando area tonight, as well as into northeast Florida. It's going to be a very long night in those areas. And we wanted to show you some of the top wind gusts that we've seen so far tonight in parts of western Florida. 103 miles per hour in Mulberry, Sarasota gusting to 102, St. Petersburg gusting to 101, and Tampa gusting to 97. So that is definitely into the range where you start to see some structural damage in addition to tree and power line damage, and we absolutely have seen that tonight. And look at the rainfall here, 17.24 inches in St. Petersburg. That is about a third of what they average on an annual basis. 14 inches in Clearwater Beach and 13 inches in Baskin, Florida. The rain certainly has tapered off there, but it's going to continue for quite some time across the central part of the state. Category 2 storm right now with 100-mile-per-hour winds as of the latest advisory. Looking at the radar and also some of the winds as well. Winds still gusting now to 87 miles per hour in St. Petersburg. Very strong wind on the backside of this circulation. Winds now gusting to 63 in Leesburg. We had a wind gust to 70 plus there in Daytona Beach recently, now gusting to 60 miles per hour at Patrick Air Force Base near Melbourne. Closer look at the Tampa area. Winds now gusting to 69 in Tampa, and some of these stations actually not reporting anymore because the instrumentation is gone or the power is out. We'll have much more on this dangerous storm coming up.
He's been through a lot.
We'll get there. It's okay.
You're safe here. Come on. No hurry. Love begins with trust. I'm not going anywhere. That's why I got a Subaru.
The all-new Subaru Forester. Safe, long-lasting, trusted, loved.
You've got a Pepto predicament, Ace. You overdid it on the loaded fries, and now your gut is in the gutter. Undo it with Pepto Fast Melts, so you can keep on rolling. When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto-Bismol.
When things go sideways, will you be prepared? I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. And that's without gas, fumes, or noise. Go to 4patriots.com. You'll get a solar panel included free, double the capacity, expandable for more power, and more outlets than ever. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
Depend keeps you drier than ever, so you can say yes to more than ever.
Yes! Yes. Yes. No.
Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
Nexium 24-Hour prevents heartburn acid for twice as long as Pepcid. Get all day and all night heartburn acid prevention with just one pill a day. Choose acid prevention. Choose Nexium.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. 3 p.m. Fanta, 10 p.m. Sprite, 7:46 a.m. Coke. Yeah, you're built different. Dollar soft drinks, any size, gotta be Wendy's.
Who can solve this equation? Ooh! Me. Anyone else? Fine. Jake from State Farm. Again.
All right. It's the personal price plan theorem. If you bundle your home and auto, that can equal an affordable price just for you.
Bundling. Just another way to save with the personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
We work hard and we pay our taxes, but billionaires are getting away with paying less in taxes than we do. Donald Trump gave them a huge tax break and wants to give them another one.
You're rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts?
Well, I'm not rich as hell. Kamala Harris will cut taxes for working people and make billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share. Trump is fighting for rich guys like himself. Kamala is fighting for us.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Marshall's buyers have a very particular set of skills. They can hunt down the latest trends.
Double denim is bad. So chic.
And take quality very, very seriously. They're highly trained deal-making professionals who travel far and wide to hustle the best of the best for you. We get the deals. You get the good stuff. Marshall's.
Tracking Milton here on the Weather Channel and what this hurricane has done already here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Tropicana Field, that's what you're looking at. And what's left of the roof here, it's pretty extensive damage, at least that's what it appears to be here, with a lot of flapping in the wind here in a couple different sections of the roof. This where the Rays play in St. Petersburg here, and again, this just one of the examples of just some of the damage we have seen from the wind, the very strong, long-lasting winds, hurricane force winds here from Hurricane Milton. What we've also seen, of course, is some surge. Now, what we don't know is the full extent to which the surge has been. We don't have, sensors on every block, right? And you've got some of the keys, you've got some of the outlying areas that have likely been evacuated. So, Carl, it's also, as Mike's been talking about, Bettis has been talking about, it's going to be interesting to see in the morning what's the extent of everything. So we just don't know right now.
Yeah, there's a real gap in the sensors between Tampa and, say, Southwest Florida and Fort Myers. But we did get a report earlier of a 10-foot surge in Sarasota. So, I think that basically from that area southward, Siesta Key and Lido Key and down into Minnesota and into Venice and West Rotunda, I think the surge surge is really going to be significant in those areas. And you're right, we just won't know until it all comes in. We were talking a little bit about the surge scenarios last night and showing, you know, that model. And, you know, that's actually what ended up happening. We saw the highest surge from the center and on southward, and that the center was, you know, right into Sarasota, basically Siesta Key. And to the north, because you had an offshore flow, there was actually a negative surge in Tampa Bay, which is what happened with Irma, by the way, where water actually started to come out of the bay. And so it was just a, you know, another case where it was just a really, really close call. You know, if the center of the storm had been 30 miles farther north, we would have been talking about realizing that incredible disaster that has been so feared for so long because of the amazing amount of, you know, property and people that are in harm's way. You know, we mentioned this the other night, 3.5 million people in the Tampa metro area, half of them living at an elevation of 10 feet or less. You do get a 10 to 15 foot surge into that area, well, you know, all that property is going to be underwater.
And so that looks like we avoided that for that area. But to the south, though, we don't know the extent where it did get likely the worst of the worst.
Yeah, and I do fear that it is going to be really, really bad. There are probably going to be some barrier islands where, you know, the damage is really terrific, because it's, when you think about surge, it's not just the water level rise, it's also the wave action on top of that. And there's a lot of power in water, and there's a lot of weight in water as well. You know, one thing that I like to mention is that if you were to take a box that was a cubic yard, you know, so a yard wide, a yard tall, yard deep, and fill it with water, it would weigh 1,700 pounds, which is amazing when you think about it. I mean, you're talking about getting up to like a small car in that amount of weight. And so, you know, you bring all of that water in with wave action on top of it, and you start getting, you know, really serious destruction. And I fear that we're going to be seeing that tomorrow.
Construction of buildings or homes that are not well done, I've seen it, Carl. It can be wiped down to the foundation, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely it can. And, you know, and that's why so many homes are up on, you know, these pilings in that part of the world. But many aren't. There's a lot of older construction that just is not. And so, you know, it's certainly a sad thing to see. Our Jim Cantori was in Southwest Florida in the Port Charlotte area, and this is what he faced tonight.
Charlotte Harbor is absolutely a washed up out there. The wave action in the water coming up with this southwest feed. It's going to just come right up to an apex like this. All right, and that means it has no place to go but up and in this garage. Hurricane Milton on final approach into the west central Florida coastline. It's less than 50 miles offshore now as the crow flies. I'm in Charlotte Harbor right now, literally standing in Charlotte Harbor, which has taken over the parking area here at the Sunseeker in Port Charlotte. The water is still coming up. We are where we were with Helene right now with the storm surge, and it is still coming up. You can see the wind coming. Oh, there goes power flash right there. That's the first time we've had one of those. So we're still getting strong tropical storm force as we have been for the last hour. It is completely dark now. It is completely dark now here where I am, okay? So we're on a generator backup, which is powering some of these lights. But we've lost power. You can see we're surrounded by water. And the big question is, how quick does this wind come down enough so that the harbor can go back out? Kev, would you hold this? Oh, Fred, did you get that? We may have lost a little bit of the wind, and it may be coming around a little bit from a different direction, but you can see how it's still being funneled right through this area, and the waves and the swirls in the water.
So, you know, you think about Port Charlotte, and that's fairly far inland. You know, it's a good long ways from the barrier islands. So if they're getting that much surge through the bay and then into Port Charlotte, you can only imagine what was going on in the barrier islands.
The barrier islands is essentially the tip of the spear.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly right. Yeah. So, you know, just a really tough night for that part of Florida. And we are far from done with this storm. We are still now looking at very strong wind on the back side of the circulation. Winds now gusting up to 87 miles per hour, most recently in St. Petersburg, and also winds gusting to 43 miles per hour in Kissimmee. It's going to be a very gusty night and an ongoing flooding threat as well. We'll talk much more about all that coming up here in a few minutes.
attractive offers on a ZDX, including a complimentary charging bundle or charging credits.
Look, I got the new iPhone 16 Pro at Verizon. Apple Intelligence is pretty awesome.
Nice.
You can get it when you trade in any phone.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
At Verizon, new and existing customers can get iPhone 16 Pro on us when you trade in any phone in any condition. Only on Verizon.
I was so excited when I heard the sandwich was back. I was like, Cloud 9. What's up? This is Mike. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich is the pimento cheese. It's savory and delicious, and the filet itself is perfectly juicy and crispy.
Real customer paid for their testimonial. Prime Big Deal Days is here. With exclusive savings just for Prime members, you'll feel like a big deal. Shop deals on electronics, fashion, and more this Prime Big Deal Days, October 8th and 9th.
I didn't have to spend my life trying to find my calling. Mine found me at an early age.
It was just a matter of how good I could get and how far I would go.
At Ram, our calling is to build trucks. So when you find your calling, nothing can stop you from answering it.
Right now during Ram Power Days, get $4,000 cash allowance on the purchase of most 2025.
Why choose a mobile network built for places you'll probably never be, instead of for where you are most of the time? Xfinity Mobile was designed for where you need it most.
Xfinity Internet customers, ask how to get a free 5G phone and a second unlimited line free for a year.
It's our son. He is always up in our business.
It's the Verizon 5G home internet I got us.
Oh.
He used to be a competitive gamer, but with the higher lag, he can't keep up with the squad.
So now we're his squad.
What are Kevin's plans for the fall?
He's going to college.
Out of state.
Change of plans. I've decided to stay local.
Oh, that's great.
Why don't I ever leave this?
We'll do anything to get him gaming again.
You and Kevin need to fix this internet situation.
Or my name.
I swear to God, Kevin!
Told you to wait in the car.
Everyone in my old squad has Xfinity. Less lag, better gaming.
I'm gonna need to charge you for 3 people.
Harry's. Get your trial set for just $7 at harrys.com/smooth.
This hurricane season, America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America only on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 46 degrees under clear skies. Overnight, mostly clear, low 40. Winds light and variable. Thursday, mainly sunny, high 63. Winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday night, clear skies, low 36. Winds northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Florida having a rough time right now, and certainly did today as well. This was from damage associated with tornadoes in Stuart, Florida. So this was well ahead of the main part of the hurricane here. So on the outer edges of the hurricane, as what can happen, spin-ups can happen, but usually not like this. Dozens and dozens and dozens of tornado warnings across South and Central Florida today ahead of the main landfall of Hurricane Milton. And this is a look from Martin County. Also some extensive damage here, not just roof damage, but it looks like in this case, looks like a whole garage collapsed in. Looks like perhaps a whole roof is missing, a lot of tree damage as well. These were some impressive tornadoes, not just the number of them, because the National Weather Service offices here in South and Central Florida have been absolutely busy. Issuing 126 tornado warnings across the state today. But some of these tornadoes, when they were in progress, they were lasting a while. And you can see the longer a tornado is in progress, the better chance it has of hitting something. And unfortunately, with some of these pictures, we're seeing some significant damage from today's tornadoes that happened here in Florida. Again, a tornado outbreak. And unfortunately, we do know, Carl, that some people were killed as a result of some of the tornadoes. Don't have all the details on that just yet, but certainly a scary time even before Milton really got going with its hurricane force winds. You get the tornadoes that can have even stronger winds than the hurricane force winds, but now we're still dealing with what Milton is bringing with it, and the rain and the wind.
Yeah, you know, there was just so much low-level wind shear today. You know, there's just a lot of very strong wind in the lower levels of the atmosphere coming out of a very different direction, coming out of the south relative to the east wind at the surface. So that was the shear. But the other thing that happened today is that there was a lot more instability than you often get in tropical cyclones. A lot of times you have weaker instability, and so you get quick spin-ups that don't last as long. In this case, there was more instability, and that allowed these storms to stay stronger longer. Let's talk a little bit about where we go from here and look at the model forecast. And what we're seeing here is really strong wind on the back side of the circulation. So there's the center of circulation right there. Winds coming out of the north and even northwest on the back side of the storm, still gusting to 87 miles per hour. In St. Petersburg, we just heard about a gust to 74 miles per hour in Orlando. And so, you know, that's what you're going to be facing even as the center of the storm is moving along. It's going to continue to be really, really strong wind here on the backside of the storm. So that's 3 o'clock in the morning. There you see that strong wind driving down into central Florida. And so into Orlando, you know, we've got power flashes going on right now in Orlando, and there's just going to be a lot more of that going forward. Then we go into 5 o'clock in the morning. That center is getting close to working offshore, might be offshore at that point. And we've got a really strong northeast wind driving into the northeast coast of Florida. And so that is going to not only bring us wind damage, most likely, but also an increased surge risk there in northeast Florida. 3 to 5 feet of surge is what is on the way. And then all the way through, as that northern eye wall is coming across that I-4 corridor and northward, we're going to be looking at potential for a very serious flooding. In fact, here's a look at the forecast for tonight and through tomorrow morning. A high risk for flash flooding. That's certainly what we've seen in the Tampa metro area with a couple of ongoing flash flood emergencies. That will also extend through Orlando and then up into the East Coast as well, from the Space Coast and on northward into Daytona and right up towards St. Augustine. And all of those areas, a very serious flash flood risk as we go through the rest of the night tonight. Storm surge flooding. That's certainly been an issue. 3 to 4 to 5 feet of storm surge flooding being reported right now in Fort Myers and Naples Bay. Unfortunately, we don't have any gauges between there and Tampa, but we did get a report of 10 feet of storm surge in Sarasota earlier. I fear that we're going to be hearing about some really significant surge damage from, say, Siesta and Lido Key and on southward down into Venice towards West Rotunda. A lot of high water there, most likely, with plenty of wave action and strong wind. And so I fear that we're going to be seeing some really serious damage from those areas. There you see the surge, talked about that earlier in northeast Florida. That threat is going to be growing overnight tonight as those winds will be getting stronger coming out of the northeast. Chris, over to you.
Carl, you mentioned the fact we don't know the extent of the surge yet because you don't have all the stations. We don't know the full extent of the damage either, some of the wind damage. We're still just getting glimpses of that. We do have some video that we can show you from one of the storm trackers that has been out covering this hurricane. And there goes some of the power And again, millions of people without power tonight, and will likely be even more by morning. There's some of the wind and surge, as you see right there, going up, just lapping right up and just to some of the homes. And of course, some of the businesses also swaying in the hurricane force winds here. And stay with us here, our ongoing live team coverage. Hurricane Milton continues after this.
Chase really knows how to put the heart in your local community. See what I did there? Hey, Jacket. Evan, my guy. You helping him with savings, right? I wish I had somebody like Evan when I started. Somebody just got their first debit card. Ice cream on you? Ooh, tacos. I got you. Wait, hold on. Don't you owe me money? What? Your money is a part of your community, so your bank should be too, like Chase.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery. Because cooking food is a lot more fun than shopping for it. It's Walmart plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream Dora, so your daughter can learn Espanol.
Delicioso.
Plus, you get 25% off at Burger King. And that's 25% more savings to put towards things you need, like napkins.
Delicioso.
Our thoughts exactly. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
This kid can try it.
The IS. When did it begin for you?
What? It's superhero dance school.
Lego with Ego.
Can we?
Olive Garden's never-ending pasta bowl is back. Now with our new garlic herb sauce, which means the never-ending pasta you crave isn't just back, it's better than ever. Never-ending pasta bowl, starting at $13.99 for a limited time.
Hold it. Hold it.
Hard time holding it? Well, Always Discreet absorbs up to a cupful with up to 0 wet feel and odor. So I'm not just dry, I'm Jump Squats level dry. We've got you always. Always Discreet.
What's the #1 item in a crisis? Food. Because when the world goes sideways, grocery shelves get picked bare and people worry they'll go hungry. That's why you need 4 Patriots' best-selling 3-month survival food kit. Food designed to last for 25 years, tastes great, and is easy to make. Packed with 688 servings and 24 delicious meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Get your food kit with free shipping and free mini kits at 4patriots.com.
Getting older is part of the journey, even with worsening heart failure. So when I had carpal tunnel syndrome, lower back pain, and shortness of breath, I thought that's what getting older felt like. Thank goodness I called my cardiologist. I have ATTR-CM, a rare but serious disease, and getting diagnosed early made a difference. If you have any of these warning signs, don't wait. Ask your cardiologist about ATTR-CM today.
A very good early morning to you from Orlando, Florida. I'm Justin Michaels. We're at an elevated position for safety, but also to give you some extraordinary perspectives of I-4 and also city streets. And the wind is gusting through here, some of the strongest winds from this storm yet. We had more than a 70-mile-per-hour gust not all that long ago here in the Orlando area. And of course, Milton is persisting, certainly causing problems all across the area, especially on the coast. But some of the worst weather is finally getting here to Orlando. We're getting flood reports all over the place. As soon as the weather gets safe enough for us to be able to travel to some of those, we certainly will, even in these early morning hours. But taking a look at I-4, that's exactly what you want to see during a hurricane. Lots of wind, lots of rain, and absolutely no cars. It's important to note, if you have not lost power, you're watching us on the Weather Channel, Orlando police have stopped operations. If you need rescuing or if you find yourself in a position where you need the police, now that the sustained winds are above 40 miles per hour here in Orlando, they are not going to be coming out. So if you call 911, the police are not going to come. So make sure you're taking care of yourselves at this hour, because right now, first responders may not be able to get to you. Looking over this way, it's kind of amazing to see, and we have seen some extraordinary gusts come through the parking garage here at our hotel, but you can see the powerful winds blowing through this parking garage as you just look up the ramp here coming in from downtown Orlando. Looking at the city street here, much like I-4, not a soul out there. Now, these are the tracks, but you can see the streets right over there on Church Street. No one has been around. We have not seen anybody out this morning, with rare exception. So that is some good news. Now, the question is going to be, as the most intense of Milton comes through Orlando, what is that going to bring as far as flooding? There are areas here in Orlando that absolutely flood. We know that. They know that. They prepare for that. Something the city has, in fact, look here real quickly. I mean, as it's coming through here, if that doesn't look like a hurricane, I'm not quite sure what does as it's blowing through our parking garage here. Let me just listen to the winds howling. So we do have some of the worst winds going through here. The lake system here in the greater Orlando area has been lowered to account for some of the flooding. It's not going to, of course, combat all of the flooding, but they did lower the lakes to their lowest possible level. So when the rain that we're experiencing from Milton begins to fill them up again, they have a little bit of a fighting chance of not overflowing their banks. They're probably going to. Orlando knows that. They know how to work against that. But as far as city streets, we're seeing all the way down to Kissimmee and other points south of here where there are reports of flooding right now, Carl. So, Carl, from our elevated perspective, it's amazing to see the hurricane blowing through here, and just listening to that, Carl, is extraordinary. I know you're looking at the numbers and looking at the data and have a better perspective on how Orlando is faring, but from our elevated perspective, I can tell you, Carl, as far as the human part of this, there is nobody on the road, and that's exactly what you want to see. Carl, into you.
You know, Justin, we've gotten several reports of power flashes from the Orlando area, from the downtown part of the Orlando area, and I'm just wondering if, from your perspective, you've noticed any of those power flashes.
So, Carl, I have seen the large, kind of almost explosive look in the sky where you see the whole sky light up. Certainly some power infrastructure is compromised in different parts of the city. But I will tell you, just so you know, we have power at our hotel. Now, we do have generators here, but we have power. Looking at the downtown buildings, some of them may be dark. I can't tell if they're dark because of a power outage or if there may not be power in that building. But looking at these two large buildings here, at least right downtown, and then also, Austin, right down here, look at Church Street, you can see even the lights that go over the road are on. Typically, if there were generators in use to power these buildings, you wouldn't see those specialty lights like that. They wouldn't be powering those. They would be powering the critical infrastructure. So at this point, at least right downtown, Carl, things look okay. Out of downtown, I can't be sure. And eventually, when these winds die down and it's safer for us, Carl, we're going to pile into our car and start moving around to take some damage assessments of neighborhoods, check out that flooding. We know parts of the town that are absolutely, well, they're likely flooded at least. We're going to try to take you to them and see what we see. They're known flooding areas. But again, power right downtown, Carl, I can't say is that bad. Orlando so far seems to be faring okay. Carl, into you.
All right, Justin, thank you so much for that, and we'll be talking to you again very shortly. Let's give you the latest on the storm. We do have a new advisory from the National Hurricane Center now, a Category 1 storm at 90 miles per hour and moving towards the east-northeast at 16 miles per hour. The pressure is now 970 millibars. We've been talking about the fact that there is a lot of wind, especially on the backside of the system. There's some of the wind reports from around St. Petersburg and Sarasota gusting over 100 miles per hour, nearly so in Tampa. You get to that level of wind, you start talking about structural damage in addition to tree and power line damage. And you look at the rainfall reports here. St. Petersburg coming in with 17 inches of rainfall thus far, still some rain there. That's about a third of what they get in an average annual basis. That is a terrific amount of wet weather. So let's take a look at what's going on with the wind right now. Winds gusting to 74 miles per hour in Orlando, so gusting to hurricane force. Winds now gusting to 62 in St. Petersburg. Daytona Beach, where the flow is coming off the ocean, so there's no friction, gusting to 78 miles per hour. We've seen them gusting into the 70s for a while now. And Patrick Air Force Base now gusting to 56 miles per hour. So it's a very healthy windstorm, and it's not going to let up easily, that's for sure. Closer look at Tampa, now gusting to 71. Downtown, 58 miles per hour. At Tampa Executive, you notice these stations not reporting anything. They've either knocked out the instruments, the winds, or we've seen a loss of power there. Orlando Executive now gusting to 52 miles per hour, and Kissimmee gusting to 38. Now, this is looking at the velocity data. So those blue velocities are coming towards the radar. The yellow velocities are moving away from the radar. And from this, we can get a sense of what kind of wind is occurring. Right down at the radar site, we're now seeing winds that are still very gusty coming across Tampa Bay. There's a 74 mile per hour wind, but also want to take you farther northeast and show you what's going on here. Because look at those deep blue colors. Now that's a little farther off the ground, but there you go. That's an inbound velocity of 105 miles per hour. So we're still seeing a lot of punch with this storm, and also an ongoing flash flood threat and flash flood emergency in the Tampa area. Hillsborough, Manatee, Pinellas counties under warning until 2:30. And the rain was tapering off for a while, but now we're getting another feature, a little banding feature that's coming through on the back side of the system. And so the rainfall, the intensity is ticking up once again there in the Tampa metro area. Also, flash flood emergency for Hillsborough, Pasco, and Polk counties. That going until 4 o'clock in the morning. Widespread flash flooding expected in these areas through the overnight tonight. Ray, over to you.
All right, Carl, and still looking at what looks to be a pretty decent amount of wind and power outages. And we've seen that, and we'll continue to see that as we head on through the coming hours. As Carl just mentioned, winds still gusting in excess of hurricane force, and power outages adding up, but some of the wind gusts continue to be over 100 miles per hour from when we came on shore. Let's get you caught up on what we know at this hour. And sadly, the Weather Channel has confirmed that Milton is a deadly storm. The St. Lucie County Sheriff says there has been, quote, loss of life after a tornado in the Spanish Lakes community. Milton made landfall, but emergency management officials are warning residents that the danger is not over. They are urging people to shelter in place and continue to watch out for hazards. At this hour, a curfew is in place in Martin County due to extensive tornado damage. So tornado wind and also wind and the power of this Category 3 storm when it came on shore. Here's some of your peak wind reports. Mulberry, Florida, 103 mile per hour wind. Sarasota 102, Tampa even coming in at 97. Now, as we go through the morning, maybe not quite that strong, but still getting some gusts, as we said, in excess of hurricane force. And that's continuing to do damage here as we head through the day. And the power outages continuing to add up just over 2 million customers, 2.2 actually. Remember, a customer is a household. Hillsborough County leading the way at 446,000 customers without power, but power out even as far south as Miami-Dade County. So you can see it has Milton, Florida power outage total trend. So from the storm, you can see how it went up just as we got close to landfall, which was about 8 o'clock last night. And those numbers do expect to continue to rise. So everybody certainly, hopefully they've prepped for that in the wind field and the wind radii, and seeing most of those power outages right around that core of hurricane force winds, that an area here in purple. The orange showing where we have up to tropical storm force winds. That's 39 mile per hour plus winds here. And we will continue to see this wind field move across central, north central Florida. So gusty winds even around Daytona Beach with the heavy rain. Tampa, as Carl talked about, a flash flood emergency and heavy rainfall now continuing to come down. All kinds of record rain for the date. Wettest day of October for Tampa. And the winds continue now to gust, as we said, 71 mile per hour gusts there at Tampa. These sites probably have gone down because of the wind, but further south, some of the winds still gusting 50, 55, even higher miles per hour. And here's where most of your power outages are. As we said, the area's in red, 50,000 plus customers without power, and they'll continue to add up further north here around Titusville and even around Orlando, where we're seeing some of those winds gusting 50 plus miles per hour. Daytona Beach just had a hurricane force gust to 78 miles per hour, and these winds, again, emphasizing will continue to take the power out as the numbers further north, Carl, are starting to add up too.
Well, some of the worst damage that we've seen, no doubt, in Sarasota County in Florida. We want to bring in our storm tracker, Jordan Hall, who is live in Sarasota County. And Jordan, if you would, tell us a little bit about your day so far, where you've been, where you are now, and what you've seen.
Yes, absolutely. So I actually started my day off east of Sarasota, and I intercepted a tornado out there earlier via drone. But then we had made our way back west here into Sarasota, and I ended up intercepting Milton there in Venice as the storm surge started to come up.
So, we don't have a lot of actual data from that large stretch of coastline, basically from Sarasota on southward, until you get to about Fort Myers. We did get a report of 10 feet of surge in Sarasota. I'm wondering, what you've seen and what you can verify in terms of the amount of surge there.
As far as feet go, I can't give an official number, but there was definitely homes that were going underwater. There was a couple trailer parks there along the canal that had a lot of debris floating by, and it has since receded, but quite a bit of damage to a lot of those trailer parks there. A lot of gas station awnings had a lot of significant damage as well. A lot of trees down across the roads there in Venice, and then there is still some standing surge water in some of those lower places.
And how about the wind? This has been an interesting storm because for a lot of people, the strongest wind has actually been on the backside of the circulation. But of course, you were, initially facing those southeasterly winds on the front side of the circulation. So when was the worst of the wind in that area?
That southeast quadrant as it came into Venice was very intense. It almost looked like the 4th of July with the amount of power flashes that you could see in the distance. But then when the backside of the eye had hit, it was extremely dry. Not a whole lot of rain, but very strong wind. And that also helped push some of that surge further inland. But since then, it has kind of calmed down.
All right, Jordan Hall, thank you so much for being our eyes and ears out there in this very dangerous storm for Southwest Florida, certainly. And wanted to talk a little bit more about the rainfall threat and where we go from here, what we're expecting. There is now a flash flood warning in effect for Lake Orange, Seminole counties. That is the Orlando metro area. You see the rainfall rates are very heavy there in Orlando, and continuing to come down at a really good clip farther eastward as well. A large area of flash flood warnings off to the north and right up into northeastern parts of Florida as well. And as we look at the model forecast, we expect that northern eye wall is going to continue to pound that area of northeast Florida for the next few hours. So that's 3 o'clock in the morning. We're seeing still a terrific amount of rainfall around St. Augustine and Daytona Beach and areas north of Orlando as well. Very strong northeast winds also developing coming into northeast Florida. That's going to increase the surge threat. Finally, as we get towards 5 o'clock in the morning, we're starting to see the rainfall rates coming down in central Florida. The wind getting a little bit better, still gusting over 40 miles per hour. Overall, things slowly improving as we go through the day. But we will continue to see a very serious flood threat through the night tonight. We want to get back out to Justin Michaels. He is in Orlando. And Justin, just amazing wind from your vantage point there.
Extraordinary. In fact, when it whips through here, it almost whiteout conditions the direction behind the camera. You can't even see through the parking garage. But we're paying attention right now to the streets because I-4, again, empty. Important to note, I'm going to be saying this until the police and fire and EMS lift this, but right now, if you call 911 in Orlando or this entire area, it is highly likely that nobody's going to show up. It's above 40 mile per hour sustained winds here. Police, fire, EMS, they have shut down their operations until that drops below 40 for the safety of those crews. As you look off on I-4, take note, no cars.
We work hard and we pay our taxes, but billionaires are getting away with paying less in taxes than we do. Donald Trump gave them a huge tax break and wants to give them another one.
I'm rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts?
Well, I'm not rich as hell. Kamala Harris will cut taxes for working people and make billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share. Trump is fighting for rich guys like himself. Kamala is fighting for us.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Honey, do you want me to schedule Calvin's COVID-19 and flu shots?
Way ahead of you.
It's impossible.
It's magic.
Schedule free flu and COVID-19 vaccines for the whole family online today. Walgreens.
Advil liquid gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels. Also from Advil, Advil Targeted Relief, the only topical with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact and lasts up to 8 hours.
Sinner is going to be out of the British Grand Prix.
You won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up, but not today. I want to carry on. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name.
Introducing the Wendy's Krabby Patty Collab Burger. It has fresh, never frozen beef that's, wait for it, square. Are you ready?
I'm ready!
And I'm ready. For the Krabby Patty Collab meal you're craving, gotta be Wendy's.
Domino's new 5-cheese mac and cheese is creamy, cheesy, oven-baked to bubbly perfection. But it's also tasty with an upgrade, like crispy bacon, spicy jalapeno, or even both. Introducing new 5-cheese mac and cheese. Try it today at Domino's.
The beauty of nature is what moves me. But just as beautiful as it can be, it can quickly change when a storm comes through. We're here to respond and help people get through to the other side. I've seen it. I've lived through it. I know what it's like. At first, it feels like there's no way to recover from it. But then you get this glimmer of hope. The sun's gonna shine again.
If you're rash-free and you know it, get some sleep. If you're rash-free and you know it, get some sleep. Huggy Skin Essentials Liner helps your booty to feel finer, so your mom can finally watch some dumb TV.
Here at Once Upon a Farm, we chose the Capital One Venture X business card. With no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to meet our business needs. And unlimited double miles means we earn more too. What's in your wallet?
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Milton. Get trusted up.
On BetMGM Casino, there are so many jackpots that you never know when one will go. So many jackpots. So many jackpots. So many jackpots. BetMGM Casino. Jackpots. So many.
New customers get $200 on the house when they deposit $10 on BetMGM Casino. Optimum brings you real home internet. While some providers give you 5G home internet from cell towers, that's not home internet. Because cellular internet is good enough when you're not home. But when you're home streaming 4K movies while the whole town shares your cell signal, not home internet is not nearly as good as Optimum internet. Don't settle for cellular internet. Stick with Optimum for consistent, high-speed home internet 24/7. Optimum, where local is big time.
Harry's. Get your trial set for just $7 at harrys.com/smooth.
Currently in our area, 44 degrees under fair skies. Overnight, mostly clear, low 40. Winds light and variable. Thursday, mainly sunny, high 63. Winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday night, clear skies, low 36. Winds east-northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
This hurricane season,
good heavens, absolute punishment.
Every second counts.
You don't want to be on an interstate with heavy tropical downpours.
America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage, keeping you ahead of the storm.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America, only on the Weather Channel.
The Weather Channel is continuing to track Milton all night long. We're going to stick with you for the entirety of this storm. So as long as you can turn on the Weather Channel, we're going to give you life-saving information. I'm Justin Michaels. This is Orlando, Florida. And by and large, the highway system here is clear. Looking off at I-4, you can see not a soul out there. About 2 minutes ago, we did see one lonesome soul driving east on I-4. I hope they get to, here's another lonesome soul driving east on I-4. I hope they get to where they're going safely. You can see water building up on that highway, and we do know there is flooding happening in the area. Looking at peak gusts right now at MCO, the highest gust so far, 74 miles per hour. That's the highest gust since Irma back in 2017. Also, nearly 5.5 inches of rain has fallen so far at Orlando Executive Airport. We know those numbers, as far as the rainfall totals, are going to be going up. Right now, Orlando Police has suspended their operations as far as if you call 911, the police are likely not going to come. We did just see a fire truck go there on Church Street, but I'm not quite sure where they went. Well, there goes an ambulance right there on I-4. So I hope whoever that's going to or whoever it's transporting is going to be okay. Another car coming, but by and large, traffic, Carl, is at a minimum. Carl, power outages here don't seem, again, and I want to be very clear, where we are in this one part of Orlando don't seem to be too bad. I know power outages statewide are pushing nearly 2 million customers. That is millions and millions of people if you multiply it out. But here in downtown Orlando, truthfully, Carl, I'm going to send it back into you by looking off. You can see these two high-rises right here. Unless they have really, really powerful generators, those buildings have power. And by and large, down here in downtown Orlando, I think most people do have power. When you get out of here, though, Carl, I have to believe that those numbers drop pretty quickly. Carl, and to you now.
Justin, so I'm noticing that the visibility is actually not too bad there. It seems like the rain is not terribly heavy right now, and certainly that's what we're seeing on radar, that there's, not a terrific amount of rain in Orlando. It gets a lot heavier as you extend a little farther to the north.
Right. In fact, looking off this way at I-4, there's a car. Maybe they just got off of an exit. The best thing we can show you, Carl, is to look at I-4 because they have those highway lights, and you can see the rain blowing in them. But, I mean, is there lessened visibility? Of course there is. Is it, total whiteout? I haven't seen that yet. We haven't seen that yet, not from this vantage point. We're up on the 8th floor of our hotel's parking garage for safety's sake, to keep our team safe, but also to give you a shot of some city streets and the highway. And Carl, I'm telling you, from this perspective and this big expansive open area where the wind would be able to be blowing through with no trouble, the rain certainly very visible blowing through here, we have not seen a dramatic drop in visibility looking off on I-4 eastbound. That's a good thing for the folks here, but Carl, I know we still have a long time to go for this storm pushing through here.
No doubt about that, Justin. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And let's take a look now at the radar there in Orlando and show you what's going on. So there's Justin, where winds are gusting to 54 miles per hour. As mentioned, you can see how there's a big change in the rainfall rates from the north side of the metro, where it's really coming down, to the south side, where we're actually getting very close to the center of circulation here. You notice how winds are coming out of the southeast off to the southeast of Orlando. They're coming out of the east across Orlando, and now they're coming out of the northeast and even north off to the west. So we're just about ready to get into that pivot point where the winds turn around there in Orlando. Certainly very strong wind, and in fact, this is the velocity data seen from the Tampa radar. So that blue color is inbound wind that's coming towards the radar. The yellow color is the outbound wind right there. And what we can do is we can query that to get a sense of how much wind there is in the atmosphere. Now, this is going to be off the ground by a couple thousand feet, so this is not necessarily what you're getting at the ground, but that's what's happening a couple thousand feet up. We're getting winds of 111 miles per hour just north of Zephyr Hills there. And so where we do see some heavier rain in particular, more of that momentum can be transferred down to the ground. And so it's certainly going to be a very, very gusty period here in Orlando as that northern eye wall continues to move on through. Ray, over to you.
All right, Carl, and yeah, that wind will continue to drive in the surge too, especially now focusing more as we get into the east coast of the state, and still more surge to go here with storm surge warnings still in effect. Tampa Bay down toward Sarasota, Port Charlotte in that water rise. Still haven't seen any official totals into the double digits, but some rumors, I guess, reporting that we did have a fair amount of water rise. Tampa, you may have been spared at least some of the worst of the surge, but even for some of the beaches up here, as you get up near southeast Georgia and Jacksonville, Daytona Beach, do have a water rise in the forecast here, potentially a couple of feet, because the winds now driving in at tropical storm force, even gusting to hurricane force at Daytona Beach, continue to push that water in from the Atlantic Ocean. And as the circulation continues to push on off toward the east and just north of east, we'll continue to see that water rise here on some of the eastern shores. Right now, reporting about 2 foot at South Bank River Walk.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery, which frees up your whole afternoon. Thank you, free delivery. It's Walmart plus gas discounts, so you can go to the state fair, half the state away. Plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream dramas, plus comedies, plus rom-com dramedies. That's showbiz, baby. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save time and money. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Depend keeps you drier than ever, so you can say yes to more than ever.
Yes! Yes. Yes. No.
Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
AC shutdown? That's hot. Drain pan overflow? That's damage. Look, it's not that your AC is broken, it's that your drain line is clogged.
But don't worry. That's why I invented iFlow, the world's first automatic AC drain line cleaning system to keep your AC going and the cool air flowing.
iFlow is a smart device that automatically clears the clog and prevents it from ever happening again. And installation is a breeze. There's an app to help you through it, or we can send a pro to do it.
For special money-saving deals, visit buyiflow.com.
Sometimes you just need a moment. Self-care has never been this easy. Gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
To 50 years with my best friend.
Quick, the Quicker Picker-Upper. Bounty absorbs spills like a sponge and is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less. Bounty, the Quicker Picker-Upper.
The moment I loved our Subaru Outback most was the moment they walked away from it.
Mom! Thank goodness.
And that's why our family will only drive a Subaru.
Subaru. More IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Get special low rates on a new Subaru Outback for a limited time.
Chase really knows how to put the heart in your local community. See what I did there? Hey, Jackie. Evan, my guy. You helping him with savings, right? I wish I had somebody like Evan when I started. Somebody just got their first debit card. Ice cream on you? Ooh, tacos. I got you. Wait, hold on. Don't you owe me money?
What?
Your money is a part of your community, so your bank should be too. Like Chase.
Hey, you need your eyes checked. Yeah, things are getting fuzzy. Then go to America's Best. Why? For a comprehensive quality eye exam. I'll go. Good call. Get 2 pairs and an eye exam for $79.95 at America's Best.
The original is my go-to, but the spicy filet lives up to the hype. Hey, it's Jillian, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich is the combination of flavors. The sweet honey, the kick from the jalapenos, amazing.
Real customer paid for their testimonial.
All right, check this out. This was from yesterday, well out ahead of Milton before it made landfall. Intense video, St. Lucie County. Pretty impressive. Look at those power flashes. Just an incredible video here, Carl, of tornado, which actually became very numerous, the number of tornado warnings we had with this system.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing because, you know, so often when you talk about tornadoes that occur with tropical systems, they tend to be fleeting. They tend to, you know, touch down and then lift up pretty quickly because there's usually not a terrific amount of instability. Today was really different for that reason. Not only was there incredible wind shear in the low levels of the atmosphere, there was a lot of instability, and the result was these long-tracked tornadoes that were on the ground for a while that were wide in many cases. You know, really was a big, big tornado day. That's always a risk when you've got a landfalling tropical system, but today definitely exceeded what often occurs when you have systems coming in.
Yeah, and, you know, even over on the East Coast, you know, look at the damage here in Fort Pierce. Even out ahead of the main circulation, there was kind of this area of thunderstorms. It was kind of detached from everything else that was going on with Milton and damage here. And as Carl mentioned, you know, traditionally you get these quick spin-ups, quick movers, and they're gone, and typically verifies EF0s and EF1s. Don't have a rating on any of these tornadoes yet, but we'll certainly get that once the Weather Service gets an opportunity, Carl, to get out there and certainly take an opportunity to take a look at some of that damage, which quite significant in some cases. And as you said, little unusual setup, and that's why we always say every tropical system is different. We don't compare them. Some have a bunch of tornadoes. This one particular did. Some don't.
Yeah, you know, every storm's got something different going on. Sometimes something up its sleeve, basically, is what it amounts to. And, so, yeah, right now we're looking at a Category 1 hurricane, a 90-mile-per-hour storm. It's moving towards the east-northeast at 16 miles per hour, still packing a very serious punch. Winds gusting around 100 miles per hour there on the west coast of Florida. So when you get to that level of wind, you start talking about structural damage. It's not just a matter of trees and power lines coming down. And the rainfall, just amazing in some areas. St. Petersburg, that's about a third of what you typically get in an average year. So just a crazy amount of rainfall. That's why there are ongoing flash flood emergencies in that pink color. We'll talk about that in a second. Winds still very strong in a lot of areas, now gusting to 75 miles per hour in Daytona Beach, 63 in Leesburg, 66 miles per hour in Sanford, and now 59 in Sebastian. So a large area of strong winds, gusting to 71 in Tampa. And then as we take you up into Orlando, now gusting to 54 in Orlando. You can see that center of circulation right in there, winds coming all around that center of circulation, and a lot of heavy rain just off to the north. Flash flood emergency in effect here in the Tampa metro area, Hillsborough, Manatee, and Pinellas counties. That is going until 2:30 in the morning. Ray, over to you.
All right, Carl, yeah, we've got not only the rain and the flood threat, but the wind and some of the peak winds coming in with our Cat 3 at landfall. We're in excess of 100 miles per hour. And I show you here, the Mulberry came in, at least right now, with the highest gust at 103, Sarasota at 102, St. Pete 101. So triple-digit winds, and these wind reports obviously helping contribute to the power outages, which are widespread right in the area where we did expect that to happen, and certainly more wind and more power outages expected. Now, just over 2.5 million customers without power. That's one household. And in some cases, I mean, many probably have evacuated, but you get the point here. A household could at times occupy, 2, maybe up to 4 people. These outages do go as far south as Miami-Dade County, but certainly less down there than we do further into in the core of the strongest winds and heaviest rainfall. And you can see how we ramped up as we headed toward landfall right here around 8 o'clock last night. And we'll continue to see what my guess is more wind here and more scattered power outages, along with some of this heavy flooding rainfall in places like Orlando, where our very own Justin Michaels is with us here. And Justin, I've been listening this morning, man, and it almost sounds like with that wind howling that we've got a sound effect in there. But yeah, the reality is we've got more wind and more heavy rain to go.
Definitely. So, in fact, listen, maybe. Of course, wind doesn't cooperate with you, but yes, when it does get whipping through here, it does sound like you're in a wind tunnel. It's pretty extraordinary. Here in Orlando, things are very calm, and that's a good thing because the highway's empty. First responders at this point may not be able to respond to you, so if you need them, hunker down, take care of yourselves. The Weather Channel has more live coverage in the landfall and push through of Milton.
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets, all white meat chicken in your choice of wing famous flavors like honey barbecue or Parmesan garlic. Hurry in, wing joint flavor is at DQ. DQ, happy tastes good.
We've never spoken, but you've told us many things. That you love stargazing, hate parallel parking, and occasionally your right foot gets a little heavy. The Lexus ES didn't begin in the studio, it began with you.
Depend keeps you drier than ever, so you can say yes to more than ever.
Yes! Yes. Yes. No.
Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
Cheese and fruit and crackers. Cheese and fruit and crackers. Cheese and fruit and crackers.
Come and get yourself some Golden Club crackers.
Wow. It wasn't hard. With Cologuard, I did it my way.
Cola, huh?
Cologuard.
Cologuard is for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur.
Screen for colon cancer in your home, your way.
Ask your provider for Cologuard.
Dupixent can help people with asthma breathe better in as little as 2 weeks. So this is better, even this. Dupixent is an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that's not for sudden breathing problems. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Tell your doctor right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Ask your specialist about Dupixent.
Nexium 24-hour prevents heartburn acid before it begins. Get all day and all night heartburn acid prevention with just 1 pill a day. Choose acid prevention. Choose Nexium.
At Domino's, we're all about cheesy, so you know we had to make our new 5-cheese mac and cheese the crave-worthiest, cheesiest pasta possible. Just like all of our mouth-watering oven-baked pastas. But try one for yourself, including our new 5-cheese mac and cheese next time you order at Domino's.
Still have symptoms from moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease after a TNF blocker like Humira or Remicade? Put them in check with Rinvoq. Rinvoq works differently and it's a once-daily pill.
When symptoms tried to take control, I got rapid relief with Rinvoq. Check.
When flares tried to slow me down, I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
And when my doctor saw damage, Rinvoq helped visibly reduce damage of the intestinal lining. Check.
Rapid symptom relief, lasting steroid-free remission.
And visibly reduced damage. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal. Cancers, including lymphoma and skin. Heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occurred. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Put UC and Crohn's in check and keep them there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
When your bedroom has everything you need, it's okay to give everything else a rest. Welcome to the Good Night Club. Find your dream bedroom at IKEA.
I-4 looking like a ghost town right now. Not a soul on it with rare exception. In fact, as I say that, here comes one car. It looks like heading westbound there. Hope they get to wherever they're going safely. But by and large, that is a rarity to see a car coming up I-4 or going east on I-4, and that's a very good thing. Please take note also, as you look off, there's power here. That doesn't mean there's power everywhere, because I know that the power outage numbers across the state are well above 2.5 million customers without power. Remember, when we talk about a power customer, that's one household, one address. One address could have 5 people living in it. You have to multiply that 2.5 or more million customers out by 4 or more, okay? So millions of Floridians do not have power right now as we go through this night, and Milton continues to push across the state. Here in Orlando, we are getting reports of flooding. We're going to be checking those out throughout the course of this morning. We can tell you it has calmed here quite a bit. And I know Carl and Ray are going to be watching the radar to give you a better idea of exactly where the storm is and where Orlando is within that. But I can tell you, just in the last 15 minutes, there has certainly been a calming of the wind, a calming of the rain. Looking off at the parking garage this way, there's certainly still blowing winds, and we're going to be experiencing that all day long. But as far as the height of those winds, where we had a 74-mile-per-hour gust earlier tonight at MCO, the international airport here, which is closed, by the way, certainly not 74-mile-per-hour winds or gusts going through here right now. So Orlando is pushing through this storm. That is a very good thing. We have not gotten an update from Orlando police. They did suspend their operations not all that long ago, meaning if you were to call for police, they would not be coming because the winds sustained were over 40 miles per hour here in Orlando, and that is their threshold for their own safety. So we'll keep you up to date on that as soon as more information comes out from Orlando police, Carl. But again, Carl, a dramatic transition in just the last 10 or so minutes to a much calmer Orlando than we have seen. In fact, Carl, looking off at I-4 as I send it back into you, it looks like a rainy night in Orlando, and that is a good thing. Carl, most importantly, though, there is not a soul on it. That's a really good sign as people are heeding the warnings to stay in as Milton pushes through. Carl, into you.
You know, Justin, it's really interesting because we're actually watching the center of circulation that is passing just to your south right now. So I think that's why you're starting to see it getting a little calmer. It is, you know, just down near Kissimmee and also near Walt Disney World. But on the back side of this system, that's where we expect that there's going to be a lot of strong wind. In fact, into parts of the Tampa area, some of the strongest wind occurred on the back side of the circulation, and that's certainly what we're seeing in the radar data as well. So I think after this calm period, it's probably actually going to get a lot windier going through the rest of the night tonight.
Well, Carl, my question for you then, for people who still have power, which I can tell you, Carl, is a lot of people, at least here in downtown, these buildings are highly illuminated, definitely not generator power keeping these people. I mean, you can even see people's apartments over in this one, people who are still up right now, lights are on, and that is not generator power. So downtown here, people still have power. So while they still have it, and of course, as the winds pick up, that's when the power outages are much more likely. Carl, what's your timing on that? How much longer until those really intense backside of the storm winds kick in here?
Well, you know, I would certainly think maybe another hour or so, somewhere along those lines. In fact, we can show you in the velocity data where that very strong wind is right now relative to Tampa. So this is inbound wind that is coming towards the Tampa radar right now. And what we're looking at is the wind that's aloft. The farther you get from that radar site, the farther up in the atmosphere you're looking. But if we just query some of those dark blue colors right there, there you go. That's 105-mile-per-hour wind that is aloft in that area. So the next thing we can do is we can look at the actual radar there. And let me take some of these warnings off so we can get a better look at what's going on. And so, you know, again, there is that center of circulation, which I think is just passing just to the south of downtown Orlando. So that's where that sort of pivot point is. I think that's a big part of why he's seeing the lighter wind conditions there. But in this area on the back side of the storm, that's where some of the stronger winds are. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near 100-mile-per-hour wind, but I do think there's going to be an uptick there. There could easily be 60, 70-mile-per-hour wind coming into Orlando on the backside of the storm. And again, that's, Ray, where we saw some of the strongest winds in the Tampa area after that center came through.
Right, Carl, and it's certainly not just after the center passes. This one happened to be on the west and north side of where the center was, where some of the heaviest rain and some of the strongest winds, and some of those totals adding up, and we may add to some of these totals from Milton. St. Pete, so far 17.24, and from looking at the radar, still counting there, and got a report in here a little while ago of flash flooding, Alligator Creek and Drew Street. That's in St. Pete and Clearwater. Waist-deep water into some homes, too. So the rain doing its job. Seminole, Florida, just over 10 inches, and the flood watches do continue. Remember, the flood watch means potential for flooding if you're under an emergency or a warning or an advisory. Flooding imminent or is occurring, and in many cases, it is occurring. Here's the evolution of Milton. Came on in, sped up just a little bit, just south of Tampa. The center came in, which probably spared Tampa the worst and the historic storm surge, and now the heavy rain and the strong winds at times to hurricane force do continue to dominate the story now. But look at all this heavy rain and all these flash flood warnings, this flash flood emergency continuing around the Tampa-St. Pete area. Looks like, according to radar, maybe another few hours to go on the rain on the backside here and the wind, and then it'll pull through. Things should settle down. This flash flood emergency, Hillsborough, Manatee, Pinellas counties, in effect until 2:30 Eastern.
Did I read this? Did I get eggs? Where are my keys?
Don't wait while memory and thinking issues pile up. These issues may seem like normal aging, but could be due to a buildup of amyloid plaques in the brain. Amyloid can build up over time. The sooner you talk to your doctor, the more options you may have. Visit amyloid.com for additional information.
Look, I got the new iPhone 16 Pro at Verizon. Apple Intelligence is pretty awesome.
Nice.
You can get it when you trade in any phone.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
At Verizon, new and existing customers can get iPhone 16 Pro on us when you trade in any phone in any condition. Only on Verizon.
Kia, movement that inspires.
I haven't even told you the best part of the story. They met at the club. The book club? No, like the club. Like,
Oh, no.
Immediately.
Feet off hard pass.
Yeah, I am good with this club. What would you even wear to a club? Comfortable footwear.
We can't predict who's on your next video call, but we can give you super fast internet speeds you can rely on. Upgrade to 1 gig internet for more action on more devices. More users, more streaming, more gaming, more everything. Upgrade to 1 gig internet and get Total Care on Us for 3 months with no fee service visits, premium tech support, and more. Call 800-880-7001 or visit a store today. Optimum, where local is big time.
Small business owners know 3 is better than 1. And with the Optimum Business Triple Play, you get 3 services you can customize to fit your business needs, starting at $100 a month. Or ask about our 5-year price guarantee.
Here's a great way to save money on your prescription medications. If you take Viagra or Cialis, call Pharmacy Shop 24/7 to get generic versions of Viagra or Cialis for as little as $2 a pill, plus free discreet shipping.
Free shipping and free mini kits at 4patriots.com.
It's unbelievable!
Hundreds of millions of lives impacted.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Thousands of storms forecasted, 40 years of storytelling, and a former National Hurricane Center director. One trusted best-in-class expert team. America's most trusted news network, the Weather Channel.
A frost advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 44 degrees under clear skies. Overnight, mostly clear, low 40. Winds light and variable. Thursday, mainly sunny, high 63. Winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday night, clear skies, low 36. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Some of the strongest wind gusts we've seen early this morning have been close to Daytona Beach, a gust of 75. Wind sustained at 48. Powerful winds, storm surge, heavy rainfall. Quite a morning here in Daytona Beach and on the east coast of Florida and through central Florida too. And hey, Tampa, you still got some rain to go as Milton has made landfall, made last night down Siesta Key and continues to work on off toward the east and just north of east. Heavy rain, strong winds, power outages, all the legacy here, along with quite a few tornadoes, at least yesterday into last night. Haven't really seen that threat here, Carl, so far this morning.
No, and we're going to continue to watch winds getting stronger along the northeast coast of Florida. That's going to bring a storm surge threat to that coast through the night and into tomorrow morning. And here you see some of the damage to Tropicana Field, apparently a fabric roof there. And unfortunately, they were looking to house thousands of first responders in that facility. Obviously, that's not going to be an option now. Winds gusting to 100 miles per hour there in Tampa. So it's been a really tough night in Tampa with the strong wind and, of course, the flash flood emergency that is ongoing until 2:30.
Yeah, and that's been a home for Major League Baseball's Tampa Bay Rays since the team's inaugural season in 1998. So that's just some of the damage. I'm sure once we see the sun come up and we'll get a better look not only from the wind damage but also the flooding and the surge. But the wind, it's been a problem, and now we'll continue to do so with the power outages continuing to stack up. Here's some of the wind gusts. Mulberry, Florida leading the way. 100-mile-per-hour wind, Sarasota 102. Down here, Tampa 97. So certainly getting into the Cat 1, Cat 2 strength as Milton did make landfall as a Category 3. And it's added up the power outages, too. And the numbers continue to climb. Just over 2.5 million customers now without power in the state of Florida. So even on up toward the north near Jacksonville and as far south as part of the Upper Keys too, at least some without power. But the bullseye, obviously, as you would expect, where the strongest winds were and are, and certainly where the heaviest rain is and will continue to be. So Hillsborough County leading the way, 510,000 customers without power. And just as you would expect, ramping up as we got to landfall last evening. And now continuing to see those numbers rise, and it'll go further east, too, as the wind field continues to push on off here over the next few hours and into the morning hours. And eventually, by this afternoon, the tropical storm force wind should go away as Milton goes away out into the western Atlantic and Sayonara, and that'll be the end of that. Heavy rainfall continuing around Daytona Beach. All these green boxes outlined and kind of hexagons here, whatever shape you want to call them. Flash flood warnings, meaning flooding imminent or is occurring. Very heavy rainfall, flash flooding. Some reports around Clearwater and St. Pete of water up to waist deep in some houses, and that's why we've got the flash flood emergency continuing down near Tampa and St. Pete and Clearwater. But the winds now are starting to shift around, so we may see a little bit more of a water rise into Tampa Bay in some areas, but certainly down here near Fort Myers and Naples with that wind now coming in from the Gulf of Mexico and gusting. Maybe a tropical storm force we'll continue to see potentially some water rise, but the power outages in red, where we're seeing some of the highest numbers in excess of 50,000 plus customers. I'd imagine these numbers will continue to increase in this area here, where we're starting to see some of the stronger winds, 40 plus miles per hour. Some of the calmer winds right around the center. But as Carl's been mentioning, this back at Tampa on the backside, Carl, got a wind gust recently of 71 miles an hour.
Yeah, the backside of the storm is certainly very healthy, and we continue to see strong winds all across the central part of the state. And as Ray mentioned, still seeing that flow driving into the southwest coast of Florida. So still looking at a 5-foot water level rise in Fort Myers, 2.3 feet in Naples Bay. Now, unfortunately, we don't have gauge data between there and Tampa. You see the only very modest water level rise there in Tampa Bay. There was actually a negative surge because the storm came in just to the south, so winds were driving out of the bay for a time and then into areas around Sarasota and Siesta Key, Lido Key, further southward into Venice, into Minnesota, Rotonda West, those areas. I would imagine we're going to be hearing about some very serious surge damage from those areas. In fact, there was a report of a 10-foot surge in Sarasota earlier this evening. Would not be surprised if it was actually higher than that in some cases. And then, of course, coming in with the wave action into those barrier islands. So there's probably going to be some very serious damage in those areas. And notice here, we've also got surge in northeast Florida, Ray. And so that is something that's going to be increasing as those winds increase overnight tonight in the northeast part of the state.
Yeah, and the focus will go to the East Coast. You know, luckily with Tampa's case, it's all about where and what angle that the center came in that kind of gave them a little bit more of a, let's say, a little bit less surge than we did further south.
Yeah, it was such a close call. I mean, you know, they could very well have been in a very different situation today. Yeah.
They could have, but certainly some getting that and some getting severe weather. And the severe weather element of this, 126 tornado warnings across Florida, an impressive amount, and we'll add up the totals. And I think it's history making in terms of the number of issued warnings for the Miami office. Landfall, Siesta Key, Category 3. 8:30 last night Eastern Time, winds 120 miles per hour, central pressure 954 millibars.
Camille, Ivan, Katrina, Sally, Zeta, seen a lot of storms. You have all this beauty and tranquility. The storms come in and they change everything.
You guys are doing a great job. I really appreciate everything that y'all are doing.
When it shows up on your doorstep, our role is to respond quickly, to provide a way forward. A recovery is day by day. We want to be the calm after the storm.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery, which frees up your whole afternoon. Thank you, free delivery. It's Walmart plus gas discounts, so you can go to the state fair, half the state away. Plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream dramas, plus comedies, plus rom-com dramedies. That's showbiz, baby. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save time and money. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Sinner's going to be out of the British Grand Prix.
You won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up, but not today. I want to carry on. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name.
This Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy edges.
It's no ordinary square. Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy perforations that tear so much better, with more cushiony softness. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Ketchup, in my opinion, it's the epitome of where art meets science. Everything from flavor to color to texture is scrutinized. Am I a ketchup nerd? Absolutely.
Domino's new 5-cheese mac and cheese is creamy, cheesy, oven-baked to bubbly perfection. But it's also tasty with an upgrade, like crispy bacon, spicy jalapeno, or even both. Introducing new 5-cheese mac and cheese. Try it today at Domino's.
What's up at DQ?
2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets. All white meat chicken in your choice of Wing Famous flavors like honey barbecue or Parmesan garlic. Hurry in. Wing joint flavor is at DQ. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Getting older is part of the journey, even with worsening heart failure. So when I had carpal tunnel syndrome, lower back pain, and shortness of breath, I thought that's what getting older felt like. Thank goodness I called my cardiologist. I have ATTR-CM, a rare but serious disease, and getting diagnosed early made a difference. If you have any of these warning signs, don't wait. Ask your cardiologist about ATTR-CM today.
Holy smokes. Oh, there it was.
There goes Tropicana Field roof.
Oh my God.
Welcome back into our ongoing live coverage of Hurricane Milton, which is now a Category 1 hurricane, expected to be a hurricane all the way to Florida's east coast. We're still getting reports of very strong wind, though the top wind is beginning to come down slowly. Still seeing a lot of very heavy rain as well. It's going to be a long night in central Florida, certainly the northeast part of the state as well. Here's the latest on the storm from the National Hurricane Center. Category 1 storm with 90-mile-per-hour wind, moving east-northeast at 16 miles per hour. There is a look at the latest radar, and so that center of circulation is actually just south of Orlando. So right in there you can see where there's a twist there, and winds are coming out of the south ahead of it, coming out of the east to the north, coming out of the west, out of the north to the west of where that center of circulation is. And it's still pretty gusty in a lot of cases. We've got a report here of winds gusting at 63 in Leesburg, but it's been stuck on that for a little while, so I think maybe we've lost the reading there. You know, either the power goes out or the actual instrument is knocked out by the wind. Whatever the case is, a lot of times you lose these wind reports as you go through an event like this. But we still do have some. And in St. Petersburg, we're still getting wind, but it's not nearly what it was a few hours ago. Winds were gusting up to 93 miles per hour in that 11 o'clock hour, but now still gusting to 50 miles per hour. So it's certainly not over yet on the backside of that system. Then into Orlando, now gusting to 54 miles per hour. And as we look at the velocity data, that blue color is wind coming toward the radar. The yellow color is wind moving away from the radar. And so we can look at that and get a sense of how much wind there is off the ground aloft. And so there you go. There's an inbound velocity of 100 miles per hour. So, you know, not all of that is going to make it to the ground, but a fair amount of it will, so we could still see winds gusting to 60, 70 miles per hour easily. A flash flood emergency is ongoing here in the Tampa metro area, Hillsborough, Manatee, Pinellas counties until 2:30, and also a flash flood emergency to the north, including Lakeland and Plant City and Zephyr Hills, that going until 4 o'clock in the morning. So, Ray, you know, as we've been reporting on for a long, long time, very tough storm for the west central part of Florida, and not over yet. Got a ways to go.
No, it's not. Do you think 60, 70 mile per hour heading toward Orlando? Or
yeah, I mean, it certainly seems like that just based on the velocity data. I mean, not all of that is going to make its way to the ground, and there's not a terrific amount of rain there. But, you know, we certainly could see, I think, pretty gusty wind on the back side of the system based on everything that's happened already tonight.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, Carl.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll continue to watch the winds and not only the rain, but everything else. And let's get you caught up on what we know as of right now. Milton is a deadly storm. The St. Lucie County Sheriff says there has been, quote, loss of life after a tornado in Spanish Lakes community. At this hour, nearly 2 million customers across Florida are without power. Officials in Tampa are asking people not to walk out into receding water and to wait for an all clear from recovery teams before venturing out. Certainly because we've got more rain to go. May see a little bit more surge on the backside and through parts of Tampa Bay. But, you know, the focus and the reason I asked Carl the question about the wind, is that going to translate into gusty winds in Orlando, is because we've got our own Justin Michaels there live right now. And Justin, give us the latest here on what you're seeing in and around Orlando.
Well, it has calmed here a little bit, Ray, so we decided to leave our hotel, come down to street level. We're in the Thornton Park area, right near Lake Eola, which is kind of the center of Orlando. If you've never been here, and remember, most people who come to Orlando don't come to right downtown Orlando. They're going to the theme parks right down I-4, Disney and Universal, to enjoy all that. But here in downtown Orlando, because this is a vibrant city, the city beautiful is what Orlando calls itself, and it's kind of calm here. I wanted to show you a few things, though. With rare exception, there aren't really branches down. There is some minor tree debris down here in downtown Orlando. People here were prepared, though. Follow me over here, because all along this area, and this is not isolated, we have seen people that did bag up. They sandbagged their doors. They did what they could to protect their properties, because this area is known for flooding. We're very close to Lake Eola, which is not, it's not an uncommon occurrence for that to flood. So people did do what they could to protect their property. But as far as the need for it, it looks like so far here in Thornton Park, they did what they needed to do, and that was the exact right thing to do, but it looks like it wasn't necessarily necessary so far. Now, we know we have a lot more of the storm to go all night long. We're going to be watching those winds, because at some point we may need to take Safe Haven back to our hotel. But we did want to bring you in the middle of the night here to street level in downtown Orlando. You can see, though, there's nobody out, and that's exactly the way it should be. We have seen some people walking around. I think to myself they should be in bed. That's where I'd be if I wasn't on TV right now. But they have been moving around a little bit, and it really is kind of quiet. It is raining, not heavy, not like what we saw earlier where it was really intensely raining. We know more than 5.5 inches, Ray, of rain did fall at the airport at MCO, or excuse me, at Orlando Executive, and also at MCO, it was less than that. I think just shy of 2 inches of rain. The rain does continue to fall, but you know, so far so good here in Orlando. But again, watching the potential for that wind on the backside of the storm, Ray. I know you're watching it too, and we will take Safe Haven when that kicks in, because, Ray, that's the concern. For branches to come down, power lines to come down, we have to wonder if that could certainly cause issues later this morning here in Orlando. Ray, into you.
All right, thanks, Justin Michaels. I'd be curious in the next hour or two what we do see from Justin as kind of get the backside of the center to come on through. And with that backside, is certainly going to see more gusty winds and more surge, especially as we get onto the East Coast now, as the winds will start to swing around and come in from the Atlantic. But still on the backside, we've got these storm surge warnings as that wind and that circulation now with the center somewhere up here, kind of rotating around in that direction and coming back in from the Gulf of Mexico. So thus these warnings will stay in place, TFN, all the way as far north as parts of southeast Georgia. Then this is why, as we'd said, water getting driven in by these tropical storm force winds, some of them gusting 50+ miles per hour. And as we'd said, here's some of those stronger winds up to 50 miles per hour close to it down near Tampa. And notice, you know, getting a little bit of a push in off the Gulf of Mexico. So thus those storm surge warnings will stay in place. 3 to 5 foot water rise expected here from the Melbourne Beach up toward Brunswick. 1 to 3 as you get up into Charleston. So even as far north as areas in South Carolina, we could see just a little bit of water rise. And remember, that's how deep the water will be above mean sea level. Gusty winds as we go through this morning, again, around Orlando to 50. But here's some of those stronger gusts on the backside, maybe to 60, at least briefly. And then quickly watching the center head offshore as we head through the early morning hours with some winds, maybe to hurricane force around Titusville and down near Melbourne. Things will settle down early during the morning hours. And as we go through the afternoon, gusty winds at times, but becoming more breezy as we head on through the nighttime hours tonight. And we'll continue to see things settle down as we go through tomorrow. All right, so here was the rain and wind timing. We did see yesterday some of the rain showers in and through this morning. We're starting to see that rain, but notice by noon we're just about cutting it off and right through the afternoon. I'm really not seeing much in terms of rain, but look at these winds still gusting maybe 40, 45 miles per hour right on in through this evening when they'll finally start going down below tropical storm force, and then things, as we had said, should start settling down. But the winds gusting once again, Carl, further to the north up near Jacksonville early this morning, potentially to 40 miles an hour.
Well, Milton made landfall near Siesta Key, Florida as a Category 3 hurricane at around 8:30 on Wednesday night, and meteorologist Jim Cantori shows us the scene just 50 miles south in Charlotte Harbor.
Charlotte Harbor is absolutely a washtub out there. The wave action in the water coming up with this southwest feed. It's going to just come right up to an apex like this. All right, and that means it has no place to go but up and in this garage. Hurricane Milton on final approach into the west central Florida coastline. It's less than 50 miles offshore now as the crow flies. I'm in Charlotte Harbor right now. They're literally standing in Charlotte Harbor, which has taken over the parking area here at the Sunseeker in Port Charlotte. The water is still coming up. We are where we were with Helene right now with the storm surge, and it is still coming up. You can see the wind coming. Oh, there goes power flash right there. That's the first time we've had one of those. So we're still getting strong tropical storm force as we have been for the last hour. It is completely dark now. It is completely dark now here where I am. Okay, so we're on a generator backup, which is powering some of these lights. But we've lost power. You can see we're surrounded by water. And the big question is, how quick does this wind come down enough so that the harbor can go back out? Kev, would you hold this? Oh, Fred, did you get that? We may have lost a little bit of the wind, and it may be coming around a little bit from a different direction, but you can see how it's still being funneled right through this area, and the waves and the swirls in the water.
All right, Jim, thanks so much. And we've also been seeing a lot of high water in Tampa, not because of storm surge, but because of rainfall flooding. And in fact, a lot of water in downtown Tampa, and there's an ongoing flash flood emergency for about another 20 minutes or so. Also a flash flood emergency to the north side of the Tampa metro area, including Wesley Chapel and Zephyr Hills and Lakeland, that until 4 o'clock in the morning. And when we look at the total amount of rainfall here in the last 12 hours, a very large swath of 8 to 12 inches of rain, some pockets of more than a foot of rain in these areas. Also, ongoing flash flood warning for the Orlando metro area. That is until 4:30 in the morning. You see the heavy rain coming down there, and the rain certainly very heavy in the northeast part of the state. And that's going to be the focus for some of the heaviest of rain going forward. This is the model forecast, and this is where we expect to see things developing going through the next few hours. A lot more of this rain coming down around Daytona Beach and St. Augustine and towards Orlando, but just a little to the north, more up into the Sanford area. Also very strong winds coming into northeast Florida, so that's going to add to the surge threat, and things slowly beginning to wind down there in the central part of the state towards the morning. But there could be some pretty gusty wind on the backside of the system, so winds still gusting 50, 60, and maybe 70 miles per hour. Ray, over to you.
Right, some of those wicked winds continuing here as Milton came ashore here in St. Pete. This was Wednesday evening. You could see windswept rainfall and strong winds, and some of the winds in and around the area gusted over 100 miles per hour. Certainly there you can see kind of nasty, and luckily nobody on the roadways, as you would expect, and a lot of people did decide to actually evacuate and leave town in this area. So, things settling down a bit, but certainly we're continuing to see some of those winds gusting, but not as high as some of the strongest gusts that were reported. Mulberry came in at 103 mile per hour wind gusts, St. Pete at 101, and down the list here, Bradenton, 96 miles per hour, and Tampa came in at 97. So strong winds, and obviously that leading to power outages. And right where you would expect most of the power outages, now we're up to 2.68 and change counting. That's 2.6 million customers without power. That's a household. So however many are in a household, 2 to 4 people in that household, that adds up, and certainly millions without power in the homes that are occupied. Hillsborough leading the way, 510,000 customers. Notice even as far south as Miami-Dade, as far north here up toward Jacksonville. And a lot of these power outages down here may have been associated with an earlier line of thunderstorms that were tornadic as that line came through. And the outages obviously coinciding with landfall, which is about 8:30 on Wednesday evening, and they continue to go up. Hopefully we'll get that to kind of plane off here soon. But hurricane force wind gusts here right around the center as we continue to go through this morning. Then the center eventually starting to move offshore. And we think by the early morning hours, Carl, things should start slowly settling down to tropical storm force. Then eventually later today, the winds backing down even more.
All right, we want to talk to a storm tracker, Jordan Hall. He's in Sarasota County right now. And Jordan, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
So tell us what you're seeing right now. It looks like things have calmed down considerably relative to what you were going through a few hours ago.
Yeah, it's become way big difference between the last few hours. Right now, it's barely even a breeze here just south of Sarasota.
And what kind of surge did you see earlier this evening?
Yeah, we had quite a bit of surge make its way up in through the canals, and actually it flooded out quite a few trailer parks in the area. We had a lot of debris floating by. There was a Hummer at one point that had a mattress floating by it. So there was definitely a lot of debris floating in those waters, but they have since subsided and gone down.
And you actually were following a tornado earlier today?
Yep, we were in central Florida, and we actually ended up getting that caught on the drone. And thankfully, it didn't do too much damage as it had crossed a few major highways.
All right, Jordan, thank you so much for watching what's been going on out there for us. We're going to continue our coverage of this very dangerous storm as it moves through the central part of Florida. And we'll have more on that coming up in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Domino's new 5-cheese mac and cheese is creamy, cheesy, oven-baked to bubbly perfection. But it's also tasty with an upgrade, like crispy bacon, spicy jalapeno, or even both. Introducing new 5-cheese mac and cheese. Try it today at Domino's.
This is ludicrous.
Ludicrous. All right, who called for ludicrous?
Sorry,
we went, this is ludicrous.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't tell ludicrous what's ludicrous. Ludicrous tells you what's ludicrous.
Okay.
Oh, that is ludicrous. You don't need me for this. Hang on. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Good thing you have State Farm. Just file a claim on the app or call us.
Guess I can go.
Don't you mean roll out?
No, I don't.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The original is my go-to, but the spicy filet lives up to the hype. Hey, it's Jillian, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich is the combination of flavors. The sweet honey, the kick from the jalapenos, amazing.
Real customer paid for their testimonial.
Don't mind me. I'm just the flu. I'm quite harmless, really. And when people ask, but aren't you linked to dangerous flu complications like pneumonia, heart attack, and hospitalizations? I just say, but I'm just the flu.
It's him.
Who? I'm just the flu.
Demand more from your flu shot. Sanofi higher dose flu vaccines are proven to provide better flu protection than standard dose flu shots in older adults. They've even been shown to better protect against flu-related complications.
Don't give Fluzone high dose if you've had a severe allergic reaction to its components, including egg products, or after previous dose of flu vaccine. Don't give Flublok if you've had a severe allergic reaction to its components. Tell your healthcare professional if you've had severe muscle weakness after a flu shot. Fainting has occurred. People with weakened immune systems may have a lower vaccine response.
All flu shots are not the same. Ask for a Sanofi higher dose flu vaccine. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about Fluzone high dose or Flublok.
Prime Big Deal Days is here. With exclusive savings just for Prime members, you'll feel like a big deal. Shop deals on electronics, fashion, and more this Prime Big Deal Days, October 8th and 9th.
Advil liquid gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels. Also from Advil, Advil Targeted Relief, the only topical with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact and lasts up to 8 hours.
The moment I loved our Subaru Outback most was the moment they walked away from it.
Mom! Thank goodness.
And that's why our family will only drive a Subaru.
Subaru,
More IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand. Love, it's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Get special low rates on a new Subaru Outback for a limited time.
The Weather Channel TV app is keeping you ahead of the storm all hurricane season. Our goal is to keep people.
Is it possible to count on my internet like my customers count on me?
It is, with Comcast Business, keeping you up and running with our 99.9% network reliability and security that helps outsmart threats to your data.
My data too?
Your data too.
Oh.
There's even round-the-clock customer support, so you can be there for your customers.
Hey Billy, how you doing?
With Comcast Business, reliability isn't just possible. It's happening.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with fast, reliable internet for $59.99 a month. Or ask about our 5-year price lock guarantee on qualifying internet bundles. Call today.
Wouldn't it be nice,
excuse me,
if nothing stood in your way?
Representative.
Command unclear. Goodbye.
Hello?
Flight canceled.
With Xfinity, nothing stands between you and what you want to watch. Just say, "for you," into your Xfinity voice remote to jump back into your favorites. Or get a new recommendation based on what you've watched or saved, so you can get right to the good stuff.
You're going to be really happy that you have this on.
A frost advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 44 degrees under fair skies. Overnight, mainly clear, low 40. Winds light and variable. Thursday, mainly sunny, high 64. Winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday night, clear skies, low 36. Here's our 7-day outlook.
The Weather Channel TV app is keeping you ahead of the storm all hurricane season. Our goal is to keep people safe. Log in and experience local weather. Real-time radar, minute-to-minute coverage.
Waves are just crashing on the seashore.
Top stories in our on-demand library. Interactive live chats with experts. And landfall cams bringing you every angle of the storm. No one covers hurricane season like the Weather Channel TV app. Start your free trial and be prepared all season.
Taking a live look now at Port Canaveral, that's on Florida's east coast, and you can see hurricane conditions there for sure with storm surge flooding. They're getting a 63-mile-per-hour gust is what they've tracked so far. So major issues presenting not just on the west coast, not just in central Florida, but on the east coast as well. And of course, it was the east coast where tornadoes came through yesterday, causing a lot of problems. This storm is really going to tell an amazing tale when it's finally done, and a very sad tale as it has turned deadly, and that is the worst thing we can ever say about any kind of weather. One person dying is one too many, and let's just all hope and pray throughout the course of this night the numbers of people who don't make it through Milton stay as low as possible, because we never want to have to talk about that, especially in the aftermath of Helene, where those numbers are still going up as the number of missing in Helene there in the Carolinas. Just a sad situation continues to unfold there. But here in Orlando, I'm Justin Michaels. We decided to come down to Lake Eola, and if you've been watching us for the last few days, you probably have heard me say at least once that what the city of Orlando did was lower their lake levels, and they have the technology to do that because they're all connected. So the lakes they know flood and lakes they know are problematic, they can lower those levels. And I want you to take note to where the water level is as we look over here in Lake Eola and how high it is in relationship to where I'm standing. Maybe a foot and a half below where I'm standing. Yesterday, just hours ago, quite literally, there were multiple feet, and you could actually see dry bed. Okay, so lake bed was fully exposed. The swans and ducks and all the waterfowl that call this place home were walking on dry lake bed. It has filled up. So Orlando knew exactly what it was doing when it decided to lower these lakes, especially Lake Eola here. Because they know that it certainly floods. And as this is a downtown residential business district, Thornton Park area will flood, and this lake can cause those issues. You know, it's amazing that they did that. Looking off at the iconic fountain, you can see there's still power, and that's something. Also the buildings, there's still power, at least in downtown Orlando. Now, the question will be, over the next several hours, Ray, and I know you and Carl are kind of tracking this, watching it. When are the really intense backside winds going to come through here? Because, Ray, the concern then will be, will they bring down branches, trees, and power lines, causing power outages here in downtown Orlando? It's yet to be seen, but I will say, Ray, from our perspective, driving around, taking stock of what we've seen so far, at least downtown, Orlando's doing pretty well. Ray, into you.
Yeah, and that's great to hear, Justin. Certainly an opportunity, though, for more wind to come in. We'll see in the next couple of hours how that translates into potential power outages. Justin Michael's with us there in Orlando. Thank you very much. And we continue to add up the power outages. Just seen a jump since last report. We were just over 2.6 million customers, now up to 2.8 million. And many of those right where we would expect, near and around the center. Obviously, there's some outside, but the numbers certainly go down as you go east and you go north away from the center. So the numbers continue to go up until they plane off. I think they will obviously continue to do so. Hillsborough County leading the way, and they started to ramp up right when we would expect when and near landfall. 8:30 last night near Siesta Key. Since then, we've seen these numbers continue to rise, and hopefully we won't see them go too much further. And right around the core, right? So the center comes in here, and right around where the hurricane force winds have been, that's where most of the power outages have been realized. And strong gusty winds continuing to hurricane force with some of the gusts. But as we watch the center move offshore through the day on Thursday, lessening wind, but still quite a breezy day. Windy at times, especially first half of the day, all the way on out toward the coast. Heavy rain on top of that wind this morning. You can see heaviest rainfall now up the I-95 corridor, down it if you're coming from the north. Certainly blinding visibility here. Flash flood emergency still around Tampa. The rain trying to lessen just a bit, but falling pretty heavily to moderately at times, and some of that rain accompanied by some stronger winds now. Tampa gusting to 48. Now, these sensors most likely are out, so we don't count those. Some areas still receiving some 20, 30 mile per hour wind gusts even further south. So here we go. Obviously, the reds, the higher power outage totals, even over near Lake Okeechobee here, we're seeing some of the totals in the tens of thousands of customers as we continue to watch now. The center move further on off toward the east. The gusts around the airport in Orlando, close to 30 miles per hour. Down in Sebastian, though, Carl, seeing some gusts close to 60 and above.
So our storm is now a Category 1 hurricane with winds of 90 miles per hour. It is moving east-northeast at 16 miles per hour and 30 miles south of Orlando, which you can really see on the radar right now. There's definitely a circulation showing up just south of Orlando. Winds gusting to 100 miles per hour in the Tampa area earlier tonight. A lot of reports of structural damage to the stadium there. A large crane coming down in downtown as well. I'm sure we're going to be hearing a lot more about the wind damage going into tomorrow. And the rainfall has been terrific. 17 inches of rainfall being recorded in St. Petersburg. It is still raining there. That is about a third of what they get in an average annual year, We'll have much more on the storm coming up in a few minutes.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery. Because cooking food is a lot more fun than shopping for it. It's Walmart plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream Dora, so your daughter can learn Espanol.
Delicioso.
Plus, you get 25% off at Burger King. And that's 25% more savings to put towards things you need, like napkins.
Delicioso.
Our thoughts exactly. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
At Domino's, we're all about cheesy, so you know we had to make our new 5-cheese mac and cheese the crave-worthiest, cheesiest pasta possible. Just like all of our mouth-watering oven-baked pastas. But try one for yourself, including our new 5-cheese mac and cheese next time you order at Domino's.
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets, all white meat chicken in your choice of wing famous flavors like honey barbecue or Parmesan garlic. Hurry in, wing joint flavor is at DQ. DQ, happy tastes good.
Hey guys, how we feeling? You ready? Hey, Adams Elementary. Go Rams! I think he needs one too. What do you think?
This is not just flu protection.
You guys ready to fight some crime?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you go get him, all right?
This is a neighbor looking out for you. Schedule flu and COVID-19 vaccines for you and your family today. Walgreens.
We work hard and we pay our taxes, but billionaires are getting away with paying less in taxes than we do. Donald Trump gave them a huge tax break and wants to give them another one.
I'm rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts?
Well, I'm not rich as hell. Kamala Harris will cut taxes for working people and make billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share. Trump is fighting for rich guys like himself. Kamala is fighting for us.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
You sure you're gonna be okay?
I'll be fine. Bye.
Honey, hi.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're getting by.
Great, me too.
Can we call you back?
You never want to lose your edge. This is an SUV that really understands that. The Lexus RX.
This is Poof, the fastest growing pet odor eliminator in the world. Oh. It's safe for people, pets, and the planet. Powerful enough to eliminate the stink from any organic odor. Yet it's safe enough to use on pet toys, their beds, even on them. So why waste money on any product that doesn't totally eliminate the stink? There's only one Poof, available online and at these stores. If it's not Poof, it stinks.
So what are you thinking?
I'm thinking about our honeymoon. What about Africa? Safari. Hot air balloon ride. Swim with elephants.
Wait, can we afford a safari? Great question. Like everything, takes a little planning. Or put the money towards a down payment.
On a ranch?
In Montana.
With horses.
Let's take a look at those scenarios.
JP Morgan Wealth Management has advisors in Chase branches and tools like Wealth Plan to help keep you on track. When you're planning for it all, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Some live action right now. We're over on Florida's East Coast at Flagler Beach. Dark 30, but you can kind of get a glimpse there if you look close enough of the Atlantic Ocean. You see the breakers coming in there and the water coming up, and looks like at least, Carl, some gusty winds. I wouldn't say it's too terrible right now.
Yeah, there's been a lot of really strong wind moving into northeast Florida through the night, and a big part of the reason why is you've got no friction coming off the water. So, you can get much stronger winds over the water. We actually had winds gusting to 75 miles per hour in Daytona Beach earlier this evening, out ahead of that storm, and there you go, right there, gusting to 75 miles per hour, Daytona Beach. And there's a live look at Daytona, and you see certainly the trees being whipped around there, and low visibility as well. So, I think it's going to be pretty tough on that northeast coast of Florida for several hours yet, going right until sunup.
Yeah, Palm Coast, as you see there, Port Canaveral also a little tough to see, but you can see the water rise there in Port Canaveral, so they are getting some surge now as we watch the center get closer to the coast here. The winds gusting at Port Canaveral to 63 miles per hour, so strong tropical storm force winds, but occasionally, as we saw with Daytona Beach, we are seeing a low-end hurricane force wind gusts, and may continue to see those gusts get close to that threshold, 74, 75 miles per hour, and that could continue to be a problem here as we go through the next few hours. Thank you for joining us for our Milton coverage. Meteorologist Ray Stajic here, Carl Parker, and the winds have been a problem, and they will continue to do so here. But also the rain and some of the flooding rainfall, some records set for some areas, and St. Pete still adding up 17.24 inches as of last check. Clearwater Beach just over 14 inches. Seminole, Florida 10, and other areas continuing to see double-digit rain totals. And in green, you're under flash flood alerts, the watches, meaning the chances for flooding or the opportunities there. But obviously, when you get to the warnings, and there are numerous warnings and even a few flash flood emergencies, that is when you need to take action. Flooding imminent or is occurring. Let's watch the evolution now of Milton. It was a powerful hurricane further south, and then it entered the picture here. Began a weekend, ran into some shear, kind of seen a little bit of collapse there on the east side, but making landfall near Siesta Key around 8:30 last night, and continuing to turn in now and spin away and go through central Florida with very heavy rainfall. Notice a lot of it's on the northwest side and even on the west side of where the center is, and that will continue to be the case as we go through the morning. So this is why we're seeing this heavier rainfall here with the circulation down here. But look at this. You practically got nothing but net further south as you get down further south near Fort Pierce and eventually the Palm Beaches and south of Lake Okeechobee. So limited impacts there, and starting to see now some drier air come into Tampa Bay and the rain continuing to taper off, but still a flash flood emergency in parts of the Tampa Bay area, Hillsborough, Pasco, and Polk counties now. Lakeland, Palm Harbor, Winter Haven still looking at some leftover rain, but notice how it is breaking up. That is certainly good news here. And even in some of these areas where we've got this flash flood emergency, starting to see the rain taper off just a bit. So it's good news here. Certainly there's going to be water that's going to be standing and still receding and moving in this direction. But notice now the rain continuing to be heavy with gusty winds in Sanford to 40 plus. Daytona Beach reporting 47-mile-per-hour winds. So that wind-swept rainfall continuing. And got a little bit of a lull here just south of Orlando. But on the backside, we may see some heavier rainfall and some gusty winds too, potentially 40, 50-plus miles per hour. And speaking of Orlando, Justin Michaels, he's with us here this morning. And Justin, you know, so far, I guess we could say so good for the Orlando area, specifically where you are. Obviously, we're just at one point there, but, you know, I think we're expecting you to at least get some gusty winds. What's your thoughts?
Well, right, and that's why I'm listening to you guys for that guidance, because, of course, with those gusty winds and as saturated as the soil is, it's not unreasonable to suggest and plan for the potential for wider spread power outages in this part of Orlando. Downtown Orlando, you can clearly see just by looking at the fountain and other buildings, does have power. One thing we have noticed here, though, is how high the water is on Lake Eola. I can tell you, along the lake shore here, and you can see kind of the lake wall. They have this wall that goes around the lake. They had dropped the water level here to the point where you could see and walk on dry lake bed just yesterday, just hours ago. So they lower these lakes in Orlando because of the potential for flooding, and as you can see, it certainly has done that. Waterfowl, taking a look as we go to commercial break. Some swans. This area is known for its swans, especially one named Lucy, who's pretty mean. These guys aren't too bad. We're back after this.
You won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up, but not today. I want to carry on. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name.
Sometimes you just need a moment. Self-care has never been this easy. Gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
When your bedroom has everything you need, it's okay to give everything else a rest. Welcome to the Good Night Club. Find your dream bedroom at IKEA.
What's your plan, huh? Do you have one? Talking about what is your plan for a reliable source of power when the next emergency strikes? Well, check this out. It's called the Patriot Power Generator 2000X, and it's from the family over at 4 Patriots. See, they took a page out of the military's playbook for portable solar power, and now we get to use it in our own homes. What's even better is that this solar generator can power critical appliances like your fridge, your microwave, and your CPAP machine, so that you're prepared for whatever emergency strikes next. So go on, check it out. It's over at 4patriots.com.
It was love at first sight for him, but I definitely said I love you first.
We call each other love. Amor.
When you know, you know. The Vera Wang Love Collection, exclusively at sales, the Diamond Store.
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets, all white meat chicken in your choice of wing famous flavors like honey barbecue or Parmesan garlic. Hurry in, wing joint flavor is at DQ. DQ, happy tastes good.
Let's start with the eye chart.
What makes you think I can read?
You can talk, and you booked an eye exam online.
Okay, good points. Get 2 pairs and an eye exam for $79.95 at America's Best.
Did I read this? Did I get eggs? Where are my keys?
Don't wait while memory and thinking issues pile up. These issues may seem like normal aging, but could be due to a buildup of amyloid plaques in the brain. Amyloid can build up over time. The sooner you talk to your doctor, the more options you may have. Visit amyloid.com for additional information.
Domino's new 5-cheese mac and cheese is creamy, cheesy, oven-baked to bubbly perfection. But it's also tasty with an upgrade, like crispy bacon, spicy jalapeno, or even both. Introducing new 5-cheese mac and cheese. Try it today at Domino's.
Inez, let me ask you. You're using Head & Shoulders, right?
Only when I see flakes. Then I switch back to my regular shampoo.
You should use it every wash. Otherwise, the flakes will come back.
He's right, you know.
Is that Tiny Troy?
The ingredients in Head & Shoulders keep the microbes that cause flakes that big.
Microbes, really?
They're always on your scalp. But good news, there's no itchiness, dryness, or flakes down here.
I love Tiny Troy and his tiny, gorgeous hair.
Make every wash count.
And for stubborn dandruff, try Head & Shoulders Clinical Strength.
All right, check this out. Pretty intense video in St. Lucie County. Well, this looks like a plane storm. Look at that. Power flashes from transformers exploding. This one crossing the road here in St. Lucie County. Officials confirmed there has been loss of life due to the tornado outbreak in the area. Officials also said the devastation is catastrophic, and I can only imagine seeing cars flipped over here, and even got, a victim there being taken out of the car. Hopefully that person's all right, Carl. But a little unusual. I think it was for the state the most amount of tornado warnings ever issued in a month. I think that's correct.
Yeah, and there was just
amazing.
So much low-level wind shear today, which you always have with landfalling tropical cyclones, but what there was more of was instability.
Right.
A lot of times you tend not to have a lot of that, and there was a fair amount of it for this event today. Unfortunately, just a really tough day for tornadoes in Florida. And Milton made landfall near Siesta Key as a Category 3 hurricane around 8:30 Wednesday night. That's right outside of Sarasota, and that's where meteorologist Paul Goodlow shows us the scene after the storm made landfall.
We verified hurricane force wind gusts ever getting even stronger as that center continues. I did like a back of the envelope calculation. We're probably about 15 miles, 14 to 15 miles from that eye wall, and then we get into the eye probably in about an hour or so. So we'll keep looking forward to that when our winds will start to decrease, but only to increase as the backside of Milton comes through. That's when also the surge comes in with the wind shift, and there is more rain on the backside of the storm coming this way. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow live in Sarasota, Florida. We've been dealing with tropical storms and now hurricane force wind gusts here, landfall here. Not to mention, as those winds shift as the center makes landfall, we're going to start seeing a bigger concern for the surge. We still have that risk of severe weather even on the backside of this storm, and potentially more freshwater flooding, more rainfall flooding coming in. It's getting closer and closer to us. We hope we do get at least part of the calm, and I know we actually tracked the center point of that eye making landfall, but we're still going to start seeing that eye come on shore and even kind of strafing us as we speak. So we're hoping we get past the eye wall and into some of the calm of that center. It's warm, it's muggy, but there's no wind. We got the helmet off here. The official landfall, Siesta Key, it's about 5 miles south of us. So yeah, we can actually enjoy it, breathe here. It's like deja vu all over again, Mike. We're starting to see and feel some pretty strong gusty winds. You can see the trees behind me getting lashed by it. We've had to retreat from the water's edge because the storm surge is coming up. We're seeing a lot of debris around, and this is also another reason why you shouldn't be out and about.
That was Paul Goodlow reporting from Sarasota, Florida earlier today. Now, we wanted to talk a little bit about the wind on the backside of the system. On the backside of the area of low pressure, we've been seeing a very fierce wind in the Tampa area this evening that has since calmed down some, now gusting to 50 miles per hour in St. Petersburg. But you notice there are a number of stations that are not reporting right now, and that can either be due to loss of power or actually damage to the instrument itself. We did see winds settling down some in Orlando as the center of circulation is passing just to the south here, now gusting about 32 in Orlando at the executive airport, 24 in downtown, and then now we're seeing winds sustained at 47 miles per hour in Daytona Beach. So we don't have as much information on the ground right now because we've lost a lot of these stations. There aren't a ton of stations west of Orlando or between Orlando and Tampa to begin with, and we've lost a fair amount of them, whether it's due to power or just a failure of the instrument. So what we can do is we can rely on a model forecast a little bit, and what this model forecast is showing is that as the center begins to move away from Orlando, what is likely going to happen is we're going to see an increase in wind on the backside of the system. And so this is showing you winds of 40 to 50 miles per hour in that deep red color, maybe starting to get into Orlando around 3 o'clock in the morning, continuing maybe for an hour or so, and then beginning to move out by the time we get into about 5 o'clock in the morning. So there is likely going to be some fairly gusty wind in Orlando coming up here, Ray, just not quite there yet.
All right, Carl, thanks. And we do have some new video that's come on in. Port Charlotte, over on the west coast, just south of Sarasota. The water coming in here as we watch Milton batter the coast and batter this area last night, this fast-moving water getting onto the streets. And so what we talk about when we talk about surge, it's water coming in and how high that water gets above mean sea level. Don't have a lot of reports yet in on surge, but some unconfirmed reports of 10-foot water rise in some spots. Tampa, we think you are spared at least the worst of the surge. We'll see as the sun comes up and get some of the reports coming in. But this is what was impressive. Over 125 tornado warnings across Florida. A lot of them came with a band that actually was well out ahead of the main circulation during the late morning and early afternoon hours on Wednesday. But just a tremendous amount of instability and wind shear, and certainly that causing a tornado outbreak. At landfall, as we'd said, Siesta Key, a Cat 3, winds 120 miles per hour estimated with a pressure of 954 millibars. And some of the wind gusts, Mulberry, Florida, leading the way, at least as of right now. Looks like that'll be the topper at 103 miles per hour. Tampa, Florida, 97 mile per hour winds. And the observed wind gusts in St. Pete here made it near landfall to 86 miles per hour.
Introducing the Wendy's Krabby Patty Collab Burger. It has fresh, never frozen beef that's, wait for it, square. Are you ready?
I'm ready!
And I'm ready. For the Krabby Patty Collab meal you're craving, gotta be Wendy's.
All my favorites for just $7 each? That's crazy. We're tied at 7. Or am I crazy?
Seeing sevens? It's a sign to order from Pizza Hut's $7 deal lovers menu.
Diaper rash sucks, baby. So we made a new diaper. Huggy Skin Essentials diaper helps protect your skin from ick and stick that can cause rash. So you're free to baby on. Huggy Skin Essentials. We got you, baby.
Hurry in for attractive offers on a ZDX, including a complimentary charging bundle or charging credits.
Your gut is like a garden, growing both good bacteria and bad. That balance is key to a healthy gut environment. Benefiber's plant-based prebiotic fiber gently nourishes the good bacteria, working with your body to help your gut and you flourish effortlessly every day. Grow what feels good with Benefiber.
Stay ahead of your moderate to severe eczema
and show off clearer skin and less itch with Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists that helps heal your skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicine.
With Optimum Mobile, buy one, get one. Get 2 lines of unlimited mobile for the price of 1. That's 2 unlimited mobile lines for $45 a month. Call 800-864-0500 or visit Optimum.com/mobile. Get 2 lines of unlimited data, talk, and text to connect on America's largest 5G network with more coverage than Verizon and AT&T combined. All for just $45 a month. Hurry, get 2 lines of unlimited mobile for the price of 1. Call 800-864-0500 or visit Optimum.com/mobile.
Hey, darling. Hey, look at this. New iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence.
Can you find that picture of us high-fiving in New York?
Of course.
Can it help make my dating bio more concise?
Yes, it can. You go, girl.
Hey, can it create a memory movie with photos of my cat?
With your favorite song? You guys, you know you all can just get your own at Optimum, right?
Get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us. Plus 2 unlimited mobile lines for the price of 1. Optimum Mobile, 800-864-0500.
For special money-saving deals, visit buyiflow.com.
It's unbelievable!
Hundreds of millions of lives impacted.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Thousands of storms forecasted, 40 years of storytelling, and a former National Hurricane Center director. One trusted best-in-class expert team. America's most trusted news network, the Weather Channel.
A frost advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 44 degrees under clear skies. Overnight, mainly clear, low 40. Winds light and variable. Thursday, mainly sunny, high 64. Winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday night, clear skies, low 36. Here's our 7-day outlook.
A bit of calming here in Orlando, Florida. While the power is still on, the concern over the next several hours is as more wind filters in from the backside of this storm and as saturated as the soil is, could we certainly have power outages? It's a possibility. Now, that's not to say there aren't power outages widespread across much of Florida. In fact, I just checked the numbers. We're over 2.8 million customers without power. I want to remind you, if you're just tuning in, you have to multiply that out a little bit because there could be 5 people living at one address. That's one address is one customer. So you multiply it out by the average across the U.S. is about a little over 4. We're talking about millions and millions, probably more than 10 million people without power right now across Florida. The good news is in downtown Orlando, that isn't the case. But outside of Orlando, the power outages are certainly growing. And we have to wonder if they're going to grow here as well. Because again, the backsided power of the storm. I know Ray and Carl are watching this, how windy it is on the backside of the storm, and it's that wind that will bring down power lines, bring down branches on power lines, and really even bring down trees that might have shallow root systems. So we're not out of the woods here in Orlando just yet, but I will say, we've got to be very happy with how things are going in Orlando. I would imagine city management and emergency managers to be happy because by and large, though we've had a lot of rain, downtown Orlando is pretty good right now. I do want to show you, though, and we won't mess with these swans here because they're probably a little irritated. We're shining light at them. But take note to the lake shore here and the wall that retains the water in Lake Eola. It is very high. And if you've been watching us for the last few days, you would have seen that if we were standing here, you'd be able to look down there and see dry lake bed, okay? Because they lowered the lake levels on all all the lakes in and around Orlando. They're all basically connected, so they can lower the water levels, and they did that because of what you're seeing here. If they wouldn't have done that, Carl, several feet, maybe 3, 4, 5 feet of water rise we've seen in Lake Eola because of this storm, it wouldn't be up to the wall here, it would be up to the buildings, and you can see the buildings right over here, and they do get water up to these buildings, Carl, when they don't lower the water level. So a lot of preparation by Orlando was put into place, and those good measures certainly are paying off right now. Carl, we'll have to see though, and I know you're watching that backside of the storm and those winds. We have seen an uptick in the wind here a little bit, so we'll have to see what happens. Certainly power outages are not going to stop anytime soon. Carl, into you.
You know, Justin, it's really tricky because we actually don't have a lot of information with respect to what's going on to your west, because so many of the observation stations have been knocked out. So we're flying blind a little bit in terms of what's going on with the wind farther west. When we look at the models, we do see that there's a narrow strip of wind on the backside of the storm. It looks like that's probably going to come through over about the next hour or so. So we certainly could be in for some gustier wind there. But, you know, it's not entirely clear that we're going to be in for, you know, a really tough time in Orlando. Again, we just don't have a lot of information coming in, Justin.
Yeah, that's really good to hear. I mean, I will say, and I'm really happy for Orlando, because I know so much of Florida is really pretty worse for the wear because of this storm. But at least in downtown Orlando, we don't see any activity. We don't see people moving around. There are, it seems like you know, maybe some alarms going off in different places. Alarms got tripped for whatever reason. We have seen some fire trucks going around checking out those alarms. But the city is quiet, and as you can see, just looking off, Carl, I'll send it back to you by looking at the city skyline we can see from Lake Eola. First of all, chief among things that you see is the beautiful fountain. It is well lit. The buildings are lit, which means we have power. And that is a really good thing for this part of the country because of so many people who evacuated to here. We have to remember that, Carl. So many people left the coast and came to Orlando. Nearly all, if not all, of the 120,000 hotel rooms in Orlando are full because people evacuated to here, not to mention the people who call this place home. And then further from that, not to mention the people who are temporary residents here, all the visitors coming from nationally and internationally for Disney and Universal and Busch Gardens and all the wonderful things people come here for, that family fun. There are a lot of people in this part of Florida, and at least right now in downtown Orlando, Carl, we can proudly say the power is on. Carl, into you. All
right, Justin, thank you so much. Certainly appreciate it. Well, hours before Milton made landfall, it unleashed a tornado outbreak across southern and central Florida. Here in St. Lucie County, multiple people died in a tornado. You can see the extensive damage to homes and cars in Fort Pierce. One longtime Florida resident said he'd experienced hurricanes before, but the tornado was a whole new terrifying experience for him.
It was a very scary moment. It's a lot of sounds, the pressure in. Now, I've never, Florida resident for 30 years, so I'm used to hurricanes, but not tornadoes. We literally thought the house was coming apart, and you could hear sounds and banging, and apparently, you know, we were in the back of the house, but you could still hear a 1,200-pound dumpster hit your garage, smash into two vehicles and hit your garage door.
A very scary afternoon and morning, actually, across parts of Florida. We're going to continue our coverage of this dangerous storm. The winds are slowly beginning to get a little bit better, but still fairly gusty in the northeast part of the state, where the eye wall is now coming through, and we'll have much more on this coming up in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
He's been through a lot.
We'll get there. It's okay. You're safe here. Come on. No hurry. Love begins with trust. I'm not going anywhere. That's why I got a Subaru.
The all-new Subaru Forester. Safe, long-lasting, trusted, loved.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery. Because cooking food is a lot more fun than shopping for it. It's Walmart plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream Dora, so your daughter can learn Espanol.
Delicioso.
Plus, you get 25% off at Burger King. And that's 25% more savings to put towards things you need, like napkins.
Delicioso.
Our thoughts exactly. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis held me back. Now with Skyrizi, I'm all in with clearer skin.
Things are getting clearer. Yeah, I feel free. To them my skin, yeah, that's for me. Nothing is everything. Whoa.
With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And most people were clearer even at 5 years. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is everything.
Now's the time. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Domino's now has new 5-cheese mac and cheese. It's oven-baked, hot, and melty. But if you want to crank up the heat even higher, it also comes in spicy buffalo. Try new 5-cheese and spicy buffalo mac and cheese. Only at Domino's.
Honey, do you want me to schedule Calvin's COVID-19 and flu shots?
Way ahead of you.
It's impossible.
It's magic.
Schedule free flu and COVID-19 vaccines for the whole family online today. Walgreens.
Growing old is part of the journey, even when you have heart failure. But when he had shortness of breath, carpal tunnel syndrome, and lower back pain, we wondered, could these be warning signs of something bigger? Thank goodness we called his cardiologist, because these were signs of ATTR-CM, a rare and serious disease that gets worse over time. If you see any of the warning signs, don't wait. Ask your cardiologist about ATTR-CM today.
The Weather Channel's continuing coverage as we track Milton is ongoing all night long to keep you informed. As long as you have power or you have access to our streaming app, you'll be able to watch us. And we're going to stay on with you for the duration of this storm to make sure as many Floridians as possible have all the information they need to get through it safely. Good evening, I'm Justin Michaels. I should say good morning, I'm Justin Michaels. It is the early morning hours here in Orlando, Florida, and more than 2.8 million customers are without power across the state of Florida. Important to note that is millions of people, probably more than 10 million people would be my guess if you multiply it out. So a lot of people are going through this night into the very first day after the storm, which is coming for many people as it is filtering across the state and pushing out into the Atlantic. We're seeing some dramatic live images coming from Cape Canaveral and Daytona Beach, where the east coast of Florida is getting pummeled right now and hammered by the rain and the wind because of this storm. The good news is, though, as the storm is pushing across, we're seeing a little bit of clearing here in Orlando. We have some rain falling now, but I can assure you, you'll see more clearing than rain going through Orlando as you watch our live shots throughout the course of this morning. And also here in Orlando, at least, by and large, the power is on. You can see down this street, this is the Thornton Park area. People have power. These are not generators operating all these lights. This is actual power in this city. So far, the city beautiful, which is Orlando, is doing pretty well indeed compared to many other places. Luckily here we didn't have tornadoes go through, where much of the state south of us and to the east certainly had tornadoes. This storm has turned deadly. That's the worst thing we can ever tell you about any kind of tropical weather or any weather in general, is even if one person dies, that's one too many, and this storm certainly has turned deadly, and it still has a long way to go. As far as issues over on the coast, we know there was more than 10 feet of storm surge in some places down near Sarasota, Siesta Key, and of course, more detailed measurements and readings will come in with the light of day and getting people in there to better understand what exactly happened as that water is flowing out. So, Milton, a very impactful storm, an historic storm as it came across the Gulf, and now, Carl, going across the peninsula of Florida, causing a lot of problems. But again, Carl, looking at any silver lining we can find, any positive note we can find, Orlando, just using this one city as a guide, is doing pretty well as we go through these early morning hours. Carl, into you.
All right, Justin, thanks so much. And we want to show you what's going on with the storm right now. It is now an 85-mile-per-hour Category 1 storm, moving towards the east-northeast at 16 miles per hour. That's the update from the National Hurricane Center. So slowly but surely, it is a weakening storm, albeit a hurricane, as it makes its way towards the coast. Still looking at some very heavy rain in northeast Florida and still some gusty wind. It's been difficult to sort of get our arms around what's going on with the wind because a lot of the stations have been knocked out. You notice where it says calm there in Leesburg and Zephyr Hills. There are many other stations just like that, whether it's because of instrumentation or power being out. Whatever the case, we're just not getting those readings. And what we do know is that on the backside of the circulation, which is about in there, some of the strongest winds have been the winds that have been coming around and out of the north. And on the backside of the system, that was when we saw winds gusting over 90 miles per hour there in the Tampa metro area. And so there is concern about what will happen in Orlando as that center of circulation comes by and we start to get into that north wind there. But again, we're just not seeing a lot of reports right now. One thing that we can do is look at a model forecast, and the model forecast indicating that there may be a narrow ribbon of some stronger wind that comes through over the next hour or so into the Orlando metro. So maybe the winds step up a bit, getting up to around 50, 60 miles per hour at times, gusting that high, and then that's going to make its way over to the East Coast, the Space Coast, and begin to move offshore. Looking at what's going on with the rainfall right now, we're still seeing some fairly heavy rain across the northeast part of the state. It's thinning out in the western part of the state, but there is an ongoing flash flood emergency north of Tampa. There you see the terrific amount of rain that has come down here in the last 12 hours. We've gotten more than a foot of rain in some areas and some very serious reports of flooding, evacuation there in Bel Air Bluffs, and also water chest deep in Plant City at the Holiday Inn. So it has been a very tough night in the western and central part of Florida. Ray, just a lot going on here across much of the state, but at least things are now beginning to slowly improve.
Yeah, and from west to east, that'll continue through this morning. And by sunrise, the center may actually be back out over water, and that'll be a good thing anyway for many people. But there'll still be some lingering effects, and let's get you caught up on what some of the things that have happened. And unfortunately, the Weather Channel has confirmed that Milton is a deadly storm. The St. Lucie County Sheriff says there's been, quote, loss of life after a tornado in the Spanish Lakes community. Milton made landfall, but emergency management officials are warning residents that the danger is not over. They're urging people to shelter in place and continue to watch out for hazards. At this hour, a curfew is in place in Martin County due to extensive tornado damage. And, you know, the tornado outbreak may be one of the marks of this storm. Certainly not going to forget about the wind and the flooding rainfall, but an unusual number of tornadoes, or a higher number of tornadoes than a typical system. And then once again, that's why we always say we don't really compare systems, one hurricane to another, because they all have different features. Milton did make landfall near Siesta Key, Florida as a Category 3 hurricane at about 8:30 Wednesday night. Meteorologist Mike Bettis shows us the scene an hour north in Tampa.
We are tracking Hurricane Milton for you tonight. It is moments away from making landfall here on the west coast of Florida. I'm Mike Bettis, live here in Tampa, where it is rain, it is wind, and relentless on the northern side of the eye of Hurricane Milton. Rain will be relentless. It's been raining hard like this for about 2 hours. We probably have somewhere between 4 and 6 more hours of heavy rain to go. So on the northern side of the eye right now, and it is relentless wind and rain. And at times, those gusts, they last literally for just seconds, like that right there. And then they'll back off a little bit. And then you get another big wind gust that comes in. This will be the nature of it over the next several hours, right? But it's the rain. Non-stop rain at this point. Hurricane force winds extend out about 35 miles from that center. So as windy as it is right now, imagine what it's like right at the eye wall. 650,000 customers have already lost power here in the state of Florida. You think about the high population center that's hitting, that's almost a foregone conclusion that the numbers are going to go up with the wind that we're getting right now. It's a sideways rain at this point, and the power outages have been increasing. Just sometimes you get these gusts that just last for seconds, but they really are hammering. Whoa. Whoa. It's literally almost like standing in an extreme thunderstorm, and you do it hour after hour after hour. Debris that's flying through the air. That would be pieces of trees, generally speaking. The hurricane itself is beginning to weaken. You wouldn't know by what we're standing in right now. We're still really in the heart of it at this point.
All right, our very own Mike Bettis there on the heart of the wind in Tampa. And here's some strong winds to a potential tornado here in Fort Myers. Check this out. Yeah, you can hear that wind whipping and trees getting kind of hammered around here. And, certainly reports of a possible tornado Wednesday afternoon in this area. And again, I mentioned it a couple of minutes ago, unusual, or at least a high number with this storm of tornadoes, a high number, especially in that kind of leading area of rain and thunderstorms that came out late yesterday morning and yesterday afternoon. And, you know, not only a combination of that, but also the actual wind from the hurricane when it made landfall continue to take power out. And I'd imagine we'll continue to see more power outages as the morning progresses, as the numbers continue to add up here. We've been going up over the first couple of hours that I've been on the air here. We've added almost 200,000 customers, 2.8 million customers plus, leading the way the counties that have been most affected. Pinellas into Hillsborough County, 500,000, 400,000 there. Manatee even coming in at 226. So power out for many. And obviously with landfall, 8:30 Eastern time, right around there, you can see how Milton increased the power outages through the night, and it's still continuing. We want that number to kind of steady as we go through the next few hours, and the winds are starting to back down as the storm continues to weaken, but still there's the potential for some hurricane force winds here through the early morning hours before we watch the center move offshore. And by sunrise, the center may be offshore, but still some gusty winds potentially to tropical storm force through the daytime hours in parts of north central Florida. Rain, well, it's continuing to taper off in this flash flood warning area here on the back side of the center now, which is going past Orlando, but heavy rain further north as you go north on 95, Daytona Beach. Rain and wind, and some of those gusts have been to minimal hurricane force. Saw a 75-mile-per-hour gust just a bit ago. And again, the tracker showing the counties in red, 50,000 plus customers without, near Sarasota and Fort Myers and Naples, even near Tampa. And then near Orlando, you're talking at least 40,000 plus customers out. And though our own Justin Michaels is in the city of Orlando, we're not seeing much power out there. You got to remember, you got a pretty decent sized county, right? And it's not just a one area we're looking at. Now, as we mentioned, through 4 o'clock this morning, the center trying to continue to push east and eventually offshore here, maybe by 6, 7 o'clock. And then the rain continuing to diminish. And by mid-late morning, you may be done with the rain element of it, but still continue to have some gusty winds, Carl. Even on the backside, and after most of the rain and the flooding element diminishes, we may be seeing gusty winds, potentially the tropical storm force.
Well, let's go to meteorologist Paul Goodlow to show us what things look like in Sarasota, Florida after Milton's landfall.
Hurricane Milton made landfall this evening around 8:30 local time, about 5 miles south of us in Siesta Key. But we actually had the eye wall, had a calm for a little while, and now we're dealing with the backside. But before we got to the calm, we had heavy rain, then very light rain, but the winds kept ramping up and up. 90-plus mile-per-hour winds are battering this area. We kept seeing flashes in the sky of green and yellow and blue from power lines and even transformers and even power substations arcing with all the wind blowing on through there. Then the calm of the eye, and then the backside came through. We were closer, actually on the water, and on the backside, we're expecting that surge to come in, and it did, and we had to hightail it to higher ground here in this neighborhood. But you can see the back edge is no walk in the park. Winds here still have been gusting well over 80 miles per hour. You can see some of the tree damage. Don't know whether it came before or after the eye came over. Big, huge branches up against the garage here. But also, this is the reason why we don't have power in this area and many neighborhoods here across Florida because of Milton's winds. Large, beautiful, old-growth trees, but you see where the power lines are, some of the phone lines and cable lines. That is why the winds hitting the trees, hitting the power lines, arcing together, causing things to black out. And we're very curious to see what happens in first light tomorrow, how bad the damage is, and also how high the surge was. We have to remember, just 2 weeks ago, we had damaging surge from Helene come through here. We even witnessed several boats still on land that were pushed there from the surge from Helene. So curious to see what happened after Milton. Again, this area had a storm surge warning, a warning for higher surge than Helene. We do know that daylight that comes will bring the hard reality of the third landfall of a hurricane in Florida so far this Atlantic hurricane season.
So we've got an ongoing flash flood threat in parts of northeast Florida. Here's a look at the latest warning for the Orlando area. Lake Seminole, Volusia County is under warning until 4:30. 5 to 9 inches of rain has come down here in the Orlando area and farther northward up into Daytona Beach. Looks like the rain is definitely thinner there in Orlando for the most part. The worst of it is now along that I-4 corridor from Daytona Beach and on westward. And then farther northward, heavy rain also coming into northeast Florida up towards St. Augustine, getting towards Flagler as well. Eventually we'll see that into Jacksonville. This is a look at the model forecast. So the center of circulation working offshore. We've still got these heavier bands driving down into northeast Florida. That's going to continue for the next few hours, and then by the time we get towards sunup, that starts to move offshore. Winds begin to settle down some. Most of the heavy rain will be offshore, still some lingering showers, but not nearly the same level of threat by the time the sun comes up. High risk for flash flooding, but that's going to be more confined to the northeast part of the state going forward. Also, storm surge flooding is an ongoing concern. 4.4 feet of storm surge flooding in Fort Myers, 1.4 in Naples Bay. Here we see farther northward, storm surge into parts of northeast Florida. That's going to be an ongoing worry as the winds continue to howl out of the northeast and into the northeastern part of the state. So, you know, a lot of these values are no longer going to be a concern as the winds are beginning to settle down out of the west and northwest there. But we do have an ongoing worry for 3 to 5 feet of storm surge flooding there across the northeastern part of Florida and then also into southeast Georgia and southeastern parts of South Carolina. So ongoing worry with an ongoing onshore flow there in the northeastern part of the state. We're going to have much more on this dangerous storm coming up here in just a few minutes.
If you have advanced prostate cancer, you know all about perseverance. You believed in your team, even when it hurt. You met the challenge piece by piece. You didn't quit then. Don't start now. If you've had hormonal and chemotherapy, ask your doctor about Pluvicto, a different type of treatment for PSMA-positive metastatic prostate cancer that targets PSMA-positive cancer cells so you can be you for longer. And that's no small victory. Pluvicto involves contact with radioactivity, which may increase the risk for cancer and cause fetal harm. Drink plenty of fluids, urinate often, use contraception, and talk to your doctor about ways to reduce the risk of exposing others to radiation during and after treatment. Pluvicto can cause low levels of blood cell counts, kidney problems, and infertility. Tell your doctor if you have weakness, pale skin, shortness of breath, bleeding or bruising more easily, an infection, or changes in urination. Side effects include tiredness, dry mouth, nausea, appetite loss, and constipation. Here's to never giving up. Ask your doctor about Pluvicto for more everyday victories.
At Domino's, we're all about cheesy, so you know we had to make our new 5-cheese mac and cheese the crave-worthiest, cheesiest pasta possible. Just like all of our mouth-watering oven-baked pastas. But try one for yourself, including our new 5-cheese mac and cheese next time you order at Domino's.
Prime Big Deal Days is here. With exclusive savings just for Prime members, you'll feel like a big deal. Shop deals on electronics, fashion, and more this Prime Big Deal Days, October 8th and 9th.
We've never spoken, but you've told us many things. That you love stargazing, hate parallel parking, and occasionally your right foot gets a little heavy. The Lexus ES didn't begin in the studio, it began with you.
What? It's superhero day at school.
Lego with Ego.
Can we?
COPD isn't pretty. I'm out of breath and often out of the picture. But this is my story. And with Once Daily Trelegy, it can still be beautiful. Because with 3 medicines and 1 inhaler, Trelegy keeps my airways open for a full 24 hours and prevents future flare-ups. Trelegy also improves lung function, so I can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
What a wonderful... Ask your doctor about Once Daily Trelegy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful all day and night.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Milton. Get trusted up.
Why choose a mobile network built for places you'll probably never be, instead of for where you are most of the time? Xfinity Mobile was designed for where you need it most.
Xfinity Internet customers, ask how to get a free 5G phone and a second unlimited line free for a year.
It's our son. He is always up in our business.
It's the Verizon 5G home internet I got us.
Oh.
He used to be a competitive gamer, but with the higher lag, he can't keep up with the squad.
So now we're his squad.
What are Kevin's plans for the fall? He's going to college.
Out of state.
Change of plans. I've decided to stay local.
Oh, that's great.
Why don't I ever leave this?
We'll do anything to get him gaming again.
You and Kevin need to fix this internet situation.
Urban Abe.
I swear to God, Kevin!
Told you to wait in the car.
Everyone in my old squad has Xfinity. Less lag, better gaming.
I'm gonna need to charge you for 3 people.
640. That's 1-800-351-2640.
A frost advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 43 degrees under fair skies. Thursday, a mainly sunny sky. High 64. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday night, clear skies. Low 36. Friday, mainly sunny. High 66. Winds north-northwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
This hurricane season,
Good heavens, absolute punishment.
every second counts.
You don't want to be on an interstate with heavy tropical downpours.
America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage, keeping you ahead of the storm.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America, only on the Weather Channel.
Yeah, that's the sound of Hurricane Milton as it slammed into downtown Tampa Wednesday night, bringing in damaging winds and flooding rainfall. Right now, it looks like you escaped the worst of the surge. It all depends on where that center goes, and it went just south of you, putting you on the more favorable side, on the west side of the storm. Certainly, though, impacts being felt with power out, and we'll see when the sun comes up what kind of damage we did realize.
My boy is here. Oh my god. Oh my god. My boy is here.
Yeah, let's watch that again there. That's a transformer exploding, blew during Hurricane Milton in St. Petersburg. As, you know, the storm came in, we saw plenty of this, and typical, especially when you get these stronger winds, hurricane force winds. And now we're starting to see some of that wind move into Orlando. Luckily, the storm's weakening, though. Our correspondent, Justin Michaels, is with us in Orlando, Florida. And, Justin, we're hoping for the best. Looks like at least in where you are. Now, we know that's only one point in the Orlando metro area, right. But, you know, power's on. Rain's coming down hard, but it looks like you're escaping most of the strongest winds anyway.
I'll tell you, Ray, and again, to your point, this is just one part of Florida. Still, we're getting close to 3 million customers without power across Florida. So don't use Orlando as a guide that this is how things are. It is here that the power is on, thankfully, for the people who call this place home, for many of the guests who are here. Remember, a lot of people escaped the coast. They evacuated from West Florida, the west coast of Florida, to come here to take safe haven. And so far, I've got to say that was a wise move for anybody who did that, because the power has been on consistently in downtown Orlando all night. Looking off here, you can see it is a ghost town, this beautiful city. It's called the City Beautiful. That is Orlando, Florida. And we really don't see anybody moving around. Of course, that's a function of the time of day it is. It is the middle of the night or very early morning hours, but also the fact, and we can say very confidently, most people did heed the warnings and stay in. We're not far from I-4. I promise you, if we went over to I-4, you probably wouldn't see a car on it. And a typical day, even at this hour, you would see plenty of cars on I-4. It's one of the busiest stretches of highway in the entire country. So people are heeding the warnings. And Ray, so far, and again, we have to pinpoint the downtown Orlando, the city part of Orlando. So far, so good. I know, Ray, not far from here, there are plenty of power outages. Not far from here, there is flooding. Not far from here, issues are different into the county. But downtown Orlando, Ray, I've got to say, I'm sure Mayor Dyer is going to wake up today, if he's not awake already, saying, you know what, we made it through another one. Ray, into you.
Yeah, you know, Justin, give me a little bit on what do you think so far, at least from where you are, what's been the worst that you've seen? I mean, have you seen at least water and some maybe minor flooding? Has it been the wind that's really gotten your attention, at least the worst for that part of Orlando?
Right, so as we went live earlier, Ray, several hours ago, I'm sure you saw some of our live shots where the wind was quite intense, and we were still in the bulk of that convection from the storm. We were in all that really hurricane energy coming through this part of Orlando. That quickly tapered off as we got to, I guess you can describe better than I, but potentially whatever was left of the eye, that calmness kind of at the middle of the storm. I don't think the eye was intact at all at that point, but whatever was left of it, we entered that, and it really calmed down quite a bit. Now we're getting the wind again. In fact, I mean, you can see looking off, I mean, blowing the opposite direction it was this morning. The wind is certainly carrying that rain pretty rapidly through the streets. So we are experiencing that wind again, Ray, but nothing like what we saw earlier. And I will say another thing we noticed as we were over near Lake Eola. Remember, there are lots of lakes that speckle this entire part of Florida, and really much of Florida has lakes. The lakes here in Orlando, they can control their depth, and over the last several days, they dropped the depth down to the lowest possible point. And truly, Ray, we could have walked Carl on the lake bed in Lake Eola. Those lakes are absolutely filled at this point. So, Carl, the steps they took to lower them were definitely beneficial, because otherwise they would have been well over their banks. Carl, into you.
Hey, Justin, you were asking about, when that stronger wind would come in. We are now getting winds gusting to 60 miles per hour in Kissimmee. County, which is just to your south, also now gusting to 76 in Daytona Beach. So I think this is the beginning of the period of strong wind on the backside of the system now.
Okay. Hey, Carl, in fact, let me just do a little representation of what the wonderful thing about being behind a building is. We're protected right now, okay? Follow me. Let's walk out here, and you'll see things will change pretty substantially as I get out here. Are we talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds out here? No. But the winds blowing through Orlando right now are certainly picking up. The Weather Channel's back with more live coverage right after this.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery, which frees up your whole afternoon. Thank you, free delivery. It's Walmart plus gas discounts, so you can go to the state fair, half the state away. Plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream dramas, plus comedies, plus rom-com dramedies. That's showbiz, baby. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save time and money. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Inez, let me ask you. You're using Head & Shoulders, right?
Only when I see flakes. Then I switch back to my regular shampoo.
You should use it every wash. Otherwise, the flakes will come back.
He's right, you know.
Is that Tiny Troy?
The ingredients in Head & Shoulders keep the microbes that cause flakes that big.
Microbes? Really?
They're always on your scalp. But good news, there's no itchiness, dryness, or flakes down here.
I love Tiny Troy and his tiny, gorgeous hair.
Make every wash count.
And for stubborn dandruff, try Head & Shoulders Clinical Strength.
What?
It's superhero dance school.
Lego with Ego.
Can't wait.
You won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up, but not today. I want to carry on. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name.
Domino's now has new 5-cheese mac and cheese. It's oven-baked, hot, and melty. But if you want to crank up the heat even higher, it also comes in spicy buffalo. Try new 5-cheese and spicy buffalo mac and cheese. Only at Domino's.
Dupixent can help people with asthma breathe better in as little as 2 weeks. So this is better, even this. Dupixent is an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. It's not for sudden breathing problems. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Tell your doctor right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Ask your specialist about Dupixent.
What's the #1 item in a crisis? Food. Because when the world goes sideways, grocery shelves get picked bare and people worry they'll go hungry. That's why you need 4 Patriots' best-selling 3-month survival food kit. Food designed to last for 25 years, tastes great, and is easy to make. Packed with 688 servings and 24 delicious meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Get your food kit with free shipping and free mini kits at 4patriots.com.
Hi, this is Jamora, and the little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A Spicy Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich is that extra oomph. You're going to get that sweetness of the honey, and then you're going to get the heat from the spicy filet. The pairing is perfect.
Real customer paid for their testimonial.
And right on cue, just like Carl and Ray have been talking, the backside of Milton as it's coming through Orlando was likely going to bring some wind, and gosh darn it, did it not bring some wind. We've got some really intense winds coming through here, and the big concern about these winds, where we haven't had this issue so far in downtown Orlando, could these winds that are fairly powerful when the gusts come through, could they knock out power? So far, downtown Orlando, Orlando does have power. You can look around the plaza here. We're right at City Hall. Power is on. Let's hope it stays that way. I can tell you just in the last 10 or so minutes, as this wind really started to build and kick in, we're starting to hear alarms around the area. Alarms being set off likely by the wind, and they're setting off those alarms in different people's buildings. So this is the time where you really need to just be prepared for the potential for power outages here in downtown Orlando. That's not to say that much of Florida, Central Florida especially, going across from this is the worst wind we have seen all morning when it comes to this hurricane going through Orlando at least. So remember, we're still talking just shy of 3 million customers without power in the state of Florida because of the wind and the rain and the issues caused by Milton. The backside winds are certainly stronger than the front side winds we were dealing with earlier when we first started our live shots at 1 o'clock this morning East Coast time. So just be prepared. Remember, flashlights, not candles. If you are going to implement a generator that is not connected to your home, make sure you're venting it as far away from your home as possible, because we do not need to add, Carl, to the death toll of this storm by people who might die of carbon monoxide poisoning because of those generators venting inside. Carl, again, you said the winds would come, and they certainly have. Into you, sir.
So, Justin, do you have an anemometer on you? And if you don't, can you estimate the wind out there? What's your guess as to how strong it is?
I mean, I would say, again, I do not have my anemometer with me. Shame on me. You can give me a red X on my test later. But I would say we're probably dealing with 25 to 30 mile per hour winds right now, maybe sustained. And there have been a few gusts that have really kind of made me hop. They've taken me off my feet for a moment. So that's strong enough that it's going to certainly have the potential, Carl, to break branches for sure, potentially bring trees down. Remember, the tree system here, some of them are quite shallow, the root systems, not to mention we have highly saturated soil. It's not going to take much to bring trees down, which always increases dramatically the potential for power outages.
No doubt. Justin, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And we are getting some reports now of some very impressive wind from around the area. Kissimmee has been gusting now to 61 miles per hour. We knew all along that on the backside of this area of low pressure, there would likely be much stronger winds, but we haven't been able to see what the wind was doing west of the center of the hurricane, because a lot of the stations have been knocked out. But you can see right in there, gusting to 61 in Kissimmee right now. Wind gusts at 33 in downtown Orlando, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a higher reading coming in. Then look at this in Daytona Beach, gusting to 84 miles per hour. We've got very heavy rain there, and that helps to transfer the momentum that's aloft down to the ground. And you're also getting wind coming off the water, so no friction. So exceptionally strong wind now into Daytona Beach as we continue to look at the shot there in Orlando. So here's the model, and the model, I think, doing a pretty good job of showing what's going on. There is that fierce wind. You see that lighter color that's coming into Daytona right in there. Here's the wind that's wrapping around the backside of the center of circulation, which is now nearing the coast. So that's going to come through over the next 30 to 60 minutes, and then it's going to begin to move over towards the Space Coast, and things are gradually going to begin to improve in Orlando as we get towards 5 to 6 o'clock in the morning, if not sooner. And then that strongest of wind will work offshore, still looking at a surge threat with a northeasterly flow coming into the northeastern part of Florida. Ongoing concerns about very heavy rain. There's an ongoing flash flood emergency in Hillsborough, Pasco, and Polk counties until 4 a.m. Just a crazy amount of rain here from Tampa and along the I-4 corridor. That is more than a foot of rain in many spots. There was an evacuation near Clearwater earlier this evening, and also we got a report of water that was chest deep at the Holiday Inn in Plant City. So it's been really tough. Also, an ongoing flash flood warning for Daytona Beach, Lake Seminole, Volusia counties under warning until 4:30 in the morning. And we'll have much more on Hurricane Milton coming up in a moment.
You never want to lose your edge. And the Lexus RX completely understands that.
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets. All white meat chicken in your choice of wing famous flavors like honey barbecue or Parmesan garlic. Hurry in. Wing joint flavor is at DQ. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein. 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, and a protein blend to feed muscles up to 7 hours.
Domino's now has new 5-cheese mac and cheese. It's oven-baked, hot, and melty. But if you want to crank up the heat even higher, it also comes in spicy buffalo. Try new 5-cheese and spicy buffalo mac and cheese. Only at Domino's.
Meet the traveling trio. The thrill seeker, the soul searcher, and ahoy, it's the explorer. Each helping to protect their money with Chase. Whoa, a lost card isn't keeping this thrill seeker down. Lost her card? Not the vibe. The soul searcher is finding his identity and helping to protect it. Oh yeah, the explorer. She's looking to dive deeper, all while Chase looks out for her. Because these friends have Chase. Alerts that help check, tools that help protect, one bank that puts you in control. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Still have symptoms from moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease after a TNF blocker like Humira or Remicade? Put them in check with Rinvoq. Rinvoq works differently, and it's a once-daily pill.
When symptoms tried to take control, I got rapid relief with Rinvoq. Check.
When flares tried to slow me down, I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
And when my doctor saw damage, Rinvoq helped visibly reduce damage of the intestinal lining. Check.
Rapid symptom relief, lasting steroid-free remission.
And visibly reduced damage. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Serious infections and blood clots, some fatal. Cancers, including lymphoma and skin. Heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occurred. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Put UC and Crohn's in check and keep them there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
My late father-in-law lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had AMD. I didn't know it then, but it can progress to GA, an advanced form of the disease. His struggle with vision loss from AMD made me want to help you see warning signs of GA, like hazy or blurred vision, so it's hard to see fine details. Colors that appear dull or washed out. Or trouble with low light. That makes driving at night a real challenge. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to gawon'twait.com.
As Milton pushes across the state of Florida, Orlando is feeling the backside of the storm right now, and some of the truly the worst conditions we've experienced here since we've been covering the storm live for you since 1 o'clock this morning are coming through the city beautiful Orlando, Florida right now. In these early morning hours, you can see the palm trees over there on the plaza are certainly blowing. We're not talking about anything catastrophic, but we are talking about some of the worst conditions we have seen. I will tell you, some of the gusts that come through are strong enough, they'll kind of make me hop a little bit, and it does get quite intense pretty quickly. The rain coming through right now, coming with the wind, certainly is enough to sting your face. So we're talking probably 25 to 30 mile per hour sustained winds, maybe a little more than that, and gusting well over that, because it will take me off my feet just for a split second. So definitely the powerful winds from this storm on the backside that Carl and Rhea have been forecasting and talking about and trying to figure out, meteorologically if they were there. They certainly are. We have verification of that. And the concern now is, though Orlando proper, the city, has gotten through this storm with power so far, and you can see behind me, definitely, we're at full power. Is it going to stay that way? Remember, wind can absolutely knock out power. Wind and rain just compounds that because the ground is so saturated from how much rain has already fallen that it's not going to take much for trees, for branches, and for power lines to come down So just use extreme caution going through the rest of this morning into the day, because there's nothing to say that even though Orlando has been lucky so far when it comes to power outages, that we're not going to add to the numbers across the entire state. And speaking of those numbers, we're north of 2.8 million customers without power, pushing up closer and closer to nearly 3 million customers in Florida without power. So let's hope Orlando doesn't add to those numbers. But with the winds as they are and the storm pushing through, it shouldn't surprise anybody if that does happen. Let's hope it doesn't. So as people are waking up, and they're waking up early morning right now, trying to say, hey, what's the day look like? What happened overnight? These winds are some of the worst we've seen, and I know you and Carl have been looking at these for the potential coming this way, and they certainly are coming through Orlando right now. Right into you.
All right, Justin. Yeah, and the wind gusting, at least at the airport, 54 miles per hour. And I think that's what you experienced there. But as you said, the power's not out, but the rain's coming down, and no reports of flooding in the area. Have you seen anything, at least in downtown Orlando, there's any concern for flooding?
Right, we went to some of the hot spots, Ray, for flooding. We really moved around trying to give you some evidence of that, and the good news is we couldn't find any. Some of the lakes are very high, and the city did what they could to lower those lakes down to the lowest levels possible. They can control their depth, and they did that. And the good thing is they did that, and the water level came right up to where it would start to flood. So the city did exactly the right thing. And here are some of those intense gusts right now, Ray. I can't say that that's 50 miles per hour, but it might be getting close to it. So definitely the worst of Milton as far as Orlando is concerned is probably coming through right about now. Ray,
yeah, all right, Justin. Well, stay safe there. It looks like probably not too much more to go as the backside now coming through. But the damage done, and as Justin had mentioned, now we're talking about approaching 3 million customers without power, and it's kind of interesting an observation. We had stuck at around 2.4, and then we went through kind of a rural area. Then the wind started to pick up, getting closer to Orlando, and that number started to go up once again. And now we're at 2.9 plus and counting. And that's customers, and a customer is a household. So you got to imagine multiple people in a household. Hillsborough County still leading the way, 508,000. But down near Sarasota County, 236,000 without power. So plenty of power outages. Probably more to come here before we start seeing less in terms of wind and less in terms of rain and flooding, which could continue to take power out in the region. And as you expect, the crescendo here is right around when we had landfall, about 8:30 p.m. And as you could see, the power outage numbers going way up and continuing to climb the 50,000 plus range here. And as we said, 2.960 and change. And that's because we're right into the core of some of the hurricane force winds. Most of these 74 plus mile per hour winds with the gusts. We've seen that 80 plus at Daytona Beach so far, 50. I've seen some 60 in and around Orlando, 60 mile per hour gusts, but not sustained, so that's a good thing. But offshore, as we go through the morning, at least the center, but still as we go through the day, even through the evening, there still may be some tropical storm force winds left over, and that's still 30, 40 miles an hour with a weakened root system in many areas with the heavy rainfalls we're seeing here right now. It wouldn't be too much, or wouldn't take too much to actually bring additional trees down. Trees could fall onto power lines that are above the ground, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the good news here in our flash flood emergency now on the backside of the center, starting to see the rain lessen. So the rain is starting to become less of an issue, at least falling from the sky. But it is more of an issue up here where we've got flash flood warnings and very heavy rainfall falling around Daytona Beach. And as I mentioned, here's your power outage tracker. For your counties in red, that's where 50,000 plus customers are without power, but a lot of central, north central, and even down toward southern parts of the state, at least some customers without power. But as I said, in Orlando here, you can see 40,000 plus in the county are without power at this time. The center continuing to move offshore through 4 or 5 a.m. and then eventually out over the Atlantic. But still, as we'd said, not only some rain left over by 8 o'clock in the morning, but could be some gusty winds, still potentially to tropical storm force. And then as we go through Thursday, we'll watch the lows sweep away. Still some lingering showers, but as we get into the afternoon and the evening hours, certainly Milton less of a threat.
attractive offers on a ZDX, including a complimentary charging bundle or charging credits.
With bugs, the struggle is real. That's why you need Zevo Traps. Zevo attracts and traps bugs 24/7 using a blue and UV light with no odor and no mess for effortless protection. Zevo, people-friendly, bug-deadly.
Look, I got the new iPhone 16 Pro at Verizon. Apple Intelligence is pretty awesome.
Nice.
You can get it when you trade in any phone.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
At Verizon, new and existing customers can get iPhone 16 Pro on us when you trade in any phone in any condition. Only on Verizon.
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets, all white meat chicken in your choice of wing famous flavors like honey barbecue or Parmesan garlic. Hurry in, wing joint flavor is at DQ. DQ, happy tastes good.
This thing's in the middle of nowhere, and even if we didn't get any closer, you'd still know. It's a Jeep Grand Cherokee. The same way you know you can keep the concert going, even after the encore. Or take the whole family anywhere in it. Because when you're an original, there's only one.
Right now, get $6,000 bonus cash allowance or get 0% financing on 2024.
Small business owners know 3 is better than 1. And with the Optimum Business Triple Play, you get 3 services you can customize to fit your business needs, starting at $100 a month. That's fast, reliable internet with built-in cybersecurity, 1 unlimited mobile line, and business phone service. All with the Optimum Business Triple Play, starting at $100 a month for 1 year. Or ask about our 5-year price guarantee. Optimum Business, where local is big time. With Optimum Mobile, buy 1, get 1. Get 2 lines of unlimited mobile for the price of 1. That's 2 unlimited mobile lines for $45 a month. Call 800-864-0500 or visit Optimum.com/mobile. Get 2 lines of unlimited data, talk, and text to connect on America's largest 5G network with more coverage than Verizon and AT&T combined. All for just $45 a month. Hurry, get 2 lines of unlimited mobile for the price of 1. Call 800-864-0500 or visit Optimum.com/mobile.
Get started today with RexMD.com.
It's unbelievable!
Hundreds of millions of lives impacted.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Thousands of storms forecasted, 40 years of storytelling, and a former National Hurricane Center director. One trusted best-in-class expert team. America's most trusted news network, the Weather Channel.
A frost advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 42 degrees under clear skies. Thursday, a mainly sunny sky. High 64. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday night, clear skies. Low 36. Friday, mainly sunny. High 66. Winds north-northwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Tell you what, we're experiencing some of the worst winds we have experienced here in Orlando as Milton is coming through. The backside of the storm is really producing some extraordinary wind. I know Carl and Ray have been tracking that and expecting it to happen, and it is now coming through Orlando, Florida. The wind is pretty intense right now, I will tell you. We are probably definitely sustained well over 40 miles per hour, maybe getting close to 50 right now. We can see some first responders coming through right now. Not quite sure what they're going to right now, but we're always grateful for our firefighters and our police officers. So wherever they're going, whoever called you, help is on the way. We We have seen some arcing of power lines. We've seen the bright flashes in the sky. So far, downtown Orlando has power. Now, I want you to note, as you look around my live shot, the one thing you don't see are power lines. They're all buried. So that certainly is helping downtown Orlando remain with power, Carl. But still, we are seeing the arcing, and we are seeing the orange and red flashes, and also the purple and blue flashes. So there are definitely power issues presenting around the area. Also, Melody Taylor, producer behind the lens there, she's already, for the first time tonight, beginning to see reports of flooding in Orlando. So we're going to track some of those down. But I will tell you, Carl, you said it was going to come, and it has. The wind is really, really whipping through Orlando right now. Carl, into you.
Yeah, Justin, it's pretty amazing because we have seen some of the strongest wind with this event on the backside. That was the case certainly across a lot of west central Florida and now into Orlando itself. Getting a report right now of winds gusting up to about 60 miles per hour in Kissimmee. So that seems to be certainly aligned with what you're experiencing right there. Justin, thank you so much. And let's take a look at the radar picture right now and show you what's going on with the storm. The center of circulation is now moving over towards the Space Coast, right about in there. So winds are going to get a little quieter as that moves in. You notice that winds on the back side of the system are very strong in some areas. Daytona Beach gusting to 78 miles per hour. And then there's Kissimmee gusting to 61 with a sustained wind at 48. So, you know, again, that is aligned with what Justin was telling us. Now gusting to 49 miles per hour at Orlando Executive. It was difficult to figure out what was happening farther west because we were losing stations, whether that's due to power being out or just the instrumentation actually failing in the wind. That's pretty typical when you've got a big windstorm like this. You start to lose data, and then it becomes more difficult, especially in a data sparse area to begin with, to figure out exactly what's going on. But what we did see in the modeling was this stripe of stronger wind on the backside of the low there, and that is indeed what is coming through right now. So that'll continue to move through over the next hour to hour and a half, making its way then over towards the Space Coast and the northeast coast of Florida very early this morning. Things beginning to improve rather dramatically in Orlando after that point. Ray, over to you.
All right, Carl, thanks. And, you know, check this out. I got some incredible video here, an up-close video. Yeah. That's a tornado. That's like something you'd see not in a tropical system, but maybe, you know, out in the plains. Power flashes. This one crossing a highway here, Florida's east coast Wednesday. And this was actually pretty early in the day relative to landfall. Hours before, Milton never even came to the west coast. This is in St. Lucie County, where the sheriff says multiple people died in the tornado and many homes were destroyed. One woman who survived shows the reason why we tell you to take shelter in the most interior room of the lowest level of your home. Watch.
We sheltered right there. Okay. And as you see, this wind came through here. If Michael had not grabbed that door and closed it, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here. My cats were in there. It's really loud. The wind picks up like you just know that it's more than 100 mile an hour. It's just it's a huge, loud roar. And when it gets to that point, you know you better get into a safe place because it's going to destroy everything in its path.
All right, pretty amazing. Yeah, that's why we tell you, interior room, get to your safe place. That was a part of a tornado outbreak produced by Milton on Wednesday. All right, let's take you now to Glades County, west of Lake Okeechobee. And you can see damage from another tornado spread out across this highway. Yeah, just seeing here and just seeing the number of issued warnings. I think a record for the state for any given month. Unbelievable. You think Florida, you do think severe, but really it's more like the lightning capital of the U.S. more than anything else. But not only that element, but now the rain's becoming a story, and some of the rain's been heavy, almost 1.5 feet in many spots. And as you can see here, 12.5 inches just north of Lakeland, so just over a foot. But this is where we'd seen some 17-inch plus total. So good rainfall forecast here with some of the heaviest rain coming down and producing flood warnings and flood emergencies. A lot of those now probably going to be expiring here as we head towards sunrise. But as you can see around St. Pete, probably approaching a foot, and now probably exceeding that with the additional rain that has fallen.
When it comes to your truck, you can power it up 6 ways to Sunday. But if you want to get things done, start with the capability of Ford F-150. Gas, power boost hybrid, or all electric. The power is yours.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery. Because cooking food is a lot more fun than shopping for it. It's Walmart plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream Dora, so your daughter can learn Espanol.
Delicioso.
Plus, you get 25% off at Burger King. And that's 25% more savings to put towards things you need, like napkins.
Delicioso.
Our thoughts exactly. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
This is a nightmare.
Someone called for a nightmare?
Hang on. That's your nightmare? Some roof damage? I'm a professional. I deal with real nightmares. You just need to sing the State Farm jingle.
State Farm jingle?
Do it! Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there!
State Farm can help with your claim. We're here when you need us.
Great. Can you get rid of it?
Ooh, we getting rid of. Wait.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
When things go sideways, will you be prepared? I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. And that's without gas, fumes, or noise. Go to 4patriots.com. You'll get a solar panel included free, double the capacity, expandable for more power, and more outlets than ever. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. 3 p.m. Fanta, 10 p.m. Sprite, 7:46 a.m. Coke. Yeah, you're built different. Dollar soft drinks, any size, gotta be Wendy's.
Growing old is part of the journey, even when you have heart failure. But when he had shortness of breath, carpal tunnel syndrome, and lower back pain, we wondered, could these be warning signs of something bigger? Thank goodness we called his cardiologist, because these were signs of ATTR-CM, a rare and serious disease that gets worse over time. If you see any of the warning signs, don't wait. Ask your cardiologist about ATTR-CM today.
We appreciate you staying with us live here on the Weather Channel as Milton continues to push across Florida. I'm Justin Michaels. I did decide to don my helmet and also glasses right now, only out of an abundance of caution. The winds here are certainly strong enough now on the backside of the storm where things and building material can certainly be flying around, and I care about my brain and head. So we'll keep this on until, see, that's what I'm talking about. This is the worst wind we have seen from this storm throughout the course of this morning. On the front side of the storm, we certainly had a lot of rain and a lot of powerful wind in the overnight hours, but then we had a little bit of a lull as we went through whatever was left of the eye, certainly not an eye, but whatever was left of it, and now we're on the backside of the storm. Every bit of 30 to 40 mile per hour sustained winds here whipping through Orlando and probably gusting 50 to 60. I can tell you you, the gusts, when they come through, make me hop a little bit. They take you off your feet. So if you're considering going out right now and you're in Orlando, I wouldn't do it right now. Give it a few more hours until these winds die down. You'll notice the power is still on, and that is a kind of a rarity as you go across Florida from west to east coast. But nearly 3 million customers are without power right now. But here in Orlando, downtown Orlando, is not too bad. You can see the power is on, and it's on mostly across the whole city. There's one of those gusts, takes you off your feet. You don't want to have to deal with that. So as you plan out your day and any recovery activities you may need to do in this part of the state, definitely give it some time. Wait for the sun to come up. Wait for Milton to push off. Another issue, we are getting some reports in Orlando of flooding. An apartment building in particular. Our producer, Melody Taylor, went to check that out. We'll get some reports back to you on that. She's checking it out as we speak. The lake levels in Orlando are very high right now. But the good news is, before this storm, they lowered all the lakes by multiple feet. They have now filled back up again, but the city knew exactly what it was doing in lowering those, because if they wouldn't have lowered the lake levels, of course they would have flooded and caused problems for businesses and homes and everything else. So again, the worst of the weather that we have experienced wind-wise is coming through right about now, I would imagine. I know earlier tonight, Carl, there was a 74-mile-per-hour gust at MCO, that's the international airport, but I'm not sure what you're seeing right now with all the technology you have, but I'll tell you what, Carl, you were talking about those winds coming through, and they certainly are. Into you now.
Yeah, Justin, we are seeing winds gusting to 61 miles per hour just to your south in Kissimmee. I'm curious, are there a couple of buildings on the street there? Because sometimes when the wind gets in between buildings, can actually kind of squeeze it and make it come through even more quickly.
Well, it is pretty open down here, Carl. In fact, let me show you something. There's a building that our photographer, Austin Anderson, is standing behind. Let me walk up here and get out of this wind. And if I get close enough to the camera, no wind at all, or barely any wind as it's kind of whipping around the corner. When I go back there, it's a very different situation. Actually, I'm going to stay over here because there looks like there's an awning that's about to let go. So yeah, Carl, definitely the winds. It's amazing how much they've picked up. That awning just started letting go. I wonder if that's going to go here in a moment. But anyway, as far as the wind tunnel you were talking about, I don't think that is much in play where we are. These are very wide streets. This is a very open plaza where we are. So this is pretty indicative of the powerful winds that are coming through here. I don't think they're being funneled too much, if at all, by the buildings, Carl.
All right, Justin, pretty amazing scenes there. We were, wondering just how strong that wind would be on the backside of the storm, not having any observations for a while. And sure enough, continues to be very healthy. Justin, thank you so much for your reporting out there. And let's take a look now at what's going on with our storm. That center of circulation now making its way to the east coast of Florida. And all night long, we've been observing very strong wind on the backside as the center came past the Tampa area. Winds were gusting well over 90 miles per hour. And now we're beginning to see much stronger wind in Orlando. But this is part of the problem. All these stations that are, between Tampa and Orlando basically went offline. And whether that's due to power or because the instruments were actually damaged in some way, that's pretty typical when you've got a hurricane for that to occur. But what it does is it leaves you in the dark in terms of what exactly is going on. But we knew that there had been very strong wind on the backside of the system and that there likely would be. And indeed, now you've got winds gusting to 55 at Orlando Executive. Downtown gusting to 49. Kissimmee was just 61. And then Daytona Beach, man, with that wind coming in off the water, now gusting to 83 miles per hour. So it is still a very healthy storm, still entirely capable of dropping trees and causing some structural damage. There is that little band right there. You see that feature that's coming from Palm Coast down through Orlando. That is slowly going to make its way eastward over the next couple of hours here. And so eventually by, say, 5 to 6 o'clock in the morning, that ends up along the Space Coast and farther north, and things do begin to improve there in the Orlando metro area. We've been looking at a very serious rain threat as well. There you see this swath of several inches of rain in the last 12 hours, as much as a foot, and just incredible reports of flooding here. This is a hospital. HCA Largo was closed and evacuated because of the flooding there. That's near Clearwater. Also a report of water chest deep at the Holiday Inn in Plant City. I'm sure there are many, many more incidents like that, Ray, across that region. We're just not hearing about them yet, but I'm sure there's been a lot of that.
Yeah, that's a danger at night, too. You get a lot of this flooding. And for those who didn't leave, you know, you got water coming into businesses and homes. Got a report, too, of waist-deep water in some homes there, too. So, yeah, very heavy rainfall, and that rain continues to be pushing away and diminishing and moving on off toward the east. Let's get you caught up on now what we know this hour. Milton is a deadly storm. The St. Lucie County Sheriff says there has been a, quote, loss of life after a tornado in the Spanish Lakes community. At this hour, nearly 3 million customers across Florida are without power. Officials in Tampa are asking people to not walk out into receding water and to wait for an all clear from recovery teams before venturing out. Listen to your emergency managers, your local officials, even if the rain ends and the wind calms. Certainly you don't know what's out there, and especially if you get into the water, you never know what that could bring. So stay put till they tell you not to stay put. All right, we're adding up power outages. That's because of the wind and the rain that's been continuing to pound central, north central Florida. Now, some of those strongest winds, as we have seen going through Orlando now, but gusts have been to 80 plus miles per hour around Daytona Beach. Power's been going out, and it continues to see these numbers climb. Approaching, now we are over 3 million customers, all right, with that last kind of surge of wind going through Orlando. And made kind of an observation. You had a couple of 10,000 going out here just before 10 a.m. That's when we started getting some of our first tornado warnings. Same thing into the early afternoon. And then we really ramped it up here when we got around and after landfall, which was 8:30 p.m. Eastern time around Siesta Key. So those numbers now continuing to go up, and now we are over 3 million customers without power here in the state of Florida. Obviously, right around the center, pretty close to it, is where most of those power outages are. A lot of these also from the wind and some from the severe weather, especially over here on the East Coast. But notice even down to Miami-Dade and parts of the Upper Keys, we do have at least reports of a few thousand customers without power. And I'd imagine those numbers will continue to go up here at least over the next several hours. And then we'll see the hurricane move back out over open water in the Atlantic. But there's still tropical storm force winds. Could be with us with gusts right on through the nighttime hours tonight, but probably waning a bit as we get into the afternoon. Rain slowly starting to wind down. Notice there's no more flash flood emergencies, but that doesn't mean there's no flooding going on. All right, it just means the threat for the flooding has now kind of peaked. So there's still water into businesses and homes, and there's plenty of standing water all around this area now, most likely up in here with our flash flood warnings, which do cover the areas like Orlando. And again, with our power outages, seeing the most right around where that center came on, but some of these, Carl, are related to what was a fairly substantial tornado outbreak.
Well, Milton made landfall near Siesta Key, Florida as a Category 3 hurricane about 8:30 on Wednesday night. Meteorologist Jim Cantori shows us the scene just 50 miles south in Charlotte Harbor.
Charlotte Harbor is absolutely a washed up out there. The wave action in the water coming up with this southwest feed. It's going to just come right up to an apex like this. All right, and that means it has no place to go but up and in this garage. Hurricane Milton on final approach into the west central Florida coastline. It's less than 50 miles offshore now as the crow flies. I'm in Charlotte Harbor right now, literally standing in Charlotte Harbor, which has taken over the parking area here at the Sunseeker in Port Charlotte. The water is still coming up. We are where we were with Helene right now with the storm surge, and it is still coming up. You can see the wind coming. Oh, there goes power flash right there. That's the first time we've had one of those. So we're still getting strong tropical storm force as we have been for the last hour. It is completely dark now. It is completely dark now here where I am. Okay, so we're on a generator backup, which is powering some of these lights. But we've lost power. You can see we're surrounded by water. And the big question is, how quick does this wind come down enough so that the harbor can go back out? Kev, would you hold this? Oh, Fred, did you get that? We may have lost a little bit of the wind, and it may be coming around a little bit from a different direction, but you can see how it's still being funneled right through this area, and the waves and the swirls in the water.
And a lot of very serious storm surge flooding, and I'm sure we're going to hear about a lot more from that section of the coastline. Let's take a look at the model and show you how this is going to go down over the next few hours here. So the center of circulation is starting to move offshore. We've still got this strong band on the back side of the system producing very strong wind in Daytona and Orlando. That's going to continue to be in place for the next few hours right along the east central part of the coast there, the northeast coast, a surge threat as well with those winds coming in out of the northeast. You notice that most of the precip will have moved out of central Florida by that time. Still getting some heavy rain and some onshore wind even at sunup there, northeast Florida. And then finally, the storm begins to move along. Still some gusty wind in the wake of it, though. We've seen some really significant storm surge flooding in some areas, and we're still at 4 feet in Fort Myers, even though the center of the storm is on the other side of the state. Still an onshore flow. It's going to take a little while for that water to go down. And we don't even know completely what has happened between Fort Myers and the Tampa area just because there aren't as many reporting gauges there. So it's probably pretty bad around Sarasota. We got a report of 10 feet of storm surge near Sarasota, and I'm sure that we're going to be hearing about some really significant damage in that area. Looking at the current storm surge potential map, 3 to 5 feet, that's the thing to really pay attention to going forward. We've got an ongoing threat here, of course, as well. But this is going to be a real issue as those northeast winds continue to pick up and move into the northeastern part of the state of Florida. It's going to continue to be a real issue in that area. So here's the wind forecast. And again, the center of circulation moves offshore. Winds gusting 60 miles per hour even into tomorrow morning in Orlando. And then here you see as the storm moves offshore, things really do begin to improve. But we've still got a gusty, day ahead for a lot of Florida, even as the storm is going to be pulling away. Well, we want to get back out to our Justin Michaels. He is live in Orlando. He's been following the wind, which has gotten much, much stronger. There, Justin, as promised, we knew that there was a lot of strong wind. We didn't know exactly how strong it was because we didn't have any observations, but we knew that there had been many reports of strong wind on the backside of this storm.
Definitely, Carl. Man, I'll tell you what, the wind has really, really picked up here in downtown Orlando. This is certainly the worst we have experienced. It's that stinging rain. Oh, that's a big gust right there. That's a big gust. That might be the biggest one yet that we've experienced. So this is not the time to be going outside. I have donned my helmet only because of caution. We have seen some things flying around, and it certainly is the only way to stay safe. In fact, I am going to step forward a little bit and get out of this just for a minute. Get out of this just for, I'll take you off your feet. This is why you don't want to be going outside. Do we still have connection? I'm sorry. Do we still, Keisha, are you still there? Okay, 1 minute. Thank you. Sorry, it was very difficult to hear back there. So, yes, as of right now, certainly the worst wind we have experienced with Milton coming through Orlando. As you can see, though, the power in downtown is still on, even though we have surpassed the 3 million customers without power across the state of Florida. Nothing to say the power may not go out here, but the good news here in downtown Orlando is, take note, you don't see power lines anywhere because they're all underground. Certainly a great example as to why, if infrastructure is put underground, it can certainly maintain the integrity of that infrastructure when it comes to power and power outages, even during a hurricane. You can see that downtown Orlando does have power. We're still checking out some of the possibility for flooding in the area, and we will keep you up to date on that. We do know that there are some places that have flooded in and around the Orlando area. The Weather Channel will have more live coverage of Milton coming up right after this short break as the storm pushes across Florida.
Under Kamala Harris, over 13,000 illegals convicted of murder are living in American communities,
which means they are here.
while an additional 15,000 convicted of sexual assault and rape are also living amongst you.
Tonight, a migrant has been charged with raping a 15-year-old disabled girl.
How will your family survive another 4 years if you may not be able to survive the night?
Right for America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
You won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up, but not today. I want to carry on. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name.
Sometimes you just need a moment. Self-care has never been this easy. Gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Have you had your Hershey's?
Next.
I smell like death.
Want to know my secret for staying fresh in the afterlife?
Please.
I use Secret Whole Body Deodorant.
Does it leave a residue?
Actually, it goes on clear with no embarrassing white marks.
You're a lifesaver.
Well, no. It's too late for that.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-847-5519.
The Weather Channel TV app is keeping you ahead of the storm all hurricane season. Our goal is to keep people.
Let's say you're deep in a show, or a game, or the game, on a train, at home, at work. Okay, maybe not at work. Point is, at Xfinity, we're constantly engineering new ways to get the entertainment you love to you faster and easier than ever. That's what I do. Is that Love Island?
Like it. So how many people are going to kiss before you realise?
I got it too!
Pete G writes, my tween wants a new phone. How do I not break the bank?
We got you, Pete. Xfinity Mobile was designed to save you money and gives you access to Wi-Fi speeds up to 1 gig.
So you get high speeds for low prices.
Better than getting low speeds for high prices.
Right, Bruce? Jealous? Yeah, look at that.
Honestly, someone get a helmet on this guy.
Xfinity Internet customers get a free unlimited line for a year when you buy one unlimited line. Bring on the good stuff. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com today.
For special money-saving deals, visit buyiflow.com.
A frost advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 41 degrees under fair skies. Today, plentiful sunshine. High 63. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, generally clear. Low 36. Winds east-northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, a mainly sunny sky. High 66. Here's our 7-day outlook.
The Weather Channel TV app is keeping you ahead of the storm all hurricane season.
Our goal is to keep people safe.
Log in and experience local weather. Real-time radar, minute-to-minute coverage.
Waves are just crashing on the seashore.
Top stories in our on-demand library. Interactive live chats with experts. And landfall cams bringing you every angle of the storm. No one covers hurricane season like the Weather Channel TV app. Start your free trial and be prepared all season.
We do appreciate you staying with us live here on the Weather Channel. I'm Justin Michaels, and the winds are really continuing to whip through Orlando, Florida. Some of these gusts will certainly take you off your feet, and I have experienced that multiple times. One, I was talking to our security guy. Dave thought I was going down, and I thought I was too. Did you guys see what that was? So I'm actually going to get out of this wind a little bit. I've got my helmet on for good reason, and I just heard some, I'm not exactly sure what that was blowing behind me, but we heard something break free. Oh, I see what it was. Austin Anderson behind the lens. Take note to the street marker sign. Do you see the right arrows are red, and you can see the street marker sign. That should say Orange Ave. It just blew away. So yes, things are starting to fly around. A good example of what it should look like. Look over here at South Street. In Orlando, they keep those lit, and it looks like the street marker that is backlit must have just let go. It's now gone. So again, another reason we wear these helmets. I know we might pay the price for them on social media, but it's important to do so because I care about my brain and my head. So definitely, if you're going out today in Orlando, later today, you probably can certainly do that. Right now is not a good time to do that. And in fact, in between live shots, we're taking safe haven behind a building and behind a wall that is totally protected. You don't even feel a light breeze, much less a gust of wind back there. Flooding is also becoming an issue around the area. We have part of our team, Melody Taylor, out looking around because we understand there was some flooding in some apartment buildings not far from where we're standing. So she's checking that out right now because flooding was always likely going to be an issue here. Orlando will flood with an afternoon rain shower. So it's not surprising that there would be flooding during a hurricane. And as Milton pushes across the state, it certainly has dumped a lot of rain. More than 5.5 inches are some of the readings in downtown Orlando out at the executive airport. So it's not surprising there might be flooding. The lake levels are very high right now. They started off very low because they dropped those levels. They've raised them back up again, Carl, because of the amount of rain that has fallen, funneling into all those lakes. Carl, again, actually, so we're going to go back to Ray. I will tell you, Ray, the winds are not letting up. If anything, they've probably gotten a little bit stronger over the last half hour to 45 minutes. Ray, into you.
All right, Justin, I do have one question for you. You mentioned how they drain those lakes. Do you actually know where they send that water to? I mean, where does it actually go, and how does that not become a problem for where they send it to? Do you have any idea? I'm curious myself.
Yeah. So what I understand is obviously some of the lakes have higher walls or higher banks than others, and they can basically distribute the water how they need to into lakes that may be, the shallower lakes can go into the deeper lakes and so on and so forth. So it's an interesting system how they can really move the lakes around as they need. The Lake Eola, which is the one at the center of the city, they dropped that thing all the way down to the lake bed. You could have walked on it if you wanted to, dry lake bed. I will tell you, if you were watching us a couple hours ago, you would have seen it's already coming over that bank already. So it's amazing the system they have here. They can raise and lower them at their will. It does take time. It's not an instantaneous thing. It took days for that lake to get down to where they needed it to be, but it's a remarkable system for they can ideally protect their downtown area, and they certainly did that so far during this storm. Ray, into you.
All right, Justin, thanks. Yeah, that was pretty interesting. And Justin Michael's there in Orlando as we're starting to see some of the strongest winds for him push on through. All right, you can see it and you can hear it. The wind, and there you're seeing it. The roof of Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg. Home of the Tampa Bay Rays. Took a severe hit from Hurricane Milton, as you can see here. I'd say that's pretty severe, ripping the roof right off this large portion of the dome roof. Blown away overnight. The baseball field had been lined with cots for out-of-town power crews and first responders to sleep on while they're here helping with Milton. Unfortunately, no injuries, or fortunately, no injuries reported. And unfortunately, obviously, that will not be anywhere where anybody is staying probably anytime soon. All right, now here is the latest on Milton. 4 a.m. update from the Hurricane Center. 85-mile-per-hour Cat 1 storm, pressure at 977 millibars, moving now northeast at 18, center 10 miles northwest of Cape Canaveral, Florida, and starting to move away. By sunrise, the center is probably out over the western Atlantic. Next update coming in at the top of the hour. Flood warnings left over now, continuing to push and get kind of chipped away at back toward the west, but still flooding going on. Just because you're not in a warning doesn't mean you're out of danger. Flash 1 warnings, meaning more imminent or continues to occur in and around places like Daytona Beach. But look at this, as you get near Lakeland and Claremont, even Orlando, you're starting to come out of some of your heaviest rainfall. But some of the totals now over a foot in spots just east of Tampa and north of Lakeland, coming in with just over 12 inches, 12 and a half. Accumulation around St. Pete, 11.5. Did see some higher totals in this area, up to 17 inches of rain in some spots. Luckily here, over the next few hours, we're starting to see the rain taper off, even on down toward the south, where the radar seems to be out, but not much rain left.
You sure you're gonna be okay?
I'll be fine.
Bye.
Honey, hi.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're getting by.
Great, me too.
Can we call you back?
You never want to lose your edge. This is an SUV that really understands that. The Lexus RX.
Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors. Easy to apply for the whole family. Vicks VapoStick. And try new Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors.
We work hard and we pay our taxes, but billionaires are getting away with paying less in taxes than we do. Donald Trump gave them a huge tax break and wants to give them another one.
I'm rich as hell. We're going to give you a tax cut?
Well, I'm not rich as hell. Kamala Harris will cut taxes for working people and make billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share. Trump is fighting for rich guys like himself. Kamala is fighting for us.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Trick or treat! Kit Kat Reese's!
Oh, great costume. Looks like you deserve both.
See ya, boys.
Homes.com is a new, elevated home shopping experience. Beautiful design, tremendously rich content. Feels like a work of art.
What about the app?
Uh-oh!
Wow, went all in on gold. Ding dong!
Homes.com. We've done your homework.
This hurricane season, America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America, only on the Weather Channel.
Truly an extraordinary level of wind is whipping through Orlando, Florida right now. I'm Justin Michaels. We're going to keep you updated on that condition here in Orlando because this is truly the worst wind we have seen. Some of the gusts absolutely take me off my feet, and it has been really, really challenging. It's a little calm right now. I'll take advantage of it while I can. But I will tell you, this is not the time you want to be going out unless you absolutely need to. We have seen some first responders come through this morning, fire trucks, ambulances and such, police cars, but ideally those are the only people who should be out. We have also seen a few cars go through. Not sure where those people may be going. Of course, they may have essential jobs like doctors, nurses. We understand you need to get to where you're going. But by and large, if you can, you really want to stay home until Milton has moved on, is in the history books. Let that sucker get out of here so we don't have to worry about it anymore and people can really start taking stock of the issues that the storm created. This storm has turned deadly. The worst thing we can ever tell you about any weather of any kind is when it takes somebody's life, and the storm certainly did do that already. Of course, assessments will need to go on over on the coast, on the west coast in particular, but also the east coast. Storm surge flooding has been an issue and will remain an issue until that water can recede. And of course, when storm surge comes in, it also destroys properties, changes lives forever. And we understand Siesta Key down near Sarasota, Florida, is certainly an area that will be the focal point of disaster recovery among so many other parts of the coast. Here in Orlando, remember, many people on the coast who were evacuating, they evacuated here. This is where people were coming to, Carl. So people are certainly waking up in many parts of central Florida without power this morning. Carl, we continue to see those massive blasts of light in the sky, orange colors, red colors, but also blue and pink and red and purple colors. So power outages are certainly presenting across the area. And here in downtown Orlando, though, Paul, the good news is power infrastructure by and large is underground, Carl, so that's a good thing. But in the county and other parts of this central Florida area, it isn't. And we're seeing major power outages. Carl, I think at last check, it's well over 3 million customers right now. Carl, into you.
Justin, just amazing how these things can stay so powerful for such a long period of time. And we are indeed seeing a lot of evidence now of that really strong wind all across east central parts and northeastern parts of Florida. Let's take a look at the radar. The center of circulation is now right about in there, so it's starting to work offshore once again. It made it all the way to the east coast as a hurricane, and there you see the current winds gusting now to 41 miles per hour at Patrick Air Force Base. We were not able to track the winds as effectively as they moved between Tampa and Orlando because a lot of these stations went down. They got knocked out for one reason or another, but you see now that we're getting the wind into the Orlando area. Winds now gusting to 67 in Sanford, 62 at Orlando Executive, now 83 miles per hour Daytona Beach. So indeed, on the backside of the circulation, this banding here is just as it was on the west coast of Florida, proving to be vigorous in terms of the wind and also the heavy rain. And the model showing that this strong wind is going to continue to be in Orlando for at least the next hour or so. May be that by the time we get between 5 and 6, that the strongest of winds starts to move a little farther east and more towards the coast there, and then between 6 and 7 actually does begin to work offshore. So it looks like as we get towards sunup, Ray, things are going to begin to improve in Orlando, if not sooner.
All right, Carl, thanks. Hurricane Milton's powerful winds caused this crane collapse falling into the building there. This is in St. Petersburg, causing some major damage to that building. Peak winds gusted in this area at about 101 miles per hour. And as you can see, obviously the brick and the mortar there coming down along with the crane, and I didn't heard any reports of injuries, thank goodness for that. But strong winds in excess of 100 miles per hour, and that's actually what you end up with. And you end up with this, power outages. And some of them did start late morning, early afternoon. This most likely more a function of the tornado outbreak that began. And then we kind of had this crescendo here as we watched landfall come in about 8:30 Eastern time. So right about in there, notice the numbers going up. And now we are over 3 million customers without power. So that's quite a few, because you consider one customer, one household, and most of them obviously right in the area where we saw in the center come on shore, but some also out through the outer edges of where some of the stronger winds were and where some of that severe weather was. The center, as we go through this morning, of the strongest winds continue to push offshore. Some of the gusts still could be to hurricane force early.
This is ludicrous.
Ludicrous. All right, who called for ludicrous?
Sorry, we went, this is ludicrous.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't tell ludicrous what's ludicrous. Ludicrous tells you what's ludicrous.
Okay.
Oh, that is ludicrous. You don't need me for this. Hang on. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Good thing you have State Farm. Just file a claim on the app or call us.
Guess I can go.
Don't you mean roll out?
No, I don't.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Imagine a lifetime spent waiting. Waiting for a family. Waiting to be loved. Older and disabled shelter dogs wait the longest to find loving people. That's why Subaru created National Make a Dogs Day, to help these special underdogs never feel left behind again. Subaru, more than a car company.
That grimy film on your teeth,
Dr. G?
it's actually the buildup of plaque bacteria, which can cause cavities.
Most toothpaste quit working in minutes, but Crespo Health's antibacterial fluoride protects all day.
It stops cavities before they start.
Crest.
Another group project. It's due tomorrow. I hope I can get online tonight. I really need this to pass. Truth is, I can't do this on my own. Connect every student, change every future. Connecting changes everything.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here. And if you're having a hard time hearing, call MD Hearing, because they changed my life and they can change yours too. I was wearing expensive hearing aids for years until a good friend of mine told me about MD Hearing. I bought a pair of the hearing aids with no doctor visit, no prescription, and no hassle. I got fitted right over the phone, and I've never had a better pair of hearing aids. I'm even wearing them right now.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping. The rechargeable Neo is nearly invisible with its tiny in-the-ear canal design, and you can get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids with a 45-day risk-free trial, free shipping, and free lifetime U.S.-based support for only $297.
Call my friends at MD Hearing and get the over-the-counter hearing aids that I use for you.
Call 800-374-6651.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Milton. Get trusted updates only on the Weather Channel and the Weather Channel TV app.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Milton. We're going to jump in here and talk about the home of Tampa Bay Rays taking a direct hit from Milton. The roof getting torn off in the fierce winds. WTSP reporter Miranda Parnell gives us a look at the damage after Milton finally moved out.
We're in downtown St. Petersburg in front of Tropicana Field, and we know that this is not just a landmark for the St. Pete area. It's for the entire Tampa Bay area, something you can see from such a far off distance. But I want to move out of the way so you can take a look behind me and look at this structure right now. Tropicana Field, the top blown completely off, just showing the power of that storm as Hurricane Milton moved through our area. And we know that this is not the only place that saw damage. First responders are still trying to assess different areas in our community, and they are still working to reach people who are trapped in their homes. But they're asking folks to stay off the roadways until further notice. We can tell you, as we've been moving about this morning, there's been debris everywhere, trees down. They say that there are power lines that are down. So they're asking folks to stay off the roadways because it's still dangerous. We know that in Treasure Island, they said that they saw winds reach over 100 miles per hour throughout the night, and they've already seen 13 inches of rain. That was just a few minutes ago. So first responders are still working to assess what happened out here. But again, Tropicana Field is just an example of the power of that storm. We're going to continue to look around our area and assess the situation ourselves. Reporting in downtown St. Petersburg, Miranda Parnell, 10 Tampa Bay, reporting for the Weather Channel.
And just one element of Milton was the wind. The other was the rainfall, and that rain came down hard and fast in plenty of places. St. Petersburg, right now the leader, right? One of the things you don't want to lead in, right? Flooding rainfall, 17.24 inches. Clearwater Beach coming in at 14 or just over 14, Baskin at 13, Seminole about 10, and also Pinellas Park also at about 10 inches. So it was really right in this area in pink where we saw some of the heaviest rain, some of those totals close to 1.5 feet in spots. Got to imagine somebody's going to be close to 1.5 feet, maybe a little bit more. And the flood watches, all right? So the watches mean the potential for flooding when you get warnings or advisories or even flash flood emergencies. What we had down here near Tampa and St. Pete, that's when you need to take action. And just because your warnings have gone away and the flash flood emergency has gone away here doesn't mean there's not still flooding going on. Most of the new flooding further northeast of Orlando and Daytona Beach, where at this point some of the heaviest rain is coming down. The radar showing that, also showing the eastern side of the center merging now out over the western Atlantic and start to pull away as the evolution here of the storm coming in, like I said, right around 8:30 as a Cat 3 and weakening, pushing onshore and continuing to weaken as it does, but still strong winds, seen some 80+ mile per hour gusts even on the east coast around Daytona Beach. And as we had said, not only is the center pulling away, some of this rainfall too. So this is good news, not that we're not going to have some leftover showers on the backside, but it's really been loaded to the north and the northwest. So really that quadrant of the hurricane and eventually tropical storm, it seems to be where we've had some of the heaviest rain, and believe it or not, some of the stronger winds too. Notice, and usually you'd say with a hurricane, it is the northeast quadrant where some of the strongest winds are, but we are void of even precipitation. Not saying the winds aren't gusting, but we've seen some of the strongest here back on the backside where, as I just mentioned, I think I saw 84 miles per hour at Daytona Beach. So the winds have been ripping, and the rain's adding up, and we also got water coming in from the Atlantic and a surge threat here too. So here's your warning, right? So this is where we say you take action, right? Flash flood warning, Orange, Seminole, and Volusia counties, Daytona Beach in that, Orlando's in that, but notice too, even in Orlando, you're seeing your rain taper off. Heavier rainfall right around Daytona Beach on I-95 soon over the next few hours. We should see that start to fade away a bit. Flagler, Marion, and Putnam counties, this is radar indicated flash flood warning. Again, if you are in this area, flooding imminent or is occurring. But again, you're seeing the rain and some of the heaviest rain just offshore, trying to get onshore, but it looks like it's having a tendency to weaken here as it runs into the shoreline. But as we go through and take a look further west, you notice that the rain's diminishing on the backside. To the south, there's hardly anything. Doesn't mean you're not going to get any showers, but there will be some. But the worst will be further north. The winds are gusting right now. Orlando to 55, Sanford to 67 now. And there you go. Look at Daytona Beach now, has gusted to 87 miles per hour. So windy, rainy over the next few hours, but continue to see the winds calm down as we get in and around places like Tampa and St. Pete. Carl?
Well, we have some new video in from Daytona Beach, Florida. Milton's winds blasting the area. This is a spot where we have been consistently seeing winds gusting up and over 70 miles per hour, and in fact, within the last hour, gusting over 80 miles per hour. You know, part of what's happening here is you've got an easterly wind that is coming off the ocean, so there's no friction, and the result is that you get a much stronger wind than you would get if it was coming from an area that was over land. So here you see the current advisory on the hurricane. It is now a Category 1, 85 mile per hour storm, and it is moving towards the northeast at 18 miles per hour. So it has made its way all the way across the state of Florida as a hurricane. It is now 10 miles to the northeast of Cape Canaveral, and so the center is now just offshore. So we will see lingering effects, mostly in terms of rain and wind in northeast Florida, and also surge along the northeast Florida coast, as well as into Georgia and parts of South Carolina. We'll talk more about all of that coming up in a few minutes.
I didn't have to spend my life trying to find my calling. Mine found me at an early age.
It was just a matter of how good I could get and how far I would go.
At Ram, our calling is to build trucks. So when you find your calling, nothing can stop you from answering it.
Right now during Ram Power Days, get $4,000 cash allowance on the purchase of most 2025 Ram 1500 trucks. Don't miss Ram Power Days. Hurry in today.
Stuffed up again?
So congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Just Sinex? Breathe. What is... Wow. Sinex? Breathe. Ah.
Consider he's going to be out of the British Grand Prix.
You won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up. But not today. I want to carry on. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name.
Under Kamala Harris, over 13,000 illegals convicted of murder are living in American communities,
which means they are here.
while an additional 15,000 convicted of sexual assault and rape are also living amongst you.
Tonight, a migrant has been charged with raping a 15-year-old disabled girl.
How will your family survive another 4 years if you may not be able to?
Is it possible to count on my internet, like my customers count on me?
It is, with Comcast Business, keeping you up and running with our 99.9% network reliability and security that helps outsmart threats to your data.
My data, too?
Your data, too.
Oh.
There's even round-the-clock customer support, so you can be there for your customers.
Hey, Billy, how you doing?
With Comcast Business, reliability isn't just possible. It's happening.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with fast, reliable internet for $59.99 a month. Or ask about our 5-year price lock guarantee on qualifying internet bundles. Call today.
Wouldn't it be nice, excuse me, if nothing stood in your way?
Representative.
Command unclear. Goodbye.
Hello? Flight canceled.
With Xfinity, nothing stands between you and what you want to watch. Just say, "for you," into your Xfinity voice remote to jump back into your favorites. Or get a new recommendation based on what you've watched or saved, so you can get right to the good stuff.
I can feel the winds of change.
It's unbelievable! Hundreds of millions of lives impacted.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Thousands of storms forecasted, 40 years of storytelling, and a former National Hurricane Center director. One trusted best-in-class expert team. America's most trusted news network, the Weather Channel.
A frost advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 41 degrees under clear skies. Today, plentiful sunshine. High 63. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, generally clear. Low 36. Winds east-northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, a mainly sunny sky. High 66. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I'll tell you what, the wind is certainly causing some problems here in downtown Orlando, Florida. You can see the traffic light arms have come down here at the intersection of Church and also Orange. Orange is bent, obviously going to have to be repaired. Church is down completely, and that is all done by the power of the wind. Extraordinary how intense the winds have gotten here just over the last few hours. I know Carl is currently watching, and Ray are watching the forecast because we've got about an hour left of this wind before it starts to taper off. So this is not the time you want to be going outside. This is the time you need to be certainly staying in. As far as any rain issues, we certainly have seen minor flooding around the area. Nothing that is impeding travel per se, maybe a little bit of flooding in certain intersections, but nothing that bad. But I will tell you, the story here in Orlando over the last hour and a half, 2 hours, has been the backside of Milton pushing through and bringing these extraordinary gusts of wind and sustained winds, probably 30, 40, maybe even to the 50-mile-per-hour range at times. I mean, you can hear it, you can feel it. It's an extraordinary amount of power from this storm going through Orlando, Florida. And the best, most visible example of that power we've seen so far is right here with these cross arms going down. We also have branches coming down all over the place. Have not seen trees down yet, but that doesn't mean they're not down. And of course, if trees come down, that means power lines oftentimes come down with them. Here in Orlando, the nice thing downtown, Ray, is the fact that the power lines are underground, which is probably the only reason where you look around, there is plenty of power everywhere. We haven't lost power downtown, but Ray, you know that that is a rarity as we go across Florida because more than 3 million customers are without power, many of them here in Central Florida. Ray, into you now.
Yeah, Justin, thanks. You know, and you see that signal's come down, but the light is still on. Have you seen any other issues? Has there been any power that has gone out? I mean, at least around you. I mean, it looks like the winds are starting to really rip right now. Seems like some of the worst, if not pretty close to it.
Yes, we have seen. In fact, I'm going to step behind that. We have seen power outages around the area, especially when you get out of downtown proper. Certainly. So again, this is an anomaly. Downtown Orlando is holding strong when it comes to the power, but I truly believe it is a testament to communities that decide and have the finances and choose to put their power lines underground. This is what you get. You have the staying power through something like this. We have seen the flashes of light in the sky, the arcing of lines, the blowing of transformers. We have seen that, but not downtown. Downtown seems to be staying just fine right now, Ray. And to your point, I mean, looking at the crossing arm here, I mean, hey, it's a green light if you can get through it. Red light over here on Orange Ave. But that Orange Ave arm, Ray, looks like it's even gone down since we've been standing here. I can't imagine that has too much more strength to go before it comes down as well. Ray, into you.
All right, thank you, Justin Michaels out in downtown Orlando, seeing some of the worst conditions from Milton as we speak. And probably not going to be too much longer there. But let's jump to a couple of photos now after the storm in Hillsborough County early this morning. First, we're here in Brandon. This is just east of Tampa. You can see this large tree has come down alongside and across Bloomingdale Road near Kings Avenue, taking out the power. Also an example of flash flooding and why you should never drive into high water. As you can see there, flooding has caused the water to go up to the wheel wells in that car, and I can't tell if that car stalled, if there was anybody in it. But turn around, don't drown. At least at this point, there is no reason why in some of these areas you should decide to venture out until your local officials tell you it's okay to venture out. And at this point, in some of the areas hardest hit, it's not okay. All right, so what's left here now? Well, we've got the 5 a.m. update, and we've got a Category 1 storm with winds estimated at 85 miles per hour. Now, we've seen that with some of the gusts, 84 at Daytona Beach, but it's moving northeast at 18, so it picked up another mile per hour in forward speed. The center to the northeast of Cape Canaveral, Florida, off to the northeast. So, we're seeing the center now just about emerging and getting back out over the open waters of the Atlantic Ocean. And as it does, and obviously the impacts will become less and less, but still some heavy rain and some surge flooding up the coast, and some of the warnings for some of that surge is actually, or are actually, further north up into even the beaches of South Carolina. But here you can see the heaviest rainfall with the flash flood warning does cover Orlando, but the rain is beginning to lessen there. Little bit more of a threat as you go a little further north here, as you get up near Daytona Beach, Orange, Seminole, Volusia counties. Some heavy rain and some radar and gauge indicated flooding here. I don't think we're going to see the 17-inch totals, which were some of the highs that have come in. But look at this, 11.5, maybe a little bit more. So we may see some 1-foot totals, but do we get 1.5 or 18 inches of rain? Probably not. But this is the area, though, that's seen that heaviest rainfall, and actually well forecast. This was forecast to be where the heaviest rain was, over a foot in many spots, and it looks like some of the higher totals are going to come in around a foot to about 17 plus inches in and around Tampa Bay. The power outages continue to climb. As of this point, we've got just over 3 million customers without power.
It's almost time. Verizon Small Business Days are coming, October 14th to the 20th. Meet with our experts. Get one-on-one advice, a free tech check, and special offers and deals. Get more for your business. Don't miss out. Get started today.
Our energy turns driving into a transformative experience. It takes handling and makes it super handling. Born on the racetrack and raised in the third row. It pushes technology to be brighter. And that's the energy of innovation. Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on a new vehicle.
That grimy film on your teeth.
Dr. G?
It's actually the buildup of plaque bacteria, which can cause cavities.
Most toothpaste quit working in minutes, but Crespro Health's antibacterial fluoride protects all day.
It stops cavities before they start.
Crest.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-847-5519.
We work hard and we pay our taxes, but billionaires are getting away with paying less in taxes than we do. Donald Trump gave them a huge tax break and wants to give them another one.
I'm rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts?
Well, I'm not rich as hell. Kamala Harris will cut taxes for working people and make billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share. Trump is fighting for rich guys like himself. Kamala is fighting for us.
FF PAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
The Weather Channel continues live around-the-clock coverage of Hurricane Milton. I'm Justin Michaels. This is Orlando, Florida, where we are getting some of the worst winds we have seen from this storm push through as the backside of the storm is now coming through here, the city beautiful Orlando, Florida. You can see the intersection of Church and Orange. The arms are down that hold up the stoplights, and that is a major issue. In fact, the Orange Street one is getting lower and lower every single time we look at it. So Orange Avenue and Church Streets, this intersection essentially is shut down right now. And the concern is over the next couple minutes, next hour, as these winds persist, could we have one of these break? That could certainly be an issue. And of course, if they do break, what we're going to have are exposed power lines, very powerful power lines. So just be very careful as you're moving around here in downtown Orlando right now, because there are dangers that are presenting. Another issue we're seeing, branches are coming down. The wind is strong enough that it's bringing branches down, and you have to believe that in downtown Orlando, though you see power here right now, outside of Orlando proper, you don't, because here, all the power lines are underground. The power has been stable here all night long, regardless of wind. Out in the county and just outside of the city limits, it's a very different story. And right now, power outages are more than 3 million customers across the state of Florida. This has been a major hit to the power infrastructure for so many different power companies. But the good news we can report, and it's been very, very interesting all night long, that despite all the power issues across the state, Orlando has not even seen the lights flicker in downtown Orlando. That's not to say we haven't seen the bright flashes of orange and red and purple and blue from arcing power lines and transformers blowing far from where we are. We have seen that. But as you can see, I don't care what direction in which you look, there is power in downtown Orlando. But if branches this size are the issue out in the county and in places where those lines are suspended above up on power poles, these come down, they take power lines with them. So please be extremely careful as you move around. We have seen gusts approaching hurricane force this morning here in the greater Orlando area. We've also seen a lot of rain overnight, but the good news is, by and large, across the area, flooding has not been a huge issue in this part of the state. Over on the coast, a very different issue with the storm surge flooding that has been absolutely catastrophic. With the light of day, we will be able to start assess those issues. And we, of course, at the Weather Channel have teams up and down the west coast of Florida, but also on the east coast of Florida. And we're going to get to Jen Carfagno in just a moment. Here come some police officers through. I'm not sure but they're going to go right through and underneath those lights. I wouldn't recommend anybody but a first responder or a police officer do that. That can be very dangerous, especially because if you're the one who's going through that, and that's the moment that bar decides to let go, it comes down on your car, and that often doesn't turn out well. So the dangers absolutely are real, continuing to be real. This is a deadly storm. Milton has already killed people in its path of destruction as it's gone across from the west side of Florida to the east side of Florida. So making sure you take care of yourselves and just heed the warnings until this storm is off in the Atlantic and not causing humans any issues anymore, Jen. We need to be very, very careful. I will tell you, Jen, it is amazing to see how quickly the conditions have deteriorated here in downtown Orlando. And I know you and Jacksonville Beach and your team are dealing with your fair share of issues as well. Jen Carfagno, to you now.
Yeah, well, Justin, here in Jacksonville, we'll talk about the conditions. Last night we saw Milton make landfall about 8:30, and then it crossed the state in just 8 hours. And it's now exited off the east coast of Florida, just to the east of Cape Canaveral. And the wind here in Jacksonville is just now reaching some of its peak, about 40 miles per hour. So we're getting some of the least of the winds compared to everyone else. We're on the outer reaches of that wind field. Tropical storm force wind gusts. We've been dealing with 39 mile per hour winds over the last several hours, now up to 40. And that has taken out some power in the area, a very small percentage here in Duval County. But really the main concern, of course, is the water. And that always was going to be the concern here, is that would we see any flooding along the St. Johns River, especially in some of those flood prone areas. Now, I've got the St. Johns River right next to me. At times, times. You're going to see the splashover happening here thanks to the wind pushing that water. The St. Johns River actually is supposed to flow the other way, where it flows from south to north, and the Atlantic Ocean would take it actually moving sort of in the direction I'm facing. But thanks to the wind pushing it, you can see it actually getting pushed in the opposite direction. That's causing some splash over here at the Riverwalk, where I am on the south bank of the St. Johns River. There is some flooding happening on the north bank of the St. Johns River in some of the typically flood-prone areas like Riverside Drive, over towards Memorial Park. That's an area where they are getting some flooding happening on streets, and that area, again, some typically flood-prone areas. Here we are running here at the Main Street Bridge, we're running a river level of 1.53, flood stage is 1.5, so some minor flooding is happening, and you can actually see that behind me on the Riverwalk, where the splashover has come over. Lower lying area right here is filled up with some water. You're just not walking through there. That's really the danger that is in that area. But there are some streets that are flooding, and there is some power out in the area in Jacksonville, like around the Ortega area. It's just one spot without power. Now, Justin, you saw in his live shots some of these strong winds that they had. In Daytona Beach, they had even stronger winds. Again, remember, we just saw Milton exit the east coast of Florida, leaving right around the Cape Canaveral area, and just north of there in Daytona Beach, they saw winds gusting 83, 84 miles per hour. Very heavy rain as well, blinding rain, and the waves crashing on the shore, because that's the north side of the circulation. So bigger waves from there up towards St. Augustine. In St. Augustine, there's some street flooding as well, especially where the water between the surge and the waves have come over the seawall. So those coastal roads right there dealing with some flooding. And then extending up to here, up into Jacksonville Beach. I did check the observations on the beach, Greg Postel, and it gusted to 51 there as some of the peak winds that we were dealing with. So, I'm farther away from the circulation, but still dealing with tropical storm force winds. And I think, until the winds calm down, there's still the risk of power outages here.
Yeah, Jen, we are watching now the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and it does appear that perhaps the center of circulation now has moved offshore. This is a Category 1 hurricane. Winds are fairly strong. We've seen wind gusts, as you mentioned, over 80 miles per hour in some parts of North Florida on the Atlantic side. Yeah, so this is still bringing a lot of fierce wind and very heavy rain to much of Florida. There's the most recent data that we're getting now from the National Hurricane Center. It is moving rapidly now offshore at 18 miles per hour. The location of the center is 10 miles northeast of Cape Canaveral. Yes, indeed, it is now back out over the water, over the Atlantic, and moving away, thankfully, with much better weather soon to come later on this afternoon for many of us. But right now, the very worst of all the weather is in this band right here on the northern side of where the center of circulation is there. So it's that band that is affecting parts of northeast Florida and bringing very strong winds. These are the onshore winds with coastal flooding and the like across parts of Florida. Now, south of Orlando, you see that offshore west wind that is keeping any coastal flooding at bay south of Orlando and Cape Canaveral. But it is on the north side where all the worst weather is right now. And you can see we've measured some wind gusts in the mid-80 mile per hour range. Let's go there right now, and let me show you what the weather conditions look like in Daytona Beach as we speak. And there it is. So these are tropical storm force winds, sustained winds at the airport there, around 50 miles per hour. We've seen from time to time some peak gusts over 80 miles per hour. In fact, right now at the airport in the last observation, 83 miles per hour in Daytona Beach. This is what we're seeing right now. Look at that. In the worst part of Milton that is impacting northeast Florida still, and it will probably be doing so like this for another half an hour to an hour. That is an amazing shot. Now, around there, the winds dramatically reduce as you go away from the center of circulation. Right now, St. Augustine gusting to 51 miles per hour. That is a northeast wind, also kind of an onshore wind. And even farther to the north, Fernandina Beach on Amelia Island, the winds are gusting almost 40 miles per hour. Jacksonville International Airport, that's inland, 20 miles per hour, not such a big deal. But look, you can see the back part of the storm right there, drying out from northwest to southeast, so better weather is on the way. Recapping what we've seen, we know this, right? Hurricane Milton made landfall last night about 8:30 as a Category 3 hurricane with 120 mile per hour winds. Pressure was down to around 954 millibars. Some of the top wind gusts that we've received Venice, Florida, we saw wind gusts of about 107 miles per hour, sustained wind of about 92 miles per hour. This is the strongest wind that we have found in all of the data so far. And this particular weather station was in an exposed location facing the wind right on the coast, so it had full effect. And that was the strongest wind that we found, with a sustained wind of about 92 miles per hour. Now, what happened yesterday may be sort of put aside, unfortunately, with all what's going on now. But the fact that we had a tornado outbreak yesterday was stunning. We had a record number of tornado warnings issued in Florida. I'll show you the number in a second. But that happened in mid-afternoon when all across Florida, supercell thunderstorms, the likes of which we don't see very often, if ever, with a landfalling hurricane even. This was more like an outbreak of supercells and tornadoes that we get in the plains in spring, all associated with Milton as it moved on board and moved through the state last night. So there we go. It is moving offshore, and that's good news. But here, real quick, this was the number of tornado warnings that were issued across the state. This was the most ever issued in one day by the Weather Service offices in some. And the number of tornado reports keeps going up. We'll see more and more of that. And by far and away, it may end up being that the worst structural damage that we saw in the infrastructure was from the tornadoes yesterday, not so much from the wind. We'll see about that. Storm surge was very significant as well, Steph.
I saw in Palm Beach Gardens, on the roof of a house was a, what am I thinking? Dumpster, thank you. On the roof of a house, a dumpster.
Cars were tossed also with some of those tornadoes.
This is also really bad. Large gaping hole in the roof of Tropicana Field this morning. After Hurricane Milton blasted through the Tampa Bay region, the wind shredding the fabric there, exposing the interior of the stadium. The roof at Tropicana Field, which is home to the Tampa Bay Rays, is not meant to be open, so the field is not supposed to get wet. Milton unleashed wind gusts of nearly 100 miles an hour in Tampa. By the way, that was also a staging area. There's like a ton of cots on the field there, and they won't be able to use them. And a crane collapsing into a building in St. Petersburg, Florida. This happened last night during Hurricane Milton's fierce winds. Debris, I mean, this is terrible. Thankfully, no injuries reported, but they're going to have to chop this up to make the road accessible. There's going to be a lot of time still. Oh, into the building, too. This is just absolute disaster. More video will come into the Weather Channel as people start waking up and we are able to get in contact with them. We do have still flood watches here from Jacksonville to Vero to Tampa down towards Fort Myers. And, you know, in Tampa yesterday, we got 11.23 inches of rain from Milton. And this was their wettest October day and their second wettest overall day. Okay, we're just talking about one day, over 11 inches. Their previous wettest October had 10.33 inches. That was in 1922. So Milton's rainfall eclipsed the 100-plus year monthly record in a single day. The monthly record was broken in a single day. Jaw on the floor. We were expecting it, though. We were expecting those strong winds and storms. This is where Milton is now. That center is pulling offshore, but you're still going to have some breezy conditions behind that. And, of course, we're going to get out live to Reynolds Wolf, who's in Daytona, still with that onshore flow and some of the worst weather happening for us here. You can see it in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That's where he is located. This is going to continue to pull offshore, and it's moving quite quickly, but I think it'll be until early afternoon when you really start to get relief from those winds. And we will still see that onshore flow as it's a large rotation even as we head into the afternoon hours. So that means that storm surge warning still here, and Orlando's been getting hit. But I'll tell you what, we're going to go live to Justin because, Justin, they're seeing some damage, yet the power is still on. Kind of gives you the argument of we should bury all power lines.
Well, I tell you what, it makes a strong argument that that is certainly the solution to power outages, or at least part of the solution, Steph, because I'm telling you, we have not even had the power flicker here in downtown Orlando. We're just outside of the city limits where the power lines are not buried. They're up on power poles. It's a very different situation, and much of Florida dealing with that exact same situation. More than 3 million customers without power right now. If you multiply that out, that's a lot of people. That could be as many as 12 million people or more here here in this part of Florida dealing without power. So Orlando's faring pretty well here in the Orlando metro with power. But I will tell you, looking behind me, you can see some of the hit to the infrastructure, the public infrastructure, like the bars that hold up our stoplights here at the intersection of Church and Orange. Well, but again, even in their crippled state, hey, we got a green light. If there wasn't a bar down in front of you, you could go straight through. Looking over at Orange, I'm not sure if you can see it from this angle, that bar is bending, and every time we look at it, it gets a little closer and a little closer to the ground. So you have to believe, I mean, maybe the winds will die down by the time before it hits the ground, but right now it's not looking too good. We have seen some extraordinary wind gusts here. One thing we haven't seen is an abundance of flooding in this part of the state. And that is a very welcome thing, especially for people that escaped the coast and they evacuated to come here, which people did in great numbers. The flooding risk here has not been that bad. We have had teams driving around this morning safely to see if we had any flooding, and it's been minimal to none at all. So as we go to commercial break on the Weather Channel, some of the damage in downtown Orlando, there you can see it. That's not something you want, and that's all caused by the power of the wind continuing to whip through Orlando. We're back after this.
I didn't have to spend my life trying to find my calling. Mine found me at an early age.
It was just a matter of how good I could get and how far I would go.
At Ram, our calling is to build trucks. So when you find your calling, nothing can stop you from answering it.
Right now during Ram Power Days, get $4,000 cash allowance on the purchase of most 2025 Ram 1500 trucks. Don't miss Ram Power Days. Hurry in today.
Now's the time to go back in time and shine a light on the family journey that led to you. Learn when they said I do. When they became heroes. How they ruled the school. And what you got from your parents. The places on mom's side and dad's side. Detailed DNA results, inspiring family history memberships. Now's the time to save at Ancestry.
Look at this one under eye bag. It's gone.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, your solution is at plexidermtrial.com.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
I was seeing this bra all over my Instagram feed. I'm sure you're seeing it too.
This is the most comfortable bra I've ever put on in my life. I love it because, one, it's not underwire. I hate underwire. It smooths out your back. It doesn't give you back fat or back rolls. You can wear this under a t-shirt and it wouldn't leave any marks or bulges. So not only is it super supportive, lifting and smoothing, but you have all that without an underwire and without a ton of padding.
If you're looking at this and it's available, I promise you won't regret it.
Try risk-free. Free returns on all orders.
Old Spice Gentleman's Super Hydration Body Wash. Vanilla and shea. 24/7 moisturization with vitamin B3.
Are you using all the Old Spice?
Oops.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Milton. Get trusted up.
Faraway places. Why choose a mobile network built for places you'll probably never be, instead of for where you are most of the time? Xfinity Mobile was designed for where you need it most.
Xfinity Internet customers, ask how to get a free 5G phone and a second unlimited line free for a year.
It's our son. He is always up in our business.
It's the Verizon 5G home internet I got us.
Oh.
He used to be a competitive gamer, but with a higher lag,
He can't keep up with the squad.
So now we're his squad.
What are Kevin's plans for the fall?
He's going to college.
Out of state.
Change of plans. I've decided to stay local.
Oh, that's great.
Why don't I ever leave this?
We'll do anything to get him gaming again.
You and Kevin need to fix this internet situation.
Or my name.
I swear to God, Kevin!
Told you to wait in the car.
Everyone in my old squad has Xfinity. Less lag, better gaming.
I'm gonna need to charge you for 3 people.
You throw it. For special money-saving deals, visit buyiflow.com.
A frost advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 41 degrees under. Today, sunny, high 63, winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly clear, low 36, winds northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, a mainly sunny sky, high 66. Here's our 7-day outlook.
The Weather Channel TV app is keeping you ahead of the storm all hurricane season. Our goal is to keep people safe. Log in and experience local weather. Real-time radar, minute-to-minute coverage.
Waves are just crashing on the seashore.
Top stories in our on-demand library. Interactive live chats with experts. And landfall cams bringing you every angle of the storm. No one covers hurricane season like the Weather Channel TV app. Start your free trial and be prepared all season.
And welcome back to continued coverage on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, and I am coming from Daytona Beach, Florida. We are about a half block from the intersection of Earl Street and A1A, but in every sense, we're at a crossroads when it comes to Milton. Right now, we've got wind that has been coming in. It has been a constant during the overnight hours and certainly here in the early morning. Obviously, we got some traffic coming on through. Come on, dude. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Goodness gracious. Right now, in the Daytona area, we still have power at our location, but many places are losing power as we speak. Very difficult times across Volusia County. What's amazing is here we are dealing with this October system, and it was just 8 years ago when you had Matthew that came within 27 miles of this exact location. Hard to believe how history repeats itself. Now, Matthew had winds of 120 miles an hour offshore, and still we have plenty of effects here. The effects we expect in this location, obviously, with structural damage, wind damage, tree damage. Goodness gracious. Wow. In some spots, the streets are just choked with debris. Right here, not a terrible location, but the wind we expect to die down in the coming hours, but right now, it is coming in horizontally. Again, as we mentioned earlier, the strongest gusts that we've had, about 83 miles per hour, 83 miles an hour. The streets relatively empty, save the one car that we deployed traffic cop for, but relatively quiet. You have to remember, they're on a Berry Island at this location, and the bridge goes down once you get to 39 miles per hour or stronger. So at this point, not a lot of traffic going back and forth. But here we're holding on. We're going to expect more of the same like this easily through the next several hours. And as Stephanie mentioned, we may see some improvement in, I'd say, by the time you get into the afternoon. Let me give you a little bit of a look-see. Again, I am facing north. This is west. Here's east, and south is right behind me. To my east, you've got A1A. This is Earl Street. Convention Center. Milton says hello. Goodness sakes. Convention Center located directly behind me. And you'll notice a lot of these trees actually holding up pretty well. Nature's grand design. But I do wonder how some of the taller oak trees are faring at this time. They're still in full foliage, and farther inland, some of them may be damaged, some could be a total loss. And when those trees fall, you don't have roadways like this that are relatively clear. So power crews are going to have a very difficult time restoring those services. Speaking of power crews, our location, we got crews at the standby waiting for when the winds do abate, they'll go out there and do the hard work of restoring services. I'm getting the wrap. Let's wrap it up. Let's send it back to you. Reporting via Delaware Beach. Reynolds Wolf, back to you.
Reynolds, I'll take it from here. Justin Michaels here. We're in Orlando, Florida, and I'll tell you what, where Reynolds is really feeling the bulk of the winds we've been dealing with for the last several hours here in Orlando, which is why I donned my helmet. We've had building material flying around. We've had massive tree branches coming down. This came down right in front of our vehicle, so the dangers are real. And we've also had pieces of public infrastructure come down. You can see the cross arm there that holds up the stoplights on Church Street. It has come down across Orange Avenue, and then if you look over at Orange Avenue, that one's bending and not looking great. Another thing that I've never seen before, ever, is what's happening right over here. Austin, come on out here. You can see there is a tow truck, and no, he is not towing one of our vehicles. He is doing the good work of tree removal, and I hope he can do it while we're live on the air. Tree debris removal on the back of a tow truck. I've never seen it before. Orlando, you were innovative, if nothing else, and there he goes. This is the third branch he has pulled out of here. The first two were huge, but there he goes, the back of a tow truck. Hey, that's a great multi-use purpose there for a tow truck. But again, there's going to be a lot of infrastructure work that has to be done at just this one intersection. You will notice we have power here in downtown Orlando. That is a true testament to just how much, well, there you go, another branch down right there. So our tow truck driver has another job to do, but you will notice we have full power. Everything is on, a true testament to burying power lines. Burying power lines here in Orlando certainly has saved the power infrastructure. We're outside of the city, a very different situation where more than 3 million customers are without power. As we go to commercial break on the Weather Channel, the winds continue to whip through the city beautiful. That is Orlando, Florida, as Milton coverage continues on the Weather Channel.
You won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up, but not today. I want to carry on. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name.
Sleep. Feel. The Chic's difference is real. Pull back, fall in, exhale. Sleep cool all night. On a cloud, like a feather. Smooth, soft, nothing better. Holds tight, just right. Own the night. Visit trycheeks.com to get 25% off, free shipping, and 2 free pillowcases, plus a 60-night guarantee.
If you're shopping for a home, you could browse hundreds of listings to find a mid-century treasure, or compare years built all at once. Search in full color to find that new home in the old neighborhood. Home search will never be the same again.
I wanted my car to feel like me. A car is a reflection of its owner, right? My dream car was out there. I just needed to find it at a price less fantasy, more reality. Look at me now. Your dreams might be closer than you think.
Car Gurus. Get it with Gurus.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything, from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. A lot of times you can't control the amount of sleep that you're getting. You can't fall asleep or you're tossing and turning all night. You can't get the sleep you need to stay healthy. I know, it's scary unless you use Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep is a product that's made from natural ingredients, and it usually works from the very first night you try it. It helps you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed, earning your body those quality hours of sleep that it desperately needs.
Join the hundreds of thousands of people who've experienced the relief and health benefits from getting a great night's sleep and get Relaxium Sleep.
The first time I took Relaxium and I slept through the night, I thought, wow, this worked for me. I could not believe it.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it. I had more focus and mental clarity than I've had in years.
Relaxium is drug-free and not addictive, so you can take Relaxium every night and never worry about side effects. And the best part is, it can start working from the very first night.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
Stop being afraid and start sleeping your fears away with Relaxium Sleep. Your body and your mind will thank you.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles.
If you're not getting calm enough to go to sleep, take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. It's guaranteed to work or your money back. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-414-0354. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-414-0354.
No matter what kind of teeth you gotta brush, Oral-B Electric cleans better with one simple touch. Oral-B's dentist-inspired round brush head hugs them, cleans them, and gets in between them for 100% cleaner teeth. Your perfect clean starts with Oral-B.
All right, so I will tell you what, the winds are whipping through Orlando, Florida. An extraordinary amount of wind is continuing to go through Orlando. We thought it was dying down there for a little bit. It's not. Milton has some more energy to go through this city. You can take note, there are branches that are coming down, and also, most importantly, some of the public infrastructure, like the arm that holds up the stoplights down, also over on Orange Avenue. It is bending. Definite issues here. But I keep going back to the fact that the big issue you don't see here is the power outages. All the power lines in this city are underground, and we have not seen at all, and we've been live since 1 o'clock this morning, live for you on the Weather Channel. We have not seen the power in the city of Orlando even so much as flicker. To Stephanie's point earlier, if there was ever a test case for having your power lines underground, this city is it, because we have not had any issues whatsoever with that. That's not to say just outside of the city that power outages aren't all over the place, because they are. In fact, more than 3 million customers are without power right now across the state of Florida. And if you multiply that out, that's pushing it very close to 12 million people without power. Remember, one power customer is one address. So it's going to take quite a long time for Duke Energy and so many other power providers across the whole swath of Florida that's being impacted by Milton to get that power restored. Remember, we're talking about long duration, widespread power outages. It certainly is highly likely in the days to come for many people here in Florida. But power crews need these winds to stop and need the storm to be gone before they can safely get to the work of restoring power. So an extraordinary show of force from Milton. I will tell you, when we first started our live shots earlier today, it wasn't like this. It wasn't like this. This is the backside of the storm that is wrapped around and is coming across the center part of the state. It's just extraordinary how conditions have changed for us here in Orlando. Yeah, see, I'll take you right off your feet. This is another reason why you really want to be staying in, and we have our safe place identified that we go to. And another reason, social media is not going to be kind to me for this helmet, but I don't care. I'm protecting my head, protecting my brain, because we have those tree branches coming down. We have all sorts of issues presenting because of the wind. Because of the wind. Something I want to show you, Austin Anderson behind the lens. Can you see the tow truck? From that perspective, Austin, can you see it? Yeah. Okay, so we've got a tow truck serving as not a vehicle tower, but that guy has been going around and taking branches in the claws underneath his tow truck and pulling the branches out. I'm not sure if he's been hired by the city to do that or if he's just an industrious guy who knows that he can do it, but he is doing it. And he's going to pull those branches out of here. We've seen him do it a couple times, Jordan. Jordan, I don't know, you've covered a lot of storms all across the country. Have you ever seen a tow truck used to remove branches? I have not.
No, I've seen bucket trucks, I've seen bulldozers, I've seen a number of things, but never a tow truck. I'm just glad that he's actually doing that. The big question is, are you going to be able to even drive through there anyway, even if the branches are removed, because the lights are down?
Yeah, probably not, but I will tell you, we have seen these branches, Jordan, the wind has been strong enough that even these branches that have come down, they're getting tossed around in the street like toys. In fact, the branches he is removing right now used to be in our intersection right here. They came down from some of the trees here on Orange Avenue. So they're being blown all over the place, Jordan, but it does highlight the danger downtown and also the concern for continued and growing power outage numbers, because the wind here whipping across central Florida is bringing branches down, and also because of how saturated the soil is, Jordan, you have to believe trees as well are going to be coming down. So definitely the story of Milton is still being written here as it goes across the state. Jordan, into you.
Appreciate it, Justin. Looks like the cleanup process technically beginning, at least for the tow truck there. Hey, I got some video here for you guys. Even before Hurricane Milton made landfall, a tornado tore across Fort Pierce, Florida. Look at the debris flying into the air, sparks flying from the power lines that'll be hit. There they go. Massive tornado also tipping over and ripping apart a semi-truck. Of course, just looking at how Milton has so many different angles and headlines to it. If you're on the east side of the state, it was all about the severe storms, the destruction there, the tornado warnings, most tornado warnings we've ever seen in a single day for the state of Florida. If you're on the west side, storm surge. If you were in between this I-4 corridor, it's all about the record rainfall. 5-inch-per-hour rainfall rates were taking place around St. Pete. And there's a look at all the tornado warnings. Unfortunately, that means we have a lot of cleanup for today. We'll be back after this.
Getting older is part of the journey, even with worsening heart failure. So when I had carpal tunnel syndrome, lower back pain, and shortness of breath, I thought that's what getting older felt like. Thank goodness I called my cardiologist. I have ATTR-CM, a rare but serious disease, and getting diagnosed early made a difference. If you have any of these warning signs, don't wait. Ask your cardiologist about ATTR-CM today.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
The best feeling is when we take off our bras. It's not true. Honeylove bras are the most comfortable bras I've ever worn. No underwires. There is some boning on the sides, which make it super comfortable and supportive. No back fat, never. It's fun, it's beautiful, it's supportive.
Free 30-day returns. Shop now at honeylove.com.
America, with mortgage rates going down and listings already up 36% on Realtor.com, the time to buy and sell is now. Do not wait. Be ready before the bidding wars start. Go where the pros go. Realtor.com.
We left the city, so we needed a car for the first time in like a decade.
And after confirming we both still knew how to drive, we needed a car we could agree on.
So we went to Car Gurus, and they delivered, literally.
Shop smarter, not harder.
Car Gurus. Get it with Gurus.
Looking for a way to stretch the dollar? With Insurify, you can cut your car insurance bill in half. Scroll through dozens of prices and tap to switch online. That's it. No phone calls and no wasted time. Go to Insurify and save today.
An alternative to pills, Voltaren is a clinically proven arthritis pain relief gel which penetrates deep to target the source of pain with non-steroidal anti-inflammatory medicine directly at the source. Voltaren, the joy of movement.
What's the #1 item in a crisis? Food. Because when the world goes sideways, grocery shelves get picked bare and people worry they'll go hungry. That's why you need 4 Patriots' best-selling 3-month survival food kit. Food designed to last for 25 years, tastes great, and is easy to make. Packed with 688 servings and 24 delicious meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Get your food kit with free shipping and free mini kits at 4patriots.com.
Getting your dream kitchen is easier than you think. Cabinets to Go can design a beautiful, high-quality, and affordable kitchen makeover that is sure to wow. Choose from thousands of the latest designer styles and color combinations.
I couldn't believe how quickly the turnaround was.
You can't beat the price. From a free 3D design to install, Cabinets to Go can do it all.
Visit a Cabinets to Go showroom or cabinetstogo.com to schedule your free design consultation today. Cabinets to Go. Wow for less.
Amazon fall favorites are here. Save on fashion, home, beauty, and more. Shop Amazon fall favorites now.
We work hard and we pay our taxes, but billionaires are getting away with paying less in taxes than we do. Donald Trump gave them a huge tax break and wants to give them another one.
I'm rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts?
Well, I'm not rich as hell. Kamala Harris will cut taxes for working people and make billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share. Trump is fighting for rich guys like himself. Kamala is fighting for us.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Dayquil VapoCool?
It's Dayquil, plus a brush of Vicks Vapors.
Dayquil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, stuffy head, power through your day medicine.
What a night it has been, what a morning it is now, and what a day it may prove to be. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf-Cody from Daytona Beach, Florida. We're in a safe location, but you can see right over my shoulder and out onto the street, it is just pure pandemonium. This has pretty much been status quo, I'd say, since about 9, maybe 10 o'clock last night, where it has been a dull roar. If you at home have never been in a hurricane, and I hope that many of you never have and never will, I got to tell you, the sound is very similar to when you're stepping on a plane at the airport, and as you're hopping on board, you might hear that telltale wailing sound in the background, that of course being the sound of the jet engines. Very similar to that, just like a dull roar. Well, we've heard that dull roar for much of the nighttime hours, and certainly it continues its scream during the early morning. Windows rattling, no doubt. You see the palm trees swaying and throwing, just going back and forth in the breeze. And really not a breeze, but just a constant push of these winds. And you see the wind and not only the wind, but obviously the stuff carried by it, the debris at times, and certainly in light of the rain. Flooding is going to be a big issue. We certainly had quite a bit of rain in the Tampa area. We had our share in Orlando, and here that remains a tremendous threat. Storm surge also a big problem. Could have anywhere from 3 to 5 feet of storm surge along the coast. And later on today in our broadcast, we are going to be closer to the beach. So we're going to be back here giving you the very latest. Now, we just had a flicker with the lights. Yeah, it's pretty much been the way of things as we've gone over the last several hours. They ebb and they flow, just kind of like at times these concentric bands as they make their way across the state of Florida. This one's certainly a historic system. It was a major hurricane, but this area, no stranger to tropical systems. What's amazing in the storied history of Daytona Beach, founded back in 1870, on average, they are either struck by or brushed by a tropical system once every 2.27 years. Amazing. And sure enough, here is yet another page in its storied history. Now we're going to make our way a bit more to the north, and as we do so, we're going to find your friend and mine, and that is Jen Carfagno. Jen, certainly many threats there, many concerns in Jacksonville, Florida.
And Reynolds, here in Jacksonville, the concerns were twofold: worried about power and wind, and worried about if surge and rainfall combined would cause any flooding along the St. Johns River. And so I want to talk about both of those. Now, our winds were about 40 miles per hour, close to that, about 39 for most of the night. And I think that was our peak wind, because now I saw the latest winds came down to about 29 miles per hour. So the wind did knock out some power. It's a very small percentage. Some of the areas had a lot of trees. We drove through some of these areas yesterday to get a feel for what could happen. And there was a lot of trees that came down because of Helene just less than 2 weeks ago, and now additional trees, no doubt, here probably came down in those spots like around Ortega, knocking out some power. When it comes to the flooding, I've got the St. Johns River right next to me. This is not even at minor flood stage anymore. So the flood stage is 1.5. It is at 1.4. This is the Main Street Bridge. Now you can see the St. Johns River. It's very active and it's hard to see in the dark, but it normally flows from south to north. But we've had this strong wind along with that water pushing on shores. You're getting some splashover coming in the other direction, and it is causing some minor flooding. It's causing flooding here on the Riverwalk. I'm on the south bank of the St. Johns River. It's also causing some flooding in some of those typical flood-prone areas, like in the San Marco area, also in the Riverside area. Memorial Park have seen reports of street flooding there. So again, typical spots that you should be avoiding anyway when you have a situation where flooding can happen. It's not been the rainfall. We have not had a lot of rainfall in the Jacksonville area. There has been heavier rain to our south, and watching communities like Astor along the St. Johns River, where there is flooding there happening. They're at major flooding. That's about 85 miles to my south. But since, again, the river flows from south to north, we'll have to keep an eye on the river levels here to see if that impacts us at all up along the path of the river. So Greg Postel, you know, that's always a concern when you deal with rivers, is you gotta follow what's happening along every single point of it. And the St. Johns River runs for 300 miles, so we've got to follow a lot of it.
Yeah, we do. And thankfully, the worst of the weather for Jacksonville's sake has slipped to the south. Unfortunately, areas to the south are feeling the worst effects right now. Jen, thank you very much. That would be in the Daytona Beach area, where we're still seeing wind gusts over 80 miles per hour, remarkably, with an onshore northeast wind. Let's have a look at the latest advisory now from the National Hurricane Center. This is a Category 1 hurricane moving. Now, it's offshore. The center is offshore. It's moving away. So better weather is going to be soon moving in across all of Florida in a matter of hours as it accelerates with the wind aloft, pushing it along, now moving at a speed of nearly 20 miles per hour. So it will not be long before the rain and the cloud are gone. There it is in the bigger picture, and you can see some of the conditions out there. The worst of all the winds are here in this onshore fetch, right about like that, coming into parts of northeast Florida. That's where the strongest and most dangerous winds are right now, including areas in and around Daytona Beach. Offshore winds here are pretty strong, but overall this circulation thankfully is moving away and weakening a little bit. Here's the rain and some of the current observations. I mentioned sustained 52, gust to 84 at DAB, Daytona Beach, St. Augustine 35, gust to 51 miles per hour. And overall, look at this. Orlando now 38, gust to 72 on, I might add, the western side, the back side of Milton. That has always been the strongest side of this storm throughout its landfall period, and we're going to continue to see that through the next several hours, as I mentioned. Farther to the north in Jacksonville, the International Airport, 20 miles per hour, no big deal there. From Daytona Beach, Amelia Island, Florida, winds gusting to nearly 40. We'll have much more on Milton and its impacts and what it did to Florida coming up after the break.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery, which frees up your whole afternoon. Thank you, free delivery. It's Walmart plus gas discounts, so you can go to the state fair, half the state away. Plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream dramas, plus comedies, plus rom-com dramedies. That's showbiz, baby. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save time and money. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Patients who have sensitive teeth but also want whiter teeth, they have to make a choice, one versus the other. New Sensodyne Clinical White that provides 2 shades whiter teeth as well as providing 24/7 sensitivity protection. Patients are going to love to see Sensodyne on the shelf.
Under Kamala Harris, over 13,000 illegals convicted of murder are living in American communities,
which means they are here.
while an additional 15,000 convicted of sexual assault and rape are also living amongst you.
Tonight, a migrant has been charged with raping a 15-year-old disabled girl.
How will your family survive another 4 years if you may not be able to survive the night?
Right for America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
I could work out, I could dance, I could do anything in this bra. Honey Love bras are the most comfortable bras I've ever worn. No underwire. There is some boning on the sides, which make it super comfortable and supportive. No back fat, never. It's fun, it's beautiful, it's supportive.
Free 30-day returns. Shop now at honeylove.com.
Now's the time to go back in time and shine a light on the family journey that led to you. Learn when they said I do. When they became heroes. How they ruled the school. And what you got from your parents. The places on mom's side and dad's side. Detailed DNA results, inspiring family history memberships. Now's the time to save at Ancestry.
Whoa, how'd you get your teeth so white?
You gotta use the right toothpaste.
Dr. C?
Not all toothpaste whiten the same.
Crest 3D White removes 100% more.
Let's say you're deep in a show, or a game, or the game, on a train, at home, at work. Okay, maybe not at work. Point is, at Xfinity, we're constantly engineering new ways to get the entertainment you love to you faster and easier than ever. That's what I do. Is that Love Island?
Like it. So how many people are going to kiss before you realise? I got it, Tim!
Pete G writes, my tween wants a new phone. How do I not break the bank?
We got you, Pete. Xfinity Mobile was designed to save you money and gives you access to Wi-Fi speeds up to 1 gig.
So you get high speeds for low prices.
Better than getting low speeds for high prices.
Right, Bruce? Jealous? Yeah, look at that.
Honestly, someone get a helmet on this guy.
Xfinity Internet customers get a free unlimited line for a year when you buy one unlimited line. Bring on the good stuff. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com today.
Because seeing is believing.
The Weather Channel TV app is keeping you ahead of the storm all hurricane season. Our goal is to keep people safe. Log in and experience local weather, real-time radar, minute-to-minute coverage, and landfall cams bringing you every angle of the storm. Start your free trial and be prepared all season.
A frost advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 41 degrees under clear skies. Today, sunny, high 63, winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly clear, low 36. Winds northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, a mainly sunny sky, high 66. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And welcome back to continued coverage on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. The location, Daytona Beach. It is the spring break capital of the world, but here we are in October talking about a tropical entity. Its name is Milton, and it is just one more page of the storied history of tropical weather in the state of Florida. This one has been a sledgehammer plowing into the west coast of Florida and now continues its trek across the state, destined for the Atlantic and more trouble up and down the east side of Florida. Wow, what a time it's been. Well, we have had pretty much what you're seeing here behind me, just the steady wind, the rain that's been coming through, a lot of debris that comes down the street. We saw one large board came down with plenty of big nails on it. And I'll tell you, it is a situation where if you're out and about in a vehicle, I would not advise it. Wait for the winds to die down. And when they do die down considerably, we'll be in much better shape in terms of getting out and about. I'll tell you a couple things we're going to be dealing with. Widespread power outages. We've seen the lights flickering here. I know there been reports pretty much up and down the state, and I'm sure that we're going to see the majority of them pretty much mirroring the path that Milton is taking, has taken, will take across the state of Florida. Something that is a bit of good news is that we are seeing really empty conditions for much of Daytona Beach. People are listening to the evacuations. We spoke with one couple yesterday from Arizona, of all places, that were visiting here in Florida. Tropical weather completely unknown to them, but they were smart enough to make their way to the north. Stephanie, that is the situation at this hour. I'm going to step back in front of the camera for a bit, and my friend, we're going to send it right back to you, Steph.
Yeah, I have a couple questions for you here, Reynolds. If you're comfortable, and you can say, no, thank you, Steph. You're a big dude. Yeah. Could you give us your height and weight or whatever you're comfortable giving? Because
absolutely.
The winds almost knocked you off your feet, and you're a big dude.
About 195 and about 6'3.5", 6'4". But but the thing is, Stephanie, I've got size 16 shoes. I've got the, remember, I've got some anchors on.
You got
right?
a base, though.
So this should be able
you got
to
a good
keep,
base.
Right, I've got a base, and even then, it was just an absolute shove. But what's weird, Stephanie, and you've done this countless times too. There are times where you have a little bit of a push. This was just a determined shove the entire time. Now you have to think, Stephanie, some of the trees the gorgeous trees you have across Florida. Who knows Florida better than Stephanie Abrams, right? And you got to think a lot of these oaks that have been standing for a long time. They've been just damaged pummeled in the sense of Helene. I think many of them, as we have the sun coming up, we're going to find damage in a lot of places, Steph.
You bring up a good point, though. We see a lot of palm trees behind you, which can actually handle the weather. And so you wonder about why, certain trees are in certain areas. And this is one of the reasons you have palm trees down in this area.
Oh, it's nature's grand design, right? I mean, you see them sticking up. They're like lollipops. I mean, really, you've got so much mass towards the top. They're almost like dandelions, so to speak. I'm going to step out of the way. And they are designed with their incredible trunks to sway and move with the wind. They're so resilient. And if you ever have the palmetto fronds snap off, they grow back relatively quickly. They can withstand these winds far better than anything. It's pretty incredible, to say the least. It's funny, Stephanie, how some of these trees can stand up to just about everything, yet you'll have some relatively new structures that in a matter of hours, sometimes those roofs can disintegrate. Crazy how nature works.
Nature for our design, Reynolds, as you know. All right, Reynolds, we're going to let you catch your breath. I know you lost your hat earlier. I saw it fly off in your earlier live shots. So you're going to have a wet head, it seems like, for the rest of the day until you get another hat. We appreciate your reporting, Reynolds, here. And speaking of trees, we actually have new video into the Weather Channel from DeLand, Florida, where an officer was driving and a tree falls onto a car. Here it is for you. That's the last bit of it. We're going to re-rack it, as they say in the biz, and rewind it. But look at the damage to this car. The bumper fell off, the front windshield. Here it is for you. Snap, boom. That's how fast it can happen. We assume everyone's okay. There was an officer right there, and he was able to help. But look at that, the front window there. That could have been deadly. And that's how fast it happens. Let's go to Jen Carfagno, who's a little bit away from the core of the winds, but that doesn't mean you're not feeling the effects of the winds, Jen, which push the water.
Well, exactly, Steph, and I'm standing right next to the St. Johns River here in Jacksonville, and, I would say just in the last 10 minutes, things have kind of quieted down, both with the wind, because while we haven't had the winds like you saw in Orlando with Justin and with Reynolds gusting to 87 miles per hour there in Daytona Beach, winds here were gusty overnight, gusting to about 39, 40 miles per hour pretty much through the overnight, but things are calming down. Milton is quickly exiting actually away from the coast, and so for here today, it's going to be a story of, just that if there are some power outages, getting them back on. The fact that the winds are calming down will really help that. And also watching what happens to our south on the St. Johns River, because there was much heavier rain down towards, say, Astor. We saw some big rain there of driving up the levels of the St. Johns River in that area. And so that water is going to eventually flow up here because the river flows from south to north. And so we'll be watching the levels if they do indeed change. They're not forecast to go beyond what we're at right now, which is maybe worst case scenario, minor flooding or close to it. This is at the Main Street Bridge. Minor flooding is 1.5. We're at 1.4. But it'll be something to watch through the day today. And we are flooding in some of those isolated areas around Jacksonville that typically flood.
That grimy film on your teeth.
Dr. G?
It's actually the buildup of plaque bacteria, which can cause cavities.
Most toothpaste quit working in minutes, but Crespro Health's antibacterial fluoride protects all day.
It stops cavities before they start.
Crest.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything, from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
The best feeling is when we take off our bras. It's not true. Honeylove bras are the most comfortable bras I've ever worn. No underwire. There is some boning on the sides, which make it super comfortable and supportive. No back fat. Never. It's fun. It's beautiful. It's supportive.
Free 30-day returns. Shop now at honeylove.com.
If you're shopping for a home, you could browse forever to find everything you want. Or compare home values, or lot sizes, or home ages all at once. Search in full color. Home search will never be the same again.
Look at this one under eye bag. It's gone.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, your solution is at plexidermtrial.com.
With Car Gurus, do as much or as little as you want online. If only you could do things your way all the time. A delightful thought. Get it with Gurus.
Looking for a way to stretch the dollar? With Insurify, you can cut your car insurance bill in half. Scroll through dozens of prices and tap to switch online. That's it. No phone calls and no wasted time. Go to Insurify and save today.
Sleep. Feel. The Chic's difference is real. Pull back. Fall in. Exhale. Sleep cool all night. On a cloud. Like a feather. Smooth, soft, nothing better. Holds tight. Just right. Own the night. Visit trycheeks.com to get 25% off, free shipping, and 2 free pillowcases, plus a 60-night guarantee.
Hi, this is Jamor, and the little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A Spicy Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich is that extra oomph. You're going to get that sweetness of the honey, and then you're going to get the heat from the spicy filet. The pairing is perfect.
Real customer paid for their testimonial.
I didn't have to spend my life trying to find my calling. Mine found me at an early age. It was just a matter of how good I could get and how far I would go.
At Ram, our calling is to build trucks. So when you find your calling, nothing can stop you from answering it.
Right now during Ram Power Days, get $4,000 cash allowance on the purchase of most 2025 Ram 1500 trucks. Don't miss Ram Power Days. Hurry in today.
When a tough cough finds you on the go, a syrup would be silly.
Woo! Hey, try no Robitussin soft chews.
Packed with the power of Robitussin in every bite. Easy to take cough relief anywhere. Chew on relief. Chew on a Robitussin.
Hard to believe that just a little more than a week ago, Milton, or what was Milton, was about a 20 to 30% chance of further development around the Yucatan Peninsula. But obviously, it began to roll and build and became the most powerful entity on the planet weather-wise. It screamed its way across the Gulf of Mexico and now is on the doorstep, running through the door in Daytona Beach before making its way inexorably out into the Atlantic. Welcome back, everyone. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. It is all about Milton this hour. I'm coming to you from Daytona Beach, which is home of one of the world's most famous beaches. People frequent here, but now it is all about Milton. The streets are relatively empty at this time, save for some intense winds, debris at times, and I'll tell you, just the gusts occasionally that roar. We've had some that have exceeded 80 miles per hour. The lights have been flickering from time to time, and we do expect that possibly we're going to see some widespread outages. Not possibly. It's going to happen. And I can tell you that every now and again, off on the horizon, we will see one of those greenish flashes. Now, if you ever deal with this kind of weather, I can tell you, you often see those. And those things that you see are transformers that continue to pop every now and then off on the horizon. And that means that someone somewhere is losing power. And that is not going to be really an exception. It's going to be the norm for many people across Florida. Big problem that we're dealing with is that it may not be a matter of say, hours, could be days, perhaps even weeks in some locations. Power crews, Florida Power and Light, they're here in Daytona. Right now, they're not out and about. They can't be. What they're going to do is wait for the wind to subside, and then the long hours and days of work get underway. It's a tedious process. Once they've got to move all the stuff that this wind pushes around, and then when they clear the roadways, they get out, they put those utility poles back up, and then and only then do they begin to put up those wires to restore the power that people desperately need. It's been just a tumultuous night, no doubt about it. The roughest, I would say, in the last several hours. If you are in the Daytona area, you know the windows have been rattling. The buildings, I can tell you where we stayed. I mean, you can put your hand up against the wall. I mean, you could feel really just the shaking, the vibrating of the walls. And again, not a surprise when you deal with these storms. It's interesting. I've been doing this now for 30 years, and although there's some similarities, like people, each and every one of these tropical systems has a few key differences. And this one certainly will have a few wrinkles, and there's so much more that we've got to know about it, that we'll learn about it as we go forward over the next several days. That is the story that we have for you from Daytona Beach. We do expect hour-by-hour conditions to improve. As you are at home, you may be able to see those raindrops moving diagonally across the screen. They move from all directions. They often do when you have these systems. But by the afternoon, we do expect possibly, Justin, maybe some sunshine here, but the wind is going to be the constant. The rain will be an ebb and flow. Now, although we're dealing with the brunt of it, at least in terms of Milton, let's make our way back to Orlando. That's where you find your friend and mine, national correspondent Justin Michaels. You're in the exhaust fumes of this system, but what a night it has been for you right along the I-4 corridor in the heart of Orlando, Florida. Justin.
Yeah, the city beautiful, and it certainly is a beautiful city, but Orlando has certainly felt its fair share of powerful wind and seen some intense rains tonight as well. Reynolds, we wanted to bring you to an elevated position here in a parking garage that overlooks I-4. Now remember, this is a Thursday morning. I-4 is a busy highway any day of the week, but not during a hurricane. Take a look at that. I'll tell you one thing, if you're a Floridian and you can watch this, I bet you've never seen I-4 looking like that, where there truly is not one soul on it. Well, there goes one car, and that one car was a police officer. So people have heeded the warnings and are certainly staying in. And Milton is really wanting to hold on, keep its grips as it goes across the state of Florida. We have had some extraordinary wind gusts and sustained winds over the last several hours since we've been live for you since 1 o'clock this morning. And it's also amazing to see how the wind direction has changed. So right now, the wind is at my back. When we first started our live shots, I was standing right here at 1 o'clock this morning. It was blowing across this way, blowing from my left to right. So definitely the wind direction has changed. The rain has all but completely stopped. I don't think it's raining at all anymore, and if it is, it's very, very minimal. And there goes one car. One lone car on I-4 at this time of the day is truly unprecedented. Something else that Orlando did was lower all of its lakes, and they have the ability to regulate the depth of those lakes, which are all over the place, to combat against any potential flooding. And the good news is that hard work to lower the lakes, which takes quite a bit of work. It takes a couple days for those lakes to go down. This morning when we were over at Lake Eola earlier this morning, Lake Eola was going over its banks. If they wouldn't have lowered that lake, it would have actually probably been going into homes, potentially, at the very least businesses, and that's bad enough. So a lot of preparation went into making sure Orlando is ready. And as we head up the I-4 corridor to Jacksonville Beach, where we find Jen Carfagno. Jen, something that's really awesome that Orlando does and many other cities are beginning to do is understand the value of having your power infrastructure underground. We have not so much, Jen, as a flicker of power go off here in the city of Orlando. In the county, in Orange County, different situation. But in the city, the power infrastructure in most of downtown is underground. And Jen, we have not, again, had so much as a flicker. They have not lost power where more than 3 million other customers across Florida have. That just shows you burying those lines is certainly a potential answer for power outages. Jen, to you now in Jacksonville Beach.
Yeah. The power of that investment, Justin, and in your shot, so poignant to see the traffic light down, but still on. The wind had knocked down the arm of that traffic light behind him, and yet the power was still on and the traffic light was still working. So you're certainly the sight there. There are some power outages up here in Duval County. Not many, though. It's a very small percentage of the overall area. Now, after Helene, we lost a lot of power in the area, about 140,000 customers. And so that was all restored. They were still working on debris cleanup. Some of the power crews had left, although they pulled enough back. We had a significant outlay of power crews ready to respond if power went out in the area. And so we're certainly still monitoring that too. Winds have calmed down to the peak, which overnight was about 40 miles per hour at the Jacksonville airport, but it is still breezy out here. And so certainly we'll be monitoring that risk through at least the next hour or two. A lot of concern, of course, on the St. Johns River going into this. While we haven't had the rainfall that we could have had, and even to our south, there has been some heavy rain. We'll have to monitor how that affects the river levels. But I think overall, we dodged the worst of the potential of the rainfall. We saw big totals down towards the St. Augustine area, and that zone from Central Florida, St. Augustine, Daytona Beach, over towards Orlando, where Justin was. That's where we had some of the core of the heaviest of rainfall. And in fact, speaking of St. Augustine, I wanted to mention there, they gusted close to 60 miles per hour, some strong winds that pushed, of course, the waves coming over the seawall along the Matanzas River. There's been flooding with water coming over their seawall, getting into some of the downtown streets. And so the wind and the rain and the combination of things there causing some issues in the St. Augustine area. We'll be monitoring for updates on that. And a little bit later, Greg Postel, I'm going to go seek out some of the areas that did flood here in Jacksonville thanks to the St. Johns River. And so I'll give you an update on that as well.
Where we are now when we're talking about the update from the National Hurricane Center on still Hurricane Milton. The center circulation is just offshore, moving away, thankfully, but still some very impactful weather getting into places like Daytona Beach and areas south of Jacksonville where Jen is. Jen, thank you very much for that report. The most recent advisory as of 5 a.m. Eastern time, it is still a Category 1 hurricane. The center now, well, a little bit more now than 10 miles east of Cape Canaveral, but it's out over the water. But that doesn't mean so much necessarily, because still very strong winds and heavy rain are impacting many of us along the Atlantic side now of Florida. You can see the center of circulation right now right about there, and still very strong north-northeast winds right near that center of circulation are impacting areas from Daytona, even St. Augustine, and then on southward from there. There's an offshore wind here. That's good news across parts of, let's say, Fort Pierce, Vero Beach, other areas in central and south Florida. There, the weather conditions will be improving very quickly in the next few hours. Here's some, look, still wind gusts of nearly 80 miles per hour at Daytona Beach. That is pretty remarkable. All happening on sort of the northern and western side of the circulation. This has been the most prolific wind-producing part of Milton as it moved through Florida, the northern and western side of the circulation, which oftentimes is not the case. We oftentimes have the wind when it comes off the Gulf of Mexico coming into Florida, the south of the track. This, in fact, might have been the other way, but we'll find out more as we look at the forensics on Milton later on. But look, we're still dealing with 20 to 40 mile per hour winds on Amelia Island, Florida, Fernandina Beach. St. Augustine, 35 gusts to 53, but you know the rain is now beginning to move offshore. Let's take us a step back now. Now that I went through the current observations, let's look back at Milton. When made landfall about 8:30 last night, allegedly as a Category 3, 120 mile per hour hurricane, bringing in very strong winds to the west coast of Florida. Wind gusts were nearly 107 miles per hour in parts of western Florida. This is Venice, Florida, where the sustained wind there was 92 miles per hour. Very strong winds, the kind that can do a lot of structural damage. But you know what else can do structural damage is tornadoes. And we had a very prolific tornado outbreak yesterday across Florida, right in that zone. You can see as we move through the mid-afternoon time frame yesterday, all of these supercell thunderstorms, the kind that you see in an outbreak of severe weather in the plains in spring, we had that in Florida yesterday on the edge of Milton before it came ashore. Remarkably, we saw over 124 tornado warnings yesterday, and this was a record number of tornado warnings issued for the state in a single day. Look at some of this video now coming out of Fort Pierce. This is tornado damage. There's going to be some video that comes out from yesterday's tornadoes in Florida that may far exceed structurally than any of the damage that we saw from the gradient or core wind with Milton. Remarkable stuff. Those warnings, the Weather Service officers did amazing jobs yesterday, giving us fair warning for those tornadoes. And so far we had, and this is a growing number, 37 reports of tornadoes. These are filtered reports from the Storm Prediction Center, and I imagine this number, as I said, only going up. So, Jordan, this is one of the more remarkable events in terms of tornadic production that I can think of in recent memory of a landfalling tropical cyclone.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and just in general, the severe weather that came out of it and the video that we're getting into the Weather Channel of how these tornadoes are, you know, in size, really big. And unfortunately, that means really big destruction. So whether you're on the east side, the I-95 side, power outages galore there. Obviously, on the landfalling side, you can see we're sitting at 3.15 million customers without power here, and that's just in Florida alone. And obviously, we still have some power outages up here from when we had Helene move on shore, but most of the power outages you're seeing this morning obviously are coming in from Milton. So if we zoom in on the greater Tampa area, St. Pete, Sarasota, areas that saw the worst of it from, you know, the I itself as it worked its way across I-75, you had big power outages that went well into the interior, and those numbers really started to peak as we got into, right around sunset or a little bit after when we saw the storm itself starting to make landfall. And so that's unfortunately what we're dealing with here this morning. And then you have outages taking place from Orlando and all the way on the east side, Daytona Beach and other locations. So when you look at the wind, looking at some of the big wind reports that we have at the gauges that we have, obviously we had, over 100-mile-per-hour winds in several locations. That obviously adds to the big power outage potential. But all the storm reports you're seeing, the red ones are those tornado warnings that Dr. Postel was just talking about. The storm is now offshore and, kind of moving its way eastward, and that's kind of a good news. So you're going to be looking at improving conditions drastically today. That's fantastic to report because as people are waking up, I know many probably didn't sleep much, but we're going to be able to probably clean up sooner rather than later. The big problem here is we have huge rainfall numbers, and we're talking about 1 foot to 1.5 feet. The biggest number we have so far was in St. Petersburg, Florida. 17 inches of rain. And really quickly, I'll leave you with Tampa's record rainfall yesterday. It was the most rainfall they ever saw in a single day for the month of October and the second most of any calendar day for the year. You had over 5-inch-per-hour rainfall rates that took place there. All right, in the meantime, we want to get it back out to Reynolds Wolf, who, of course, is still dealing with some of the elements there, Reynolds. The good news is, though, since this storm is moving offshore, I'd anticipate as you get into sunrise, conditions are going to get so much better.
Yes, indeed. The thing we got to worry about, though, is remember that counterclockwise circulation. I think that is where we could really see some of the issues along the coast in terms of the surge, anywhere from 3 to 5. And you have to think that along the east coast of Florida, every single place where you have water and land touching. We're talking lagoons, we're talking swamps, estuaries, the coast itself, you name it, a lot of erosion, no doubt, and with it, we could have quite a bit of flooding inland. Another problem, too, that you have to consider is what may happen in places like Jacksonville. Keep an eye on what happens in the city of Jacksonville and certainly along the St. Johns River. That river flows to the north, and if you've got it kind of blocked up and you've got a lot of that water being pushed in by this system, could be very interesting to say the least going forward in time. As this moves out, a lot of people not moving at all, kind of locked in place because of blocked roadways, and it is going to be really difficult for, well, not only trying to move forward, but just to find things out. If you're tuning in from around other parts of America and trying to call your relatives across portions of Central Florida, it may be difficult. You got to be patient. There could be quite a few cell outages, so it may be really tough to communicate. If there are any kids tuning in, we know it's a school morning. What an education you are getting today from this system. Oh, goodness. And then with all of them, we learned something. We're going to continue our journey with Milton coming up. Folks, it's still a dangerous system. We're going to teach you, again, the very latest with the system, what we can expect going forward. It's all about safety, and coverage continues right here on the Weather Channel. I am stepping out of the way, but folks, don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few moments.
We work hard and we pay our taxes, but billionaires are getting away with paying less in taxes than we do. Donald Trump gave them a huge tax break and wants to give them another one.
You're rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts?
Well, I'm not rich as hell. Kamala Harris will cut taxes for working people and make billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share. Trump is fighting for rich guys like himself. Kamala is fighting for us.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream shows with lots of seasons and episodes. Plus, staying up lots of hours past your bedtime. Because you don't need sleep, you need answers. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Teeth sensitivity is so common. Immediately it feels like somebody's poking directly on the nerve. I recommend Sensodyne. Sensodyne toothpaste goes inside the tooth and calms the nerve down. And my patients say, you know, doc, it really works.
With Rao's made-for-home brick oven crust pizza, delicious is finally in the frozen pizza aisle. We start with Rao's iconic sauce, then pile on all the best toppings. So your backup plan becomes a night you plan for. And pizza we crust.
This is the one.
She fixes, she manages, she perfects. Because maintaining this space transports her to this space. The industrial-grade product you need. Call, click, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Brisket is back at Chipotle. Seasoned, smoked, seared, spiced, sauced, bold, and guacced. It's a whole new kind of brisket done the Chipotle way.
We all need fiber for our digestive health, but less than 10% of us get enough each day. Good thing Metamucil gummies are an easy way to get prebiotic plant-based fiber with the same amount of fiber as 2 cups of broccoli. Metamucil gummies, the easy way to get your daily fiber.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Milton. Get trusted up.
Is it possible to count on my internet like my customers count on me?
It is, with Comcast Business, keeping you up and running with our 99.9% network reliability and security that helps outsmart threats to your data.
My data too?
Your data too.
Oh.
There's even round-the-clock customer support, so you can be there for your customers.
Hey Billy, how you doing?
With Comcast Business, reliability isn't just possible, it's happening.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with fast, reliable internet for $59.99 a month. Or ask about our 5-year price lock guarantee on qualifying internet bundles. Call today.
Wouldn't it be nice,
excuse me,
if nothing stood in your way?
Representative.
Command unclear. Goodbye.
Hello?
Flight canceled.
With Xfinity, nothing stands between you and what you want to watch. Just say "for you" into your Xfinity voice remote to jump back into your favorites. Or get a new recommendation based on what you've watched or saved, so you can get right to the good stuff.
Because seeing is believing.
A frost advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 39 degrees under fair skies. Today, abundant sunshine. High 64. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear skies. Low 36. Friday, mainly sunny. High 66. Winds north-northwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
The Weather Channel TV app is keeping you ahead of the storm all hurricane season.
Our goal is to keep people safe.
Log in and experience local weather. Real-time radar, minute-to-minute coverage.
Waves are just crashing on the seashore.
Top stories in our on-demand library. Interactive live chats with experts. And landfall cams bringing you every angle of the storm. No one covers hurricane season like the Weather Channel TV app. Start your free trial and be prepared all season.
We are tracking Hurricane Milton for you tonight. It is moments away from making landfall here on the west coast of Florida. I'm Mike Bettis live here in Tampa, where it is rain, it is wind, and relentless on the northern side of the eye of Hurricane Milton. Rain will be relentless. It's been raining hard like this for about 2 hours. We probably have somewhere between 4 and 6 more hours of heavy rain to go. So on the northern side of the eye right now, and it is relentless wind and rain, and at times those gusts may last literally for just seconds, like that right there, and then they'll back off a little bit, and then you get another big wind gust that comes in. This will be the nature of it over the next several hours, right? But it's the rain, non-stop rain at this point. Hurricane force winds extend out about 35 miles from that center, so as windy as it is right now, imagine what it's like right at the eye wall. 650,000 customers have already lost power here in the state of Florida. You think about the high population center that's hitting, that's almost a foregone conclusion that the numbers are going to go up with the wind that we're getting right now. It's a sideways rain at this point, and the power outages have been increasing. Just sometimes you get these gusts that just last for seconds, but they really are hammering. Whoa. Whoa. It's literally almost like standing in an extreme thunderstorm, and you do it hour after hour after hour. Debris that's flying through the air. That would be pieces of trees, generally speaking. The hurricane itself is beginning to weaken. You wouldn't know by what we're standing in right now. We're still really in the heart of it at this point.
And because Milton was moving so quickly, it actually stayed intact as it made its way through Orlando, and now as it is moving off the East Coast. And they have been getting hammered in Daytona Beach all morning long. I want to bring back in Reynolds Wolf to talk about how the morning has progressed. Reynolds, when exactly did you wake up? Were you up all night? Did you hear the sounds? Just tell me about basically last night into the present time.
Stephanie Abrams is the greatest line, folks, just so you know, the greatest line I've ever heard in my life. And the line is, no one sleeps during a hurricane.
No.
And it is 100% true at all. No one sleeps during a hurricane. You may doze off a little bit, but the second you start hitting REM, boom, there's going to be a noise. There's going to be something. There's this constant vibration, but there's also something, I don't know, it's something maybe even primal that you just know, instinct kind of lets you know that there's a lot happening in the atmosphere. It's very hard to explain, but no one sleeps during a hurricane. So, Stephanie, it was kind of an on-night thing, but it was building up to a crescendo. I'd say from about 10 o'clock to maybe 2:30 was some of the strongest of it, but right now we're in the northwest quadrant of it, and you can see it now moving offshore. During the break, I was chatting with our great photojournalist, Lauren DeSarmo, and our amazing field producer, Joe Farrell, and we were taking a look at the radar, and we're thinking, okay, what's going to happen as we go into this afternoon? There's going to be the big push that we're going to have more of that northwesterly fetch, and when that comes in, that's where we could really see that surge pile up in a tremendous way. You couple that with your high tide cycles, and I think we're going to have a lot of issues from here to Jacksonville and beyond. And remember, you're going to see some effects. They'll be a bit more minimal, but you'll still have some effects in places like Charleston, South Carolina, in terms of rising water. So a lot to follow. I can tell you one thing at this point, although we do have a bit of rain here, it is not like it was earlier. So we do actually feel a bit more of the drier air that's coming through. Now, instead of the constant roar, we are getting more of the ebb and the flow, But I would think if you stay with us, and I know you will, if you stay with us in the next hour or so, we will have drier air, and it's going to look altogether different. And we may even have the skies illuminated a bit. But make sure you stick around, because we will still be here later on in the afternoon reporting and showing you what happens right along the coast, showing you some wave action, and unfortunately some pretty rough conditions as we go forward in time. What a time it has been for so many people. There's so much that we know at this hour, but there's so much more that we are going to discover as we make our way throughout the day. Remember, we've got crews that are all over the story, that are all the way from the west coast of Florida to here, obviously, in the east. We've got friends in the newsroom that have been working around the clock in our control room, directors, producers, writers, you name it, to give each and every one of you the very latest information of what the system will do, what it may do, and certainly what it has done. Historic situation. I don't know if you can hear that, but every now and then you just hear like this weird, that dull roar. That is the voice of Milton. I mean, just crazy when the strong winds go right between the trees and through some of the higher buildings off the distance. But eventually that roar will go to a whisper. Better times are coming, folks. They're coming, I promise you. But right now, we've got to deal with the system and all that comes with it. Coverage continues coming up in a few moments. I'm stepping out of the way, but we'll leave you with Daytona Beach.
Now's the time to go back in time and shine a light on the family journey that led to you. Detailed DNA results, inspiring family history memberships. Now's the time to save at Ancestry.
When it looks different, feels different, it's because Tostitos Scoops taste different. Designed to be delicious. Designed to take on any life throws at you. Tostitos Scoops, designed to dip.
What's your plan, huh? Do you have one? Talking about what is your plan for a reliable source of power when the next emergency strikes. Well, check this out. It's called the Patriot Power Generator 2000X, and it's from the family over at 4 Patriots. See, they took a page out of the military's playbook for portable solar power, and now we get to use it in our own homes. What's even better is that this solar generator can power critical appliances like your fridge, your microwave, and your CPAP machine, so that you're prepared for whatever emergency strikes next. So go on, check it out. It's over at 4patriots.com.
You won't remember my name,
This is the last time you will see me at the top. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up, but not today. I want to carry on. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name.
When it comes to gifts, they say it's the thought that counts. Sure, but only if those thoughts are utterly unexpected. Uncommon Goods takes your thoughtful thoughts and turns them into brilliant ideas. A magic light. Oh, how about an entire light show? A time capsule, a fireside chat, a fantastic voyage, a special snowflake. Oh, you get the idea. The brilliant one. Visit uncommongoods.com, where we're all out of the ordinary.
Have you ever thought of getting a walk-in tub for you or someone you love? Now is a great time to take a look at getting a Safe Step walk-in tub. With Safe Step's standard heated seat and new fast fill faucet, you can enjoy a nice warm bath up to 20% faster.
And the convenient touchpad control is right at your fingertips.
Each tub comes standard with a dual hydrotherapy system. The 10 water jets can help increase mobility, relieve pain, boost energy, and improve sleep, while the MicroSoothe advanced air therapy system oxygenates and softens skin.
Safe Step walk-in tubs are built to maximize safety, so you can stay in your home and enjoy the comforts of bathing again.
So call now for more information and a free no-obligation consultation.
Call now, 1-800-981-0098. There's never been a better time. That's 1-800-981-0098.
We all need fiber for our digestive health, but less than 10% of us get enough each day. Good thing Metamucil gummies are an easy way to get prebiotic plant-based fiber with the same amount of fiber as 2 cups of broccoli. Metamucil gummies, the easy way to get your daily fiber.
Are your headlights cloudy and oxidized, making your car look bad? Are they underperforming when you need them most? Cerakote's Headlight Restoration Kit restores weathered headlights back to like new and keeps them that way for life. Stop wasting your time with solutions that don't last. Cerakote's kit includes everything you need to go from this to this. Simply wipe away oxidation, give them a light sanding, and apply the ceramic coating. That's it. The True Ceramic technology does the rest. Buy any of Cerakote's #1 selling ceramic products for under $20 at these leading retailers today.
Amazon Fall Favorites are here. Save on fashion, home, beauty, and more. Shop Amazon Fall Favorites now.
Some infrastructure damage in downtown Orlando, Florida, here at the intersection of Orange and Church. You can see the arm that holds up those stoplights is, well, it came down in the wind. And in fact, just a few moments ago, police officers came by and coned it all off, both streets, so you can't be going through here right now. Of course, crews will be out eventually to clean this up. But still, that is the power of wind from Milton. And talking to the police officers who were here to cone it off, they did say there are other intersections around Orlando that have similar infrastructure problems. One thing you don't see as far as an infrastructure problem is power. Power is on in downtown Orlando, and that is something I think they're probably going to take a lot of pride in as the mayor gets moving today and emergency managers get moving, because this city never even had the power flicker. Where outside of the city, very different situation, more than 3 million customers without power across the state of Florida. Orlando, the city beautiful, never lost power, and in fact it is still solid strong right now. Take a look, even the green light that'll eventually turn red while Orange Avenue is red. So even these power poles in very bad shape and likely needing replacing, they still have the power they need. As far as the rain and the wind, I'll tell you what, we have had an extraordinary evening. Our first live shots for you tonight on the Weather Channel were at 1 o'clock this morning. We've seen the wind direction change. We've seen the wind come and go. There were times where we were in what was the remnants or the remaining parts of what could have been considered an eye, where it was very calm, and then within a few moments, all of a sudden, the winds on the backside of the storm kicked in, and we have had some extraordinary winds whip through the Orlando area. I think the highest gust was close to 74 miles per hour earlier tonight. Up here on the ground, we had sustained winds 30, 40, potentially 50 miles per hour and gusting over 60 miles per hour. And I can only tell you that because those are the types of gusts where if you're standing there and one of them hits you, it'll make you bounce a little bit. It'll take you off your feet. We've had that here in Orlando over the last several hours. The winds are decent right now, but they're nothing like what they were earlier this morning. Even in the last hour, we have seen them dramatically drop off. All of them pushing now, of course, to the Atlantic coast because the story of Milton is not written. It is being written, but it is not fully written. And our colleagues Jen Carfagno up in Jacksonville Beach, also Reynolds Wolf over in Daytona Beach, are feeling the impacts of the continued story being written by this hurricane, a very powerful and deadly hurricane as it came across Florida, causing all sorts of problems, not just tropical problems, but also severe weather problems. Of course, those tornadoes, that outbreak that Dr. Postel was talking about earlier. And Dr. Postel, really an extraordinary bout of weather has come across Florida because of this very impactful hurricane, causing extreme flooding on the coast. Many of those people evacuating to here. They are now here. But again, Dr. Postel, I think the most amazing thing we can tell you about Orlando is that the power has not so much as flickered. It has stayed on in this city all night long. A true testament to burying those lines. It certainly saved Orlando tonight. Dr. Postel, and to you.
Justin, thank you very much for that amazing reporting there in Orlando, Florida. And he's right. We had all of these trappings, these hazards with the landfalling tropical cyclone. We had the wind damage from the hurricane. We had the storm surge. We had the tornado outbreak, all of it. Thankfully now weather conditions are improving for the most part over Florida. You can see the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center as an 85-mile-per-hour hurricane now well offshore and moving away out over the Atlantic. So from west to east, the weather conditions are going to improve. The rain is going to diminish. The winds will come down, and overall things will be a lot better later on this afternoon in just a matter of hours. There's the leftovers here, but I don't want to diminish that, because the northern and western side of the circulation still is bringing very impactful weather. The winds circulating around, as you can see here, still very strong out of the northeast, bringing in an onshore component to the wind with big waves and coastal flooding still in progress across parts of northeast Florida. Here's some of the latest observations. Daytona Beach still gusting to 75 miles per hour. We've had all morning long winds of 80 to 90 miles per hour in gusts in Daytona Beach. Finally, they're coming down a little, but destructive winds are still with us a little bit longer in that area. Farther to the north in Fernandina Beach, Florida, we are dealing with winds that are manageable but still gusty onshore. Last graphic I'm going to show you before we go to break. This is the recap. Milton made landfall last night at 8:30 as a Category 3 hurricane, Siesta Key, Florida, just south of Sarasota, as a very damaging hurricane, and we're only beginning to uncover what has happened since then. Stay tuned.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that sore throat. Vapor-Cool drops? It's sore throat relief with a rush of Vicks Vapors.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks Vapor-Cool drops.
It won't be hard to find someone to fix this. But before I started Angie's List, different story. A lot has changed for us at Angie since then, but the issues facing homeowners are the same. And the solution too, skilled local pros. Get started at Angie.com.
The best feeling is when we take off our bras. It's not true. So you take off your bra, but then you feel the weight. What's the solution? Honey Love bras are the most comfortable bras I've ever worn. No underwire, so there's never any digging into your skin. There is some boning on the sides, which make it super comfortable and supportive. And one of my favorite parts, no back fat, never. The back straps are so wide and so seamless. I could work out, I could run, I could dance, I could do anything. It's fun, it's beautiful, it's supportive.
Free 30-day returns. Shop now at honeylove.com.
We all know that we'll eventually need a will. Eventually. How about right now? Trust and Will has taken the process of creating your will and made it easy. Like while you're lounging on the couch, easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys, but customized by you. One question at a time. All documents are state-specific, legally valid, and start at just $199. That's not a typo. Find the plan that's right for you at trustandwill.com.
He deserves more than a heavy chain around his neck, living in constant fear and pain. She deserves more than a life trapped in a tiny cage, neglected with no hope of escape. They deserve more than a life of suffering. They deserve loving and safe homes. Every day, thousands of animals endure heartbreaking cruelty at the hands of human beings. Their spirits are broken, their bodies emaciated, and hope is fading fast. Animals like these need our help. The Humane Society of the United States is standing on the front lines, fighting against the worst forms of animal cruelty. With your generosity, we can rescue and protect the forgotten, the neglected, the abused. Go online, call, or scan this code to start saving lives. A donation as small as $12 a month could be the difference between despair and hope. That's a donation of just 40 cents per day to help change how their story ends. Donate now to help provide a better life for animals suffering in heartbreaking conditions.
When you're a small business owner, your to-do list can be a lot. That's why Progressive makes it easy to save with a commercial auto quote online, so you can take on all your other to-dos.
Already did.
See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com.
It's the stackable savings sale at Cabinets to Go.
Come in today for cabinets, countertops, flooring, installation, and more. And start enjoying your dream kitchen for as little as $139 per month. Don't wait. The stackable savings sale ends soon.
Cabinets to Go. Wow for less.
What's the #1 item in a crisis? Food. Because when the world goes sideways, grocery shelves get picked bare and people worry they'll go hungry. That's why you need 4 Patriots' best-selling 3-month survival food kit. Food designed to last for 25 years, tastes great, and is easy to make. Packed with 688 servings and 24 delicious meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Get your food kit with free shipping and free mini kits at 4patriots.com.
Now's the time to go back in time and shine a light on the family journey that led to you. Detailed DNA results, inspiring family history memberships. Now's the time to save at Ancestry.
There's a lot more than just wind and, I'll tell you, rain that are being pushed along the streets of Daytona Beach. Welcome back, everyone. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, and this not far from our location, and you'll notice you have a 2x4. It's painted in yellow. I'm going to try to hold it still right here towards the ground because Lauren is trying to make it easier on our photojournalist, and you can see that we've got quite a few things here. Let's see, a couple of nails or screws, as it were, and unless you are out standing with Kevlar or in an armored vehicle, I would not recommend being out for too long because it could be very dangerous, no doubt about it. Every now and then you hear, you guys hear that? Yeah, you've got things like on distance that, we're in a safe spot, by the way, but you can hear things up and down the street. I'm going to just drop this. That's quiet compared to what we had later, or rather earlier, where we had a lot of the winds really picking up. I can tell you there's a noticeable difference from what we've had over the last, I'd say 30 minutes, certainly the last hour or so, because it was essentially just a wall of water and wind just racing right through here. Palmetto fronds, occasionally you'd find things like this. That's the only one we've seen, but that's enough, right? But right now we are seeing an incredible improvement. Lights have flickered here or there, but for the most part have stayed generally on. That's certainly some good news. Just saw a flash. Lauren, don't bother. You can't get to it because it's already gone. There's a big flash on the other side of the convention center roof, one of those greenish flashes, which typically indicates when you have, the transformers, when they pop, for whatever reason, it seems to always be like that greenish hue. But right now, lights are on here, and that's certainly some good news. Now, I will tell you this much. If you are going out and about to explore your area today, you're going to have roads that are choked with debris. I think you're going to have some trouble trying to get from one part to the other because roads may be blocked completely. So it's going to be something where, although it seems impossible, you've got to be patient as we go forward. We're going to try to discover really well. There it goes again, more of that damage off that we hear things falling apart. It's going to be a learning experience as we go through much of the day as we learn the true nature of what this system did. We've got, again, not too far from daylight, brighter conditions that illuminate the situation altogether. That is what we have here in Daytona Beach this hour. Again, wind and rain, crazy times. Let's send it back to, not sure where the traffic is going. I guess we're going back to possibly the studio.
I'll take it, Reynolds. Thank you for the update. While you were on, we actually had a Daytona Beach camera. We could see some power flashes, so we could still be looking at additional power outages before things get better. I got to say, though, even before Hurricane Milton made landfall, a tornado tore across Fort Pierce, Florida. The St. Lucie County Sheriff has confirmed loss of life in the Spanish Lakes community. Reporter Morgan Reiner with our CBS partner WFOR has more from Fort Pierce.
Now, as soon as we got here to this community in Fort Pierce, the damage was obvious. If you walk with me over here to this home, you'll see that the roof was blown off of this home, as were the windows and the front door. And what we're seeing like this is pieces of scrap metal still being knocked around the area. Same story in the home next door. You can see right through the home. I mean, the windows were blown off, portions of the roof as well. And if you look over here to this side of the street, these homes right here from this angle, they look pretty decent, in decent enough shape. But right on the other side of those homes are endless piles of debris where you can see more portions of roofs, you can see front doors, endless personal belongings. You know, so many people lost so much in these tornadoes, but more than just belongings, several people lost their lives here. At this hour, it's unclear how many people did lose their lives. On the way into this community, before we even got here, we saw an 18-wheeler that was knocked over on its side. The roof of a gas station was blown off as well on the side of the road, mingled up. A lot of significant damage out here. But what you'll notice right now is that the power is out. The only reason why you can see me right now is because we have a camera on the top of the light. We also have our car light on right now. As the sun comes up, we do expect to see more damage. At that point, we will walk around and continue to assess the area. For now, stick with us. We are in Fort Pierce. Morgan Reiner, CBS News, Miami.
Thank you, Morgan. And, you know, just coming up at 7:40 Eastern, we're going to talk to a spokesperson in St. Lucie County about obviously what has took place and what today looks like, and of course just kind of getting an update on the devastation and unfortunately the loss of life. What's interesting as this storm moved through is, you know, when you take a look at a tropical entity, you look at the worst case scenario where we knew we were going to see the heaviest rain and the storm surge threat along its path. We know we're going to get tropical spin-ups, and that always takes place. But the amount we had yesterday was alarming. We had more tornado warnings in the state of Florida than they've ever experienced in a single day. And actually, I believe it was the second most that any state has experienced in the country. All right, that's how many popped up. And of course, those tornado warnings and those tornado reports are still, of course, coming out. You just take a look at over 125 tornado warnings from, you know, the Miami office through Fort Myers all the way up through Tampa, which of course would be the Tampa office, and even into Orlando. The most rainfall took place across its path. We're talking about some places picking up 1 foot to 1.5 feet of rain, and that's what's leading to some big flooding. We'll keep a very close eye on some of the rivers as we head into today. Be mindful on traveling. Obviously, if you could, today's another day where you kind of just want to sit tight, wait things out, because a lot of cleanup is going to have to take place from a flood concern, obviously from a wind concern. But look at some of these rainfall totals. It was definitely big time. We'll be back after this.
Hi, Susan. Honey.
Yeah?
I respect that, but that cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin honey.
The real honey you love, plus the powerful cough relief you need.
Mind if I root through your trash?
Robitussin with real honey and elderberry.
You're wearing your sex boxes at work for, you little freak.
Dress for the job you want. This is what I hate to come out of my office. It's not your patient's job to heal you.
Well, maybe I don't have enough boundaries. But we should be working together, like Batman and Robin. You already sound like him.
I'm gonna make you pay for that.
That's exactly what Batman would say.
The sky is blue, oh, finally been dreaming of this boy.
Next. I smell like death.
Want to know my secret for staying fresh in the afterlife?
Please.
I use Secret Whole Body Deodorant.
Does it leave a residue?
Actually, it goes on clear with no embarrassing white marks.
You're a lifesaver.
Well, no. It's too late for that.
HomeGlow just cleaned my entire house for $19. Seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using Home-A-Glow, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change.
It won't be hard to find someone to fix this. But before I started Angie's List, different story. A lot has changed for us at Angie since then, but the issues facing homeowners are the same. And the solution too, skilled local pros. Get started at Angie.com.
We work hard and we pay our taxes. But billionaires are getting away with paying less in taxes than we do. Donald Trump gave them a huge tax break and wants to give them another one.
I'm rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts?
Well, I'm not rich as hell. Kamala Harris will cut taxes for working people and make billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share. Trump is fighting for rich guys like himself. Kamala.
Why choose a mobile network built for places you'll probably never be, instead of for where you are most of the time? Xfinity Mobile was designed for where you need it most.
Xfinity Internet customers, ask how to get a free 5G phone and a second unlimited line free for a year.
It's our son. He is always up in our business.
It's the Verizon 5G home internet I got us.
Oh.
He used to be a competitive gamer, but with the higher lag, he can't keep up with the squad.
So now we're his squad.
What are Kevin's plans for the fall?
He's going to college.
Out of state.
Yeah.
Change of plans. I've decided to stay local.
Oh, that's great.
Why don't I ever leave this?
We'll do anything to get him gaming again.
You and Kevin need to fix this internet situation.
Urban A.
I swear to God, Kevin!
Told you to wait in the car.
Everyone in my old squad has Xfinity. Less lag, better gaming.
I'm gonna need to charge you for 3 people.
Because seeing is believing.
This hurricane season, America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America, only on the Weather Channel.
A frost advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 39 degrees under clear skies. Today, abundant sunshine. High 64. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear skies. Low 36. Friday, mainly sunny. High 66. Winds north-northwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We do appreciate you staying with us live here on the Weather Channel, America's morning headquarters. This is Orlando, Florida, and I'm Justin Michaels. We've been with you since 1 o'clock this morning here in Orlando, and we have seen some interesting things from rising water on Lake Eola to what you see behind me here, and you can see this is a problem, and they're going to have to come through and do some major work here. I have to imagine this pole is going to have to be taken down and reinstalled, but still take note of the fact that we still have power here in downtown Orlando, a testament to the fact that the power lines are buried. Municipal power is what they've got here, and we haven't even had a flicker of the power all night long. We have had some extraordinary winds, in fact gusting close to hurricane force. We've had sustained winds 50 some odd miles per hour. We still have some pretty decent sustained winds, probably in the 20s to 30, and you can hear that probably on the microphone, see it blowing around a little bit. But by and large, Orlando, the city of Orlando, has fared fairly well when it comes to Milton, especially compared to other cities and other places within the Sunshine State. Of course, on the coast, on the West Coast, we've had that intense, catastrophic storm surge flooding. And as the storm came across, we actually had a little brush with whatever was left of the eye, that remnant of the eye, if there even was anything like that left. But we had the little break right in the middle, where truly here in Orlando, calmed down. It was very calm. And then all of a sudden, the backside of the storm started kicking in, and we had the intense winds push through. Now, looking at the radar, I know that Orlando is right on the far western edge of the remaining storm as it continues to push off to the east and out into the Atlantic. And I know that that is a welcome thing for so many folks who live here. As far as the lakes, and remember, this part of the country has a lot of water in it, okay? And the lake system around Orlando is actually one that they can regulate the depth of those lakes. And what they did in the days leading up to this storm was lower the lakes down to their lowest possible level. It's a good thing they did that, because earlier tonight, probably around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, we were over at Lake Eola, and the water was coming over the banks, okay? It was coming over the banks, meaning if they wouldn't have lowered it, it would have been going into businesses. So Orlando and much of Florida knows how to deal with a storm like this. Of course, Milton, unprecedented in many ways. And I know one person who's still dealing with it. In fact, an entire team of friends of mine who are still dealing with it. Reynolds Wolf and his entire team there in Daytona Beach. And I know you guys, I'll tell you what, I promise you the end is near. If you look at the radar, it's so close to us right now, and it's pushing in your direction, Reynolds. We're going to get through this. We'll do it together. Reynolds, to you now.
Absolutely, my friend. Right now, we're getting to the final stanzas of the song. It has been Milton. Every now and then, again, you still hear that rumbling noise off in the distance. Sounds like it may be some hurricane shutters. You hear that? Yeah, right at the block. We're in a safe location where we are kind of tucked back a bit, but you can see right now part of Earl Street and off in the distance the famed A1A, a thoroughfare that goes north to south across the state of Florida. What is interesting, Lauren, our photojournalist, kind of pointed out to us the lights have been going off. Now, obviously, you see the traffic lights and the lights of the hotel in the distance. They're still holding still, but some of the street lights actually flickered and gone off, and that's really been the nature of things. But I can tell you, we've had a huge improvement, to Justin's point, already in terms of the strong wind. The rain right now, it's picking back up, but again, there is that pattern that we're starting to get, the ebb and the flow, the ebb and the flow. But by this afternoon, we're going to have a shot of much drier air. However, other threats will remain. Those threats are going to be the onshore push, Jordan, that we can expect, and that is where we could really see 3 to 5 feet of surge in a lot of places. That combined with possibly a high tide cycle could have that water coming up and possibly overtopping some of the seawall that you have in downtown Daytona Beach. We're actually going to be live again this afternoon, again, showing you what to expect, Jordan. So, again, the show, not over by a long shot. Let's send it back to you in the studio.
Well, I'm glad to see things are calming down there into Daytona, Reynolds, and we'll check back in with you. But the whole storm is pulling offshore, and conditions will continue to improve for people as we go through the day. Flood watches are still abound. Don't forget that you had all this water. You had that push of the surge, and so rivers are going to be rising and coming out of their banks. So you had the push of surge, and then you had the freshwater combo. That is not a good combo. So here's that center circulation pulling offshore, still getting that onshore push. So you're going to have some issues here along the beaches of Northeast Florida, all the way down to Port St. Lucie, Vero, just tremendous tornadoes and tornado damage that happened there. Unfortunately, we did have some people that died in that area from the tornadoes, but watch the storm continue to pull away. So the day is going to be getting better. When we're talking about the winds, they're going to weaken, but notice you still could have a few showers here, and you're still going to have that onshore flow along the East Coast, but the rest of the state is going to see even the sun come out. So keep that in mind. Storm surge warnings we're really worried about here around Jacksonville, down towards the Space Coast, Orlando, Daytona Beach, those areas. And notice as we go through the day from west to east, we will see much improving conditions with a lot of cleanup to do in the wake of this hurricane. And I'm certain this one is probably going to get its name retired. There's your water rise still, 3 to 5 feet, Cape Canaveral down towards Melbourne. And of course, high tide will not help the situation.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery. Because cooking food is a lot more fun than shopping for it. It's Walmart plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream Dora, so your daughter can learn Espanol.
Delicioso.
Plus, you get 25% off at Burger King. And that's 25% more savings to put towards things you need, like napkins.
Delicioso.
Our thoughts exactly. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Hi, Mike Huckabee here, and this election is going to have many of us up at night, me included. The very balance of our country is hanging by a thread. That's why I'm going to make sure I vote. And until then, I'm going to make sure I get a good night's sleep with Relaxium Sleep, America's #1 trusted sleep aid.
I'm Dr. Eric Siliberti, founder of Relaxium, America's most trusted sleep aid.
Just like you're seeing me on television now, I saw a commercial for Relaxium Sleep back then. I called, and the rest is history.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health.
Relaxium Sleep is made in the USA, has no risk of dependency, and is drug-free. It's also the only sleep aid with Valarest as part of its triple action formula.
I developed Relaxium to help my patients fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it.
You've got to try Relaxium Sleep for yourself, because once you do, you'll be a customer for life, just like me. And right now, you can try it for free.
For nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
Take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now.
I trust Relaxium Sleep, and so should you. Get the best night of sleep guaranteed. Don't wait another minute. Call now.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away another 1,000 bottles. Get your free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-519-2196. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-519-2196.
When things go sideways, will you be prepared? I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. And that's without gas, fumes, or noise. Go to 4patriots.com. You'll get a solar panel included free, double the capacity, expandable for more power, and more outlets than ever. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
Sinner's going to be out of the British Grand Prix.
You won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up. But not today. I want to carry on. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name.
You are watching continued coverage of Hurricane Milton. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, live in Daytona Beach. Now, if you are a regular viewer of the Weather Channel, welcome back. Now, if you are a new viewer, welcome home. Well, we've got quite a story to share with you, and it is all about Milton. Milton has made its way from near the Yucatan Peninsula, a major hurricane that made its way onshore, and now continues its trek across Florida, and now spilling out into the Atlantic just to our east. What's interesting about this location is that this is no stranger, really, Daytona Beach, to tropical systems. In fact, you go back to the city's founding in the year of 1870. From 1870 to present day, this is an area that has dealt with a tropical system, either a brush or a direct hit, every 2.27 years. So again, it's almost routine in this part of the world. And when you think about the population of this part of Florida, you've got really 3 groups that you break up. One, you've got families that have been here for generations and they know tropical weather better than most meteorologists. They know how to deal with it. Then you have people that are new to the state. Florida's got a population that is just exploding. But then you have tourism, people that could be from the Dakotas, maybe they're visiting from Alaska, maybe they're from upstate New York, and this is something that's very different to them. So again, it's a big combination of people, and they're all dealing with this visitor being Milton. Now, Milton, as it cruises out into the waters of the Atlantic, still poses many threats. You still have the wind and the rain, although we are feeling, despite the rain that you're seeing right now, it's actually feeling a little bit drier in some respects compared to how it was earlier. Every now and then you're going to hear this sound. this clanging sound. We believe it may be a metal hurricane shutter that is way down the block. By the way, I'm in a very safe location. We are blocked here. However, you go out to the open street, and that is really a conduit, almost a wind tunnel, where you'll have more of the debris, more of the problems. So we are tucked away in a good spot. Folks, you might want to do the same, because over the next several hours, we're still going to deal with the winds, but the winds are going to abate considerably with the exception of the coast. Now, we are going to be nestled right along the coast by the afternoon. That's where we're going to have more of that fetch that comes in from the northeast to the southwest. And as it does so, it's really going to push a lot of that water. Surge is going to be a tremendous issue. It really will be. And with that, we can expect anywhere from, say, 3 to maybe 5 feet of storm surge. And that combined with a high tide cycle at some point could really cause some problems. Coastal erosion, it's going to happen. Could we have some issues along, well, the seawall? Oh, I think that at times they possibly could get over top. Certainly in the realm of possibility. And with it, possibly more power outages. With that wind, you have to think the trees are pushed one direction, but now the back half of it still punishing. Jen, when you even think about it, that's going to be a huge issue. I believe we're going to Jen Carfagno, who is right up the coast as the albatross flies. Going north up to Jacksonville, that's where we'll find Jen Carfagno. She's been up since dark and early. And Jen, I know it was a very loud night for you. Conditions will improve, but still, for the time being, rough times.
Well, Reynolds, conditions are improving here really rapidly. You talked about the dry air. You're feeling some dry air there in Daytona Beach. We are getting it here in Jacksonville. Things are drying up very quickly. We didn't have a lot of rain actually from Milton here in Jacksonville, but already the pavement drying up. The rain has certainly ended, and the dew point has dropped into the upper 60s. We were in the 70s yesterday here, and that's telling. That's the dry air that's coming in, and we're feeling that all on that north and western side of the storm now. That's kind of cutting away all at the back edge of the moisture. And the wind, too. In Jacksonville, we really escaped the worst of it here. Winds peaked at about 40 miles per hour at the airport. A little stronger on the beach here. I did see at the weather stand there on Jacksonville Beach, it gusted to over 50 miles per hour. But here in Jacksonville, wind gusts again peaking about 40. A few power outages, not many. It's a very small percentage, less than 2% of customers in the area. There was some flooding, very minor, along the St. Johns River and some of those flood-prone areas like around Memorial Park and Riverside Avenue. But we just went to check that out, and the water has already receded. In fact, the St. Johns River behind me, I've been watching it, and it looks a lot different than it did just about an hour or two ago, where it was windy, it was choppy. You could really see the waves getting kicked up and splashing over at times. The wall here, I'm on the south bank of the Riverwalk along the St. Johns River, and that's not happening anymore. The winds have calmed down, and just in general, the choppiness has calmed down as well, and we're below flood stage. And so certainly that's good news there. So we escaped the worst of it. Today will just be a day. A lot of folks evacuated here to Jacksonville and the surrounding areas from Tampa and from St. Petersburg, from Sarasota, and from Clearwater, and from Venice Beach. And so I know they'll certainly be watching closely to see what happened to their hometown areas, and they're wondering when they'll be able to go back. Of course, we need to wait and find out more information about what indeed did happen in the aftermath of Milton, which came ashore as a Category 3, and it crossed the peninsula as a Category 1. All the way across, it exited as Category 1. So we saw when it left near Cape Canaveral just about 2 hours ago, it was still 85 mile per hour in Category 1. And that's why the winds were so strong, like you saw in Reynolds reports coming out of Daytona Beach, in Orlando with Justin Michaels. It's been that northern eye wall that really had so much of the wind and the rain. If you were watching last night at the Weather Channel, you saw it in Tampa with Mike Bettis for hours on end. And you saw some of the wind and the surge a bit farther south of that in Fort Myers. So we're going to go to Felicia now. And Felicia, we have people here in Jacksonville who evacuated from Fort Myers and other spots nearby. So of course everyone wants to know, what does it look like now the day after Milton made landfall?
Yeah, Jen, I think that is the question on everyone's mind. We are actually still waiting to see what it looks like with the sun not being up yet. But from what we saw at our hotel, I can tell you there is a lot of damage around, at least a lot of debris covering the roadways. The wind was absolutely howling all night. I mean, just especially once that wind came out of more of a westerly direction, just howling all night. Very, very strong winds. And then, of course, that made that extra push of storm surge as well. I checked our hotel before we left. We were kind of showing that yesterday that we were waiting for the water to come up onto that pool deck. And before we left this morning, even though it was still dark, I could tell that the storm surge had made it up onto the pool deck of our hotel. Now, it wasn't extremely high. I would guess looking from my hotel room, it was less than a foot on that pool deck, but the surge did make it up there. And that tells me that the barrier islands like Sanibel and Captiva probably saw much more surge because, of course, they are straight on the Gulf, and then you've got San Carlos Bay in between them and our hotel. Now, we are here at the Sanibel Causeway entrance. You can kind of see that's what's going on behind me. The officers, the officials are set up here because now, after the mandatory evacuations that took place starting Tuesday night, you need a pass to get back on the island, or you need to be able to show your ID that says that you have an address there. They don't want people just driving onto the island and looking around and, you know, getting in the way of first responders doing their job, getting in the way of people who are actually trying to go home and check their homes. So, you know, once the sun comes up and we can start getting some daylight reports of what's actually happening there, we will let you know what we're seeing and what we're hearing. It's just, you know, the sun has not come up yet, and obviously we are not allowed on the island. We don't want to be in the way. Officials are urging people to stay home, and I can tell you that we tried to get farther out of our hotel to you know, show you different locations to maybe get to where there's some more storm surge flooding, and there are power poles down across the road in places. There are large trees down in some places. There is just debris littered across the roadway. We couldn't even make it a half mile outside of our hotel. We were behind another vehicle as well that stopped and just couldn't go any farther. So this is not the time to be out and driving around and trying to see what you can see. Now, I know here is not the only place that we're focusing on right now in terms of the damage that we've seen around Southwest Florida. With all the tornadoes that moved through the state yesterday, we are seeing that damage come to light yesterday and then still this morning. We were actually going to try to make our way to Fort Pierce. There's just, you know, with all the debris and stuff like that, we couldn't make it there. But I do have some stories from Fort Pierce that I want to share with you. We spoke with one woman who rode out the tornadoes that were moving through southeast Florida yesterday. Here's what she had to say.
We sheltered right there. Okay. And as you see, this wind came through here. If Michael had not grabbed that door and closed it, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here. My cats were in there. It's really loud. The wind picks up like you just know that it's more than 100 mile an hour. It's just it's a huge, loud roar. And when it gets to that point, you know you better get into a safe place because it's going to destroy everything in its path.
Again, that story coming out of Fort Pierce with the tornadoes that were moving through. And I'm sure as the sun gets up, we'll start to hear more of the stories coming out of here around the Fort Myers area, Dr. Postel. Right now, over 40% of the customers tracked by FPL without power here in Lee County. So power outages are prominent, but we'll try to get you the stories and get you the reports of the conditions as soon as we can get eyes on, you know, some of that damage. Dr. Postel.
Felicia, thank you very much for that excellent reporting there in Fort Myers, Florida. The good news there and many other places in Florida is that the weather is rapidly improving as Milton continues to move away. It is now offshore on the Atlantic side. So very quickly, this is now moving that direction away from Florida. And you can see from west to east how the cloud and the rain is moving quickly in that direction and will soon be entirely clear of the coast, I think by later on this morning or early afternoon. You can see it for yourself. The last vestiges here of Milton impacting Florida are right in here. Still some very strong winds. We're noting even wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles per hour in some of those heavier rain squalls. Meanwhile, the center, if you can see that center point of rotation, is right about there. I'd say about 50 miles east right now of Cape Canaveral. There's the wind pattern overall, and from west to east, you can see the winds are getting weaker and weaker over land. We need that. We need this to move on out. Can't happen soon enough. And some of the wind reports still, as I mentioned, Cape Canaveral gusty to 61. But Melbourne, Florida, how about that? In the last hour, we've seen a wind gust of 78 miles per hour there. Remarkable, still very windy as this system moves on off into the Atlantic. Farther to the north, we're seeing Fernandina Beach, Florida. That's on Amelia Island, by the way. 20 gust to 31. St. Augustine there gusting to 50. And, of course, the inland locations, even Gainesville, the winds are rapidly diminishing. Taking us back, though, real quick to show you what happened and when it made landfall and where. Siesta Key, Florida, about 8:30 last night, allegedly a Category 3 hurricane with winds around 120 miles per hour, doing a lot of structural damage, no doubt about that. We saw some of the peak wind gusts. 107 miles per hour in Venice, Florida, where the sustained wind there in the eye wall was about 90 miles per hour, 92 to be specific. So those are the strongest wind gusts that we found. And one of the more remarkable aspects of yesterday's landfall was occurring just before it. And that was in the mid-afternoon time frame, where well off to the east of where the center was, which, by the way, at 3 o'clock yesterday was right about there. But this was one of the more remarkable tornado outbreaks that you'll ever see with a landfalling and approaching tropical cyclone. We had so many tornado reports with an outer band consisting essentially of all supercell thunderstorms, the kind that you would see in springtime in the plains in an outbreak of severe weather. This was really not a whole lot different. It is remarkable, and we are just yet really uncovering and understanding the tornado threat and the damage that we saw from them. This is the number of warnings. We know over 125 warnings, tornado warnings, were issued yesterday in Florida. That is the most that has been issued in Florida for a given event or a given day. We also had a lot of tornado reports with those warnings. This number is very likely to go up, but each one of those dots is a report of a tornado. And the damage coming away from that, again, we are now just starting to really understand the damage that occurred from all those tornadoes. And, of course, there was a whole lot of other hazards that we had to contend with, very significant storm surge, Steph, and also the general wind pattern around it. So a lot, really, we have to sort of assess and figure out in the forensic way.
Yeah, the winds did tremendous damage there on the east coast and the west coast of Florida. We want to take you to DeLand, Florida, where an officer dash cam caught a tree falling on a car. The driver is okay, but watch how quickly and what is the chances of the timing of this happening, where a tree just splits and goes right onto a car. We don't have that video. We'll get it to you later, but it is shocking because you just don't expect it to happen. When you're driving down the road, boom, get hit by a huge branch that actually ripped off the bumper and did a lot of damage to that front windshield. We do have a lot of flooding that is still possible here in Florida. Don't forget, the surge pushed the rivers up. Then you have the fresh water coming down. So that is going to continue. Those rivers will continue to rise. The storm is pulling away from the shore. And as Dr. Postel was saying, this means things are going to improve for us as we continue through the day. But we're still going to get that flow around the backside of this, lashing the I-95 corridor for us here. And there was just so much damage around Fort Pierce, Vero, down towards Clewiston, Belglade area, down around Lake Okeechobee. Massive tornadoes that you don't typically see with a hurricane. That onshore push will still give us a little surge here, especially on the east coast of Florida. As the storm pulls away, notice the winds around it. That's what pushes the water in. So on the north side, onshore flow pushing that water, you still have that flow around bringing some water up here on the west coast of Florida. So that's why we still have that surge there for us, but that's going to continue to pull on out, and we will see improving conditions. And in fact, it will stay overall nice as we head into the weekend for the massive cleanup efforts that will go on here. 3 to 5 foot water rise here in Jacksonville and also Daytona Beach. High tide, not going to help the situation. Excuse me. Here, we have wind advisories from South Carolina all the way down into northern Florida. With still, remember, this is a large circulation, so it still is giving us wide-reaching effects. 30, 40 mile an hour winds here along the coastal area. Excuse me, goodness.
Amazon fall favorites are here. Save on fashion, home, beauty, and more. Shop Amazon fall favorites now.
What's the #1 item in a crisis? Food. Because when the world goes sideways, grocery shelves get picked bare and people worry they'll go hungry. That's why you need 4Patriot's best-selling 3-month survival food kit. Food designed to last for 25 years, tastes great, and is easy to make. Packed with 688 servings and 24 delicious meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Get your food kit with free shipping and free mini kits at 4patriots.com.
Under Kamala Harris, over 13,000 illegals convicted of murder are living in American communities,
which means they are here.
while an additional 15,000 convicted of sexual assault and rape are also living amongst you.
Tonight, a migrant has been charged with raping a 15-year-old disabled girl.
How will your family survive another 4 years if you may not be able to survive the night?
Right for America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
At Verizon, every phone can be the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence. Wow, phones are going to be flying to Verizon.
At Verizon, new and existing customers can get iPhone 16 Pro on us. Trade in any phone in any condition. Only on Verizon.
This isn't Charmin. No wonder I don't feel as clean.
Hurry up, Dad! You've been in there forever.
I'm trying. This cheap stuff is too thin.
I told you not to get the other toilet paper. Here's Charmin Ultra Strong.
Ah, my bottom's been saved. Woohoo!
With its diamond weave texture, Charmin Ultra Strong cleans better with fewer sheets and less effort.
What's everybody waiting for? This?
Okay, hon, we know you're clean.
We all go. Why not enjoy the go with Charmin?
Thank you. Thank you for making us warm in the morning and cold overnight. Thank you for serving us for pregame fun and postgame memories. And thank you for trusting us with secret recipes and shared moments. Thank you for bringing us into your homes and into your hearts for nearly 150 years. Thank you for making Quaker a part of your family.
It's Kohl's Home Savings Event. Refresh your space for less and take 30% off with a Kohl's card. No card? Get 20% off with a coupon. Plus, rewards members save extra on home finds.
When a tough cough finds you on the go, a syrup would be silly.
Woo! Hey, try no Robitussin soft juice.
Packed with the power of Robitussin in every bite. Easy to take cough relief anywhere. Chew on relief. Chew on a Robitussin.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Milton. Get trusted up.
Let's say you're deep in a show, or a game, or the game, on a train, at home, at work. Okay, maybe not at work. Point is, at Xfinity, we're constantly engineering new ways to get the entertainment you love to you faster and easier than ever. That's what I do. Is that Love Island?
Like it. It's like, how many people are going to kiss before you realise?
I got it too!
Pete G writes, my tween wants a new phone. How do I not break the bank?
We got you, Pete. Xfinity Mobile was designed to save you money and gives you access to Wi-Fi speeds up to 1 gig.
So you get high speeds for low prices.
Better than getting low speeds for high prices.
Right, Bruce? Jealous? Yeah, look at that.
Honestly, someone get a helmet on this guy.
Xfinity Internet customers get a free unlimited line for a year when you buy one unlimited line. Bring on the good stuff. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com today.
You're going to be really happy that you have this on.
A frost advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 39 degrees under fair skies. Today, sunny, high 64. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear, low 36. Winds northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, mainly sunny, high 66. Winds north-northwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Weather Channel TV app is keeping you ahead of the storm all hurricane season.
Our goal is to keep people safe.
Log in and experience local weather. Real-time radar, minute-to-minute coverage.
Waves are just crashing on the seashore.
Top stories in our on-demand library. Interactive live chats with experts. And landfall cans bringing you every angle of the storm. No one covers hurricane season like the Weather Channel TV app. Start your free trial and be prepared all season.
I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs at the Fort Myers area where we are experiencing those impacts. It's been hours now since that first rain band moved through. So you may look at this shot right here and see these waves rolling in and be like, oh, that's just, that's where that water's supposed to be. No, it's not. There should be actually a beach area right here, but the waves have completely overtaken that. We've been having a south-southeasterly component to the wind, so that has been pushing the water in from one direction. The winds have been gusty and they're continuing to be gusty, but what is going to happen, especially now that Milton is starting to make landfall, is we're going to get more of a westerly component to our wind. We've been watching this right here. This is kind of like a little gate that if it was not flooding, you could take the gate and you could go down to a very, very small beach area. And before the water, was down a bit farther, but now that we're getting a more westerly wind, you're starting to see those waves slosh up. Here's my concern. Now, as we get more of a westerly component and those winds continue blowing, because they're not going to let up even as Milton is making landfall, that is going to push that water on shore. In Southwest Florida, where I am around Fort Myers, is the storm surge. It's the wind as well. We've been watching power flashes all around us. You can see it here. Those waves are crashing up over this pool kind of deck right now. And I can tell you that there's a good, probably 6-foot drop off. So we're seeing that water rise, and now there's kind of nothing to stop it once it gets up to that level. Those waves are coming in, and it's starting to roll in pretty regularly. Just in the past hour or so, it is a completely different story in terms of how that storm surge is coming up. Yeah, that's right. And, that's exactly what we expected to happen. Those winds become more westerly as we head through the nighttime hours. And I will tell you that the sounds last night, looking out over that pool deck, it was the storm surge coming in and the winds just absolutely howling all night. The winds remained very, very strong and onshore. Couldn't really get a good view of it this morning as we were leaving because the sun was still down. But I could tell that the pool deck was covered in water. Now nothing like we've seen before. I'd say the pool deck probably maybe about a foot, if that, so it wasn't anything like we saw 2 years ago in Ian, but it did get that storm surge. And here is my concern. If we were getting that type of storm surge off of San Carlos Bay, which of course has the barrier islands beyond it, Sanibel Island, Captiva, what type of storm surge did they see on those barrier islands? We were getting reports of some of the flooding coming out of there. Of course, we saw some of the reports from Fort Myers Beach as well. Where we are, you may notice the lights behind me here. That is because we are at the entrance to Sanibel Causeway. If that sounds familiar to you, this is the causeway that portions of it collapsed during Ian 2 years ago and completely kind of cut off Captiva and Sanibel from the mainland unless you had a boat. So right now, officials are asking everyone to stay off the roads. They're only letting first responders in. So there was a mandatory evacuation that went into place on Sanibel Island Tuesday at 10 p.m. And now they are now the sun is coming up, I'm sure they will be getting some more first responders in there to see how the island fared, to get more reports on what is going on there. Let's take a look at some of these pictures out of Lee County. That's where we are in Fort Myers. I understand that you can see some of the significant damage there. Just look at this. You can see the storm surge flooding there. That looks like maybe there used to be a structure from what I can tell. And then the roads are just in a terrible situation here. And that's why people, you should just be staying home. You shouldn't be out and about trying to see what's going on. Now that the sun comes up, it does minimize the danger a little bit more. But Jordan, I will tell you that we tried to get out of our hotel to, go scout some different locations. This was before the sun was up. And you cannot drive with all of the debris that's on these roadways. I mean, those winds were kicking. There are poles down. There's just debris strewn everywhere. So that's my message to everyone watching right now. It is not the time to be out and about and trying to explore and see what happened.
Felicia, is that also probably the same message coming in from Lee County and emergency management there, just saying, hey, we're going to need a good chunk of the day to kind of go and assess, so don't get out on the roads?
Yeah, I mean, we see this in every catastrophic storm situation. They ask people to stay home because all you're going to do is get in the way of the first responders trying to do their jobs. I mean, so Jordan, obviously we are nowhere near first responders. They're out there doing fantastic work. But even when we were trying to get to scout other locations, there were a couple cars that were also out and in front of us, and they stopped, which meant we were stuck as well because they didn't want to drive through the debris and didn't know if they could make it. So if you're doing that and the first responders are trying to get somewhere, you're completely blocking them. It's best to just stay in and stay off the roads.
All right. We really appreciate the update, Felicia. Thank you so much for all that you've been doing over the past 12 to 24 hours. And, the big story today is the storm's moving offshore, which is good. Conditions will improve, but another day to hang tight.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery, which frees up your whole afternoon. Thank you, free delivery. It's Walmart plus gas discounts, so you can go to the state fair, half the state away. Plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream dramas, plus comedies, plus rom-com dramedies. That's showbiz, baby. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save time and money. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
I have a surprise for you.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah. Feast your eyes on this.
Oh, that's sexy. Feels so new.
I want to feel this feeling again and again.
Can I hold it?
How bad do you want to hold it?
I'm not gonna beg, but pretty please.
Or they don't. Go ahead, press a button.
Oh, it's glowing.
Apple Intelligence. We should do this more often.
Agreed.
Rekindle the feeling of love with the new iPhone 16 Pro on us. And feel it again and again with the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime.
Growing old is part of the journey, even when you have heart failure. But when he had shortness of breath, carpal tunnel syndrome, and lower back pain, we wondered, could these be warning signs of something bigger? Thank goodness we called his cardiologist, because these were signs of ATTR-CM, a rare and serious disease that gets worse over time. If you see any of the warning signs, don't wait. Ask your cardiologist about ATTR-CM today.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
Oh, what a good time we will have. You can make it happen, yeah.
Voltaren for long-lasting arthritis pain relief.
Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale is back. Save 50% site-wide on America's best steaks, chicken, burgers, and more. All backed by our 100% guarantee. Right now, you'll get 12 Omaha Steaks burgers free with your order. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV today.
Let me see my new granddog.
Say hi, Grandma.
You're feeding him Blue Buffalo, right?
No, we got Purina in one. It's all the same stuff.
Not really. Blue Life Protection Formula's got deboned chicken, chicken meal, brown rice, oatmeal, barley.
Well, Purina 1 has chicken, rice flour, corn gluten meal, whole grain corn, chicken byproduct meal. Looks like we're switching to Blue.
Switch to Blue and feed your dog like family.
You won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up, but not today. I want to carry on. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name.
It's a world of movement when it comes to tropical weather, and I'll tell you, you want to see movement firsthand. Take a glimpse up there. These are skies over Daytona Beach, and you'll notice these clouds hightailing it around the center of circulation. The center now moving offshore, and now we're going to see another feature, and that will eventually be some massive waves. Well, actually, when I say eventually, I mean right now. We do have some big waves that are piling up against the coast. We'll give you a view of that later on. But I'll tell you, the wind has dropped considerably. Now, earlier, if you were tuning in during the late night hours, maybe you weren't sleeping, you're not alone. Trust me, a lot of people wide awake across Central Florida. The wind and the rain here was almost like a wall at times. Not an ebb and flow, but a constant. But now it is very dry at this time. Maybe a telltale raindrop or two that moves on through. But we're actually one of the safer spots where the wind, we're actually blocked a bit by this big structure that we have right behind us. And I'll tell you, you've got a lot of areas on the streets, although this thoroughfare looks pretty good now. This is Earl Street going west. It looks pretty darn good from this, but you'll notice off in the distance some palmetto fronds here or there. Over on this side, if we curl back around this direction, Lauren DeSarmo doing banner work behind the camera, no doubt. On the other side, you've got A1A. You can see this lagoon where it's getting kicked up, and that's really testament of the strong winds that are moving more of a, at this point, out of the northeast and pushing towards the southwest, and that is really the big shift that we're going to see. Still a lot of threats remain. The biggest one right now, obviously not the heavy rainfall, but more problems along the coast in terms of the storm surge that we expect could be in the neighborhood of 3 to 5 feet, maybe overperforming when you have those high tide cycles. And again, what a sight it has been, what a day it has been, what a day it will prove to be. And remember, there's so much more that we are going to discover just to the west of us. A lot of reports beginning to file in. It's going to be quite compelling, to say the very least. Let's send it back to you.
Yeah, Reynolds, to the west of you, to the south of you, where we had all those tornadoes. I was curious, Reynolds, and you're there representing, obviously, the entire state, not just Daytona. What is the temperature like for people that are getting out to do some of this cleanup? Is it on the chillier side? Because sometimes after these storms, it can be quite cold, but sometimes it stays very hot and humid.
I want to take this in this, please take this in the spirit of which it's intended, because I don't want to, goodness gracious, I don't want to make light of the situation, but actually outside, the air and the wind feel fantastic. It feels great. The problem is, what the feels and what the realities are going to be that many people are going to experience are just daunting. Widespread power outages, obviously loss of life is going to be an issue, but at least in terms of the air, there's been a tremendous change. Okay, Stephanie, to your point, that latest gust, you could feel a tumble in terms of the field's temperature. Yeah, definitely a little bit of a coolness when you have the stronger gusts that come in, but definitely it's what you expect and something you've experienced for decades, Stephanie.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it can actually get quite cold, especially with these later season storms. I had to wear, layers of jackets because it can be quite cold. Yep. Let's take you to the new video into the Weather Channel. Orange County Fire and Rescue crews doing water rescues earlier this morning. They were checking every house in the area to assist residents who were impacted by the flooding. And you can see that is at least thigh deep, if not up to their waists in some spots. And you don't know what's in that water. So you definitely want to stay out of it if you can. Speaking of the water, Tampa received 11.23 inches of rain. There was 5-inch-an-hour rainfall rates, which is just shocking. But in Tampa alone, their wettest October day and their second wettest overall day. Their previous wettest October for the whole month, 10.33 inches in 1922. Milton's rainfall from just yesterday eclipsed a 100-year-old record for an entire month. Isn't that shocking? And it's just, that just tells you how juiced up the atmosphere was here. Still some flood watches, basically into Central Florida. There's Milton. And you saw Reynolds here into the Daytona Beach area, and he's still getting that flow around the system. So he's still getting some of those gusts. You could still see some of those showers here. A lot of cleanup along that I-4 corridor from Orlando to Tampa, all the way down to Fort Myers here on the west coast of Florida. And then huge tornado damage, Vero, Fort Pierce, Port St. Lucie, Palm Beach Gardens, Wellington, Clewiston, so many areas in South Florida with those storms coming in yesterday afternoon. So that onshore flow, that still gives us the surge potential in Northeast Florida. And we're seeing the overall flow still giving a little push into the Southwest. It's not going to be massive, but still keep that water a little high. There's your center. There's your push on shore. And then here is your push on shore on the west coast. The winds are going to be improving as we go through the rest of the day. Things are going to be getting better wind-wise as the storm continues to pull away from us here. And by the way, into the weekend for the recovery, the forecast is looking quiet.
When I push, I feel good. When I push, I feel good. When I push. Feel better. When I push, I feel good. When I pull, I feel good. When I push. When I push, I feel good. When I pull, I feel good. When I push. When I push, I feel good. When I pull, I feel good.
It's time to shift seasons in style at Macy's Fab Fall Sale, where you'll save up to 60% on all your fall favorites and this season's best finds. Even better, take an extra 20% off today at Macy's.
Settlement and I need cash now. Call JG Wentworth, 877 cash now. They have cars, they'll help you too. One lump sum of cash they will lend to you. Get long-term payments, but you need cash now. Call JG Wentworth, 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
COPD hasn't been pretty. It's tough to breathe and tough to keep wondering if this is as good as it gets. But Trelegy has shown me that there's still beauty and breath to be had. Because with 3 medicines in 1 inhaler, Trelegy keeps my airways open and prevents future flare-ups. And with 1 dose a day, Trelegy improves lung function, so I can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful.
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets. All white meat chicken in your choice of wing famous flavors like honey barbecue or Parmesan garlic. Hurry in. Wing joint flavor is at DQ. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Look at the skin, baby. She is glowing. She is 1 of 1.
Olay Hyaluronic Body Wash has 10 times more vitamin B3 complex for visibly nourished skin.
My skin is so much more moisturized.
Olay Body Wash and Lotion. Discover yours.
Patients who have sensitive teeth but also want whiter teeth, they have to make a choice, one versus the other. New Sensodyne Clinical White that provides 2 shades whiter teeth as well as providing 24/7 sensitivity protection. Patients are going to love to see Sensodyne on the shelf.
Now, as the sun comes up here across southwest Florida, people will be getting the first look in some ways of all the damage that's been left behind by Hurricane Milton. Thanks for sticking with us here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs. I will tell you that we are in the Fort Myers area. We have been waiting for the sun to come up to see some of the damage. And just in the past 30 seconds, I mean, right before we came on air, we actually saw a convoy of a couple vehicles. I can't guess what they are. They were camouflaged. So I'm guessing some sort of first response type of vehicles, a convoy that just started to go into Sanibel Island. So they're only letting first responders in right now. You can see behind me here, there are multiple police vehicles blocking the entrance to Sanibel Causeway. And as I just mentioned, we just saw kind of the first couple convoy cars getting in. Probably going to start seeing more of that now that the sun is up. They are asking everyone to kind of stay home and stay off the roads and stay out of the way of the first responders, of the officials trying to get out there and take stock of the damage, make sure everyone that maybe didn't heed the mandatory evacuation is safe. So we will be bringing you as much info as we get that in. Of course, now that the sun is up, we'll be having a better idea of the damage around this region. I will tell you that this morning we were going out of our hotel. This was before sun was up to, try to find some other locations, see what type of damage there was. And the roads are littered in debris, and not just small debris. There are poles down. I know in some places there are roads washed out. So, and in some places, storm surge flooding is still ongoing. I'll tell you, when we left our hotel around 5:30 this morning, there was still storm surge flooding ongoing onto our pool deck. So some roads are still going to be flooded as we still have that onshore push of water. Now, high tide was earlier this morning, so we are headed toward low tide. But when you've got that onshore push of water, it's going to be hard for that storm surge to come down very quickly. Not to mention, there are tons of power outages. Over 40% of the customers here in Lee County are without power. So that tells me there are going to be a lot of traffic lights down, which means that elevates the level of danger as well. Because, as many times as we've said it, Reynolds, people still do not realize that you treat down power or out stoplights as if it's a four-way stop. So multiple reasons for people to just stay in and not try to be out and about and see what is happening in the wake of Milton just yet.
Oh, good point. Yeah, I mean, that's all solid advice, no doubt about it. I can tell you right now, in Daytona Beach, we have got quite the change over the last several hours. If you were watching earlier, it was just my gosh, I mean, it was just nonstop. I mean, you had the wind and the rain coming through, really just like an aquatic blowtorch, so to speak. And all during the nighttime hours, the entire structure that we stayed in, the building, just really had like a hum to it. It was just basically like just a solid shaking, a solid just vibration all night long. And although the lights would flicker time and again, power stayed. I know that's not going to be the situation for many people throughout much of Central Florida. So now that we've got some light on the situation, no pun meant or intended, we're getting some daylight. It's going to be interesting and quite possibly heartbreaking, some of the news that we may get across the state. Certainly it was a wrecking ball that made its way across much of the region. Very similar in some respects. I mean, all these tropical systems are different, but I hearken back to what we experienced in 2004 when we had Charlie that came its way on shore. You'll remember it made its way from Punta Gorda, but eventually went right up the I-4 corridor, right through Daytona Beach. And Volusia County was affected in a myriad of ways, including where the tornado that touched down, they did quite a bit of damage. But again, different animal altogether. And it's going to be interesting when this system is gone to really compare what took place, and hopefully we'll glean some information from it and be better prepared in the future. Although I got to tell you, Jordan, we had widespread evacuations. People were heeding the warnings, and if there's a silver lining, that's got to be right up there. That's got to be top billing. Let's send it back to you, Jordan.
Quick, Reynolds, I got a question for you. You've been through a lot of these storms in your career, and we always talk about the dangers of trees coming down after the storm leaves, which is one of the reasons why we want to make sure people are aware before they head out the door. Looking at the palm trees behind you across the street, it looks like one of them's kind of angled a little bit. Do you think today's going to be a day where some of those trees might have to come down and some of these officials might have to actually remove them, or is that something they could put back up and just kind of pack the footing?
You're bringing up a great point, and you're right. A lot of them, they just basically pack the footing. I mean, when you are designing and putting in landscaping around spots like this, you go for things that can last, and that happened to be these palm trees. I mean, nature's grand design, right? I mean, they're almost like dandelions up there. They've got the long stem being the trunk. At the very, very top, you've got the palmetto fronds. Those can be ripped, but those obviously grow back. But the amazing thing about it, if you notice the tree trunks, they're very malleable. There will be an ebb and a flow to them. Now, clearly, some that are leaning, they can reset those, so to speak, at the footing. Jordan, to your point. But the ones I'm more concerned with, you go back into the inland where you have more of the oak trees, the scrub oaks that are far more prevalent. I do wonder, after a season like this, especially on Florida's west coast, when you think about a lot of these big oaks, dealing with Helene, and then you have this one, the saturated soil, something's going to give. And unfortunately, it may be some of those legendary oak trees. Some of them have been standing for more than a century. These, not so much. These are relatively new, but for the time being, the majority of them, they're doing just fine. Back to you, Jordan.
Well, we appreciate everything that you're doing out there, Reynolds. We really do, and I want to urge everybody just to stay safe today. We will talk to St. Lucie County right after the break. Stay with us.
Advil liquid gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels. Also from Advil, Advil Targeted Relief, the only topical with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact and lasts up to 8 hours.
Your fall style forecast? Ready for anything. Layer up for fall with 20% off store-wide and earn Kohl's Cash. Kohl's.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. 3 p.m. Fanta, 10 p.m. Sprite, 7:46 a.m. Coke. Yeah, you're built different. Dollar soft drinks, any size, gotta be Wendy's.
The moment I loved our Subaru Outback most was the moment they walked away from it.
Mom! Thank goodness.
And that's why our family will only drive a Subaru.
Subaru. More IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Get special low rates on a new Subaru Outback for a limited time.
Can a body wash transform your chest, arms, legs? It's Olay Body Wash with skincare ingredients and 10 times more vitamin B3 complex. So in 14 days, see visibly better skin. Olay Body Wash. Discover yours.
What's the #1 item in a crisis? Food. Because when the world goes sideways, grocery shelves get picked bare and people worry they'll go hungry. That's why you need 4 Patriots' best-selling 3-month survival food kit. Food designed to last for 25 years, tastes great, and is easy to make. Packed with 688 servings and 24 delicious meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Get your food kit with free shipping and free mini kits at 4patriots.com.
Ketchup, in my opinion, it's the epitome of where art meets science. Everything from flavor to color to texture is scrutinized. Am I a ketchup nerd? Absolutely.
Look, I got the new iPhone 16 Pro at Verizon. Apple Intelligence is pretty awesome.
Nice.
You can get it when you trade in any phone.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
At Verizon, new and existing customers can get iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Welcome to the Optimizer. This month, we're learning all about Optimum Mobile. Did you know you can cut your mobile bill in half compared to AT&T and Verizon? While connecting on America's largest and fastest 5G network? And that everyone in the family can have the data they need for the way they use mobile. With great plans for tablets, too. Keep learning about Optimum Mobile and compare plans at optimum.com/mobile plans. With Optimum Mobile, buy one, get one. Get 2 lines of unlimited mobile for the price of 1. That's 2 unlimited mobile lines for $45 a month. Call 800-864-0500 or visit optimum.com/mobile. Get 2 lines of unlimited data, talk, and text to connect on America's largest 5G network. With more coverage than Verizon and AT&T combined. All for just $45 a month. Hurry, get 2 lines of unlimited mobile for the price of 1. Call 800-864-0500 or visit optimum.com/mobile.
Custom frames and counting. Get started today at framebridge.com.
This hurricane season, America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America only on the Weather Channel.
A frost advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 40 degrees under sunny skies. Today, sunny, high 64. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear, low 36. Winds northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, mainly sunny, high 66. Winds north-northwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
More than 3 million customers across Florida this morning, and some of those outages are due to tornadoes that tore through the state before Hurricane Milton made landfall.
That's right. We want to bring in Eric Gill, Communications Director for St. Lucie County, for more on that tornado that struck Fort Pierce. Good morning. Thank you so much for being with us. Going back to what Sheriff Keith Pearson has said, that there has been, quote, loss of life. Do you have an update on the death toll in your county?
Yes. As of this morning, the medical examiner's office confirmed there were at least 4 deaths as the result of tornadoes yesterday here in St. Lucie County. We know there are at least 2 confirmed tornadoes from the National Weather Service, but we've had reports of as many as a dozen different tornadoes.
Wow.
And of course, officials will be down to do some additional investigation to rule whether or not there were multiple tornadoes or just straight line winds. But in a 2-hour time frame yesterday, our Emergency Operations Center received over 900 calls about tornadoes here in St. Lucie County.
And it wasn't just St. Lucie County. It was all the way down into Palm Beach County as well. I mean, a huge area that's been hit so hard. And we know that the National Weather Service will go out Friday to assess the tornadoes and rate them for us. Let's talk more about your area. I was watching this very closely yesterday. I have family, and I'm from this area that are in this area. The size of these tornadoes were very atypical for Florida and when it comes to hurricanes. Yeah. And I know in Palm Beach Gardens, we saw a dumpster on top of a roof, jammed into a roof. What type of damage have you seen from that? It was a huge tornado that was kind of just west of I-95-ish that went up into Vero.
Yeah,
what type of damage have you seen with it?
It's incredible. I've worked for St. Lucie County for 21 years. This year was the 20th anniversary of Francis and Jean, which were 2 storms that, came within 3 weeks of each other right here in St. Lucie County. And this devastation is probably going to surpass that. It was incredible. Some of those storms that folks have seen seem to be almost like half a mile wide as it moved through.
It's crazy to think about how some of the worst damage is going to be on the non-landfalling side of the state. I do have to ask, what are you telling people, residents waking up this morning in their plan for today if they're without power or if they have damage near their home?
Yeah, please stay put. We have roughly 60,000, 70,000 residents still without power. We know people are anxious to get out, but we still have a lot of research and recovery to do. We need to clear roads. We need to get those main arteries cleared so we get utility trucks out to get those power lines back open. And we don't want to hinder any of the response and rescue that may be still going on. After those tornadoes came through yesterday between 4:30 and 6:30, we had a window before those tropical 4-storm winds were actually coming from Milton off the Gulf. And so crews went out last night to go into neighborhoods and do as much cleanup and rescue as they could. Some of those people that were displaced by those tornadoes, get them into temporary shelters. But there may have been folks that we missed overnight. So we need to make sure we can get those people into shelter. So if you can stay home today, please do.
Eric, any idea how it works when it comes to turning power back on for people? Is it county by county? I mean, there's just such a wide area that needs to be taken care of. Who gets it first? Is it county by county? How does that whole process work?
A lot of it has to do with different utility providers in the different areas and different regions. Obviously, this state was impacted just a few weeks ago with Helene. So utility crews across getting those support crews back in, they may still be up in Georgia, North Carolina. So response may be a little slower this time, but I know FPNL has a lot of crews stationed right here at our Emergency Operations Center, and those trucks are already rolling out this morning.
Oh, great news.
And similar question, but having to do with the category of travel. Is it similar in terms of, okay, the interstate gets first attention on cleanup, and then we go to the secondary and tertiary roads?
It's a lot of looking at those main arteries and then critical infrastructure, right? We want to make sure that power is up at our 3 hospitals, that law enforcement, our Coast Guard station, there's airport. So if supplies need to be brought in, so focus on those critical infrastructures first and those major arteries, then work our way back into the neighborhoods.
And Eric, I'm sure you've been up all night. I shouldn't assume that, but a lot of us had trouble sleeping last night. And you've been inside the, inside a building, rightly so. I know it's still a little bit breezy out there. Is that going to also slow the recovery this morning, or has the winds died down enough where crews can get out?
They're starting to die down, and crews are starting to get out. We are still seeing some gusts this morning. Even at 6:30, we were still seeing some 30-mile-an-hour gusts. Yeah. But it is starting to die down now. But and the sun is coming up. But crews did have a window, like I said, last night to get out and do some road clearing after these tornadoes came through. But that window got cut short pretty early.
Eric, we got about 20 seconds left. Any last words that you'd like to give everybody in and around St. Lucie County? Any words of wisdom?
We appreciate everyone's patience and understanding, and please stay home so the first responders and public works crews can get out and clear the roads, and we can hopefully get back to normal soon.
All right, Eric Gill, Communications Director for the St. Lucie County. We really appreciate you being with us.
Thank you.
I mean, look at that tornado. I just couldn't believe there was a hook. This is stuff you see in the plains. Look how massive that is. That might be the biggest and strongest tornado we've ever seen.
And we were talking about, storms ahead of the hurricane itself and the supercells. So it'll be interesting to see what comes out of this. We'll be back.
Thank you. Thank you for trusting us with your secret recipes and shared moments. Thank you for bringing us into your homes and into your hearts for nearly 150 years. Thank you for making Quaker a part of your family.
Did you know you could remodel your kitchen faster and less expensive than the big box stores? At Cabinets to Go, customize your dream kitchen with custom quality cabinets, countertops, and flooring. So transform your kitchen in weeks, not months, minimizing your downtime. Visit one of our 100+ showrooms nationwide and get your dream kitchen today for as low as $139 a month at cabinetstogo.com.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery. Because cooking food is a lot more fun than shopping for it. It's Walmart plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream Dora, so your daughter can learn Espanol.
Delicioso.
Plus, you get 25% off at Burger King. And that's 25% more savings to put towards things you need, like napkins.
Delicioso.
Our thoughts exactly. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
I have a surprise for you.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah. Feast your eyes on this.
Oh, that's sexy. Feels so new.
I want to feel this feeling again and again.
Well, can I hold it?
How bad do you want to hold it?
I'm not going to beg, but pretty please.
Or they don't. Go ahead, press a button.
Oh, it's glowing.
Apple Intelligence. We should do this more often.
Agreed.
Rekindle the feeling of love with the new iPhone 16 Pro on us. And feel it again and again with the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime.
Hey, Lexus, show alternate routes.
Technology that's ready for the road ahead. The Lexus NX.
Camille, Ivan, Katrina, Sally, Zeta. Seen a lot of storms. You have all this beauty and tranquility. The storms come in and they change everything.
You guys are doing a great job. I really appreciate everything that y'all are doing.
When it shows up on your doorstep, our role is to respond quickly, to provide a way forward. A recovery is day by day. We want to be the calm after the storm.
An alternative to pills, Voltaren is a clinically proven arthritis pain relief gel which penetrates deep to target the source of pain with non-steroidal anti-inflammatory medicine directly at the source. Voltaren, the joy of movement.
So what are you thinking?
I'm thinking
about our honeymoon.
What about Africa? Safari. Hot air balloon ride. Swim with elephants.
Wait, can we afford a safari? Great question. Like everything, takes a little planning.
Or put the money towards a down payment.
On a ranch.
In Montana.
With horses.
Let's take a look at those scenarios.
JP Morgan Wealth Management has advisors in Chase branches and tools like Wealth Plan to help keep you on track. When you're planning for it all, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Yesterday was a day of damage, a deadly day because of Hurricane Milton. And as the sun comes up this morning, people are getting the first look at what last night brought as Milton moved across the state of Florida. Thanks for sticking with us here on The Weather Channel. Meteorologist Felicia Combs in Fort Myers, where around this region, around Southwest Florida, we have seen the devastation starting yesterday, lasting through the night. And now we're getting a bird's eye view as the sun is coming up of what has been left behind. Now, of course, storm surge is a big part of this story. Landfall happened just north of us near Sarasota yesterday evening. And then since then, overnight, last night, the winds were cranking. The storm surge was building onshore. And that is what we are seeing as we're starting off our day today. Now, you can kind of see the debris around me here. This is the story on many of the roads across this region. And it's not just this little debris. We drove a bit from our hotel, and I'll tell you, we really couldn't make it past a half mile when it was still dark outside. It's large debris like this as well. You can see that here. So not sure exactly where these came from, but these are across the road. This is some of the large debris that is covering the road, and officials are asking you to stay put. They want to get first responders out there. They want the first responders to have free reign of the roadways and the areas that they need to get into to check on people, to try to get the roadways completely back open. Of course, power outages up over 40% of the customers here in Lee County. So this is kind of what we're dealing with here this morning. I will tell you that is the story across Southwest Florida, but it was not just here where we were dealing with these conditions. Obviously, the entire state impacted. And if you look to Southeast Florida or places like St. Lucie County, where now 4 deaths have been confirmed in St. Lucie County, and there could be more as tornadoes ripped through that area yesterday. We were actually going to make our way up to Fort Pierce earlier this morning, but you know, especially with the sun being down, we just couldn't make it there with all the debris streaming across the roads. But now that the sun is up, you know, maybe we can get a little bit more information about what is going on and what the roadway conditions are there. But we did talk to one man who rode out those storms in St. Lucie County, and this is what he had to say.
It was a very scary moment. It's a lot of sounds, the pressure in. Now, I've never, Florida resident for 30 years, so I'm used to hurricanes, but not tornadoes. We literally thought the house was coming apart, and you could hear sounds and banging, and apparently, you know, we were in the back of the house, but you could still hear a 1,200-pound dumpster hit your garage, smash into 2 vehicles and hit your garage door.
Just such a scary situation. And of course, record number of tornado warnings across the state yesterday. We had tornado warnings here. We had a tornado warned storm move right over our hotel. So understanding that fear of as those rain bands were moving through. And Reynolds, you know, as Milton is beginning to wrap up its trek across Florida this morning, the sun is coming up. And I think the tales of damage and the tales all across the state of people, what they dealt with this storm, are going to start to come to light.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I mean, these situations always come in 3 different stages. The stage number 1, you've got the forecast and the buildup and being prepared. Number 2, the second part of it that you got to deal with, of course, is just the event, the passing of the storm. But then 3, and always often it's the most heartrending, and that is the aftermath. So we're finishing up with stage 2, but now we've got all of stage 3 in front of us, and I fear that we're going to possibly add to those numbers that you were talking about, the loss of life and the broken hearts. It's just it's really the stuff of nightmares, no doubt. But we have this hour improving situation, much drier air that is moving into the Daytona area. The worst of it really during the late night hours. You certainly felt a marked difference by 9 o'clock in the evening. I'd say from the hours of 10 to maybe 3 a.m., it was some of the worst. When we started broadcasting around, I think, 4:30, 5 o'clock local this morning, again, it was still just an absolute mess. You had everything moving, not vertically, it was a world of the horizontal. Wind, debris, everything moving through. And I can tell you that there are a lot of street signs that are up and down parts of A1A that have been knocked over. So going around much of the area, it's not going to be a straight path. It's going to be diversion after diversion, making your way around, almost serpentine in terms of the pattern. And in some places around Volusia County, I promise you it's going to be just blocked up. Now, where we happen to be located, we're on an island, and you have some bridges that go back to the mainland. Traffic stops on those bridges when winds exceed 39 miles per hour. It's all part of safety. And what we expect is those winds will abate. However, we still have that strong fetch that's going to be around the center of circulation right along the coast. Storm surge forecast goes for 3 to 5. Could have some that be overperforming, could be up to 3 to 6, could be 3 to 7. It's always possible. But we're going to be broadcasting later on today right on the water's edge and showing you again just the battering ram of waves that are going to be affecting our waves up and down the coastline. Man, Daytona Beach Police, tip of the cap to them. They've been working in all hours. No rest for law enforcement here. They've been doing a great job. And also tip of the cap to our friends at the National Hurricane Center. When you think about, Jen, the job that the Hurricane Center does, we're talking about a revolving storm over a spinning planet, quite often, you know, over a liquid medium. I mean, there's so many moving parts of these systems, and the way we're able to forecast these things, and obviously there from time to time can be errors, but it's all about getting people prepared. And I got to tell you, Jen, at least in Daytona, and I've seen more examples of it around the state, possibly more than ever, I've seen people take the evasive maneuvers, going north, getting out of harm's way, and that is certainly the silver lining of the story. A lot of people took action, and they lifted up, moved out. Jen, let's make our way back over to Jacksonville, to your location. How are things going this morning?
But Reynolds, we're doing good here in Jacksonville here. And for all the folks that have evacuated to Jacksonville from Tampa, from St. Petersburg, from Fort Myers, from Sarasota, from Daytona even. I know they're in Orlando, I've heard of some. They're certainly, I think, breathing a sigh of relief here in Jacksonville, but wondering what has happened to their home. And that information is still, developing as we find out what has happened in the hardest hit storm areas. Reynolds talked about how so many people heeded the evacuation orders. I think it's very much a testament that we just had a landfall in Florida, near Perry, Florida, just 11 or 13 days ago. And so when you think about that, this back-to-back threat and this surge and the wind that we had in the Big Bend area and down to the Tampa area and the Tampa Bay surge that we had from Helene, I think that really instigated a lot of people to make the move on this one here. And I think a lot of them this morning are glad they did, as they hear some of the reports of the wind damage, the rainfall flooding that we had over in the Tampa area, record rainfall, flash flood emergency in the Tampa area last night. But here on the East Coast, I do want to talk about what has happened. So we had landfall 8:30 last night, and then we saw Milton make a beeline across the state. By 4:30 this morning, it was off the coast, not far from where Reynolds is. Here it actually headed off right around Cape Canaveral, still as a Category 1 hurricane, 85 miles per hour when it left the coast. And so here in Jacksonville, we mainly saw the periphery. We saw winds gusting to 40 was about the peak. On the beach, Jacksonville Beach gusted higher. I saw the Weather Center, we gusted over 50 miles per hour. And so there were some minor power outages, not significant. It was less than 2% of the population in the Jacksonville area. Though I know if you're without power, if you're one of that 2%, I know it is significant here. So certainly not downplaying that. Behind me is the St. Johns River, and that was another one of the concerns, that would there be any minor flooding? There was some minor flooding. We actually drove around to see for ourselves, and actually by the time we got there, the water had come down, and so that's some good news as well. So flooding not an issue. We are actually getting some rain right now. So we kind of saw the outer reaches of Milton come through here, and then the dry air started filtering in. Our dew points dropped below 70. You can really feel a difference to the air, but we've got a front that is hanging out, the same front that was been interacting with the tropical moisture for the last 24 hours. So this front's hanging right over us here in Jacksonville, and it's going to keep us like this for now with the clouds and with the light showers. But of course, it's not risky. It's just going to be a sort of a rainy day with some gusty winds at times. Now, as we continue to look at the aftermath, Greg Postel, there's so many different aspects of this storm. There was the surge, there was the wind, there was the rainfall, and the tornadoes. Here, Milton really was a beast in so many ways.
It had all of those hazards, Jen. You're exactly right about that. And one of the most spectacular one of them all, unfortunately, the one that may have caused some of the most significant damage in South Florida, was the tornado outbreak that we dealt with. Jen, thank you very much. That's a really good point. And I'll show you in a second some of the details on that. And right now, thankfully, Milton is moving away, and fairly quickly, almost at 20 miles per hour. The center of circulation is now departing the east coast of Florida, roughly on a trajectory like that. Estimated to have winds around 85 miles per hour. Now the weather is rapidly improving across much of Florida. You can see on the radar and on the satellite pictures from generally west to east, you can see places Places like Tampa and Sarasota and Sebring, Cedar Key, all the way down through Fort Myers and Punta Gorda, the weather is now much improved from where it was just 12 hours ago, and the system continues to move away. Some of the last vestiges of some stronger wind gusts are still hugging the coast, but once you get inland, you can see even on this chart, we're not shading in any substantial strong wind in place, and that's really good news. So here's some of those observations. Daytona Beach, this is in an exposed environment, so we're getting some pretty high wind gusts still in the 50+ mile per hour range there. But once you get inland, Gainesville 26, Tampa gusting to 24 miles per hour. A much better day is on the way. And those of us on the East Coast, it's only a matter of a couple of hours before the weather even radically improves from where it is now, which is better than it was 3 hours ago. So here's what we've got even now in North Florida. Winds gusting to about 40 miles per hour. Fernandina Beach, that's on Amelia Island, Florida. St. Augustine, about the same. But only in short order will the wind considerably diminish. Now let's have a look at the landfall stats from last night. Right, Milton made landfall around 8:30 last night. Siesta Key, not far from Sarasota, Florida, as a 120 mile per hour Category 3 hurricane. And we saw very significant wind damage and also some pretty high wind reports as well. Top wind gusts here, Venice, Florida, wind gusts. This is the highest wind gust that they could find. This was right at the coast in an exposed marine environment where the sustained wind was about 92 miles per hour and the wind gust was 107. Elsewhere, wind gusts were generally in the 80s and 90s, which is enough to do a lot of damage. Lots of power outages and even some structural damage as well. Certainly trees down as well in many locations. But let me take you back. This is what Jen was getting at. One of the big unfortunate side effects or effects of the landfalling tropical system was its production of tornadoes and severe weather. Yesterday afternoon at about 3 o'clock, with the center well off the coast, still way out in the Gulf of Mexico, we were starting to see an outbreak of tornadoes develop from essentially multiple lines of supercell thunderstorms, the kind that you would see in the plains in spring. This was a severe weather outbreak reminiscent of an Oklahoma or Kansas or Texas event, but this was in Florida with a landfalling hurricane. And the number of tornado warnings broke the record for the number of tornado warnings ever issued in a day in Florida. Over 125 of them were warned. Now, how many tornado reports did we get out of that? This number is only a preliminary number, and it's probably going to go up, as we've seen in the last few hours. But there were a whole lot of tornadoes and certainly a whole lot of severe thunderstorms that brought bad weather that potentially had tornadoes with them. So it was one of the more prolific severe weather events that I've seen anywhere, anytime for a landfalling hurricane, Steph.
Still can't get over how big they were that when they were going through that area. As counties issued mandatory evacuations ahead of Hurricane Milton, officials were saying it was likely the largest evacuation in Florida since Irma hit in 2017. But not everyone was able to leave, and that can be for a variety of reasons, like financial or physical limitations. Watch as the Tampa police sprung into action to help.
Carry and start lining up. When the cars get here, we'll start getting you guys. Grab her other arm. He's gonna grab her arm. I'm gonna grab her arm. Okay. I mean, it's good for me to shut it. I'm gonna shut it down. It's okay, Bubba. It's okay. It's okay. You're okay. That's it. That's it. Let's go. We got 3.
Everyone, you have 3 people with you?
3 juveniles in our outside shelter. I got you, Bubba.
Come on, buddy.
Yeah, right behind him, right behind him. There we go. They got everyone? Is that everyone? No.
That again was the Tampa police evacuating a mother, 3 children, and their grandmother. Glad they're okay, because unfortunately we're getting reports that 4 people died in St. Lucie County because of the tornadoes that hit there. Water came up, we had flash flooding, we had rainfall rates at over 5 inches an hour around the Tampa area. We still have a flood threat from Daytona down to Orlando because though the storm is pulling offshore, it's a counterclockwise flow, so you're still getting that flow right into these areas. So we still could have some rain. And it's not only that, with the surge pushing in on both coasts, by the way, that brings the rivers up. And then you have fresh water falling on that, and that causes flooding. And so there was a lot of flooding here into Tampa. We had a flash flood emergency yesterday, high wind warning. Really, really rough go there. Still storm surge warnings here from Georgia down to Melbourne. As this continues to pull away, we still get the onshore flow, but I also want to mention these winds are going to keep coming down. We know power crews have started rolling out. We know the cleanup crews. We know that basically anyone that can go out, first responders, they are doing it. And so we're hoping that this cleanup process starts immediately and people can get back into their homes, but I know others are going to have to wait a while. I know friends personally whose homes were flooded in the Tampa Bay area, and they evacuated, thankfully. But it takes time for the water to come down and that cleanup process to begin. Speaking of water, over towards St. Pete, they have cut off the water. And so there's a lot of different variables here. Bring your patience today if you live in any of these areas that were hit by the hurricane and you're returning back. We do have high tide here in Port Canaveral, which will not help that water rise, and still wind advisories from Florida up into South Carolina.
It's Kohl's Home Savings Event. Refresh your space for less and take 30% off with a Kohl's card. No card? Get 20% off with a coupon. Plus, rewards members save extra on home funds.
When a tough cough finds you on the go, a syrup would be silly.
Woo! Hey, try no Robitussin soft juice.
Packed with the power of Robitussin in every bite. Easy to take cough relief anywhere. Chew on relief. Chew on a
Robitussin. When you need a tool that does it all, you need Tostitos restaurant style. Optimized for versatility, Tostitos can tackle every snack, big or small. Because if you're gonna do something, do it right. Tostitos restaurant style, made for snacking.
Are you sick of power outages? Tired of sitting in the dark, not knowing when the lights will come back on?
That's why we created this amazing new solar generator.
It's powerful and expandable, so it runs your fridge and critical devices.
Protects your family because it's fume-free and safe to use inside.
Plus, you'll get this solar panel free. Go to 4patriots.com.
Do it now. Get your solar generator with free shipping and free panel at 4patriots.com.
070.
Bingo! Son of a blitz! Bingo Blitz is giving away a free phone every hour. Seriously, it's Drew. I mean, it's true. Download now.
Sinner is going to be out of the British Grand Prix.
You won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up. But not today. I want to carry on. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name.
Did you know how you feel can be affected by the bacteria in your gut? Try New Align yogurt-coated probiotic fruit bites. With a delicious apple and blueberry-flavored fruit center and yogurt coating, each bite is infused with added probiotics to help promote a healthy digestive system every day. Plus, they're packaged in individually wrapped pouches for daily digestive support on the go. Look for New Align yogurt-coated probiotic fruit bites online and in the digestive care aisle of your local retailer. Brand Power, helping you buy better.
Look, I got the new iPhone 16 Pro at Verizon. Apple Intelligence is pretty awesome.
Nice.
You can get it when you trade in any phone. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
At Verizon, new and existing customers can get iPhone 16 Pro on us when you trade in any phone in any condition. Only on Verizon.
The Weather Channel TV app is keeping you ahead of the storm all hurricane season. Our goal is to keep people.
Is it possible to count on my internet like my customers count on me?
It is, with Comcast Business, keeping you up and running with our 99.9% network reliability and security that helps outsmart threats to your data.
My data too?
Your data too.
Oh.
There's even round-the-clock customer support, so you can be there for your customers.
Hey Billy, how you doing?
With Comcast Business, reliability isn't just possible. It's happening.
Switch to Comcast Business and get started with fast, reliable internet for $59.99 a month. Or ask about our 5-year price lock guarantee on qualifying internet bundles. Call today.
Wouldn't it be nice,
excuse me,
if nothing stood in your way?
Representative.
Command unclear. Goodbye.
Hello?
Flight canceled.
With Xfinity, nothing stands between you and what you want to watch. Just say, "For you," into your Xfinity voice remote to jump back into your favorites. Or get a new recommendation based on what you've watched or saved, so you can get right to the good stuff.
Happier, healthier, and reduces stress. So why wouldn't we be?
A frost advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 40 degrees under fair skies. Today, sunny, high 65. Winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear, low 36. Winds northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, a mainly sunny sky, high 66. Here's our 7-day outlook.
This hurricane season,
Good heavens, absolute punishment.
every second counts.
You don't want to be on an interstate with heavy tropical downpours.
America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage, keeping you ahead of the storm.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America, only on the Weather Channel.
Hurricane Milton marks the 5th hurricane to hit the mainland U.S. this year, making landfall yesterday evening in Siesta Key. Jonathan Bigliotti with our partners at CBS News joins us from St. Petersburg this morning. Jonathan, what type of damage are you seeing? And I want to give you some numbers. St. Pete has had over 18 inches of rainfall, and I know that they did get that water rise as well in and around St. Pete.
Stephanie, good morning to you. You just informed me it was 18 inches. We were being told 13 inches. That's an incredible volume of water, more than 3 months in just a few hours' time. We've been assessing the damage. We arrived at this scene, which I think gives you some perspective into how strong the wind was, exceeding 100 miles per hour, sending a massive crane into the side of this building. You could see the top 3 floors shredded. We're told that this was home to the Tampa Bay Times. This construction crane came from a condo that's being built, and we have fire rescue of St. Petersburg now here on the scene helping assess the damage. We're told nobody was inside this building at the time. About a mile from where we are, we came across the stadium, the Tropicana Stadium, which was supposed to house thousands of first responders. Its roof was blown off by these hurricane force winds. And now some questions this morning about why it was even chosen as a shelter in the first place. That roof was made of a fiberglass cloth-like material. When we were driving, we literally saw pieces of it blanketing the roads. You've got a lot of down trees, a lot of down power lines, a lot of flash flooding from that volume of water. Here in this area, the sheriff announcing all roads closed to traffic, so now search and rescue teams can get out and start doing their job. A lot of water and a lot of down power lines and a lot of debris from Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago hampering that effort right now. We're being told of at least one rescue in one house, 12 people who did not evacuate, sheltered in place through the storm, flooded, and had to be rescued. We're told they were all rescued safely. Stephanie?
All right, Jonathan, you're in St. Pete, Tampa, of course, just over the bridge there. And I know you've been around that area. Do you have any information about Tampa this morning?
The information we have from Tampa comes from us riding out the storm in downtown Tampa. We actually went to some of the lower lying areas, Davis Island, which is a neighborhood there. That was an area where we actually had to evacuate from yesterday because we were getting some flash flooding. We were worried about our live shop being compromised. We went back this morning. We did not see really any signs of serious damage caused during Milton's landfall. We have traveled around other areas as we were making our way here. There were some neighborhoods that appeared to be underwater, a lot of issues with the storm drains being clogged. We saw first responders trying to remove debris from those drains to empty out that water so that crews can get in. Right now, we do know that there are rescues unfolding right now, but we're just not sure entirely of the current scale, Stephanie.
All right, so Jonathan, we obviously see first responders coming out and people trying to fix that crane and whatnot. Have you seen any locals coming out to kind of see what has happened with this hurricane?
Yeah, and it always happens after a storm passes. You have those that have chosen to ride it out, coming out to see what they survived. At this location, you don't see anybody behind me because this has been taped off. But I would say easily dozens of people that chose to stay put here in St. Petersburg, walking around now, assessing the damage, looking a little bit like they're in a state of shell shock and disbelief, obviously, of the scene behind me. And this is just the beginning. We really came across this within the first hour or so of driving. Once we leave you, we're going to be driving around this entire area to see what else was done during Milton's arrival.
Jonathan, we're glad that you and your crew are safe, and of course, stay safe driving around because there are so many hazards, as you well know, after a storm. Jonathan Vigliotti with our partners at CBS News. We appreciate the update. All right, Jordan, let's talk. This thing had everything. It had rain, as we were just talking about with Jonathan. It had the winds. It also had tremendous tornadoes and huge tornadoes.
That was kind of one of the biggest stories. And if you look at the damage, this is from Fort Pierce, Florida. Over 125 tornado warnings yesterday in the state of Florida. You had dozens of reports. That number is going to go up. It's likely going to go up. Crews are going to get out during daylight. And we know the survey teams from the National Weather Service, Melbourne, is going to go out tomorrow. St. Lucie County Sheriff did confirm loss of life in the Spanish Lakes community, unfortunately. We, of course, got an update from them a little earlier ago. I believe it's at 4. And, you know, today's going to be a day where we kind of figure everything out and make a plan to kind of take the next step forward, right? We knew this thing was coming. A lot of you kind of went out of harm's way if you hunkered down. I know a lot of you waking up this morning and having to deal with either the flooding or the damage coming in from all the tornado reports we had yesterday. There's a look at where the most damage occurred. We've got the St. Lucie Sheriff coming up right after the break.
Thank you. Thank you for trusting us with your secret recipes and shared moments. Thank you for bringing us into your homes and into your hearts for nearly 150 years. Thank you for making Quaker a part of your family.
Teeth sensitivity is so common. Immediately it feels like somebody's poking directly on the nerve. I recommend Sensodyne. Sensodyne toothpaste goes inside the tooth and calms the nerve down. And my patients say, you know, doc, it really works.
You never want to lose your edge. And the Lexus RX completely understands that.
Did you know serums are concentrated with powerful ingredients to visibly improve your skin? Try Olay Super Serum. For 5 powerful ingredients in one, it hydrates, improves texture and evenness, while also firming and smoothing. Try Olay Super Serum.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery, which frees up your whole afternoon. Thank you, free delivery. It's Walmart plus gas discounts, so you can go to the state fair, half the state away. Plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream dramas, plus comedies, plus rom-com dramedies. That's showbiz, baby. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save time and money. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Getting older is part of the journey, even with worsening heart failure. So when I had carpal tunnel syndrome, lower back pain, and shortness of breath, I thought that's what getting older felt like. Thank goodness I called my cardiologist. I have ATTR-CM, a rare but serious disease, and getting diagnosed early made a difference. If you have any of these warning signs, don't wait. Ask your cardiologist about ATTR-CM today.
I have a surprise for you.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah. Feast your eyes on this.
Oh, that's sexy. Feels so new.
I want to feel this feeling again and again.
Can I hold it?
How bad do you want to hold it?
I'm not going to beg, but pretty please.
Or they don't. Go ahead, press a button.
Oh, it's glowing.
Apple Intelligence. We should do this more often.
Agreed.
Rekindle the feeling of love with the new iPhone 16 Pro on us, and feel it again and again with the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime.
COPD isn't pretty. I'm out of breath and often out of the picture. But this is my story. And with once daily Trelegy, it can still be beautiful. Because with 3 medicines and 1 inhaler, Trelegy keeps my airways open for a full 24 hours and prevents future flare-ups. Trelegy also improves lung function, so I can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful all day and night.
What a week it has been. Hurricane Milton here rapidly intensifying over the Gulf of Mexico earlier this week. In fact, extremely rapidly intensifying. It hit Category 5 twice. It dropped to the 5th lowest pressure on record and then barreled into the west coast of Florida, coming in at an angle that is not something we see all so often here, actually moving for some time over the Gulf of Mexico to the southeast. You don't see that very often, especially a storm of this strength. Came in as a Category 3 in Siesta Key, and then went on to cross the peninsula as a hurricane the entire way, exiting off of the coast near Cape Canaveral early this morning about 4:30, still as a Category 1 hurricane with winds of 85 miles per hour. So not a minimal hurricane, 85 mile per hour hurricane. We saw wind gusts at Daytona Beach, 87 miles per hour. We saw wind gusts up in the upper 70s, actually, in Orlando for hours on end. It started just before midnight last night, continued through this early morning here, knocking out power for those outside of the Orlando city proper. And we saw those power outages extend throughout much of central Florida up towards Flagler County, where they had close to 70% without power at last check. Up here in Jacksonville, where I am, I'm meteorologist Jen Carfagno, by the way, live in Jacksonville. In Jacksonville, we fared pretty well. We were on the edge of the storm. We did have some winds gusting to about 40 miles per hour. The bridges remained open. There are 9 bridges in the Jacksonville area, and I didn't hear of any closures. We had some minor flooding in some of the typical flood-prone areas earlier when we had some of those peak winds, but that has already come down. And in fact, we drove around to check on that just about an hour ago, and that water already has receded. So that's the good news in Jacksonville. Jacksonville Beach had some bit of some stronger winds out there, gusting over 50. But again, no major damage, and power outages less than 2% of customers in Duval County. Now today, for everyone who evacuated to Jacksonville from the hard-hit areas back in Tampa, in St. Petersburg, in Sarasota, they are anxiously awaiting to find out what happened to their homes and their home neighborhoods. And certainly today will be that day where we learn much more. But with power out, I know it's hard to get communication. We'll have our live reporters, of course, out there. A lot of roads are compromised by downed trees in the area. And Greg Postel, this is just one part of Milton's story. The tornadoes, another, and the heavy rain, another. There was so much rain in Tampa yesterday. I know folks are worried about the flooding perhaps in their homes as another angle to the storm.
Yeah, freshwater flooding, Jen, you're right about that. We had storm surge, we had damaging hurricane force winds, and we also had that prolific tornado outbreak yesterday. All good points, Jen. Let's have just a real quick refresher on where we are now with Milton as it is accelerating away now from Florida as an 85 mile per hour hurricane moving rapidly east-northeast now at about 20 miles per hour or so. The weather is getting much better by the hour for many of us in Florida that have been hit so hard by Milton in the last day. So there it is. You can see on the satellite picture, the center of circulation is probably right about there. And we're getting some of the outer sort of fringes here still hanging on with some very light rain and some gusty winds right now across parts of Florida. But the vast majority of the strong winds here, those colors shaded in red and orange and pink, most of that is moving offshore. We are still getting some gusty winds from time to time, but nothing like we saw last night. Right now, Daytona Beach, 25, gust to 58. That's pretty strong. Melbourne, a couple hours ago, gusting over 70. Now we're down to about 45 miles per hour on the wind gusts, but those will be calming down during the late morning and afternoon hours. Same story for North Florida as well, where overall the conditions are better than they were even a few hours ago. Taking us back now to landfall. Well, allegedly a Category 3 hurricane with 120-mile-per-hour winds coming in just south of Sarasota, Florida, near Siesta Key at about 8:30 last night. Here's some of the strongest wind gusts that we found at Venice, 107 miles per hour. Sustained wind there was 92 miles per hour. This is damaging wind. We've seen a lot of potential for that across the region. But that's not the only place that we saw damaging wind. We saw damaging wind. In fact, wind gusts were measured over 90 miles per hour, not far from West Palm Beach yesterday in a tornado, or near a tornado, that was actually measured. And that was exactly one of the bigger threats that we saw yesterday, with a tornado outbreak reminiscent of the kind that you find in the southern plains in spring in the Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas region. There was supercells everywhere over Florida yesterday. We had the, unfortunately, ingredients suited for that, and that was really one of our biggest threats yesterday during the afternoon and evening hours across Florida. A record number of tornado warnings were issued by the National Weather Service offices in Florida, and that was also associated with a whole lot of tornado reports. 38. That number is likely to go up, unfortunately, as we now begin the recovery process.
When I push, I feel good. When I push, I feel good. When I push. Feel better when I feel good. When I pull, I feel good. When I push. When I push, I feel good. When I pull, I feel good. When I push. When I push, I feel good. When I pull, I feel good.
Thank you. Thank you for trusting us with your secret recipes and shared moments. Thank you for bringing us into your homes and into your hearts for nearly 150 years. Thank you for making Quaker a part of your family.
Every fall, we say hello to a change in routine and just a little bit of chaos. At Macy's, we're here to help you shift seasons in style with all our newest brands. Your fall favorites are here.
Let me see my new granddog.
Say hi, Grandma.
You're feeding him Blue Buffalo, right?
No, we got Purina in one. It's all the same stuff.
Not really. Blue Life Protection Formula's got deboned chicken, chicken meal, brown rice, oatmeal, barley.
Well, Purina 1 has chicken, rice flour, corn gluten meal, whole grain corn, chicken byproduct meal.
Looks like we're switching to Blue.
Switch to Blue and feed your dog like family.
Did you know serums are concentrated with powerful ingredients to visibly improve your skin? Try Olay Super Serum for 5 powerful ingredients in one. It hydrates, improves texture and evenness, while also firming and smoothing. Try Olay Super Serum.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. 3 p.m. Fanta, 10 p.m. Sprite, 7:46 a.m. Coke. Yeah, you're built different. Dollar soft drinks, any size, gotta be Wendy's.
Amazon fall favorites are here. Save on fashion, home, beauty, and more. Shop Amazon fall favorites now.
Homes.com is a new, elevated home shopping experience. Beautiful design, tremendously rich content, and my favorite touch,
it's the only site that always connects you to the listing agent.
Feels like a work of art.
Lovely. What about the app?
Uh-oh! Look what I did. It's ringing. Hello? Hello? Hello?
They can't hear you.
Hello?
Because you glued a frame over the microphone.
I think I've glued the frame over the microphone.
Ding dong!
Homes.com. We've done your homework.
The MyQ app makes it easy, alerting you whenever anyone enters your house through your front or garage door. Secure your home by closing your doors with just a touch.
O70.
Bingo! Son of a blitz! Bingo Blitz is giving away a free phone every hour. Seriously, it's Drew. I mean, it's true. Download now.
Bounce back fast from heartburn with Tums Gummy Bites and love food back.
Welcome back. We are now seeing Hurricane Milton move away from Florida. Good news here. The weather is improving as an 85-mile-per-hour hurricane carrying the worst weather with it well offshore now, moving rapidly out to sea at about or nearly 20 miles per hour. And that's good news. And you can see in front of your eyes, most of the rain now has moved offshore. We're still getting some pretty gusty winds and some light rain showers, but overall much different than it was even a few hours ago. Earlier this morning, we were noting that Daytona Beach was reporting wind gusts well into the 80 to 90 mile per hour range. Thankfully, not quite there now, but it was a sign that this still carried such ferocious winds all the way across Florida, the kind that could do a lot of damage. And of course, we know more than 3 million customers in Florida are without power. A really destructive event overall, not just from the wind side, but we know the storm surge was prolific, and we saw a lot of rainfall, freshwater flooding as well, and a really nearly unprecedented, if not unprecedented, tornado outbreak yesterday in Florida. These are the current conditions right now, and you can see a lot of those shades of red and orange and pink and blue. They're moving offshore for the most part. Those are where the strongest winds are, thankfully now over water. We are seeing a contraction of the strongest winds over land. There's not so many of them, and the overall amplitude and the intensity of the wind is going down. We are noticing that in the various select observations that we put on here. Orlando now gusting to 33, where earlier today it was at least double that, if not more. Melbourne right now gusting to 44, but a couple hours ago gusting over 70. So weather conditions have improved radically since earlier this morning. And you can see some of these observations. Fernandina Beach, one of my favorite spots here in Amelia Island, 16 gusts to 35. St. Augustine gusting to nearly 40. But yes, it's a very windy day right now, but overall weather conditions are improving. Landfall was last night, Siesta Key, 8:30. You can see pressure was down to around 954 millibars, a very significant landfalling tropical cyclone with very strong winds as well. We saw wind gusts over 100 miles per hour at a bunch of locations here in Venice, Florida. Sustained wind of 92, gusts to 107, right on the beach there, not far from the Tampa, St. Pete area. What we've got, again, this is just a recap, Steph and Jordan, that the hurricane made landfall and brought all its bad weather with the surge, the flooding, and that significant tornado outbreak yesterday. Thankfully, much better now.
And we want to talk more about that tornado outbreak. More than 3 million customers across Florida this morning and without power. And some of the outages were due to tornadoes that tore through the state before Milton made landfall.
Right. We want to bring in St. Lucie County Sheriff Keith Pearson for more on the tornado that struck Fort Pierce. Thank you so much for being with us, Sheriff Pearson. We've learned that at least 4 people have been killed in St. Lucie County. Do you have any more info that you can provide?
I can confirm that, though, we do have 4 fatalities. But again, I want to thank Governor Ron DeSantis for sending down the search and rescue teams, the National Guard, and all of the local law enforcement and first responders. We are still in a recovery mission. We're trying to rescue as many people as we possibly can. These tornadoes came through fierce very quickly. I know our deputies reported seeing at least 6 different tornadoes, and we're getting reports from our EOC that there was, on top of that, 17 reported tornadoes in an area that we normally don't see that kind of activity.
What type of damage do you guys have there in St. Lucie County?
You know, it's county-wide. It goes from one end of the county to the other. Hundreds of homes are destroyed. But right now, our focus is still a rescue mission, and it's confined to about a half square mile radius. That was a 55 and older community that was mainly made up of modular homes, which is just completely catastrophic.
What would you, since it is in a recovery mission still today, what are you urging people or telling people today if they're without power or if they need help? I mean, what's your words for them?
You know, we have plenty of law enforcement out here. This area is right now is just literally isolated to this half square mile radius where we have probably over 200 first responders, specialized search and rescue teams are on scene. They were on scene within 2 hours of this. I can't thank Governor DeSantis enough for sending those resources here. So we worked through the night. We're working now. We're making sure that we could rescue whoever it is we can. And we're not going to stop until we double check and triple check and make sure that everyone that can be rescued will be rescued.
Did you guys have any damage at your home base?
As a matter of fact, I'm here at our sheriff's office, as you can see behind me. We had about a 10,000 square foot red iron structure that housed all of our safety vehicles. We were about 50 yards away in another building, and in an instant, a tornado came through and wiped that building out. EOC responded with bulldozers and excavators, and we were able to get a couple of our high water rescue vehicles out. But again, it's complete devastation. I mean, millions of dollars of devastation here at the sheriff's office alone. Hundreds of millions without St. Lucie County, as well as the unpriceable, which is the loss of life.
Of course, we have, several days, weeks, months ahead of cleanup. Just looking at a timeline, I know you said you're in recovery mode. Any idea, since you have all these resources? What?
Let me correct that there. We're rescuing people right now as we speak.
Okay, so any idea of how long that will take today before you can move on to the next mode?
We're going to continue. We have plenty of partners. Again, we have a great emergency command room here. So we have other units working on getting power restored, getting the roads cleared, getting the drainage taken care of, and then also getting those resources to those individuals, whether it's through their insurance company or
Wonderful.
We have, again, so many resources were set down here, and again, I can't thank
you,
enough.
Sheriff. We got to take a break. Thank you so much.
Why is Special K so special? The multigrain flakes? Oh, wait, I see. It's the real fruit. Oh, wait. Can you go back to the berries? Special K. Special for a reason.
It was love at first sight for him, but I definitely said I love you first.
We call each other love. Amor.
When you know, you know. The Bureau Wang Love Collection exclusively at sales, the Diamond Store.
When it looks different, feels different, it's because Tostitos Scoops taste different. Designed to be delicious. Designed to take on anything life throws at you. Tostitos Scoops, designed to dip.
Advil liquid gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels. Also from Advil, Advil Targeted Relief, the only topical with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact and lasts up to 8 hours.
Your fall style forecast? Ready for anything. Layer up for fall with 20% off store-wide and earn Kohl's Cash. Kohl's.
I'm obsessed with Olay's Retinol Body Wash.
With Olay Retinol Body Wash, 95% of women had visibly renewed skin.
Makes my skin feel so smooth and moisturized.
Olay Body Wash and Lotion. Discover yours.
Check out Mahomes' top 3 plays of the day. He scrambles into T-Mobile to get that new iPhone 16 Pro on us. It's a little shimmy, shimmy, shake. What you think, huh?
It's like he's chasing an ice cream truck.
Ice cream! He got his iPhone 16 Pro, the first iPhone built for Apple Intelligence.
Cuz holding it up like a baby lion.
Homie takes those T-Mobile savings and calls it a day.
Respect.
Now at T-Mobile.com, get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us. And families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
When things go sideways, will you be prepared? I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. And that's without gas, fumes, or noise. Go to 4patriots.com. You'll get a solar panel included free, double the capacity, expandable for more power, and more outlets than ever. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
I was so excited when I heard the sandwich was back. I was like, Cloud 9. What's up? This is Mike. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich is the pimento cheese. It's savory and delicious.
With Optimum Mobile, buy one, get one. Get 2 lines of unlimited mobile for the price of 1. That's 2 unlimited mobile lines for $45 a month. Call 800-864-0500 or visit Optimum.com/mobile. Get 2 lines of unlimited data, talk, and text to connect on America's largest 5G network. With more coverage than Verizon and AT&T combined, all for just $45 a month. Hurry, get 2 lines of unlimited mobile for the price of 1. Call 800-864-0500 or visit Optimum.com/mobile.
News 12 is revealing the secrets on a new season of the Emmy-nominated original series, Revealed. We'll visit the sites, relive the history, and meet the unique people that make these stories worth exploring. Don't miss the new season of Revealed, weekend starting at 12 p.m. Only on News 12 New York.
Small business owners know 3 is better than 1. And with the Optimum Business Triple Play, you get 3 services you can customize to fit your business needs, starting at $100 a month. Or ask about our 5-year price guarantee.
Men.com. Because seeing is believing.
It's unbelievable.
Hundreds of millions of lives impacted.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Thousands of storms forecasted, 40 years of storytelling, and a former National Hurricane Center director. One trusted best-in-class expert team. America's most trusted news network, the Weather Channel.
A frost advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 43 degrees under sunny skies. Today, sunny, high 65. Winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear, low 36. Winds northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, a mainly sunny sky, high 66. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Charlotte Harbor is absolutely a washtub out there. The wave action in the water coming up with this southwest feed. It's going to just come right up to an apex like this. All right, and that means it has no place to go but up and in this garage. Hurricane Milton on final approach into the west central Florida coastline. It's less than 50 miles offshore now as the crow flies. I'm in Charlotte Harbor right now, literally standing in Charlotte Harbor, which has taken over the parking area here at the Sunseeker in Port Charlotte. The water is still coming up. We are where we were with Helene right now with the storm surge, and it is still coming up. You can see the wind coming. Oh, there goes power flash right there. That's the first time we've had one of those. So we're still getting strong tropical storm force as we have been for the last hour. It is completely dark now. It is completely dark now here where I am, okay? So we're on a generator backup, which is powering some of these lights. But we've lost power. You can see we're surrounded by water. And the big question is, how quick does this wind come down enough so that the harbor can go back out? Kev, would you hold this? Oh, Fred, did you get that? We may have lost a little bit of the wind, and it may be coming around a little bit from a different direction, but you can see how it's still being funneled right through this area, and the waves and the swirls in the water.
And meteorologist Jim Cantori will be live again this morning after riding out the storm. He'll join us from Punta Gorda starting in just about 10 minutes from now. Let's go to Jen Carfagno, who has been in Jacksonville. And Jen, I think what's a little deceiving with this storm, especially on the south side, not a lot of rain, but you still had that surge, you still had that wind. In Jacksonville, again, maybe not a lot of rain and not super duper gusty. I know you've been breezy, I've been watching you throughout, but you still had that push of water.
You know, the surge is everything, and there's so much power in water, and we're able to show that, unfortunately, time and time again with the damage and destruction it does. We really lucked out, though, here in Jacksonville with the surge. We had that potential on the coast of 3 to 5, 2 to 4 on the St. Johns River behind me, and we had some minor flooding in some of the typically flood-prone areas, like around Riverside Avenue and over towards Memorial Park. We went to check it out, actually, because it had flooded earlier, but it's already come down. So that's some good news here. I think we really lucked out. But one thing you have to watch with the St. Johns River is that it flows from south to north. So everything that happens along the river coming up all the way, it starts in Indian River County, comes all the way up here, and the outflow is into the Atlantic Ocean. Everything that happens along the river can affect it, and even moving upstream, which is up in this area. So I wanted to point out some of the spots that have had some higher water. The St. Johns River down in Astor, which is about 85 miles to my south, that is running very high, and I think it's the rainfall. I mean, we had very heavy rain. We saw that in the Tampa area, with St. Pete coming in with more than 17 inches of rain in that area, Tampa area more than 11. I mean, significant rain, and some of those heavy rainfall rates extended over the central part of the state. Both both yesterday before Milton got there and then last night from Milton itself. So the St. Johns River at Astor is running up here in major flooding and actually still going up just below record. Actually, is where it's expected to crest, but staying up through the weekend. So no doubt people are dealing with water on roads as well in some small communities there. Down in the St. Augustine area, there's another spot, the Deep Creek near Spuds. That's actually up very close to record levels. And that's a combination of the rain from yesterday and the rain from overnight that's causing that. So we had the threat from water from surge. We had the threat from water from heavy freshwater flooding and heavy rainfall. We had the threat from the wind and all the damage that it did. And of course, the tornadoes that hit hard, especially in the southeastern part of the state. Very widespread impacts here across the state of Florida from Hurricane Milton. And Steph, it's not done yet. I mean, we're still getting some gusty winds along the coast from Daytona down through, say, Cape Canaveral right now, gusting close to 60 at this time.
Yeah, and Jen, there's also still the threat for flooding. We have flood watches, and that means conditions are favorable for the development flooding. Thank you for your reports all throughout the storm, Jen. Everyone appreciates you being out there and covering the story. Along I-4 and 95 is where we have our flood watches down to Cape Canaveral. That is the Space Coast here into Florida. And as Jen was mentioning, the system's leaving, but you have a counterclockwise flow around this. And so that flow is still onshore here into Florida, and so that's why it still stays breezy and that water still stays high. In fact, breezy even to places like Georgia and South Carolina, as the storm is just nice and big since it's been interacting with that shear. Oh, thank goodness for that shear and that dry air. Can you imagine if this did not get tangled up in that shear and dry air? It would have been exponentially worse than it is, and it is bad out there. It is really, really bad. There's a lot of bad damage across the entire state, too. Surge, Georgia, down into the Florida coast. Winds are going to be dying down as the storm continues to pull away. So we'll see things slow for the, search efforts, for the rescue efforts, for the recovery efforts that go on. And by the way, the weather will stay decent as we head through the weekend. That water rise will still be up here, especially during high tide, which will hit again in Port Canaveral this afternoon just before 2. There are the wind advisories for us still throughout several states. Notice that will be 30, 40. It's basically going to be breezy out there. We're not expecting huge damage from this wind, but it will certainly be on the breezier side. Watch for those rivers. They are coming up. And look right now from the St. John all the way down into Tampa. Zephyr Hills area, we are seeing the water very high this morning. Stay out of the water, please.
Look at that Wendy's breakfast burrito. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, sausage. Gotta hand it to the tortilla. That sucker's holding on for dear life. The boss of breakfast, gotta be Wendy's.
At Verizon, every phone can be the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence. Wow, phones are going to be flying to Verizon.
At Verizon, new and existing customers can get iPhone 16 Pro on us. Trade in any phone in any condition. Only on Verizon.
No matter what kind of teeth you gotta brush, Oral-B Electric cleans better with one simple touch. Oral-B's dentist-inspired round brush head hugs them, cleans them, and gets in between them for 100% cleaner teeth. Your perfect clean starts with Oral-B.
Hi, Mike Huckabee here, and this election is going to have many of us up at night, me included. The very balance of our country is hanging by a thread. That's why I'm going to make sure I vote. And until then, I'm going to make sure I get a good night's sleep with Relaxium Sleep, America's #1 trusted sleep aid.
I'm Dr. Eric Siliberti, founder of Relaxium, America's most trusted sleep aid.
Just like you're seeing me on television now, I saw a commercial for Relaxium Sleep back then. I called, and the rest is history.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health.
Relaxium Sleep is made in the USA, has no risk of dependency, and is drug-free. It's also the only sleep aid with Valarest as part of its triple-action formula.
I developed Relaxium to help my patients fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it.
You've got to try Relaxium Sleep for yourself, because once you do, you'll be a customer for life, just like me. And right now, you can try it for free.
For nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
Take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now.
I trust Relaxium Sleep, and so should you. Get the best night of sleep guaranteed. Don't wait another minute. Call now.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away another 1,000 bottles. Get your free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit TryRelaxium.com or call 800-519-2196. That's TryRelaxium.com or call 800-519-2196.
Why does Special K have 10 grams of protein? Yep, that's why. Special K. Special for a reason.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery. Because cooking food is a lot more fun than shopping for it. It's Walmart plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream Dora, so your daughter can learn Espanol.
Delicioso.
Plus, you get 25% off at Burger King. And that's 25% more savings to put towards things you need, like napkins.
Delicioso.
Our thoughts exactly. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Holy smokes. Oh, there it was.
There goes Tropicana Field roof.
Oh my God.
And good morning, everyone, from Punta Gorda here, where another storm surge storm has impacted us. More wind this time, higher water, probably about 2 feet higher than what we had with Helene. But what's really interesting is I came out here this morning and talked to a couple police officers, and they said, Jim, we just cleaned up the boats, because we're very close to a marina, from the last system. So these are all new, these are all fresh in what you see. Obviously, low points are still holding water this morning. This whole area was obviously underwater because of the water being, at least 6 to 8 feet high. So if we had 6 in Helene, we likely had at least 8 here. I have no official number as, what we had in terms of storm surge, but it was high. It stayed high. Water sloshed around. We even had, somebody reported that Highway 41, which is a major thoroughfare, so you got 75, 41. Those are what gets you kind of north and south here and through this area. We had debris all the way back to 41. And that's a statement, all right? That is a statement indeed. All right, Brad, let's take a turn down. I think this is Kingfisher, and you can see yet another boat in the yard here. These are big sailboats, guys, okay? Huge sailboats. And then just kind of up from that, Brad, you see the roof. You see the roof damage that we've gotten right on top of that roof. You can see how it's been peeled back. So that's definitely something that we're seeing in this area here, guys. So, everybody waking up this morning. I talked to a gentleman who has a business downtown, and he was telling me that he actually did just get power back, which is obviously great news for some. So, as you heard from the Governor DeSantis, they've got so many crews here on standby, and they're going to get to it quick. Roads are very passable here. They aren't strewn with debris. All right, we were at a low point last night at the Sunseeker, and you saw all that water around us. That has all receded, by the way. But we have no power there, and there's no running water at this time. So these are things that really today we assess. But, when you go back and you look at this storm, and realize that it started with a historic tornado outbreak for the month of October in Florida, and then you hit the area with the hurricane and the storm surge, and the fact that we haven't really seen, I mean, how bad is it around Rotundo or Englewood or Venice Beach? I've seen a couple of pictures there where it looks pretty destructive, but until I get there or until I hear more or see more pictures, I can't confirm that. But Lynette, that's where the bulk of the storm surge came, with the south, with the center being just to the north. That's where we may have had, double-digit storm surge totals. But it's a mess here. At least it's cloudy. It's comfortable. If folks are out doing any kind of cleanup, at least at this time, the day is young. Back to you.
For that report. We'll talk about what's going on with the nuts and the bolts with Milton as of now. So if you're just tuning in and you maybe missed landfall, well, let's recap it for you, because Hurricane Milton made landfall. It was yesterday evening at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Siesta Key, that was the place. It was a Category 3, so a major hurricane, and those winds sustained at about 120 miles an hour with that pressure 954 millibars. So we are going to continue to watch the system move through the area. We talk about the tracks and the tropical tracks in Florida. So Milton, not the only one this year that moved through. Let's start you out with Debbie. This happened back in August, and this one was in the Bend, the Big Bend here, and this came on shore as a Cat 1, and then, of course, it weakened into a tropical storm. Now, when we talk about Helene, the next one, this was about 2 weeks ago, and still really cleaning up from Helene as well, and we just had Milton move through. This one was more powerful. We did have that one as a Cat 4 that moved through the Big Bend, and we had so much with that one, it took a while for it to kind of wind down. And the same thing with Milton, just a little bit further on off towards the south, made landfall as that Cat 3. Let's talk about it right now, though, because we're looking at those winds sustained at about 85 miles an hour, Category 1. So we're still dealing with the hurricane as this thing continues to push on off to the north and east. We're still dealing with plenty of wind with this as this moves east-northeast at about 18 miles an hour. So this thing is booking as of now. So we're going to continue to watch this pull away as we go throughout the day. And we do have the rain with it, but we also do have those winds that are still affecting us in a lot of spots. Look at some of those wind reports in Mulberry, Florida. Top winds gusting up to about 103 there. Look at Sarasota, 102. Again, these are the gusts. We see the sustained winds up to about in the 90s, I will say. This is what it looks like for those notable gusts here for today. So remember, that was when the hurricane was really moving through the area. But Cocoa Beach, we've already seen about 56.9 in terms of those gusts moving through. Williamsburg, 56 as well, and on down towards Ormond Beach, 52. So pretty high. We're still talking about tropical storm force winds moving through. And speaking of tropical storm force winds, look at the wind field. This wind field just expanded as it made landfall. A little bit before that because it encountered that shear, right? But once it comes in contact with land, it really expands, and this is what we're dealing with. So the tropical storm force winds now extend out from the center 255 miles, and this is why, even though Milton is pulling away, you're still dealing with the winds on the backside. So places like Jacksonville, Orlando, you are still getting in on this. West Palm, you have gusts up to about 31 miles an hour at this point. Jacksonville, gusts up to about 26 miles an hour. So this is going to be the scenario for a while, not going to get rid of it. It's moving fairly quickly, so that's some good news. But again, you saw how large that wind field is. And so because of this, we do have power loss here. So we're going to continue to track that for you as well. We look at the Florida outages and we go by customers, right? So we're looking at 3.4 million people, customers, I should say, without power. Hillsborough, you're topping it as of now down off towards Polk. Now, we watch this and we can see, of course, you know, before the storm started, once the storm started ramping up, we can see all the way up. And this is what we're seeing at this point. So we had the power outages from the winds. And speaking of the winds, we actually did have some tornadoes as well, Alex, with those tornadic winds. And that was a huge piece of what happened yesterday with this system.
Yeah, it really was. And a lot of these tornadoes ended up being some large and destructive tornadoes that got going here yesterday during the late morning, early afternoon. This is Fort Pierce, Florida. Again, that's on the east portion of the state. And look at that thing. Massive tornado here, and you can see the debris swirling around as well. We had tornadoes here come through, flipped over a car, dragging it from the front yard there in Fort Pierce. Here you can see, looks like, yeah, there's the vehicle flipped over there. So yeah, again, a lot of damage here from the tornadic side of things when it came to Hurricane Milton. Again, well ahead of when the center began to work its way on in. And we can kind of show you that here. Here's another video of that car being flipped over there. More damage to homes showing up as well. Look at this roof just mangled to pieces here. All a result of, again, the storms that broke out well out ahead of Milton as it was working its way through the eastern parts of the Gulf of Mexico. We had some of these storms fire up, and again, now folks are coming back to see what is left of their property and their homes. And in many cases here, not much, at least in that particular case there. So it was a rough time for us here, again, ahead of Milton with these storms that broke out. And again, we can show you how the radar played out. This was early in the morning now, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. Milton itself was well back off towards the south and the west. There you can see the west coast of Florida. Here's the east coast as well. And we had some of that rain that was breaking out ahead of it, some steady showers that started to move on into the Tampa area, Clearwater in there as well, across the forequarter up towards Daytona Beach. But then as we worked our way into the late morning, you started to see some of these storms. Look at these storms developing and pushing from south to north. It was those storms, those individual storms, supercell storms that broke out. Those are the ones that were powerful, spawned tornadoes there in and around Lake Okeechobee, off towards the east coast there along the 95 corridor, Fort Pierce. We just saw some of the video there. It was those storms that caused a lot of the damage. Overall, it was a very, very busy day when it came to tornadoes and the warnings. Take a look at this. Over 125 tornado warnings were issued here across Florida. It's a ton of tornado warnings being issued and a ton of reports, at least, and again, there are going to be surveys done, but at least 38 reports of tornadoes stretching from the east back towards even the east, west coast, I should say, not too far from Fort Myers as well. So again, there's that radar recap showing you there is the storm itself, the center of the circulation there, and we saw these thunderstorms really fire up and cause a lot of reports to show up here for you in the eastern half of the state. This was about 4 o'clock or so, and again, a number of reports were already going, and the center of the circulation hadn't even come on in. Remember, that made landfall about 8:30 there in the Siesta Key area, and we still continued to deal with some big storms rumbling off towards the north there, then eventually, of course, crossing the state and then emerging out over the Atlantic waters there, and that's where it is now this morning. Should continue to pull away, and weather conditions should continue to improve here for us across the Sunshine State. So there are those storm reports, again, a number of them, and we got the ones that's showing up here in and around the Fort Pierce area. I can show you a couple of those. And there you go, around Lakewood Park. Multiple reports of a large and destructive tornado here, significant damage there in Lakewood Park. The Indian River Estates there, again, reports of multiple cars being flipped over, trees down, power lines down, roof damage, you name it. We had a lot of that. So it was, again, an extremely busy time on the tornado side of things. Oftentimes with these tropical cyclones, that is something that is a risk. And unfortunately here with Milton, we had a lot of tornadoes and a lot of destruction as well. And families are no doubt waking up to widespread damage across the Tampa Bay region. CBS News correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti shows us what St. Petersburg is going to be having to clean up here in the coming days.
We've been assessing the damage this morning and came to a scene that I think gives you perspective into just how strong this wind was. You're looking at a crane that was tossed into the side of this building, the top 3 stories shredded, that crane coming from a construction site on a nearby condo, and you now have fire and rescue crews that are here on scene assessing the damage. We're told that there was nobody inside at the time. About a mile from where we are, you have Tropicana Field. Thousands of first responders were supposed to shelter there during the course of this storm and during the recovery process. The roof, though, was ripped off, shredded to pieces. And now this morning, a lot of questions about why it was even chosen as a shelter in the first place. The roof was made of a cloth-like material, and when we were driving on the road, we saw pieces of it blanketing the streets. You have a lot of down power lines, a lot of down trees, and flash flooding. Officials here asking everyone to stay inside so that crews can now begin their work assessing the damage. Jonathan Vigliotti, CBS News for the Weather Channel in St. Petersburg.
All right, Jonathan, thank you for that. And we're actually going to talk to Pinellas County at 40 past the hour, so make sure you stay tuned. Let's talk about what's been happening over the past 3 days, because we've had a lot of rainfall, that's for sure. You can see right around Tampa, that's been the worst of it. We could, as it goes inland as well around Orlando, up to about a foot, over a foot, about a foot and a half in a lot of those spots. Even down off towards the south, around Fort Myers, around Miami, still dealing with that rain that we saw over the past 3 hours. And then we factor in that we had Milton. Now remember, a lot of that rain came before Milton came. So we had the rain and then we had Milton move through, and that just added and exacerbated the situation. So we have that recap here where Milton came through, made landfall between Tampa, Fort Myers, Siesta Siesta Key to be exact, as a Category 3. That's a major hurricane. Now it's moved through the peninsula and it's entered back off into the Atlantic, and this thing is moving very quickly. In its wake, it's left plenty of rain out there. So look at this, almost 20 inches of rainfall around St. Petersburg, Temple Terrace, Florida. 15.66 on down towards Clearwater, Florida, a foot of rain. So yeah, talk about feet of rain. That is very devastating. And remember, we had Helene in a lot of these spots as well, and we're still cleaning up from that. Let's talk about those rivers, because the rivers are going to continue to go up before they go back down. So we have these rivers right now where you're looking at some of the purple. So we're talking about major flood stage at this point. We do have flood warnings going on, of course, up towards Jacksonville on down off towards Tampa. We're seeing this. And then check this out. So I showed you now, but look at the forecast. Yes, we will continue to have these rivers out of their banks for a while. So let's go to Hillsborough River at this point, and we look at that record, 15.33. We are in major stage, and so we have broken the record at 15.66, and the forecast is going to be 16.3 as we go in through October 11th. So that's what we're going to be watching. Now let's go back outside to Jim Cantore. He's in Punta Gorda, Florida. And Jim, you know, you've been showing us what's been going on behind you. Have you seen a lot of damage in First Light this morning?
Yeah, especially here. You know, this is right up at the top of the bay here, where pretty much the Peace River meets, you know, Charlotte Harbor. So all the water and the wind came right up the alley and through here. Multiple boats have been, you know, obviously ripped from their moorings, and this is yet another one in through here. And you can see the marina off in the distance back there. Okay, and it's really interesting, Lynette. You've been mentioning the rainfall, you guys, and these record rains in Tampa and stuff. We were on a very dry side of the storm, and it was really the wind and the storm surge that's the issue in through here. So rainfall, you know, we had a little bit of it, but it was never really super heavy. As the southern start of the storm really dried out as it started to make its transition here. But you know, up to the north, you know, it's one thing, it's the wind and the flooding, and down and through here, it's all about the storm surge. And I really don't think a lot of areas we have heard from yet, okay? Venice, Englewood, Rotunda, all these areas that could easily be hard hit, and there's barrier islands out there that will be forever changed by likely double-digit storm surge. Okay, we'll see when they get out and measure it. But you know, the other boat that I show you is 180 degrees from me. Here's another one down the street. There's another one. So there's just plenty of boats, and a lot of these houses too, especially with probably what was somewhere around an 8-foot storm surge, have taken in water for the second time in 2.5 weeks. Wow. Incredible. Let's hope the tropics are done, but you never know this year.
I have a surprise for you.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah. Feast your eyes on this.
Oh, that's sexy. Feels so new.
I want to feel this feeling again and again.
Well, can I hold it?
How bad do you want to hold it?
I'm not gonna beg, but pretty please.
Or they don't. Go ahead, press a button.
Oh, it's glowing.
Apple Intelligence. We should do this more often.
Agreed.
Rekindle the feeling of love with the new iPhone 16 Pro on us. And feel it again and again with the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that sore throat. Vapor-Cool drops? It's sore throat relief with a rush of Vicks Vapors.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks Vapor-Cool drops.
Thank you. Thank you for trusting us with your secret recipes and shared moments. Thank you for bringing us into your homes and into your hearts for nearly 150 years. Thank you for making Quaker a part of your family.
Super Beta Prostate is the #1 urologist-recommended prostate supplement. And now, you can find it in every Walmart nationwide. Don't ignore your prostate health. Get Super Beta Prostate.
It's Kohl's Home Savings Event. Refresh your space for less and take 30% off with a Kohl's card. No card? Get 20% off with a coupon. Plus, rewards members save extra on home finds.
Let me see my new granddog.
Say hi, Grandma.
You're feeding him Blue Buffalo, right?
No, we got Purina in one. It's all the same stuff.
Not really. Blue Life Protection Formula's got deboned chicken, chicken meal, brown rice, oatmeal, barley.
Well, Purina 1 has chicken, rice flour, corn gluten meal, whole grain corn, chicken byproduct meal.
Looks like we're switching to blue.
switch to Blue and feed your dog like family.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. 3 p.m. Fanta, 10 p.m. Sprite, 7:46 a.m. Coke. Yeah, you're built different. Dollar soft drinks, any size, gotta be Wendy's.
Oh, what a good time we will have. You can make it happen again.
Voltaren for long-lasting arthritis pain relief.
You won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up, but not today. I want to carry on. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name.
The Weather Channel TV app is keeping you ahead of the storm all hurricane season. Our goal is to keep people.
We can stop this together.
My team is on their way. Let's get to work.
The assassins are inbound.
He has a knack for finding the suspect.
I'm too old for this crap.
This will be dangerous.
Must be Tuesday. Trust me.
I trust you.
The FBI's are all new. CBS Tuesday at 8/7 Central and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Why choose a mobile network built for places you'll probably never be, instead of for where you are most of the time? Xfinity Mobile was designed for where you need it most.
Xfinity Internet customers, ask how to get a free 5G phone and a second unlimited line free for a year.
Call 1-800-355-9794. Visit homeserve.com.
A frost advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 47 degrees under fair skies. Today, sunny, high 65. Winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly clear, low 36. Winds east-northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, sunny skies, high 66. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome, everybody. We did it. We're here. Let's go.
Touchdown! Electrify your Saturdays with the HBCU Go Sports Kickoff Show, presented by Procter & Gamble.
This is the place to be.
Bethune-Cookman University visits Alabama A&M University homecoming. Join our all-star team of analysts as they break down our HBCU slate.
Touchdown!
Watch live at noon Eastern on HBCU Go in the Grill, presented by Febreze, provides odors and freshens.
Boys here. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, this is the scene. We saw this so many times. We even saw it here. One of the most eerie sounds I've ever heard of what is known as an arcing transformer or an arcing station, which supplies the electricity to other spots. Now, as bad as that looks, believe it or not, it's actually saving the lines. All right? It's immediately cutting the power and saving the lines from surging or creating other problems. So, yeah, not good. We'll see as they assess here in Punta Gorda, where I am. This is, by the way, I believe St. Petersburg up toward my north, where they had a lot stronger winds. They had winds over 100 miles an hour up there. I think actually 109 is one of the strongest winds I saw in St. Petersburg, and maybe the strongest wind of the storm. A lot of this around, and we're going to show you as we go on through the day today, you know, just how bad it is. The difference here is because we're by the water, you know, the marina gave us some of its boats, and they're sitting up on dry land right now. And as you look down the street here, this is called Berry Street. I mean, it's pretty much as far as the eye can see. It is all water. But if you kind of go from the street up, it doesn't look like it, just from what I'm seeing. You know, there's a ton of water in these homes. Now, the water's come down. Don't forget, we had a 6 to 8 foot storm surge here. All right, so it was in at some point. Hey, Bud, did your friend have water in his home, sir?
I don't know.
You don't know? But is he in there right now?
One of them were in there.
Okay, so second house down, somebody's in there. They obviously can't get out with all this water in through here, and they're trying to figure out how to get him out, and hopefully they'll be able to do that. But other than that, guys, you know, last night was just rocking. We didn't get the wind and the heavy rain, but we certainly got the storm surge for the second time here in about 2.5 weeks. Helene was first, and this one was higher, as we talked to a lot of folks, much higher, actually, maybe about 2 feet. I have no official reading on what the storm surge was here in Punta Gorda or in Port Charlotte as well. But the bay and the harbor came up big time. The Peace River, it was rocking. It looked like a wash tub out there before the sunset. And we were showing you that shot underneath the Sunseeker and moving up, basically moving up as the water came in. But they built that place to take on water in a storm surge. Okay, they took on water, and the water is all receded this morning around that area. We just don't have power or water at the present time. So again, just kind of coming on out. You can look at this building across the street. This is the old boathouse in through here. It hasn't been used because it was damaged by a hurricane, but it's continuing to get damaged by the hurricane. So that's probably something they're going to have to deal with in the future in terms of taking it all down. Boats, harbor in through here. And it's kind of wild, Alex, when you look out there just over the harbor, how quiet it is. You wouldn't even have known that, yesterday at this time, the waves were building, the surge was coming up, and we would soon be dealing with, just all the horror that is a storm surge situation, especially if you're a boat owner or a homeowner that has to deal with a flood again for the second time in about 3 weeks. Back to you, buddy.
Yeah, Jim, truly incredible. I do want to ask Jim, what was the sort of the navigation like trying to get from where you were yesterday to where you are now? Was that a tough situation trying to navigate and get around driving? Yeah, well, the roads are clear, so this is good. I mean, there's no debris here, but back on 41, if people were on that way, there was debris that was thrown all the way to 41. And Alex, like we saw in Tampa with all the debris piles, they had them down here too, and not all of them got removed. So a lot of them, with another storm surge, all the debris kind of floated, floated around and made its way even as far as Highway 41, which is incredible. Again, guys, I don't know what the situation is in Englewood, in Venice, in Rotunda. These are areas that were right to the south of the eye wall. They would have taken the maximum storm surge. We took another max here because all the water comes up into Charlotte Harbor like this. And we got we're right at the apex of Charlotte Harbor, so the water comes up and has no place else to go but up. But roads right now, Alex, at least for people to get around and power crews to come get the power back on, are looking pretty good. All right. Thanks so much, Jim. Yeah, that'll certainly be a helpful situation, not having to deal with too much cleanup for the crews to be able to get to folks to get the power back on. Thanks, Jim. We'll check back with you there. The surge is no doubt an issue, but of course we had those big winds as well. This is what we saw on the East Coast. Remember, of course, Milton came into the West Coast. This was Daytona Beach, and look at those winds that were howling here. We had winds gusting in Daytona, at least at the airport, over 80 miles per hour early this morning. Now, things have calmed down a bit. Still a bit breezy, but conditions will continue to improve here on the East Coast as Milton moves away.
Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors. Easy to apply for the whole family. Vicks VapoStick. And try new Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors.
At Verizon, every phone can be the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence. Wow, phones are going to be flying to Verizon.
At Verizon, new and existing customers can get iPhone 16 Pro on us. Trade in any phone in any condition. Only on Verizon.
The harder you push, the better we get. Introducing CopperFit Ice, the world's first compression sleeve with a cooling sensation of menthol. The more you move, the more you'll feel the support. Our most advanced compression sleeve yet. A more durable heavyweight weave with seamless four-way stretch for continuous compression and faster recovery of sore muscles and joints. CopperFit Ice. Get the full line of CopperFit Ice compression at these fine stores.
Dexcom G7 is one of the easiest ways to take better control of your diabetes. This small wearable replaces finger sticks, lowers A1C, and it's covered by Medicare.
Not managing your diabetes really affects your health for the future. The older you get, the more complications you're going to see.
I knew I couldn't ignore my diabetes anymore because it was causing my eyesight to go bad.
For my patients, getting on Dexcom G7 is the biggest eye-opener they've ever had.
I couldn't believe how easy it was. This small wearable sends my glucose numbers right to my phone or my receiver. With just a glance, I can see if I'm going high, low, or steady, so I can make quick decisions in the moment.
Now I'm a superstar. My A1C is 5.7.
My A1C has never been lower.
No other CGM system is more affordable for Medicare patients than Dexcom G7. Don't wait. Call now and talk to a real person.
Thank you. Thank you for trusting us with your secret recipes and shared moments. Thank you for bringing us into your homes and into your hearts for nearly 150 years. Thank you for making Quaker a part of your family.
Welcome aboard! The greatest squares in the universe have come together to create the Wendy's Krabby Patty Collab Burger. Ready to learn more?
I'm ready!
It has Wendy's fresh, never-frozen beef and a secret Krabby Collab sauce.
Tell me more.
The patty is, wait for it, square!
Such perfection.
Now I'm ready. For the Krabby Patty Collab meal you're craving, gotta be Wendy's.
Order up.
Advil liquid gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels. Also from Advil, Advil Targeted Relief, the only topical with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact and lasts up to 8 hours.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery, which frees up your whole afternoon. Thank you, free delivery. It's Walmart plus gas discounts, so you can go to the state fair, half the state away. Plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream dramas, plus comedies, plus rom-com dramedies. That's showbiz, baby. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save time and money. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Growing old is part of the journey, even when you have heart failure. But when he had shortness of breath, carpal tunnel syndrome, and lower back pain, we wondered, could these be warning signs of something bigger? Thank goodness we called his cardiologist, because these were signs of ATTR-CM, a rare and serious disease that gets worse over time. If you see any of the warning signs, don't wait. Ask your cardiologist about ATTR-CM today.
And our continuing coverage of Milton's aftermath here from Punta Gorda here down into Charlotte County, where the harbor, pretty much came up yesterday. I don't know, and I don't have an official measurement in through here. There's not a gauge down here, so that doesn't help. But it was higher than Helene, and we know that. Let's bring in my buddy Brian in through here. Brian Too Good, which has a great TV ring to it, if you will. But I met you back with Ian.
We met Lashley Harbor 2 years ago, about this same time.
So different animal. Wind then, no surge. Now we got the surge.
Now we got the surge. Yeah, we got boats all over the place here. It's even like that 3 miles out of town where I live. We got a couple boats sitting in the water. Got a friend I know who should be in this house.
The second
one in here. Well, I couldn't get a hold of him. I don't know if he left or not. As of last night, he was still there, so that's why I came out here to see if he's okay. Yeah, just destruction everywhere, all over Punta Gorda. This is bad.
I mean, what's it like seeing this? I mean, it's just that you guys are just getting nailed. It seems like either it's every other year, twice a year. I mean, this is getting ridiculous.
It is getting hard. It's Punta Gorda strong, that's for sure. Your heart just goes out to these people. They just got done doing this 2 weeks ago with Helene. It makes you wonder how much longer people can actually do this.
Right.
you got the beautiful Sunseeker where you were just at last night that took on all that water.
We took on, yeah, we have no power, no water there.
You got places downtown, you got like the Celtic Ray, you got Leroy's, Southern Barbecue, just getting all the water out from Helene. Now they just took on a bunch more water. So one thing about this community, it's resilient. You know, we all pull together and we want the best for each other. But yeah, this is just, it's heartbreaking. It's horrible, horrible.
And one of the things, you know, that a lot of people have said to me this morning, like, Jim, are we going to get another one? Are we going to get another one? So to even just have that weighing on your mind. Right?
Yeah, it's...
I mean, we don't know, okay? I can tell you that.
Right.
Just to know that, you know, the season's not over.
Right, right. We still have about another month. Well, I left the hurricane shutters up this morning. I was going to take them down for some daylight, but like I said, we didn't lose power at Colusa Creek. We lost a lot of shingles, but everybody was out this morning assessing the damage. Everything seems to be okay there. It's just once you get into town and get into like downtown Punta Gorda, they really take it hard.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna
a hard rain and this road will flood.
Right. Okay.
So storm surge downtown, it's horrible.
Do you think the surge was worse with this one?
I didn't get down right after Helene, but this is the worst storm surge I've seen. I've been here for about 6 years now. This is my 4th hurricane I've been through.
All right, well, Brian,
Jim,
you know, lead them into another cleanup here, and let's hope we're done here.
I'd like to say it's good to see you, but too soon.
No worries, brother. I get it. Trust me. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. I hope you find your friend, by the way. I hope
I'm going to head back home, wait to hear something. I'm going to go get my waders on and try to walk over there if I have to. I can't go in there like this. So.
Yeah, no, you don't want to do that. You don't know what's in there. Lynette, again, down here, it was all about the storm surge and the winds. We did gust to near 80 miles per hour. Okay, so that's certainly an appreciable wind. And, you know, as a result of that, I could even see some roof damage from here with those kind of winds. But nothing like what they had in Tampa or Sarasota or even into St. Petersburg, where we are dealing with several wind gusts over 100 miles an hour. Back to you.
All right, Jim. Yeah, and we're trying to figure out how much storm surge you got there because, again, we know that it was higher than Helene. We'll get back to you in a little bit, but now let's get caught up on what we know with Hurricane Milton. So Milton made landfall as a Category 3 hurricane in Siesta Key, Florida, around 8:30 last night. More than 3 million people are without power. According to the National Weather Service, 18.5 inches of rain fell across St. Petersburg. The St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office is reporting hundreds of homes are destroyed.
Carry and start lining up. When the cars get here, we'll start getting you guys. Grab her other arm. He's going to grab her arm. I'm going to grab her arm, okay? I mean, it's good for me to shut it. I'm going to shut it down. It's okay, Bubba. It's okay. It's okay. You're okay. That's it. That's it. Let's go. We got 3.
There we are looking in. It looks like a family being rescued here. Officers helping them get to safety in Tampa. This is a result, of course, as Milton was coming through and the heavy rain that also rolled on in. I mean, we're talking double-digit totals, more than a foot of rainfall coming into the Tampa area, leading to some flooding. And clearly this family needed a way to get out, and fortunately those officers were there to help them get to safety there in the Tampa area. So we're going to continue to get more information about what was going on last night through the early morning hours there, not just the west coast of Florida, but the east coast as well, because we have issues for those areas with tornadoes that really came on through as well. So a lot of areas facing cleanup here, and of course we'll get the latest on everything that has occurred here across the state. Of course, in the wake of Milton and its extreme winds, we currently have more than 3.3 million homes and businesses without power.
Check out Mahomes' top 3 plays of the day. He scrambles into T-Mobile to get that new iPhone 16 Pro on us. It's a little shimmy, shake. What you think, huh?
It's like he's chasing an ice cream truck.
Ice cream! He got his iPhone 16 Pro, the first iPhone built for Apple Intelligence.
Cuz holding it up like a baby lion.
Homie takes those T-Mobile savings and calls it a day.
Respect.
Now at T-Mobile.com, get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us. And families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
Pet owners know the struggle. Your best bud can track all sorts of gunk indoors. Now there's a simple solution. It's Muddy Mat, the anti-mud mat that keeps your dog's paws clean before they make a mess inside. Use Muddy Mat under your pet's food dish, in the bathroom, even catch spills in the kitchen. Call or go online to order your Muddy Mat right away. Through this introductory offer, order 2 and get 1 free for only $24.95 each.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad.
Hey, watch it.
It's from Gillette Labs. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
While the Flex Disc contours to it, so the 5 blades can get virtually every hair in one stroke. For the ultimate Gillette shaving experience.
The best a man can get
is Gillette Labs.
Molly leaving was one thing, but then I thought Mom's weak bones might keep us stuck on the couch. No way.
If you have postmenopausal osteoporosis and are at high risk for fracture, you can do more than just slow bone loss. You can build new bone in just 12 months with Evenity. Evenity is proven to reduce spine fracture risk by 73%.
I heard her say the Evenity she's taking builds new bone. Builds new bone!
Evenity can increase risk of heart attack, stroke, or death from a cardiovascular problem. Do not take Evenity if you have low blood calcium or are allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions and low blood calcium have occurred. Tell your doctor about jawbone problems as they have been reported with Evenity, or about pain in your hip, groin, or thigh, as unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred.
Building new bone? We dig it.
Want stronger bones? Ask your doctor about building new bone with Evenity.
Patients who have sensitive teeth but also want whiter teeth, they have to make a choice, one versus the other. New Sensodyne Clinical White that provides 2 shades whiter teeth as well as providing 24/7 sensitivity protection. Patients are going to love to see Sensodyne on the shelf.
Amazon fall favorites are here. Save on fashion, home, beauty, and more. Shop Amazon fall favorites now.
The moment I loved our Subaru Outback most was the moment they walked away from it.
Mom! Oh, thank goodness.
And that's why our family will only drive a Subaru.
Subaru. More IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Get special low rates on a new Subaru Outback for a limited time.
The original is my go-to, but the spicy filet lives up to the hype. Hey, it's Jillian, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich is the combination of flavors. The sweet honey, the kick from the jalapenos, amazing.
Real customer paid for their testimonial.
And guys, when we first got out here this morning, there was a few police officers around, and I know they dealt with storm surge from Helene. And, there's a whole slew of boats that are now, on dry land or somewhat dry land down the street. And I said, guys, is this from Helene or is it from Milton? And they said, no, they had all the boats gone from Helene. So these are all new boats that have worked their way on shore. Again, we had a surge problem down through here. But what kind of an issue do they have in Pinellas County? I want to bring in Dave Connor. He's the Public Information Officer of Pinellas County. And Dave, thanks for talking to us this morning. I mean, I know you had just phenomenal wind up there. Give us an idea of what's happened up there around St. Pete.
Yeah, good morning, Jim. Fortunately, as you were mentioning, we did not have the surge that we had forecasted to have up here. We actually had about a foot and a half below our normal tide levels, just because of where the storm made landfall and the water being pushed out instead of being pushed in. So we are incredibly grateful for that. We did have some pretty strong winds. We have just reopened the county, but we're still advising our residents to avoid travel if they can, because we're seeing lots of downed power lines, downed trees, some structural damage typically related to trees, and we still have about 75% of our households without power in the county.
Refresh me, and you can say, Jim, that wasn't us, but I'm thinking of something that I read last night about a crane. I don't know if that was St. Petersburg or somewhere else. Was that you guys?
Yeah, there was in the city of St. Petersburg. One of the construction cranes on top of the building fell down. No injuries associated with that, to my knowledge.
And in terms of letting folks back in to that area, when does that begin? Because you had a pretty big evacuation in Pinellas County.
We did, and we were really grateful that it seems like our residents took this evacuation order seriously. And as you've reported on, we were recently hit pretty hard by storm surge from Helene, and so we almost got the opposite in this storm. We had no storm surge impacts, but we did have those high winds in Helene. We had very minimal winds because it was so far offshore. We had more surge in that case. So we do see those folks coming home. We are advising them, if you're comfortable, if you can stay wherever you were for another day or so, that would be great, because we have search and rescue operations going on. We have utilities restorations operations going on, and we have road clearance operations. And that's big equipment, and we don't really want our commuters and civilian drivers to have to compete with that.
So do you think in a day or two that Pinellas will be back online, literally, power and everything?
I really think it's too early to tell that. As with every hurricane, I think there's going to be line truck operators coming here from around the country. Tropicana Field was going to be used as a staging area for some of those relief missions. That was obviously damaged in the storm, but it's the nature of emergency management to always try to have a plan B and a plan C. So we're in close coordination with our federal, state, and municipal partners to try to get life back to as normal as possible as soon as possible.
Dave Connor, PIO, Pinellas County. Glad you dodged that storm surge, buddy. Thanks for talking to us this morning. We did not dodge it here. Again, for the second time, guys, in about 2.5 weeks, we have dealt with storm surge, a new round of boats, and it looks like even a new round of damage, even some roof damage here, because our winds were a lot stronger with Milton. Okay, a lot stronger. We had 80-mile-an-hour gusts. We were sustained for over an hour or two at tropical storm force. Alex, other than that, again, information sometimes slow to trickle in, but we do know, as we just talked to Brian, the shot before, that the downtown area has gotten some flooding, and we're actually going to head down that way and see what we can find. Okay, bud?
All right, Jim, thanks so much for that. Indeed, they're on the west coast of Florida having to deal with some of that surge coming on in, but we also had other issues thanks to Milton, and that was in the form of tornadoes. And boy, it was a very, very active day yesterday when it came to tornadoes. The National Weather Service offices here, they were extremely busy. Over 125 tornado warnings were issued here across the state yesterday here. And a lot of those, many of those were coming well out ahead of Milton. We get these tropical cyclones, tropical storms, hurricanes coming through. They can oftentimes create an environment that's conducive for tornadoes to spin up. And we saw that. And it was kind of an interesting scenario that's set up here. We had the tornadoes flare up kind of on the eastern half of the state. And the ones that we saw in that general area, they were more typical of kind of the supercell thunderstorms and the tornadoes that you would find more typical of in the plain states, Kansas, into Oklahoma, Texas. These long tracking and very large and destructive tornadoes that we saw there. Then we had a line of thunderstorms coming into the west coast here, and those also exhibited signs of rotation. Those were the ones that were a little bit more typical of what you would find with a tropical cyclone, a little bit more short-lived, tend to be on the lower end of the scale whenever they eventually get rated. But it was an interesting situation in terms of the tornadoes that we saw a breakout yesterday late morning into the afternoon. At least at this point now, we're up to about 38 reports of those tornadoes. There's the radar showing you some of those storms. Again, those were the storms there that broke out earlier. And then, of course, we had Milton come in late last night, about 8:30, making that landfall and then crossing the rest of the peninsula.
This Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy edges.
It's no ordinary square. Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy perforations that tear so much better, with more cushiony softness. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Thank you. Thank you for trusting us with your secret recipes and shared moments. Thank you for bringing us into your homes and into your hearts for nearly 150 years. Thank you for making Quaker a part of your family.
Check out what's new at Nutrisystem, now with even more ways to lose weight. Get our signature 28-day program with new diets for high protein, balanced nutrition, and women's health. And now you can get access to any amount of meals when you join Club Advantage, created to support your own weight loss approach, including the popular low-carb diet. No matter how you want to lose weight, Nutrisystem has a solution for you. Get today's special offer and see what's new at Nutrisystem. Call or go online right now.
The only thing on the road faster than a race car are rising car repair costs. But with Endurance, you'll never pay for covered car repairs again.
Just 2 claims saved us over $1,700.
If I didn't have Endurance, I would have paid over $7,000 out of pocket to repair my vehicle.
So make the call. Find out how much you could save with Endurance.
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
Call 1-833-415-7510 now.
Your fall style forecast? Ready for anything. Layer up for fall with 20% off store-wide and earn Kohl's Cash. Kohl's.
Hi, this is Jamor, and the little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A Spicy Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich is that extra oomph. You're going to get that sweetness of the honey, and then you're going to get the heat from the spicy filet. The pairing is perfect.
Real customer paid for their testimonial.
I have a surprise for you.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah. Feast your eyes on this.
Oh, that's sexy. Feels so new.
I want to feel this feeling again and again.
Well, can I hold it?
How bad do you want to hold it?
I'm not going to beg, but pretty please.
Or don't. Go ahead, press a button.
Oh, it's glowing.
Apple Intelligence. We should do this more often.
Agreed.
Rekindle the feeling of love with the new iPhone 16 Pro on us. And feel it again and again with the latest.
It's our son. He is always up in our business.
It's the Verizon 5G home internet I got us.
Oh.
He used to be a competitive gamer, but with the higher lag, he can't keep up with the squad.
So now we're his squad.
What are Kevin's plans for the fall? He's going to college.
Out of state.
Change of plans. I've decided to stay local.
Oh, that's great.
Why don't I ever leave this?
We will do anything to get him gaming again.
You and Kevin need to fix this internet situation.
Or my name.
I swear to God, Kevin!
Told you to wait in the car.
Everyone in my old squad has Xfinity. Less lag, better gaming.
I'm gonna need to charge you for 3 people.
Let's say you're deep in a show, or a game, or the game, on a train, at home, at work. Okay, maybe not at work. Point is, at Xfinity, we're constantly engineering new ways to get the entertainment you love to you faster and easier than ever. That's what I do. Is that Love Island?
It's like, how many people can you kiss before you realize?
I got it, Tim!
Get started at framebridge.com or visit a store today.
The Weather Channel TV app is keeping you ahead of the storm all hurricane season.
Our goal is to keep people safe.
Log in and experience local weather, real-time radar, minute-to-minute coverage, and landfall cams bringing you every angle of the storm. Start your free trial and be prepared all season.
A frost advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 50 degrees under sunny skies. Today, sunny, high 65. Winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly clear, low 36. Winds east-northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, sunny skies, high 66. Here's our 7-day outlook.
There are currently 3.1 million accounts without power. There have been 635,000 restorations since Hurricane Milton hit Florida. Of course, there are 50,000 plus linemen that have been pre-staged. A lot of what they'll do this morning is likely assess the damage and then begin restoration operations very quickly, and we appreciate everybody that's in that fight because that's very important for a lot of people.
And that is a lot of what we're seeing happening. Everyone's snapping into action here around Fort Myers Beach area. We've seen lots of heavy equipment out, but I can't stress enough that the least traffic that we could have on these roadways right now, the better. The more opportunities we have for first responders, contractors, people that are going to be getting all the infrastructure back open and ready for everyone else, the more that we have room for them and less traffic on the roads, the better. We're here at the beach that leads over to, or the bridge that will take you over to Fort Myers Beach. We're actually considered in Fort Myers Beach. This is the Matanzas Pass Bridge that will open to residents around noon today. That's what officials are telling us. But before we get to that, I want to talk to a resident who is waiting to get back over that bridge. Brian Raymond. Brian, thanks so much for talking to us. I understand that you evacuated this time because you were there for Ian and you didn't want to experience that again.
Yeah, no, I ended up with the storm surge for Ian, and that was taking my life in my own hands. So I'm a ground level, so decided to go off to my warehouse, and we'll, see what's left of the house when I get back on island.
Have you heard any reports or anything of what type of flooding happened on the beach?
No, I was watching a couple of the live cameras from like Junkanoo and Snookbite Marine, and looked like the water got up about 3.5 feet around 8 o'clock. So, I mean, I think high tide was at 3:43, so not really sure how much storm surge we got in the house. So.
Did you do anything to kind of mitigate that before you left?
Oh yeah, we did pretty much everything. We did the tar, the tape, the sandbags, visqueen, I mean, caulked every window, door, everything. We've only been in the house for 2 months. We just got finished the house, worked on it for 2 years since Ian, and every precaution we could do, we did. So
you were telling me kind of a harrowing story about Ian, and of course that played into your decision to evacuate this time. Recap for me what it was like for you to decide to stay through Ian.
Well, I've stayed through Charlie, I stayed through everything else, and then during Ian, I said no problem. I had to watch out for my animals, make sure they were safe. I had a pretty big military vehicle, and I figured I wouldn't get stuck. After I realized my animals were going to be safe, I hopped in the military vehicle until that died in the middle of Estero, and then ended up having to jump in the storm surge, and then ended up having to break into a neighbor's house. So, I mean, that was Ian, so this time we tried to make better choices.
Right. And I understand, there are a lot of people when they are trying to make that decision whether they're going to evacuate or not, they're like, oh, I have pets, or I have someone that's going to be hard to evacuate with. But you are the person to talk to in terms of evacuating with pets, that you should still do it.
Yeah, I got two 232-pound pigs, and they're my kids. And they don't transport super well.
Yeah.
So that was one of the decisions last time when I stayed, and that's the main reason that I left this time, was because, they're family.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. I know a lot of people feel that way. Well, Brian, I hope you get back over there soon, and hopefully we'll get to talk to you again, and everything will be okay. Our fingers are crossed for you.
Let's hope. Yeah. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. So, we talked to Brian, and he told us about his 2 different experiences. I think the memory of Ian probably prompted a lot of people to evacuate for Milton, and then seeing what Helene did just a couple weeks ago. So, still anxiously waiting to get over to a lot of those islands. As I said, they're opening the Matanzas Pass Bridge behind us around noon for residents and business owners only. Obviously not letting just the general public in, but I think once we start to see some of these bridges open to more of the residents, we'll get some more reports of what is actually happening on the beaches and the barrier islands, Lynette, because still waiting to kind of get some reports back from Sanibel Island, Captiva, and then of course Fort Myers Beach as well.
So, Felicia, watching you last night as it's coming in, I can see that you were on the drier side of the storm, not getting so much rain, but of course you got some rain. Was the surge or the wind the worst for you?
I would say both, probably. The wind was just howling all night last night. It did not stop, and it was very, very persistent. I mean, well after landfall, we were getting, 64, 65 mile per hour wind gusts, and then the surge, we've seen that kind of all around. I do think probably the more coastal areas got more of the surge, but the pool deck of our hotel this morning was flooded, and certainly driving around, I can see where the surge had caused some flooding as well. And then, Lynette, we didn't get a lot of rain from the actual storm, but it had been so wet leading up to the storm. We were already almost 4 inches above average before the storm even came, so the ground was already very saturated here. So it's been a really wet time, and now the storm surge has started to recede, but there's obviously still water in some low-lying places.
All right, we'll get back to you, Felicia. Thank you for your report. You talked about that rain coming in beforehand, and that's exactly what we're seeing over the past 3 days. We did see that, and of course, we had Milton itself, so we could see about up to a foot and a little bit over than that. We'll be right back.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad.
Hey, watch it.
It's from Gillette Labs. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
While the Flex Disc contours to it, so the 5 blades can get virtually every hair in one stroke. For the ultimate Gillette shaving experience.
The best a man can get
is Gillette Labs.
Thank you. Thank you for trusting us with your secret recipes and shared moments. Thank you for bringing us into your homes and into your hearts for nearly 150 years. Thank you for making Quaker a part of your family.
It's Kohl's Home Savings Event. Refresh your space for less and take 30% off with a Kohl's card. No card? Get 20% off with a coupon. Plus, rewards members save extra on home funds.
Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale is back. Save 50% site-wide on America's best steaks, chicken, burgers, and more. All backed by our 100% guarantee. Right now, you'll get 12 Omaha Steaks burgers free with your order. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV today.
When a tough cough finds you on the go, a syrup would be silly.
Woo! Hey, try no Robitussin soft juice.
Packed with the power of Robitussin in every bite. Easy to take cough relief anywhere. Chew on relief. Chew on a
Robitussin. Ketchup, in my opinion, it's the epitome of where art meets science. Everything from flavor to color to texture is scrutinized. Am I a ketchup nerd? Absolutely.
If you're in pain but need to stay mobile, you need CopperFit Rapid Relief, the revolutionary line of hot and cold therapy wraps that keep you mobile while you recover, no matter where it hurts. A breakthrough adjustable design with a soft gel pack insert in a lightweight copper-infused wrap for targeted hot or cold pain-relieving therapy of sore muscles and achy joints. If it hurts, CopperFit's got you covered. Get the full line of CopperFit Rapid Relief wraps, available at Walmart pharmacies.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. 3 p.m. Fanta, 10 p.m. Sprite, 7:46 a.m. Coke. Yeah, you're built different. Dollar soft drinks, any size, gotta be Wendy's.
At Verizon, every phone can be the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence. Wow, phones are going to be flying to Verizon.
At Verizon, new and existing customers can get iPhone 16 Pro on us. Trade in any phone in any condition. Only on Verizon.
The beauty of nature is what moves me. But just as beautiful as it can be, it can quickly change when a storm comes through. We're here to respond and help people get through to the other side. I've seen it. I've lived through it. I know what it's like. At first, it feels like there's no way to recover from it. But then you get this glimmer of hope. The sun's going to shine again.
What is going on?
People love how the new Homes.com helps them get quick answers about any property by connecting them to the actual listing agent.
Oh, so I'm done?
Oh, no. We're still not sure everyone knows that we're the only site that always connects you to the listing agent rather than selling off your contact info. So we're going to keep you up there a little while longer.
Okay, yeah, I'm getting great exposure. Speaking of exposure, can we get him a hat?
Ooh, what about a beret?
Oh. Ding dong.
Homes.com. We've done your homework.
Holy smokes.
Oh, there it was!
And of course, as the sun has come up, as the day has gotten started after Milton made landfall yesterday evening, people are assessing the damage. And I will tell you, from what we've seen across Southwest Florida, starting to get things back together and try to put back the pieces. Thanks for sticking with us here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs in Fort Myers Beach, where we are on the mainland side of the beach, and we are waiting for that the bridge, Matanzas Pass Bridge, to open. It won't open to us, but it will open to residents at noon today, so people can get in there and start to see what damage is left behind. You can see that behind me, we've got a roadblock that is that the police officers have closed the bridge for now, not letting anyone pass through. I've been told that not even contractors. One of the residents that we spoke to said he's also a contractor trying to get in there, and so waiting to make sure it's safe. I'm sure they've got first responders in there making sure that it's safe to let even residents back in. But that's going to be the story for many of these barrier island communities as well. Sanibel Island, Captiva, waiting to hear what is going to happen, or once the residents get back there and can kind of see the damage for themselves. I think we have some video from Fort Myers Beach. This is one of the places that we were seeing storm surge flooding well into this morning as well. It started yesterday evening on Fort Myers Beach and then was continuing well into this morning. You know, some of the cameras, you could kind of tell at least several feet of storm surge there across Fort Myers Beach. So I know a lot of residents are anxious to get back out there and see just how bad it was and to get back to work, getting things back to normal. Luckily for us, the storm surge risk has subsided here in Southwest Florida. That storm surge warning has been dropped for us here in Southwest Florida, and that's the good news. Of course, the bad news is that a lot of us did see storm surge from this, and there will be a lot of cleanup ahead. In the meantime, we've still got power outages. As of last check, there were around 40% of the customers in Lee County, which is where we are, were without power. Lots of traffic lights are out, so do keep that in mind. And officials are urging residents to just stay put. They don't want people out and about on the roads. And I will tell you, you know, when we were leaving our hotel this morning, there was a ton of debris just covering even the half mile getting out of our hotel. And then I've noticed they've been cleaning that up quite a bit. But as we got farther away from our hotel, farther back towards, say, Fort Myers Beach or Fort Myers proper, there was still quite a bit of debris on the ground. And there's certainly still some water covering roads in some places. So while a lot of that standing water has receded in those low-lying areas, you're still going to run into water covering the road. And, you know, we ran into it ourselves. If you have water covering one lane of the road, one whole lane, then that takes a two-lane road down to one lane, and you've got cars from the other side using your side, so it's kind of a stop and go and wait and see, and those are some of the conditions that we're dealing with out here. Now, as mentioned, we're going to wait and see what's going to happen once this bridge opens and residents can get back on there. I just feel a sense of anxiousness from everyone. A lot of people evacuated. A lot of people have been reaching out to me on social media and saying, you know, do you have any news? Do you have any news about how the barrier islands have fared? Now, I do know some people were asking me about Sanibel Causeway, which is where we were earlier this morning. Was it okay? Because in recent memory, a lot of people remember that there was damage to Sanibel Causeway in Hurricane Ian 2 years ago. For what I can hear and from what I've gathered, Sanibel Causeway is fine. They're just letting first responders over for now to, you know, check the island, make sure everything is safe. And that's really going to be the story. We've got to make sure that it is safe for everyone in your neighborhoods, on these beach properties, on the barrier islands, before we can just let everyone back in, before officials can let everyone back in, because you know, it might be dangerous and you don't want people putting themselves in more danger. Could be power lines down still to some of the places that haven't gotten the construction vehicles in there, or you know, whatever you need to get that back on. So everyone just be patient. Lynette, I think that's kind of the name of the game right now, as those crews are out there trying to get power restored, and people are trying to get back home after they've evacuated. Again, got to be patient here across Southwest Florida.
Yeah, you do. So, Felicia, as you're talking, I can see the cars kind of moving back and forth behind you. So what is behind you? I know the bridge is behind you, but what's to your right and what's to your left? Like, where are these people going, and what does it look like where they're going in terms of water on the roads and debris?
You know, there's where we are, there's not a lot of, this is kind of like the ending before you would go over the bridge. So you can see behind me, that's like kind of a marina where boats and stuff are. The water is right there. So this is kind of where the main street ends, and then you would go over the Matanzas Pass Bridge. So there's not really anywhere for people to go. I think the cars are probably coming out, realizing that it's still closed, and then getting turned around and probably going back away from the bridge. There's not really a good way into Fort Myers Beach right now. So people are just waiting. It is, you know, one of those places, Lynette, where you got to take the bridge to get into the beach areas, to the barrier islands, and that's exactly what it is here.
Yeah, so I can see where people might feel a little bit anxious and a little bit trapped this morning. All right, we'll get back to you, Felicia. Thank you for that. Let's go ahead and recap Milton, because maybe you missed the landfall, and if you did, well, it happened last night at 8:30 in the evening, Eastern Daylight Time. Siesta Key, that's where it made landfall, and it was a major hurricane, Category 3, with those winds sustained at about 120 miles an hour. And that was not the only hurricane that we saw this year, this season so far in Florida. So we did have Debbie, and of course we had Helene, which was about 2 weeks ago as of now. Again, Big Bend area, Category 4 there. Also remember that we did have plenty of rain that we saw and that fell from the sky before we actually did have Milton. So right now, Milton is a Category 1. Those winds sustained about 85 miles an hour. The best thing with Milton was when it started to speed up, right? And it's still speeding up, just moving away, and that's some good news, moving to the east-northeast at about 18 miles an hour. And check out some of the wind reports with this. So Mulberry, Florida, we had wind gusts up to about 103 miles an hour. Sarasota, 102, down off towards Bradenton, Florida, about 96 mile an hour winds. But also today, you know, the storm is pulling away, and we're still dealing with some notable wind gusts. We're looking at Celebration coming in at 54 miles an hour. Cocoa Beach, about 54 as well. On down off towards Green Cove Springs, where we're dealing with those winds about 50 miles an hour. So that's still tropical storm force winds that we're dealing with. And speaking of the tropical storm force winds and why we're still dealing with them is because the wind field is so expansive, and this is on the backside now, but even before it started to make landfall, as it would get closer, we encountered that wind shear, and then once it makes contact with the land, of course, it really spreads out there. So this is what we're left with the winds, again, about 255 miles from the center spread out there, and the hurricane force winds, of course, right there. So we're not feeling that, but Orlando, Jacksonville, we're feeling it, and it is quite gusty out there. Jacksonville, look at the gusts up to about 23 miles an hour. Melbourne, we're looking about 35. Look at West Palm Beach, close to 40 mile an hour wind gusting as of now. And again, the system continues to pull away. So when you're dealing with all that wind, then of course we're going to have those power outages. And with that said, when you have those gusts that high, it's going to take a while for the bucket trucks to actually get out there because they can't work in that. So it's going to take some time. So you definitely have to be patient. You heard Felicia talking about being patient. Florida outages, the customers up to about 3.4. Hillsborough, you are leading that. And of course, you don't want to lead anything, especially when you're talking about the winds being this high and the power being out. But we can see how the storm started as it's getting closer to us. And then that's when you start to see the power outages beginning to go up. And right now, they haven't really gone down. So we're going to continue to monitor this through the morning hours and start to see if things go down. But right now, we still do have about 3.4 million customers without power. We're talking about the winds, and those are those straight line winds. Let's talk about some of those tornadic winds, because boy, was that front page news yesterday too, Alex.
It really was, right? During the late morning, afternoon hours, we saw these tornado warnings fire up, and we saw a lot of video coming out as well of some of the tornadoes. Look at this. I mean, dark, ominous skies. You can clearly see that lower hanging. Is that the entire tornado rotating there? Well, more than likely that's the case here. Tough to see if it's reaching all the way down towards the ground, but no doubt a scary, scary sight there. This is around Vero Beach yesterday, and we had some damage also showing up as well as we worked our way over towards Stuart, Florida. Some homes there damaged by a suspected tornado, and you can clearly see that showing up there. Tough to tell what type of homes these are, but certainly some structures that sustained damage. You can see some of the debris that's there as well, again, in Stuart, Florida there. Fort Pierce, that's another spot that also took it on the chin when it came to some of these tornadoes. And this is now some live video from our very own Charles Peak, who's been tracking the storms. And this is now looking from the sky, or aerial footage here. And my goodness, you can clearly see roofs of homes. Looks like, I'm not sure what in that general area there. It just almost looks like something exploded. Unfortunately, here in the county, 4 people now confirmed dead, at least 4 people. So a deadly tornado here coming through the Fort Pierce area, and you can see some of this damage. So we're starting to get now this first bit of light here, this first part of the day, now getting a chance to see what was left behind here from some of these storms and the damage that they produced. Just incredible, some of these tornadoes that ended up being pretty large and clearly destructive tornadoes that we saw well to the east of Milton. That was working its way into the eastern Gulf of Mexico. These tornadoes on the East Coast. There's the video that you're seeing there, Fort Pierce there on the East Coast. So overall, very, very active day. These are all of the different warnings that showed up. In all, about 125 tornado warnings that were issued by the National Weather Service offices here in Central and South Florida for yesterday. Again, all because of Milton. These tornadoes would not have fired up if not for Milton. These tropical cyclones come in, they bring that risk as they create an environment that's conducive for tornadoes to spin up. And unfortunately, that's what we saw. Some tropical cyclones don't produce a ton of tornadoes, some do. And this is one of those that did at least 38 reports of tornadoes showing up. And you can see some of those, a couple here on the West Coast, but a vast majority showing up here from the central areas and on off towards the east, around Lake Okeechobee, and then right along the East Coast as well. Again, at least 38 reports. National Weather Service offices, they'll be heading out, of course, doing some damage surveys. They'll figure out exactly what occurred, rate those tornadoes, and of course, we will relay that to you as soon as that occurs. But this was the radar picture here as we worked our way from the morning into the afternoon, and those were the storms that flared up here, again, late morning into that afternoon period. And at this point, this is 5 o'clock now, and we had already had a number of tornado reports. But look at where Milton was, still back here, and wasn't making landfall for another 3 hours or so. Didn't make landfall until 8:30 there around Siesta Key. So we had the tornado action here well out ahead of the landfall, and then of course it crossed the peninsula and now is working its way off the East Coast in the Atlantic and should continue to push farther and farther away there. But just a number of reports showing up here for you. Again, with the blues, those are the wind reports. The red, those are the tornado reports that showed up. And we had quite a few here in and around Fort Pierce. Some of the different alerts here showing up in terms of the reports. Lakewood Park, that's the spot that saw multiple reports of a large and destructive tornado with significant damage. Indian River Estates had reports of multiple cars being flipped over there, trees down, power lines down, as well as some of that roof damage. And again, we're getting some of the pictures now showing you what's going on there in the aftermath here of the tornadoes in and around Fort Pierce. Our Charles Peak showing some of the drone video here. So aerial footage showing you here. Look at that home. That, I mean, it just looks like it was literally a bomb just blew up and destroyed that home. But as the camera pans around, you can see you get to some areas where there's not as much damage showing up there. And then look at that. You get an area where you've got more damage showing up. So you can kind of get a picture here, at least on the screen. Right across the middle is generally what we're finding in terms of where the worst of the tornado damage happened here in and around Fort Pierce. But you pan around and you go maybe one or two homes over and not much damage shows up. And so this is the type of thing that we can see with these tornadoes as they fire up. And unfortunately, this home right there that you see was truly, truly destroyed. And we'll be looking at more pictures here from other areas because this wasn't the only spot that saw tornadoes fire up there. But this again is in Fort Pierce on the east coast of Florida. Milton came in on the west coast, and these tornadoes fired up there. So again, we're looking at on this Charles Peak video as the camera continues to pan around, pan up a bit. There's another home there on the top of your screen that sustained damage, but you look towards the top of the screen and back off towards the left, not much damage showing up there. So yeah, it's just incredible what these tornadoes can do and how they kind of pick and choose the areas where they do the most damage there. All right, so then we go from the East Coast, head back over towards the west coast of Florida, where, of course, we saw Milton come on in. Found our very own meteorologist Jim Cantori there in Punta Gorda, Florida. And Jim, the surge, that is the biggest thing, at least right now, that came into the west coast.
Hey, Alex, before we get to that, though, I want to ask you just quickly, have they rated any of those yet?
I haven't heard of any ratings yet. Haven't heard of any ratings yet, Jim. I'm sure they're going to be doing those surveys soon.
Certainly from what we see, some of this damage looks like, EF3. Some of it maybe even higher end EF3, and that usually doesn't happen with hurricanes. Okay, so seriously, guys, this is one amazing outbreak, to say the least. With a hurricane. So I just want to throw that out there. Thanks, Alex. I appreciate that. All right, guys, we moved out here to the Burnt Store. Thank you. My eyes are going. My eyes are going, Billy. Anyway, we're going to talk to Billy Gorman in a minute. His wife's still in the house. They got water in the house. He didn't get a drop in Helene, so this area was fine. But now, all of a sudden, with just a little change in the way Milton's winds were from Helene, you can see this whole neighborhood is flooded. Folks over here are kind of cut off. What you don't realize, you can see they're up on land a little bit. The road is in a swale. It's in a low point, and some of the water looks like it's certainly 2 feet deep. I've seen a couple of bigger trucks go through on both streets and through here. But you can also see the water line, all right there on the left, Brad, the water line. So the water has come down. Slowly but surely, it is receding.
Walmart Plus. It's Walmart plus free delivery. Because cooking food is a lot more fun than shopping for it. It's Walmart plus an included Paramount Plus subscription to stream Dora, so your daughter can learn Espanol.
Delicioso.
Plus, you get 25% off at Burger King. And that's 25% more savings to put towards things you need, like napkins.
Delicioso.
Our thoughts exactly. Basically, it's Walmart plus more ways to save. Walmart Plus. It's Walmart Plus.
Check out Mahomes' top 3 plays of the day. He scrambles into T-Mobile to get that new iPhone 16 Pro on us. It's a little shimmy, shimmy, shake. What you think, huh?
It's like he's chasing an ice cream truck.
Ice cream! He got his iPhone 16 Pro, the first iPhone built for Apple Intelligence.
Cuz holding it up like a baby lion.
Homie takes those T-Mobile savings and calls it a day.
Respect.
Now at T-Mobile.com, get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us. And families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
Someone smells too fresh. Did she take my Old Spice Total Body Deodorant with 24/7 freshness and use it on her pits, toes, and down belows? How could you?
Let me see my new granddog.
Say hi, Grandma.
You're feeding him Blue Buffalo, right?
No, we got Purina One. It's all the same stuff.
Not really. Blue Life Protection Formula's got deboned chicken, chicken meal, brown rice, oatmeal, barley.
Well, Purina One has chicken, rice flour, corn gluten meal, whole grain corn, chicken byproduct meal.
Looks like we're switching to Blue.
Switch to Blue and feed your dog like family.
Teeth sensitivity is so common. Immediately it feels like somebody's poking directly on the nerve. I recommend Sensodyne. Sensodyne toothpaste goes inside the tooth and calms the nerve down. And my patients say, doc, it really works.
I'm a big believer in super beta prostate. You'll notice less urges to urinate, and you won't be getting up at night for so many bathroom trips. I wouldn't say it if I didn't truly believe it.
I was so excited when I heard the sandwich was back. I was like, cloud 9. What's up? This is Mike. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich is the pimento cheese. It's savory and delicious, and the filet itself is perfectly juicy and crispy.
Real customer paid for their testimonial.
So what are you thinking?
I'm thinking about our honeymoon. What about Africa? Safari. Hot air balloon ride. Swim with elephants.
Wait, can we afford a safari? Great question. Like everything, takes a little planning.
Or put the money towards a down payment.
On a ranch.
In Montana.
With horses.
Let's take a look at those scenarios.
JP Morgan Wealth Management has advisors in Chase branches and tools like Wealth Plan to help keep you on track. When you're planning for it all, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Milton. Get trusted up.
Hi, this is Jamor, and the little thing that I love about the Chick-fil-A spicy honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich is that extra oomph. You're going to get that sweetness of the honey, and then you're going to get the heat from the spicy filet. The pairing is perfect.
Real customer paid for their testimonial.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-tirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. This is pretirement.org.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
A month. Call 1-833-752-5204 or visit homeserve.com.
A frost advisory is in effect.
Currently in our area, 51 degrees under fair skies. Today, sunny, high 65. Winds north at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mainly clear skies, low 36. Friday, sunny skies, high 66. Here's our 7-day outlook.
This hurricane season,
Good heavens, absolute punishment.
every second counts.
You don't want to be on an interstate with heavy tropical downpours.
America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage, keeping you ahead of the storm.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America, only on the Weather Channel.
All right, guys, back here again in Punta Gorda, moving to a different spot where there's flooding. But of course, this is what it looks like where we were. We just left this spot up on the northern side of the harbor. This is pretty much where the harbor meets the Peace River. Okay, and we showed you all these areas, all these neighborhoods that were underwater, the boats that had come on shore. And look at this. As far as the eye can see, just a lot of water out there. It's slowly coming down, but maybe not fast enough. I want to bring in Officer Billy Gorman, who I met back in Ian, okay, and we went through all that together. But now, this one's affected you because of the surge.
The storm surge was not what we expected, although we were warned. And I'm telling you, this community right here, the shot that you see, has never happened before. And too many times we let our guard down. Well, it's never happened. It's never happened. When you're given the word to evacuate, whether it's the chief of police, whether it's the EOC director, whether it's the Weather Channel experts, when they say to evacuate, they mean just that. Evacuate, find a safe place. This has never happened, so don't judge one hurricane by another. They're each and one is uniquely different, and based on the slightest movement could be catastrophe.
You may have missed your calling. You would have made a hell of a meteorologist, Billy.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, we try to say the same stuff.
That.
I can tell.
Absolutely
but this
passionate.
one's affected you personally.
Yeah.
You said there was no water like this with Helene.
Never.
Okay, and now this whole neighborhood,
yeah.
It doesn't look like right here we can see homes underwater, but you know that there are.
There are. I received a call last night at 1:30 in the morning. I live out in this area, and I received a call from my wife who said that there's water starting to come in to the garage area. Something you never expected. Something that
right. You're on the job. That's the last.
You know better. You know better. Yet sometimes you just don't believe that that's going to happen. And I'm a believer, and I've always been a believer. When you're given the word, the experts know it's time to go. Pack up, take your valuables, your precious belongings, and go.
But she wears the cap, so she said, "Honey, I'm staying."
She tells me anything. I listen to her.
I understand.
She could be a little stubborn, although she's amazing. That's where we're at. So,
do we need to go get her? Is the question.
She's probably okay, but she cannot leave that house because of the...
Is there water still in the house?
No water in the house.
So
it was in the garage. In the garage, did not make it up to the living space. But I'm telling you, if that hurricane would have done something just slightly different, it's a whole different story. It's the difference between a foot and 2 foot and 3 foot. And I'm telling you, heed the warning. If there's one thing I could tell the listeners, the viewers, listen to the experts. They're not trying to scare you. They're just being factual about their information because that's what they are. They are the experts.
So when you and the missus go out to dinner next time, who's going to say, honey, Let's next time maybe we'll do things a little differently, right?
Yes, but she's always right. She's always right.
She's always right. But you know what? She's safe.
But
Thank God she's
it's
safe.
important that you realize the important thing is those that you love. The possessions, the home, it's those that you love. All I kept thinking about was her and her. I needed to get her. So we don't want to put our officers into those positions of rescue. We want to put our officers in position of no one's left in the community. They're all gone. We will patrol it. We will ensure that there are no people running through the area that shouldn't be here. Let us do that. Let us do that. But please, leave.
All right, Billy, let us know.
Always a pleasure.
You guys make contact, and you and your wife get to talk to each other again.
Thank you for all that
right.
you guys do.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. And you too. We are all in this together.
Thank you.
Okay, and you know that.
Yes, I do.
We're the messengers of the weather. All right, again, guys. So personally affected. Officer Gorman on the job. He's trying to keep everybody else safe, and he knows now his wife's got water, coming into the garage, and now that's a different animal. Okay, I can tell you that myself because we all went through it with Helene, thinking the storm would come up to Atlanta. We've got families out there. It's a different mindset when you have that going on and you're trying to do your job. But like Billy, you stay on mission. You stay on mission. That's the job. That's the job. Guys, stick around. Our continuing coverage of Milton rolls on in just a few moments.
Amazon fall favorites are here. Save on fashion, home, beauty, and more. Shop Amazon fall favorites now.
The moment I loved our Subaru Outback most was the moment they walked away from it.
Mom! Oh, thank goodness.
And that's why our family will only drive a Subaru.
Subaru. More IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Get special low rates on a new Subaru Outback for a limited time.
Sometimes Jonah wrestles with falling asleep, so he takes ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, and wakes up feeling like himself. Get the rest to be your best with non-habit-forming ZzzQuil. Better days start with ZzzQuil nights.
Your fall style forecast? Ready for anything. Layer up for fall with 20% off store-wide and earn Kohl's cash. Kohl's.
Look at that Wendy's breakfast burrito. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, sausage.
Gotta hand it to the tortilla. That sucker's holding on for dear life. The boss of breakfast, gotta be Wendy's.
Look, we've all been there. Your AC decides to quit, turning your home into an unbearable sweatbox, and now you have to deal with it. Hi, I'm Joe, and this is why I invented iFlow, the world's first automatic AC drainline cleaning system to keep your AC going and the cool air flowing. Look, that's a drain pan overflow that damages ceilings and walls, and you're left to pay for it all. Here's why. A thick, slimy, sticky bacteria called Zuglia lives inside your drain pan and drain line, clogging it up and causing your AC to shut down. But don't worry. That's why I invented iFlow. iFlow is a smart, automated device that dispenses our proven bioenzymatic cleaning fluid that actively breaks down the Zuglia and flushes it out of the drain line, helping to prevent those costly clogs. And the best part is, installing iFlow is a breeze. Just stick it on the air handler, connect the iFlow, insert the cleaner cartridge, and you're good to go. And you don't have to be a pro to do it, because there's an iFlow app to help you through it.
For special money-saving deals, visit buyiflow.com.
COPD hasn't been pretty. It's tough to breathe and tough to keep wondering if this is as good as it gets. But Trelegy has shown me that there's still beauty and breath to be had. Because with 3 medicines in 1 inhaler, Trelegy keeps my airways open and prevents future flare-ups. And with 1 dose a day, Trelegy improves lung function, so I can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about Watts Daily Trelegy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful.
Again, guys, just moving around here in Punta Gorda, where there is water in a lot of places, okay? The roads are generally free. There's some debris. There's some mud. It certainly was over a lot of the roads, but it has settled back as it has here. But, as we look down, this street, these are all low points. Okay, these are all low points, and it certainly appears like the water line in some of these areas shows that it's staying out of their homes. But holy smoke. Another foot, another 2 feet, and that becomes, a whole different animal in through here. Believe it or not, guys, there's actually some people that are attempting to drive through this. This will give you a good idea of just how deep this is. All right, you can see he must have got to a point where he couldn't go anymore. Hey, did you get to a point where you couldn't go anymore?
We did, yes.
He said yes. So it got too deep. Well, good. I'm glad you're saying. I'm glad you're backing up. You got it, brother. Maybe you could share that with the people behind you. All right? Yeah, the fact that you're backing up is sending out a good signal. Guys, this is what we turn around, don't drown. It's such a simple rule, but so many just don't seem to grasp it. All right, Alex Wallace, I'm going to throw it back to you now. I know you're going to talk to Peak here in a second, and he's done enough of these. I would be really interested to think about what he assesses the damage at, because these are some pretty high-end, offshoots of a hurricane with these tornadoes. I'm just blown away by this outbreak in Florida. I really am.
Jim, I think you're right. We were watching this yesterday, tracking it. We were like, these are not behaving like your typical tornadoes that come with a tropical cyclone.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, they look like we were looking at stuff in the Midwest. Then you see videos of these, these big, cone tornadoes, elephant's trunks, stovepipe. I'm like, what the heck is going on here? Yeah. Usually, you have low top convection. It's quick spin up. It's between scans. But this was a whole different animal. So that area ripe yesterday for a big tornado outbreak. And unfortunately, it's come to fruition with loss of life as well. Back to you.
Yeah, Jim. Thanks so much, Jim. We'll be checking back with you there, talking about the issues faced there on the west coast of Florida. But, as Jim alluded to, we had some big tornado activity yesterday as well. And a lot of that was actually on the eastern half of the peninsula here and tracking its way across the Fort Pierce area. And that's where we find our very own storm tracker, Charles Peak. We've gotten a chance to see some of his images here, some of the aerial footage there. And Charles, we look at this damage here, and boy, I tell you, we were just talking with Jim, and these tornadoes, they were not like your typical tropical cyclone tornadoes.
Yeah, that's right, Alex. I mean, not only just in size and maybe strength of them, but also just the number of them. It was just incredible. As I was over in Tampa at the time, tornado warning after tornado warning, but I know what Jim is thinking, and but sometimes what happens is you look at this and it looks like a war zone for multiple homes, but you also need to keep in mind these are modular homes that we're looking at here. And that's why we tell them especially you can't be in a modular home in a tornado, and you just see multiple ones here, one after another, just exploded. Now, I'm in a subdivision that's about 50 yards literally from this, and I'll pan around here for you, Alex, and show you where I'm at. And these are well-built homes, substantial two-story. And what you've got here is some roof damage, windows knocked out, some trees down. Now, the